This story tells of a world that has undergone incredible changes and turned into something very scary and incomprehensible. Our main character has a wonderful and beautiful daughter. Everything would be perfect if she hadn't decided to side with the darkness and destroy everything around her. Her father, Seojin Lee, cannot understand why she did this, although it seemed to him that he raised her with completely different principles. Sora no longer respects her father. She considers him too weak and no longer wants to play the daughter-father game. He probably came here to destroy her and justify his title as a hunter, or perhaps just to understand her motive. At this moment, he was called by an experienced hunter named Kam-san, who reminded Lee that she was no longer a little girl, but a real monster. Lee completely disagrees with these words. For him, she will always remain his beloved daughter no matter what. Sun said that he did not want to encourage anyone to kill, so he allowed his soldiers to turn back and was left alone with Lee. The situation quickly began to spiral out of control. Lee pulled out a gun and said he would fight for his daughter. He doesn't care that she's turned into a real devil, so he'll have to do everything he can to stop her. He understands that he has failed as a father and is absolutely unnecessary for Sora, just like for Sun. He is ready to die here and now just because he feels he is fighting for the right values. He cannot watch his own daughter be murdered, and so he decides to risk his life no matter what. The result was natural. After just a few seconds of fierce battle, Lee fell to the ground and lost consciousness. His daughter couldn't move for a long time. It seemed as if she was hypnotized and didn't understand what was happening. Sora hated her father, but now her attitude towards him has changed and she has decided to act very decisively. Thus, the final boss began the last quest on planet Earth, although at that moment no one understood anything yet. The dying Lee was sad and dreamed of another chance to change everything that had happened and start his journey over. He didn't even suspect that he would soon get this opportunity, because the unique quest of the hunter Lee has begun. He must change the future. Before the regression, he saw everything that happened to him in the past. All these emotional moments were as clear as the palm of his hand. All those moments when he treated his daughter badly, and in the difficult moments of losing his beloved wife. He saw his daughter grow up to hate him, and began to wonder what had caused this terrible future. After that, darkness fell, and soon he opened his eyes and realized that he was in his room. Lee couldn't understand anything. He remembers perfectly how he died yesterday on the top of the mountain, but now he's still alive. He immediately took his phone out of his pocket and realized that he was in the past, because today is May 21st, 2025. He looked in the mirror and couldn't believe his eyes. So it was really true. He wasn't sleeping and his regression had begun. So far, the guy doesn't understand how he was able to return to the past and why he got this chance to change everything that happened. At that moment, the door to his room opened and he saw his beloved wife, whom he had not seen for many years. Next to her stood the still very young and small Sora, the girl who would make this world suffer many years later. The system immediately informed the hunter that a unique quest to change the future had begun. He must change 5 of Sora's accidents. He remembers this situation perfectly in the past, when the conversation was not very pleasant and ended in a scandal. His wife tried to assure him that it was his daughter, but the Sojin refused to believe it. He said he didn't even want to look at this little creature until he saw proof of paternity. It was at this moment that he first broke his daughter's little heart, but in the future he would repeat past mistakes more than once. Now he understands how stupid he was in his youth, and now he has no right to do everything the same. He must stop Sora's 5 accidents and prevent this child from growing into a cruel monster who will destroy the entire world. The problem is that he doesn't know of any accidents that have happened to this girl, but he'll have to be very careful if he wants to change everything. Only now did he begin to understand that they had no good memories at all from the moment they met. Not only did Lee not recognize her as his child, but he also failed Kira, who loved this child until her death. After all this, he was forced to take care of Sora on his own, but he was too busy feeling guilty and regretful. When Kira died, he tried to work all the time and try to pay off the family's debts. So Sora grew up alone, with no one to take care of her. It's probably now becoming obvious that the reason this little lady became a witch was her father. Sora couldn't even call him his father. He was so stupid and unaware. This time he is ready to change, and from the very beginning admit that Sora is his daughter, despite the lack of evidence. After that, he invited Kira and his daughter to his home, because he understood that they were very tired after the long journey. He must become a real father to this little princess. Otherwise, his quest will be failed and the regression will make no sense. The first step has been taken, let's be honest. Lee has every chance to become a great father and change the future. From the very beginning, Kira realized that this guy had changed. He used to live like a pig, and today, in a few hours, he cleaned the entire house. He is even ready to play with his daughter, even though this is only their first meeting. Lee decided to talk and find out why Kira only came today. She could have done it much earlier. The reason is that they parted on a bad note, and this woman only found out about her pregnancy when Lee was called up for the army. At first, she was confident that she could raise the child alone, but then she realized how difficult it was and decided to seek help. There was an accident. Their house burned down and now they have nowhere to stay for the night. Kira doesn't ask Lee to take all the responsibility. She understands that she gave birth to the child of her own free will. She just wants the opportunity to live with Lee for a long time because she can't bear to spend the night with a small child on the street. The judge agreed very quickly. He did it even faster than the skin had time to finish. His house is not very big, but if you remove the unnecessary trash, there will be room for another family. It must be admitted that this guy is really changing quickly. He used to be immature and problematic, but now he has completely changed. After that, he even smiled and decided to propose to Kira in order to form a full-fledged family. To put it mildly, Kira was not entirely happy with this proposal. She couldn't believe that people could change so much in such a short period of time. Lee believed that Sora was his daughter, and at the first opportunity he let her into his home. And now, he is also proposing marriage. He does this because he understands that if he doesn't do it now, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Today is the day when he must take responsibility for everything he did in his past life. His heart burns with the desire to make things right. After Kira died, it became clear how important a person she was to him, and after that, his heart became dark and empty forever. Kira replied that it was too early to talk about it. She came here not because she had problems, but because she loved him. She is grateful for the opportunity to live in this house with her daughter. But it's better not to talk about the wedding yet. And the answer was obvious. Lee didn't even expect anything else. He would have to put in much more effort to win this woman. Now he needs a plan because he needs a huge amount of money to raise Sora. And he also needs to remember to eat something and feed Kira. Kira said that she wanted to join one of the guilds to earn money. Only now Lee remembered that this was one of the reasons for Sora's misfortunes. Kira wants to become a hunter and therefore asks the guy to take care of her daughter. This is very interesting because in the past life, everything was completely different. This regression becomes more interesting with each passing minute. Let's go back 25 years. These events take place 10 years before the current moment. In one moment, the world changed radically for everyone on Earth because an incredibly terrible catastrophe occurred that no one could have predicted. Demons and monsters that emerged from portals into dungeons wanted to bring this world to total destruction, to give humanity no chance. It seemed that nothing could be changed. All that was needed was to accept one's death, calmly and with dignity. But it turned out that it was still too early to think about the end of the world. Because even in the most difficult times, one can always find hope for salvation. There were people who were able to use the mana that entered this world from the spatial portal in the dungeon. These people transformed this mana into power. It was these brave warriors who were able to use this power to defeat the incredible monsters of the dungeon, and therefore they began to be called hunters. The very morning the weather was wonderful outside, Kira woke up and set off on important business. She was looking for the main guild building to try to do what she had been thinking about for the past few weeks. She previously received a contract from one of the central guilds, but has not yet signed it. There are many benefits and cash bonuses in this contract, so she is incredibly interested in these opportunities. Lee said that hunter contracts are imperfect, with many pitfalls, so guilds are luring young hunters into a trap. They make a lot of money from this and that's why they do such things, so Lee advises Kira not to take any risks. It's not that simple. If she doesn't sign the contract, she won't be able to pay off her debts and become the master of her own life. He assured her that he was ready to teach her how to hunt monsters on his own, so she could contact him at any time. Now it's obvious that this guy has changed. He's not the same guy she met many years ago. When Kira and Lee broke up, he reminded her of a small child with whom it was impossible to agree on anything. Now he can put Sora to bed on his own. It seems like his parental instinct has awakened. Surely any boy's life changes after he becomes a father, and that's exactly what happened to Lee. Not only did Kira set off on errands early in the morning, Lee also woke up and took his daughter for a walk. They decided to try delicious ice cream at a shop near their house. Although Lee spent time with his daughter, he is still thinking about Kira and the guild that offered her the contract. He is familiar with this guild and its methods. They encourage hunters with various bonuses and then trap them. It becomes impossible to get out of this guild. It was this scheme in a past life that led him to huge debts. Because of this, he had to spend many years on the battlefield, and Kira was in about the same position. She was under the influence and pressure of the guild her entire life and met death before she could reach her full potential. Her death was a heavy blow for his daughter, perhaps one of Sora's 5 misfortunes. Now we need to try to think positively and change our lives for the better. And Lee has been doing this well from the very beginning. His daughter looks happy. In the past, she was hard to spot with a big smile on her face. Sora has also improved her bond with her father. She offers him ice cream and wants him to taste the delicacy as well. The girl had never called him father until today, probably because he was home too little and almost never spoke to her. Lee didn't create their memories together. He left her alone even when she needed him the most. The first and last time she called him father was when she begged him to save her. These are terrible memories that make his heart bleed, but fortunately they are behind him. Only today did he find out that Sora likes ice cream, which probably perfectly illustrates how bad a father he is. In such situations, he is made to understand how little time they spent together in their past lives. He wants not only to complete his quest, but also to create as many happy memories as possible with his daughter. They have everything they need to live a happy life and change the future, although that doesn't mean everything will be perfect. Suddenly, everyone around heard a very loud sound, and the experienced hunter immediately realized that a rift had appeared somewhere nearby. This is usually warned about in advance using the latest atmospheric scanning technologies. Hunters arrive in this zone much earlier than monsters appear in our world, but this rift happened unexpectedly. The probability of such a crack appearing in space is very small. It didn't happen in his past life, so he had to act very quickly. At this point, Lee began to think about the legendary butterfly effect, where the movement of a butterfly's wings can cause a storm in another part of the world. Kira, who had never trusted her daughter with other people, left her with her father, and because of that, everything around her began to change. This happened because of his interference in the timeline. Now the change cannot be avoided. All that remains is to adapt to all this. He tried to take his daughter and escape to a safe place, but it turned out that he had come to a rift. From the gorge into the other world appeared the Cretan bull, a huge titan monster that is difficult to stop. If this monster had come across Lee's path in a past life, it would have destroyed him in a matter of minutes. But now, he is an ordinary person. The only thing he is capable of is escaping from the monster, and even that does not guarantee success in saving his child. He realized that he would have to be separated from his daughter for a while, and asked her to hide in a safe place and not come out until he gave her permission. Very quickly, the boy began to realize that this monster was only targeting him and didn't care about other people around him. Now he doesn't have any weapons to protect himself except for the various junk around him. He remembered how Harry Potter could fly on a broomstick and tried to replicate something similar in his situation. The result was not so successful, but if Lee is still alive, then everything is going according to plan. He was able to survive because he surrounded his body with mana, although there is a limit to everything, and he will not always be lucky. There is no way to escape now, and after the siren stops, you will have to wait for experienced hunters for 5 minutes. These 5 minutes will stretch out in time and seem like an eternity. But if he survives during that time, Sora will be saved. He has every chance to say goodbye to his life, but he must endure, even if he has to spend every last drop of mana. At the beginning of his journey, in a past life, he was too weak to become a full-fledged hunter. Because of this, other fighters left him far behind, and his insecurity grew with each passing day. During these difficult days, he tried to find a way to survive and studied absolutely all the books about monsters. Now Lee knows that the Cretan bull's weak point is its eyes, so he must strike at that area at all costs. He will no longer allow Sora to live a bad life. He must change everything. He has no other choice. With such a weak body, it was impossible to gather enough mana, but his blow still proved powerful and very accurate. Because of the huge bull, everything around began to collapse. He had never met such a devil in his past life. Only a little later did Lee see that Sora was in mortal danger. The house she was standing next to was about to collapse. The little girl began to panic. It seemed to her that nothing could save her, but the father managed to protect his daughter with his body. He appeared before her as a real superhero she had read about in comics, a situation that would forever be etched in her memory. In order to save his daughter, and before that to destroy the Cretan bull, he had to spend too much mana, so Lee was left completely without energy. He understands that he must get up and save his comatose daughter, take her to a safe place, but his body refuses to listen to him. Soon, people in interesting costumes appeared in the problem area. They began to rescue ordinary people and took control of the situation. Lee knows that these people can be trusted. He saw the mark on their suits and realized that they were experienced hunters. When he opened his eyes and regained consciousness, he realized that he was in the city's central hospital. As soon as Kira heard about what had happened, she immediately left work and went to the hospital. She was terribly worried about her daughter and Lee, and was incredibly happy to see that everyone was alive and well. Sora said that her father saved her life, and at that moment Kira had no chance not to cry. A little later, they calmly went outside to drink coffee. Sora fell asleep and they had some time to be alone. Kira thanked him for saving her daughter. Lee said that in fact everything was under control and nothing terrible happened. Although of course he noticed that something strange happened when he was fighting the bull. Someone seemed to use ice magic, and he is sure it was Sora. He told Kira about all this, and saw that the girl was incredibly scared, as if she had been afraid of this conversation her whole life. A little later, Kira said that this couldn't be happening. Sora couldn't even pronounce the word magic, so there couldn't have been any witchcraft on her part. Very quickly, Lee realized that Kira was not telling him something. He said that he could be trusted and there was no point in hiding the truth. After that, it became obvious that Kira now trusts him and is not going to keep the secret. They've been building a relationship with each other lately, so now is the perfect time to take a step forward. Kira admitted that her daughter had indeed learned to use magic, and everything that happened with the bull now made sense. The moment of a difficult conversation came. It turned out that when Kira lost her house, it all happened because of her daughter. Sora completely lost control of her power and destroyed their house. There's nothing to worry about right now, but if others find out about this, their daughter could be taken to a lab for testing. Lee promised that he would replace his daughter at any cost, and Kira could not worry about their future. He never wondered if she was really his daughter. He was sure that she was, and even if it wasn't true, he wasn't going to judge anyone. He trusts Cyrus despite the lack of facts. It's a blind faith he chose, and he will never regret it. In a past life, he would never have said something like that, but instead would have refused any connection with Sora. Now everything has changed, and this has led to Kira treating him completely differently. In her eyes, he had changed. Probably the responsibility had made him a real man. After that, they decided to talk about the guild. Kira learned that there were indeed many slippery points in the contract that could lead to future problems. The girl said that she was not going to willingly fall into the trap, refused the offer, and walked away. Although she looked confident, now no guild wants to make her an offer, and she has no idea what to do next. Lee said he would personally teach her the skills of a hunter, and would also tell her about his hidden techniques. Soon he finished his treatment and together with Kira and Sora, went to an interesting place. This is where his workshop is located. He wants his family to see this place because it's important to him. Usually workshops are located in shopping malls or guild buildings, but the prices are high there, so his workshop is located in a regular house. Inside you can find a large number of different weapons, all around of the highest quality and also at affordable prices. They were met by an adult man who, despite his advanced age, remains in excellent physical shape. While Lee was in the hospital, he had enough time to deal with his memories before he was sent back in time. It was at this moment that he remembered this man, the blacksmith, who in a past life had been called the Lord of Iron. His name is Khan. He is a rather strict man, but he is truly a master of his craft, a true professional. All the members bowed to the master and said they wanted to become hunters. In response, Kang immediately started laughing out loud. He realized that these people knew how to properly greet new acquaintances. After that, Kira and Lee began to choose their weapons. To achieve success in hunting, you need to choose a weapon that will always come to the rescue in difficult times. Lee is sure that a bow would be perfect for Kira. She knows how to concentrate and stay calm in critical situations, so she is the perfect archer. She was offered to take a couple of test shots, but the girl refused and said that she trusted Lee's choice because he knew what he was talking about. When they saw the price for all these weapons, they almost fainted from shock. It's all too expensive, but Lee assured me he could pay because he had money he had been saving for something special. He had already promised Kira to help her become stronger, so now there was no turning back. Sora watched their conversation and decided to intervene to help her parents. She said she was ready to give up eating ice cream so her parents could afford to buy the necessary weapons. Looking at this girl, without noticing some nuances, it seems that she is an ordinary, kind, and attentive child. Only her mother sees how mature this child is for her age. Probably all this happened because they always lived quite poorly. Kira really wants her daughter to have everything, and she didn't deny herself anything. It was for her sake that she decided to become a hunter. It is a risky and dangerous profession, but a profession that pays quite well. Kang really liked this family, especially their beautiful daughter, so he decided to give a discount to new customers. They will only pay for the materials for the weapon. The work of the craftsman himself will be free. Thus, the satisfied family left the store with new weapons. Now they can move forward according to plan. Lee suggested that Kurt train together and then go into the dungeons and act as a real team. Soon, they went to the training ground to improve their abilities. Kira watched all the Lord of the Rings movies. She took an example from Legolas, and now she almost always shoots accurately on target. Her progress is really very fast. Sometimes she even manages to destroy trees with her arrows. Lee and Sora watch her training with pleasure. It seems as if the whole family lives with one goal. They were at the store and brought food for their mother. After a hard workout, you need to be able to eat well and rest. This is an ideal place for training. There is almost no one around, because it is a space hidden deep in the mountains. He trained here before returning to the past, and now, in just a few weeks, he has taught the mother of his child all the basics of martial arts. They were able to practice before heading into the dungeon, so now they are much better prepared for the new challenges. By the way, he is very surprised that Kira was able to pierce through a tree with ordinary arrows. It seems like she was born with a bow in her hands. In the past, due to guild rules, Kira was forced to fight with a sword, but had no talent in using this weapon. She constantly broke her sword in the middle of battle and failed until she tried using a bow and showed her talents. They talked about using mana. Sora listened carefully to her parents and said that she also knew how to use it and could teach her mother. She kept repeating the word mana. Kira hardly guessed that her daughter could become a creature in the future that would destroy the entire world. Soon, Sora demonstrated her talents. Her father noted her talent, but asked her to be more careful with her powers. The main thing is to be able to disperse your mana level and not concentrate too much of this energy in your hands. For her own safety, she must be constantly monitored, and someone must be found to look after Sora while her parents are in the dungeon. Lee assured that he has someone who will perfectly handle this role, so Kira need not worry. No matter how much he tried to use knowledge from the past, not everything turned out as well as he would have liked. He came to his father to ask for help, although this man is not inclined to help his son. I had to tell him about Kira and their love, which led to the birth of this beautiful girl. Lee also said that he proposed to Kira. They began planning the wedding, but Kira refused. He would have to tell his father all the details of this matter later, but in any case, Sora was his granddaughter. This man's name is Jae Hwan, and he won't be able to resist that cute face and big eyes. When he heard Sora call him Grandpa, he immediately melted like ice in the sun. Very quickly, they agreed to cooperate, and Lee returned to Kira. Now they can calmly go about their business. The dungeon is already waiting for them, but first they need to pick up the bracelets they ordered a week ago. This bracelet contains the stone that Sora found, also called the Light of Mana. While at the workshop, Sora looked at different weapons and tried to choose one she liked. Kan promised to give her one item of her choice, and that's why she chose a blue stone. It seemed like there was only trash around, but then it turned out that she found something very valuable. The Mana Light is a stone that begins to glow when it senses mana near it. It is used to search for artifacts, and it is a rather expensive item. The daughter gave this stone to her father. She saw that he was interested and decided to thank him for saving her during the rift. Now this stone has been added to a bracelet and Lee will carry it with her, hoping to experience all the beneficial properties of this stone. While talking, Lee and Kira saw a large crowd of people near them. They all look excited because they are watching a real star. This glamorous guy's name is Sehun. This is a fairly famous hunter and TV star. Many people know about him because he is a high-class hunter. He became famous by starting to advertise his guild on television. Some are even sure that in reality, Sehun is not a talented hunter at all, but became famous only through his appearance. Lee doesn't want to see this hunter again, because Suho is the master of the Knights Guild, which was engaged in collecting a debt from Cyrus. They bought everything they needed and were about to leave, but at that moment the dungeon began to collapse, right in the shopping center. It seemed like an earthquake, but the people around were already used to the fact that after such sounds, terrible creatures crawl out of the abyss. It has become very dangerous in the middle of the shopping mall, and with the help of his experience, Lee understands that this is just the beginning, so they can't lose concentration. Only he ended up in the past, so it's obvious that Kira doesn't understand anything. It's all her first time. A dungeon has been created and a special quest has been launched, so the adventure they have been waiting for so long is about to begin. Both hunters must be prepared to fight incredibly cruel monsters, otherwise they will not survive in this hellish world. Their task is quite simple. They need to clear the dungeon, that is, clear the destroyed shopping center. People around started to panic. The door was locked, and no one could get out. A huge number of monsters have appeared around, and Kira doesn't quite understand how to clear this dungeon. Lee decided not to explain anything to her and immediately jumped forward towards the danger. He saw that one boy was about to be eaten by these stinking spiders, so he had to intervene and save the poor jewelry seller. Lee is sure that by uniting with the hunters, it will be much easier to destroy all these monsters, so he asked Kira to come down to him. Now they must try to save as many people as possible until other hunters arrive. The monsters in the shopping mall were of different sizes. Sometimes you could find a spider bigger than a bear. It soon turned out that the legendary Darren was located in this shopping center. This girl is a hunter who fought monsters until the very end of the world, but she shouldn't be here now. Lee was trying to understand why she was here and completely forgot that Kira was nearby watching him. Then, he returned to reality and asked the people around him not to panic and to concentrate on survival. After these words, a real party began. Professional hunters destroyed the monsters one by one. A huge amount of blood from these filthy creatures could be seen all around, and the hunters demonstrated why they are considered humanity's last hope. Within a few hours, the shopping mall was completely cleared, people were rescued, and the last monster was killed. For her first battle, Kira showed great potential and did a good job with her task. Sehun had heard about this girl before. She was talked about in the guild, because they considered her one of the most promising young warriors in the city. The Knights Guild was confident that Kira would sign the contract, but then everyone was upset when she refused to cooperate. Now Sehun came up and thanked her for her help. He admitted that she fought like a true master of her craft. He was surprised when, instead of Cyrus's hand, he shook Lee's hand as if he were her husband. Soon they heard a woman's screams, and it turned out that a little boy had been badly bitten by spiders. If he is helped quickly, he will be able to survive. But the exit will only open after the dungeon is completely cleared. To do this, you will need to destroy the boss, but as it turns out, Sehun is against this idea. After 24 hours, the exit will open automatically. So with such a small number of hunters, hunting the boss is too risky. He doesn't want to go into a dungeon he knows nothing about and risk his own life and reputation. That's why Sehun decided to stay with his guard, and greatly angered the other hunters who wanted to fight. He doesn't care about a child dying. He only goes into battle when there is a way to retreat. It turns out that there is a chance to save the little boy because there is a hunter who is willing to risk his own life. Darren decided to agree to go with Lee and Kira into the dungeon and try to destroy the boss. In the past, when this dungeon opened, it was this girl who, together with Sehun, cleared this hellish place before the gates opened. A conflict arose between her and Sehun. He believes that she acts too foolishly and takes risks when it is not necessary. The girl replied that for the sake of a small child, she was ready to risk anything, because that was how she was raised. The decision was made very quickly and they prepared to go into the dungeon to meet the boss. You can see a lot of luminescent moss around. It grows in the darkest places of the dungeon. All members of this expedition found a common language very quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if they soon become true friends. Darren said that a captain should be chosen before the battle begins, so that he would take on all leadership responsibilities and offered herself for this role. Kira said she was also ready to become captain, so they very quickly decided to make Lee their leader, so as not to offend anyone. He is not only a smart guy, but also has leadership qualities and strategic thinking. In fact, Lee understands perfectly well that he is dealing with a very cunning woman. She is doing everything to fully appreciate his abilities, so it is better not to stand out. He decided to agree to become captain, but to proceed with caution, as it could cause problems in the future. He wants to pretend he's an amateur and not draw too much attention to himself. As they approached the center of the dungeon, everyone around them tensed up, because instead of a boss, they saw something large and slippery. Normally, a slug can't be a boss because even a novice can defeat it. But this dungeon can be considered an exception to the rule. You have to go down very carefully because slugs feel vibrations from the ground. Darren decided to go first and immediately jump towards the dangers. Kira decided to carefully descend on the rope, but lost her balance and fell to the ground. It seemed that this would not cause any problems because this slug is too slow, like a turtle. This was the first mistake in the dungeon of the destroyed shopping mall. This mistake could cost someone their life. Less than 5 seconds passed before this huge monster approached the location of the vibration. Only at the last moment was Lee able to grab Kira and push her away from the monster's attack. It seemed like defeating the slug would be too easy, but when you see it with your own eyes, you realize that it's no ordinary snail at all. To defeat him, it's not enough to just sprinkle salt on him. You need to come up with something much more interesting and meaningful. The slug is completely blind. Its main power is the feeling of ground vibrations, so you have to fight it wisely. They were very lucky that their captain was an experienced hunter, Lee, who decided to immediately make a plan before descending into the dungeon. The guy said that fire is the slug's weak point, and if you break the shell, even for a short time, you can easily attack. Kira will stay behind, and in case of danger, she will protect her comrades and set the monster on fire. The problem is that the boss continued to attack constantly, and there was no way to follow the plan, so you need to distract him. Darren is the only one on the team who can create an earthquake using mana, so she is ready to take on the distraction mission. This girl is really very talented. If we talk about endurance, she is one of the best in the country. Sometimes she fights too lightly, but with the help of her talent, she avoids too dangerous situations. She prepared to use the fatal break technique, a skill that would make her famous in the future. To use this blow, you need a sword, which is Darren's main weapon. Lee remembers perfectly how in his past life, he observed this technique more than once. She could destroy anyone with this blow. Now, in that timeline, her swordsmanship skills are still not perfectly balanced, so she needs to continue training. Her most important virtue is her desire for improvement and ambition, and she is definitely the best in the world at this. The snail recovers too quickly, and the sword cannot withstand such stress. The situation gets out of control. It became clear that it was too late to attack, so if the other team members did not intervene, Darren would be in serious trouble. At the last moment, Lee intervened and doused the snail with oil. A risky but interesting strategy. The closer the slime is to the core, the stronger it is. So its acidity is higher than that of other monsters, so the sword cannot withstand the strain. First, you need to reduce the strength of the outer shell, and for this it would be ideal to set this monster on fire. It seems like he got angry very quickly because he was doused with oil. This snail probably doesn't like to bathe. It would be difficult to set it on fire. But for now, Lee distracts the monster and Kira remains in the blind spot. This allows her to seize the opportunity and set this bad guy on fire. A perfectly executed strategy. Before the battle began, Lee warned that if threatened, she would have to set the boss on fire with an arrow charged with mana. Kira started to panic and said that she had never done anything like this before, but the ice assured her that everything would work out, because her training had not been in vain. She has put in a lot of effort and worked to the limit of her capabilities, so now her time has come. Kira must believe in her own talent and take a step towards her dream of becoming a strong monster hunter. Today she did it. Even when it seemed like nothing would work out, she didn't give up on her dream. With the help of fire, the monster's outer shell has become weaker. Now the core can be easily seen. All that remains is to strike a well-aimed blow and send this bastard to hell because that's where he belongs. The entire team must unite at this difficult moment in order to make the final push. The core was very close. If you destroy it, the boss will die and the shopping mall dungeon will be cleared. Everything happened incredibly fast. Hardly anyone followed a strategy. Rather, they relied on their intuition and reflexes, and it worked. The dungeon was soon cleared, but the entrance is still blocked, and the building is surrounded by journalists and police. According to experts, the dungeon will disappear tomorrow if it is not cleaned up sooner. The grandfather, who was holding Sora in his arms, looked incredibly worried because he understood that his son was risking his own life at that moment. Lee said that he and Cyrus were going to take a walk to the shopping mall in the city center. This shopping center is called Darien. He promised to return soon, but everything did not go according to plan. Little Sora is also scared, although she doesn't understand much yet. But children have a great sense of when something bad is happening. Soon the entrance was opened and civilians began to come out, with the hunter Sehun being the first to come out. Soon, little Sora saw her mother and father ahead. She was incredibly happy, as was her grandfather. Everything ended wonderfully. Even though mom and dad are pretty tired, they are alive and well. And that's the most important thing. The family is finally united, despite all the difficulties and hardships, and today, a happy ending awaits them. As soon as Darren saw their daughter, she immediately fell in love with the little lady. She said that she would definitely buy her a toy or some sweet candy next time. Little Sora was incredibly happy to see her dad. She said she came here with her grandfather and pointed at him. It's immediately clear that there will be a very serious conversation between father and son at home, but right now it doesn't matter. The boy who was bitten by a spider was able to survive. He was very hurt and scared, but they managed to save him. The job of a hunter seems promising. It gives many privileges, but for this you have to risk your own lives, protecting people from monsters. Jae-hwan understood from the very beginning that his son had chosen a risky path. Now he would have to accept it, no matter how difficult it was. They are not officially hunters yet, but it is only a matter of time because they have already chosen what they will do in the future. We will have to decide who to leave our little daughter with, because it is too risky to take her with us on a mission. They couldn't find a nanny, so they'll probably have to turn to Grandpa again. He promised that he would be able to look after her in his free time. It wasn't difficult for him, especially considering that she was a very calm child. After that, he looked at Kira and said that he wanted to talk to her in person. When they went into another room, the grandfather said that he was not going to force her to marry his son. He wants to understand if she likes Lee, And at that moment, the girl began to remember everything that had happened recently. She remembered all those moments when he cared not only about her, but also about their daughter. And her soul felt warm. She said that her attitude towards him was changing and now he was revealing himself as a completely different person. Grandpa was delighted with the words he heard and said that they must organize a wedding soon. He was probably in too much of a hurry. Jae-hwan understands perfectly well what this lady has gone through. Even though she has already become a mother, she is still too young. When Sora was just born, no one supported Kira. Her parents died many years ago, and Lee was not there during difficult moments in her life. Sometimes Kira blamed herself for all this. It seemed to her that because of her difficult character, the people around her were abandoning her. They had a bad relationship with Lee, and besides, it was she who initiated the latest conflict. The young mother was confident that she could cope with motherhood and at the same time be a successful businesswoman. She wanted to raise her daughter and also work full-time. But if she had a little experience, she understood that this was impossible. During difficult moments in her life, she thought about Lee a million times, but tried to forget about him and continue her journey alone. There were more and more difficult moments in her life. One day, Sora became seriously ill, and Kira thought about writing to Lee again. However, she didn't do it because she hoped that her energy would be enough for the child. Problems became more serious after Sora developed extraordinary abilities, although the little girl had not yet learned to control them. There were many people who wanted to take the young talent to their guild. It was at that moment that Kira realized that she would have to constantly protect this child from bad people. They agreed that Sora would not show his powers to anyone except his mother. Those were difficult times and we had to go through a lot of difficulties, but now all that is behind us. Now she has support. She is no longer alone and Lee, as well as his father, are always ready to help her. She can trust them to shift some of the responsibilities onto their shoulders because they are also willing to help. Lee fully shares his father's position. He is no longer a little child because by returning to the past he wants to correct all his mistakes. Now they have a chance to build a strong and happy family, but for this they will have to work hard and constantly go out of their way to meet each other. The decision was made. They both had to do everything to get a hunting license, and Grandpa was ready to help her in this matter. When they returned home, they immediately went to bed. Lee had a strange dream, although he wasn't sure that all this wasn't really happening. The city was in ruins, and it was hard to see even a single living creature, which is not surprising because it was incredibly cold outside. After walking a few meters forward, he saw a girl who looked very much like the adult Sora. He approached her and tried to understand why she did this, why she gave him a chance to start everything over from the beginning. He was having trouble getting the words out. It was unlikely to be anything physical. More likely he was just too worried. He could only stand and stare at her face as Sora screamed because she thought her father was disrespecting her. She said she despised him and wasn't going to forgive him for everything he had done. It seemed that at that moment she would kill her own father, but she opened her eyes and realized that she was in her bed. He sweated from fear, but now it's all behind him because he's in the past, and he can correct all his mistakes. The little daughter came to wake him up and have fun. Soon Kira entered the room. She said that today was a rest day, so they wouldn't be training. After breakfast, the guy decided to check his balance. The money was getting less and less, so something had to be done. When they can get a hunting license, they will start to make a small profit, but it won't be right away. There's still a lot of time before the certification, so we need to figure out how to make a living. Lee said that he and his daughter are practicing Sora therapy, a new teaching of Eastern doctors that is very beneficial for health. To perform this technique, you need to lie down on a soft bed and dream about something pleasant. Everything was perfect, but my mother doesn't like Oriental practices. At that moment, something incredible happened. Lee's balance was replenished, and Darren transferred a large sum of money to him. It turned out that Kira also received the same cash bonus. They couldn't believe that this really happened to them. It was decided to immediately call the girl and find out what happened. Maybe it was just a mistake. She explained that she had earned a lot of money for the Monster Corps, so she decided to share it with her teammates. After they get a license, they will be able to earn much more, and all this is just a nice bonus. She also said that the hunter exam will begin soon. It exists to assess the abilities of people who want to become hunters. Warriors who pass all the tests receive a license. They also receive the right to use all the benefits of the profession. Each of them will feel recognized because professional hunters are very respected figures in the community. Darren promised to come to the exam and support them. Lee thinks it's strange. Maybe this girl has ulterior motives. Maybe she wants to invite one of them to her guild, which is actually a pretty good idea, since her guild is one of the best in the country. In any case, this is a big event for their family because now they cannot worry about money. Looking at each other, they immediately understood where to direct these easy bonuses for clearing the dungeon. Every father and mother wants their child to wear the best clothes, so the decision was made almost immediately. Soon Sora was dressed in the latest fashion and wished her parents good luck on the exam. If they get a license, their lives will change for the better. But for this, they need to show all their talents. Darren agreed to stay with little Sora during this time. She would replace her grandfather, who also deserved a rest. Lee practiced so often that he had no time left to prepare for the written assignment. He is not particularly worried about this, and is confident that his experience will be enough to pass this exam. Before returning to the past, he failed this exam a huge number of times, but he always received the maximum number of points for the written part. His problem was the second stage, because due to a lack of strength, he constantly failed strength tasks. When he finally got his license, it was something incredible for him, because he truly earned the title of Hunter. Kira, on the other hand, is incredibly worried. It will be bad if she takes the exam in this condition. I decided to offer a small agreement. Whoever scores the lowest number of points in the written assignment will fulfill the winner's wish. Kira quickly agreed to these conditions, and now her excitement has turned into motivation. The operation to prevent Sora from becoming a thief has officially begun. So that their daughter does not have to go through 5 misfortunes in the future, it is necessary to lay the foundation for a happy childhood and youth. In Korea, there is a large house of swords. Today, there are events that are quite important for our history. The headmaster was informed that the certification of future hunters would begin today. This means that the master must pack up and hit the road. Today, he decided not to go by car but to walk. Particularly attentive viewers will recognize this man as Master Son, who later played an important role in the battle against Sora. Let's go back to taking the exam to become a professional hunter. Our main characters were able to successfully pass the written test. It turned out to be quite easy. Now they will have to face an artificial monster. They must defeat it in a limited time and not get seriously injured. Future warriors will be observed by representatives of various guilds. This is a great opportunity to show yourself at your best. A large metal monster was quickly formed from a small ball, and it will not be easy to deal with it. A large number of participants were unable to pass this physical test. After the written test, they thought they were almost hunters, but now they were faced with a harsh reality. Some even began to surrender before the battle began, which made the guild representatives upset. Soon, a holy swordmaster from Korea came to the exam. This is the first time he can be seen here. He usually avoids crowded events. This legendary warrior's name is Kam-san, and on the day the catastrophe began, he saved humanity from absolute destruction. After that, the hero founded a sword guild, and now the grove became famous throughout the world. His skills are second to none. As soon as people start talking about hunters, they immediately mention him, so his presence is important. Rumor has it that he came here for his granddaughter. It's hard to believe, but Darren is really his biggest weakness. Soon he saw another little girl next to his granddaughter and was quite scared. He thought his granddaughter had given birth to a baby, but it turned out that it was just his friend's second daughter who needed to be looked after. Little Sora called her grandfather Santa Claus. To be honest, he looks quite like him. After that, the conversation about the exam began. The Holy Sword was dissatisfied with this year's representatives. He said that they were too weak. That was until the 28th member of Team D passed the test in 1 minute. Thanks to her hard training, Kira was able to easily cope with this physical task, and Lee immediately congratulated her on her success. After that, it was his turn to face the Iron Monster. Now we will see what he is capable of in real combat. The guy looked determined and wanted to finish the test as quickly as possible, but a shadow of uncertainty crept under his skin. In his past life, he often failed physical tests, so now it is very important to forget about the past and move forward. This is a chance to start over with a clean slate. But for some reason, Lee can't even move. The people around him thought he was scared, and only the Holy Sword understood that this guy was trying to analyze his opponent and the situation around him. At the last moment, when it seemed that the monster would tear his head off, Lee easily dodged and avoided meeting death. Having passed this test countless times in the past, he had learned the monster's weaknesses. There is a huge hole in his armor. All that remains is to use this knowledge and destroy his opponent. Everyone knows that the weak points of training monsters are their joints, but our main character knows something more than everyone else. He acted completely atypically and surprised the esteemed audience with his battle strategy. The guild representatives had almost fallen asleep, watching the weak warriors, but now they were all awake and very attentive. No one could take their eyes off what was happening in the training arena, because Lee was able to get the monster's core. He officially passed the physical test and destroyed this Terminator with ease. He did it in just 14 seconds, so we can talk about a new competition record. He immediately ran to Cyrus to celebrate their joint success with her. It was probably for the sake of these two hunters that Darren called her grandfather to this exam. Of course, everyone can see the opponent's weak point, but thinking through a strategy from start to finish and getting the core is a completely different level. After they received their hunting licenses, it was time to celebrate the victory. The exam drained all her strength, so Darren invited her friends over for a delicious dinner to restore her energy balance together. She promised to pay for everything because she had recently cleared another dungeon and made a lot of money. The girl is not worried about finances at all. She is sure that in the future, when they start earning, they will be able to thank her. From the very beginning, Lee thought that she would want to invite them to her guild. Perhaps he was too suspicious of her. A good attitude towards him, along with a feeling of gratitude, causes anxiety. The impression that there is some hidden meaning in this, not only because of how Darren was remembered, but also because the legendary Calm Son was her grandfather. After that, the daughter of the legendary warrior decided to ask where her friends bought their new weapons. If he introduces her to his weapons master, then in the future the blacksmith will definitely be introduced to the holy sword. The meeting of the best hunter and the best blacksmith can really have a big impact on the world. The problem is that all this has to happen much later, in the future. So this could again lead to the butterfly effect. A little later, they returned home and began preparing for their careers as hunters. Lee told Kira that he introduced their weapons master to Darren. The girl wants to change her weapons, so she needs a professional blacksmith. Lately, Lee has been thinking too much about the butterfly effect, and his anxiety has increased significantly because of it. When he heard the request to meet the blacksmith, he began to get incredibly worried. Then he felt a little better, because he realized that Darren was actually a good person. She only did good things and brought goodness into the world. This is no longer the same Darren who was drowning in a sea of problems. Now this girl can be trusted. It should also be noted that Kira and Lee have not yet officially become hunters. They are preparing to start their careers, but for this they need to pass another exam. They hope that everything will go well and they will finally be able to make a living with their talents. Kira felt it was the perfect moment to thank her daughter's father for his help. He put in a huge amount of effort to ensure that she passed her first hunter exam. It was the first time Lee saw her drunk. She must have been celebrating her victory too much. In any case, he is pleased to hear these words. They will still have time for such conversations after receiving their license. He could not even imagine that this conversation could lead to events that did not happen in his past life. But now, we are transported to Kunak Mountain. The final stage of becoming a hunter is clearing an entry-level dungeon in a room with random people. The final score stems from the hunter's ability to work as a team, so it is this aspect that will decide whether they receive a license or not. There will be two more guys on his team, the young Mansu and the more experienced Daejo. They set out to clear the dungeon, they have 3 hours to do it, and they can only use one type of weapon. Before everything started, the guys were given half an hour to plan their strategy. Mansu is a sorcerer, a rare gift that is highly valued in guilds, but Lee does not remember him at all from his past life. About the warrior Daeho, this hunter loves to fight with his fiery fists and is not a fanatic about weapons. That is, now he has met a hunter who will be called the king of boxing in the future, but now he is only at the beginning of his journey. Now their talents are not very important. They need to learn to work in a team, because only thanks to this can they pass the test. It is necessary not only to discuss battle tactics, but also to decide who will operate in which positions. If Lee wants to succeed, he needs to run this kindergarten because his partners are still too young. Soon, they entered the dungeon, and the entry-level quest began. Everyone has chosen a comfortable position for themselves. Mansu will operate from behind thanks to his large attack radius, and Daejo will be ahead of the entire team. As everyone has already guessed, Lee will be inside and giving orders. He already knows that people panic when they first enter a dungeon, so he wasn't surprised when Mansu asked to clear the place without him. Soon he was persuaded to go on a sweep, but it was already clear that he could become the weak link in the team. This young wizard decided to start a conflict with the captain, but the captain doesn't like it when someone on the ship commits a mutiny. He immediately made it clear to this model-looking guy who was in charge so that similar problems would not arise in the future. He ordered the sorcerer to remove all the jewelry from his body, otherwise it would all end very badly. The referee was next to them. He noted the captain's confidence and immediately wrote down his characteristics in a notebook. Everyone around knows that Lee scored maximum points during the physical test last week, so it's better not to joke with him. They continued exploring the dungeon, but so far they haven't encountered a single ant. Examiners may intentionally create atypical situations to assess the intelligence of participants. Soon they saw something strange, a huge hole leading deep underground. When clearing the initial dungeons, so he immediately focused and tried to calm down. It would have been better if Mansu had done exactly that, but this fool could not resist and began his journey into the abyss. The guys tried to save him and ordered him not to move. Now they will try to pull him up the mountain. This would be much easier to do if a huge ant monster hadn't appeared behind the sorcerer, in which case, only the Ant-Man can help. The guys realized that now it would be too difficult to help their friend because the monster was taking him with it into the abyss. I had to jump into this hole and end up outside the exam just to save my friend. They are the first to enter the mysterious dungeon, so a special quest has been started, and now they are required to clear out the ant lion's lair. As soon as they realized they were in a mysterious dungeon, they immediately began to look in different directions and explore the area. Rumor has it that unusual situations can occur during exams, but considering the reaction of their judge, everything that happened was not planned. There was no lair in this dungeon before Lee's regression, so the butterfly effect that Lee talks about so much must have worked again. Most likely, the sorcerer will be alive for some time because such monsters do not immediately kill their victims. The entrance to the mysterious dungeon was closed as soon as they got here, which could lead to even bigger problems. It's immediately noticeable that Daejo is shocked. He's never been in a real dungeon, and their team is inferior, and they're too weak. If you clear this dungeon, you can get an elixir, a reward for clearing the mysterious dungeon. Every hunter knows that clearing a dungeon can yield various rewards. Elixir can be considered one of the best reward options. It enhances the hunter's physical abilities, which is why it is so desirable for Lee. Now he's like jumping into a burning house, but it's not all that bad, because their team includes the king of boxing and a man from the future. The decision was made almost immediately. Lee said that they had to save the wizard, no matter what it cost them. At that moment, he looked like a real hero from an anime. It's always nice to follow such a leader even to the depths of the abyss. Soon they moved forward to meet the adventure with confidence in their eyes. Their task is very simple. They need to clear the dungeon and save Mansa. Soon they encountered the first ants. Their boss ate these monsters and turned them into his own zombie army. They don't look incredibly dangerous, but you can't lose concentration when fighting them. Thanks to the captain's experience and intelligence, their team easily avoids all dangerous attacks. He acts as a true leader and is a pleasure to watch. They soon began to feel each other out and fought as a true team, although it would be more accurate to call them a duo. After some time, they approached the lair of this huge monster. Most likely Mansu is there. Although this guy looks like a fool, it is important to save him in order to successfully complete this task. They thought too much about saving their friend and completely forgot about their own safety. Lee began to attack the dungeon boss, but his armor is so powerful that it cannot be penetrated with ordinary weapons. He had fought monsters thousands of times and spent a huge amount of time studying their strengths and weaknesses, so now he had to remember everything. He doesn't have time. He needs to quickly understand his opponent's weak point and save Daejo. The future boxing king was very lucky to have such an experienced hunter by his side. By using the correct angle of attack, he was able to free his new comrade from the teeth of death. Now we can't think about resting until the monster has escaped underground. We need to finish it off. They were able to damage its eyes and antenna, but it wasn't enough to completely destroy the threat. To win, you need to support each other. If Lee acts alone, he won't succeed. Previously, everyone laughed at Daejo. It was believed that only a fool could give up weapons and fight with his fists. He was rejected by various guilds and didn't want to take their teams. You could even say that this guy was a loser. Today I found a person who believes in him and thinks his fighting style is incredible. This person is Lee. He said that Daejo was the strongest hunter of all the insects he had seen, and this made Daejo work at his full potential. Now this huge antlion must feel the force of a double attack from the young hunters. Daejo's incredible physical strength was needed more than ever today. He had been waiting for his prime time for a long time and finally felt a taste of future success. This guy has turned into a real fighter against monsters. Sometimes it seems like he doesn't even have support. Using his physical strength, he did everything possible to leave the lower part of the monster unprotected. He created ideal conditions for his teammate to attack. Everything else is just a matter of technique. Lee understands that he is facing the future king of boxing. He cannot hit his face in the dirt, so he must also demonstrate his talents. A few seconds later, he executed a technically perfect blow and cut the monster into 2 pieces. The system informed the boys that they were the first to defeat the antlion in the mysterious dungeon. The special quest has been completed. Now a reward and glory among young hunters await them. Soon, Lee and Kira came to the ministry and received their long-awaited hunting licenses. Even though the job was done, Lee didn't look very happy because he understood that these were just the first steps on a long journey. He saw his bracelet start to glow again, meaning a source of mana appeared somewhere nearby, but the siren didn't go off again. He began to panic, just like Kira. Strange things were happening around them, so trouble awaited them again. Before that, Sora looked upset. It turned out that her mother didn't let her eat the lollipop, and thus upset her daughter. It's hard to believe, but now this surge of energy is connected to Sora. It seems she has finally decided to get what she wants. Like the story of a ruined house and the Cretan bull that destroyed it, this girl's magic is getting out of control. Soon they returned home and put their daughter to bed. It was time to talk about what had happened. From the very beginning, they couldn't even imagine that their daughter wasn't that capable, but now they have to decide what to do with Sora's talents. Lee decided to dig deeper and find out what happened when their house was destroyed, which led to this situation. Kira said that she and her daughter had an unpleasant conversation that day because Sora wanted to find her father. Hearing that she would never see him again, she began to cry, and then the house was destroyed. Now that it's clear why Kira decided to find Lee, this puzzle becomes even clearer. Today, her antics didn't lead to disaster, but it was immediately clear that the little girl had enough strength, as if she were an experienced sorceress. Lee already knows that in the future Sora will become a very serious threat to humanity, but he is confident that he can change the future. His daughter has no control over her power at all. But this energy is activated by strong emotions. Of course, this is all just speculation, but due to strong emotions, Sora's mana becomes uncontrollable. We need to decide immediately what to do. If we don't intervene in the process, someone will definitely get hurt soon. In his past life, Sora's strength grew just as quickly, and his father also didn't know what to do. He was left without a wife and was busy with work, so sometimes he didn't even notice his daughter's growing energy. Honestly, he didn't even suspect that this could go too far, but now he understood something. One of the reasons Sora's magic is strengthened is because it is located where there is too little mana. If you take her to a place where there is enough mana, the situation may improve. There are only two such places in the world, a dungeon and a battlefield. It's obvious that Mom is against such excursions. It's incredibly dangerous and something terrible could happen at any moment. Her father is also afraid to take her to such dangerous places, even knowing what a thief she will be in the future. We must not forget that now this is a small child who wants love and support. It's a strange situation. In order to save her from a terrible future, she must be confronted with danger. There is no guarantee that doing this will change the future, but it is at least an attempt to improve the situation. Kira is ready to believe in Lee's strategy. They can go there with their daughter and protect her from the monsters. The main thing is that she be present in a city that is saturated with mana, and her parents will be responsible for her protection. Children are usually not allowed in such places, so you will have to call friends and ask for help. The next morning, the young family set off for the legendary sword house in Korea. They were immediately met by Darren. This girl always comes to the rescue in difficult situations. The daughter of the Holy Sword is always very happy to see Sora, so she will not refuse to help this young lady. Lee explained that they had come to ask for help, but first they had to go into the house. It turned out that the house is located on a high mountain, and in order to reach the entrance, you need to overcome a long distance. Kira and Lee are in good physical condition, but they barely slept last night, so they are not very prepared for the challenges. As soon as they reached their destination, they put their daughter to bed and fell asleep next to her. The sacred sword area is built in the traditional Korean style, which was invented during the Joseon dynasty. Soon, it was time to talk a little, and Darren asked what exactly they wanted to ask her. While little Sora slept peacefully, the adults talked about her problem and tried to find the right solution. Darren couldn't miss the opportunity to take a picture of the sleeping princess and completely forgot about the serious conversation. Let's talk about faults. They come in 3 types, and the first that comes to mind are cracks that release monsters and then disappear. There are also erosions. They charge large buildings and create dungeons. And of course, you can't ignore the constant rifts. They don't disappear and release monsters after a certain amount of time. The battlefield arises in places where a large number of such faults are concentrated. A young family wants to take advantage of such a place. Darren immediately agreed. They introduced her to the best blacksmith in the world, so now she feels obligated to thank her friends. The young family expected it to be a long and difficult negotiation, but it all ended almost immediately. Soon Darren went out to talk to her grandfather. She was away from her friends for a while. At that moment, a young girl entered the room and said that Darren had a guest. Lee couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the young and famous hunter Sehyun in front of him. They had already met during the dungeon crawl in the shopping mall and understood what kind of person this was. He came even after being humiliated by Darren, and judging by his reaction, it was his first time here. Before leaving, Sehun pointed his finger at Lee and said that they needed to talk. It is not known what the conversation will be about, but the mere invitation to dialogue is enough to make Lee start to worry. They went outside to talk, Lee looking upset because he couldn't kick this guy out of someone else's house. It turned out that he came here to collect a reward for clearing out the shopping mall dungeon. This guy has completely lost his mind. He believes he discovered this dungeon and therefore is entitled to his share of the profits. He wanted to clean up the place after the entrance opened, but he was beaten to it and done so without permission. Sehun reminded him that he was the leader of the Knights Guild, a star with an impeccable reputation, so it was better not to conflict with him. He understands that Lee has no experience or reputation, and that he did not have a license when he cleaned out the dungeon, and this could lead to problems. Lee decided to remind this fool how much he was shaking with fear while cleaning up the shopping mall. He reminded that everyone was on equal terms, but Sehun decided to run away like a little girl. In his opinion, Sehun is not worthy of the right to be a hunter, so he is not going to share the prizes with him. Soon, Darren finished talking to her grandfather and returned to her guests. She said that her grandfather had allowed them to use the battlefield and began asking about Lee. When the girl found out that Sehun had come, she became incredibly angry and said that she was not happy to see such guests in her home. Kira began to worry about Lee. He had been searching for the battlefield all evening, and now he might be too aggressive in his conversation with Sehun. She was indeed right about this, because at that very moment a new conflict broke out on the street. Boys are boys. If talking doesn't work, they are always ready to take out a weapon and start fighting. Sehun couldn't believe he was losing to this newcomer, easily parried his first attack and began to counterattack. Even when he fought against earth spiders, he never encountered the same power as Lee. This made Sehun nervous, and his opponent sensed it. He understood that Sehun became a hunter only because of her beautiful eyes and smile. Sehun is sure that he must win. He does not know that his opponent is actually living a second life and has plenty of experience. At this moment, Lee realized that he should not demonstrate all his strength and techniques. If he easily defeats his opponent, Sehun will immediately run to Darren to ask for a reward. He knows how to tell lies instead of the truth. This guy is a born manipulator. He will try to drag Kerr into his guild, and if he succeeds, the terrible future may repeat itself. It seemed that Sehun was doomed, but at that moment, Lee felt weakness in his legs and fell to the ground. He didn't understand what was happening and why he seemed to lose consciousness during the battle. Meanwhile, Sehun realized that he was lucky and his opponent had spent all his mana. Now he has the perfect opportunity to kill Lee, if of course he has enough strength of character to do so. This perfect opportunity should be taken advantage of, and then you can pretend it was an accident. It seemed that Lee was doomed, but the legendary master of the Holy Sword intervened in this conflict in time. Although this is a place for training, Sehun insulted this sacred ground with his sword. The dream ordered him to leave immediately and never return here again. It was at this moment that the girls went outside and saw what was happening. They thought that Grandpa had beaten Lee, but the Holy Sword explained that he had only saved this young hunter. At this moment, the Holy Sword decided to say a few words to the boy to corner his opponent. This is a great battle strategy, but not perfect. During his constant training, Lee became too tired and used up all his vitality. We must not forget that rest is also an important part of a warrior's training. Then the Holy Sword promised to give them the opportunity to visit the battlefield, as if guessing why they needed it. Sehun was trying to escape from the Holy Land at that moment, but that doesn't mean we'll forget about this guy, his evil soul that will play a role in our story. Soon, Lee went on a well-deserved rest and slept for 2 days. He fully recovered his strength. Now we need to focus on the upcoming battle. They have no time limit, so we can take our time. Kira has already managed to study all of her partner's notes, so now she is confident of a successful cleanup. They left Sora with Darren. The master's daughter will guard the girl at the entrance to the dangerous area. Then her parents can fully concentrate on the battle and the monsters. While they risk their own lives, their friend enjoys playing with the little princess. Today she saw for the first time what Sora was capable of. This girl was not going to hide her talents from the world. By evening, there were almost no monsters left in the forest, surviving and hiding from hunters. They did a great job and can now go back and enjoy playing with their daughter. As soon as they returned to Darren, this girl immediately showed her concern and said that they needed to have a serious talk. She understands that it's none of her business, but she wants to hint to her parents that their daughter is a witch. They had to tell her everything they knew. Now there was no point in hiding anything from Darren. It was impossible to hide it, and besides, It didn't make sense, because this girl didn't wish them any harm. Lee immediately explained that it was a secret, because the Wizards Tower would immediately try to take this young talent away from them. The Tower of Wizards is an organization created for the best wizards of the era. They have many opportunities to influence the world. Taking advantage of their position in the past, they took Sora with them, which is why it is important to stabilize her mana level. This little princess must not fall into the hands of these sorcerers under any circumstances. And now, Darren understood everything. She said she would go with them because she was willing to do anything for Sora. It was decided to accept her proposal because together they would be much stronger than separately. The vision of an ordinary person does not see the mana around, but Sora feels it and says that he sees a blue glow. Soon the father saw that his bracelet began to glow, and he received confirmation of his daughter's words. From the very beginning, it was clear that this was helping Sora feel better. She started laughing and completely relaxed. It seemed that everything terrible was behind us. But at that moment, a siren started screaming in the forest, announcing an immediate evacuation. The hunters began to flee to safety. They immediately heard the sound of a crack appearing. Usually such situations are not unpredictable, but today they were unlucky. The exit from the battlefield was completely closed. Now they are in even greater danger. A few seconds later, the boss of this field appeared behind them, and an unexpected quest began. Now they must destroy the mountain golem, despite the fact that it is larger than all the other monsters they have encountered. Lee asked Kira to stay away from danger. She is the fastest of them all, so she will be able to protect her daughter. The guy checked in advance that cracks would not appear, and he also knows that the boss never comes without support. There's no doubt he was intrigued by the mana Sora used. Soon, a huge monster began attacking little people. For him, it was all like a game. A mountain golem is a monster that hides its core behind a stone chest. If you don't attack actively enough, you will never win in life, so you have to act very decisively. The only way to defeat him quickly is to find and destroy the core, and that requires teamwork. This core is usually located in the monster's head or neck, which Lee learned from books. There is no point in attacking without a clear strategy. It will only lead to defeat and even greater problems. You always have to stay calm, take the right position, and attack at the same time. Instead of fighting against the people, the golem began to move in an unknown direction. Only a little later did it become clear that he wanted to take the child with him, because his mother was the one who interested him the most. Now he has two goals at once, and it's too late to give Kira the signal. We need to destroy the monster much faster than it can reach Kira and Sora, and for this we need a plan. Let us remind you that in the future, Darren will learn an incredible sword attack technique. Currently, this technology is not yet at the required level, but there is no other choice. We must try to change the situation for the better. The girl understands that she shouldn't rush like last time. She needs to remember her training and act focused. An accurate strike will help destroy even a stone giant, but only with the right technique. She succeeded. Darren hadn't been this happy with her achievements in martial arts for a long time. In any case, the monster is not dead yet. Although the blow was powerful, it is not enough. In the future, she will be able to destroy such monsters in a matter of seconds. But for now, she needs to continue training. Until they completely destroy the golem, it will constantly regenerate using its mana. It seems like this huge rock wants to crush them both with its bare hands, so it's better to run away immediately. Unfortunately, the young hunters did not have time to do this and were already mentally saying goodbye to life. But a miracle happened. An unknown energy completely took over the monster and transformed it into a large polar bear, just like that. Kira and Sora were safe. They managed to escape from the huge monster, and now their lives are not in danger. The mother understands that Lee and Darren are in danger and wants to help them. She explained to her daughter that the monster was very bad and had to be stopped, so she had to go back and fight it. At that moment, little Sora said that she also wanted to help and asked to take her with her. Obviously, Kira was shocked. She did not expect such a turn of fate at all. At first, she wanted to refuse, but then she saw that something strange was happening to her daughter, and she could no longer do anything. Little Sora approached the monster and activated his incredible ice energy. Kira couldn't understand what was happening, but some unknown force prevented her from intervening and stopping her daughter. A little later, the mother saw her daughter on the ground. She had fallen asleep due to the loss of a huge amount of energy. Then Kira looked up and saw what had happened to the huge golem. At this point, Lee still didn't quite understand what was happening, so he took the opportunity and descended to the ground with Darren. Obviously, only a very powerful sorcerer could do something like this. But who is he, and why did he decide to help? Only a little later did the young father begin to suspect that his daughter might have done it. Now is not a good time to analyze the situation because the monster is aggressive again, so we need to think about rescue. The great polar bear, although it looked dangerous, had become weak and incapable of battle. It seems that the golem will easily destroy it and break it into a million pieces. It seemed that way until the bear took out his magic wand and began to defend himself. It certainly doesn't compare to the battle between Godzilla and King Kong, but it's still fun to watch. As if hypnotized, Lee and Darren watched this battle and couldn't even move. Soon the bear began to win and crushed his stone friend. He was able to extract its inner core and destroy it, and at that moment the system immediately reported victory over the glass golem. The unexpected quest was completed. The battlefield was completely cleared, so the worst was behind us. Soon the young family returned home for a well-deserved rest. They have a lot to talk about today. Darren promised that no one would find out about what happened in the mountains, so her friends could sleep peacefully. They were not seriously injured, but only received a few minor scratches. Sora was incredibly tired from this busy day, and as soon as they returned home, she immediately went to bed. Incredibly, today she created a huge bear with creation magic, not summoning magic. Summoning is similar to using a familiar, which draws power from its master's mana. Today, Sora created a completely new magical creature. Summoning and creating from scratch are completely different things. It's safe to say that their little daughter is already one of the most powerful witches in the world. After talking with her friends, Darren saw that unknown people had come to her house. They don't look like friends and grandfather, but they look very serious and want to talk. When Sora woke up, her parents immediately began asking her how she had created the large polar bear. The girl explained that she wanted to punish the bad monster, but she herself doesn't understand how she managed to do it. Lee heard someone knocking on their door, probably guests had arrived that evening. At that moment, Darren called him. The girl said that she had urgent news. She warned her friend that a representative of the Magic Tower had come to him, at which point Lee's heart began to beat at an incredible speed. When they fought the monster, there was a surge of enormous energy. This energy was detected by the fault-finding radar. Now they are looking for people who were on the battlefield at that time and interviewing various witnesses. Darren continued to tell all the details, but it seemed that Lee was not listening to her at all. He remembered what had happened in his past life and realized that he could never allow this story to repeat itself. The system immediately reported that Lee Sora's first misfortune had just begun. A unique quest has begun. The father's first task will be to protect his daughter from William Taylor. At that moment, Kira approached him and tried to understand what was happening. He explained that the people from the Tower of Witchcraft were looking for them because of what happened on the battlefield, and now these people had come to their home. Procrastinating will only increase suspicions about their family, so it's a bad option. All that remains is to trust your intuition and ask your little daughter to do something for her parents. Soon, William Taylor was let into the house. He said that he was the wizard from the tower and had come to ask them a few questions. He apologized for his late visit and explained that the Hunters Association had tasked him with the investigation, so he was counting on their help. In a past life, William Taylor was also present. He was the head of the British branch of the Wizard's Tower. His status is currently unknown, but it will not be easy to fool this experienced sorcerer. His assistants are already looking around the house for traces of mana, but so far they haven't noticed anything. The main thing is that this terrible man does not feel Sora's mana, and everything else is no longer important. Before sending him home, they talked to their daughter about something important. The parents explained that bad people want to find Sora's power, so the mana must be hidden deep within. If Lee is right in his guesses, then the daughter's magic is getting out of control, not because she can't control it. In fact, she simply didn't learn to do it, probably because she never tried to master this power. William already knows that the young parents have passed the Hunter exam and have also recently been to the House of the Holy Sword. He decided to ask if the two of them defeated the monster on the training ground. Lee replied that they did it with Darren's help. Soon, talk began that a huge release of mana energy had been noticed, as well as suspicious objects found on the battlefield. It became clear that these were the remains of a polar bear, but they couldn't show that they knew what it was. After the ice bear defeated the monster, it broke into small pieces and slowly melted. No one could have even thought that the small remains of this bear would be found. But what happened, happened. Lee said he would like to help, but he doesn't recognize anything he sees in the photo. William Taylor feels that both hunters have a strong charge of mana, but as strong as the one that was on the battlefield. He thought he had taken the wrong path, said goodbye, and wished the young family good luck in the future. After he left, Darren called them. The girl almost died of excitement. She was afraid that her friends would be caught, but everything ended well, and now the worst is behind her. It seemed that you could rest and think about the future tomorrow, but the system reported that the quest was not yet completed. So far, their daughter's misfortune has been activated, perhaps due to William Turner sensing Sora's mana. There's no guarantee that Lee will be able to stop him. He's not much stronger than a normal human right now. William Taylor is very strong, and it will be almost impossible to stop him. The wizards are very powerful and can take Sora by force. Now we cannot relax because of past life experiences. On the contrary, we need to work more actively and become even stronger. This young hunter has a huge responsibility on his shoulders. He must protect his own family. Lee used his knowledge of the future very carefully, but there was no more time for hesitation. To begin, you need to research all available information and find a person who is important enough for their story. He began working that same night, and within a week, he had made some progress in this direction. TV stars are always shown on TV, but their lives are not much better than the lives of ordinary people. One famous woman with blonde hair is heading into the dungeons again today. She's doing it just for publicity. Her name is Hiram. She is the heiress of a corporate boss who loves to attract attention. This does not mean that she is a weak hunter. On the contrary, this girl is well-trained and armed according to all the canons of the profession. Today she came to go down to the Quan underground station. When she found herself in this dark place, she saw that there were no monsters here. Someone had already cleared this dungeon. Her weapons and protective gear are in perfect order. She is also in good shape, but she still doesn't feel confident. Soon she saw a man, probably another hunter who had come here before her. She wanted to ask him about the person who cleared this dungeon, but this man started attacking. This man did not come alone. With the help of his sword, he managed to wound Hiram, and it seems that he is not going to stop there. Whoever it is, she wants to destroy it as soon as she gets out of here, but her powers are leaving her body. In this state, it will be difficult to get out of here alive unless, of course, some superhero saves her at that moment. When superheroes come to the rescue, it's always unexpected, and today's situation is no exception to the rule. Lee began to beat the criminals despite the fact that they were armed. Very quickly, he made them regret what they had done. Hiram asked the boy who he was and why he was helping her. He replied that he was just passing by and happened to hear screams. The high-tech company currently ranks first in the production of Korea's most famous weapons. In their arsenal are all types of weapons used by experienced hunters. There you can find combat weapons, protective gear, and potions. And today, Lee saved the daughter of the boss of this corporation. Hiram tried to learn as much information as possible about her savior. He turned out to be no Prince Charming. He was almost married and had a child. But in any case, he saved her life. In that case, she is obliged to thank this guy and is ready to pay generously. Lee replied that he didn't need the money, although of course it was hard for him to refuse such an offer. He can get a huge amount of money, but if he agrees, then the relationship with Karam can be forgotten. This girl values human qualities and hates selfishness and commercialism, so she requires a special approach. She is ready to thank and give her savior information about the still uncleared dungeons. Her gift is a task, but he can decide for himself whether to participate in it. The tiger's dungeon hasn't been cleared yet. A new monster has been found there, and a team has even been assembled for the clearing. Only pieces of dead bodies remained of this team. 5 of the best warriors were killed in this hellish dungeon. They obtained all these photos using a video recorded by one of the team members. What happened there is even difficult to describe. It can be compared to a real horror movie. Lee said that he was interested in this offer and wanted to go to this place alone. He understands that this quest was done to test his abilities. If someone wants to see his potential, he is ready to show everything he is capable of. She really wants to test him in real life. He seems like the kind of guy who backs up his words with actions. In the evening, Lee returned home and saw his happy daughter, who was more and more happy to see him every day. Previously, he could not even imagine that he would feel so comfortable at home. In such moments, any worries are forgotten. He is now surrounded by incredible women, the best daughter in the world and his future wife, at least that's what he hopes. The young princess said that her father smelled very delicious, although he didn't notice it. Kira decided to check out this scent. It was the first time he'd seen her so close to him since she had returned. No matter how you look at this girl, she is incredibly beautiful, but now she felt that Lee smelled of women's perfume. Probably all this happened after the meeting with Hiram. You will have to explain everything that happened in order not to lose good relations with Kira. He explained that this smell was not his at all and he didn't know how to lie. If he had a mistress, he would have told her right away, so there's nothing to worry about. Soon Kira smiled and said that she believed his words, although in reality she was ready to kill him just a few seconds ago. Several days have passed since these events, and we are transported to the entrance to the tiger's dungeon. It seems only Hiram has the right to clean this dungeon, because there is no one else around. From this woman's assistant, he received all the items he would need in the dungeon. Now you can dive into the tiger's dungeon and see the world of adventure and risk firsthand. As soon as he entered, the system notified him of the start of the quest, and the cleanup began. The biggest danger of this place is the incredible darkness. Even a powerful flashlight won't help. Of course, this shouldn't stop our hero, especially if he can use the night snowflake. This elixir, which allows you to see in the dark, he received after defeating a large ant monster. As soon as the elixir was applied, Lee immediately felt the effect and began to see well in the dark. His daughter is waiting for him at home, so he must clean up the place and return to his family. A huge number of monsters have been waiting for fresh blood for a long time, so all parties are happy. These monsters are professional hunter-killers. Their main strength is not technology at all, but numerical superiority. They haven't studied martial arts, so they're easy to defeat alone. But when there are many of them, they become a real problem. At one point, the monsters stopped attacking the boy. He didn't understand what was happening until he turned his head and saw what was behind him. Hiram didn't say at all that bodies had been found, so maybe someone was still alive. He will be very lucky if he can actually find survivors. And judging by the reaction of the monsters, there is someone behind this door. In the video, one of the hunters ran away and died of fear, probably because he saw something incredibly scary, or was sensitive to vibration and sound. Soon Lee realized what had scared the hunter so much. He met this monster in person and regretted being born. He had never seen anything like it in his life. He had not even read about such monsters in his books in the past. Thanks to his quick reaction, he was able to injure this giant and not let himself be eaten. But this is just the beginning. This demon doesn't need quick reactions and flexibility. It just waits for its victim and then eats it. The monster is able to copy the voice and appearance of its victim in order to lure other people into an ambush. It is called a mimic. There was little information about this monster even in the future. Now nothing is known about these creatures at all. It turned out to be much faster than expected. Even despite its large dimensions, it remains fast. In its mouth are several hundred razor-sharp teeth. If these teeth touch you, you are dead. On the other hand, Lee only blocked his spear attack, and that was enough to injure the monster as it has a weak shell. Now you need to find the perfect moment and land a well-aimed shot. That might be enough for victory. This monster knows how to think and choose the right voice to intimidate its enemy. He began to imitate the voice of a little girl and call Lee his father. Soon he even began to imitate Sora with his body. So this mimicry is extremely insidious. Lee understands perfectly well that this is just an ambush and is not going to believe the monster. But the emotions inside him win. When emotions come into play, the brain shuts down and a person forgets about strategic thinking. Lee was very lucky that he had experience from a past life. He came to this dungeon after careful preparation. He knew that trouble would await him, so he received protective equipment as a gift from Hiram. This suit not only increases the power of mana flow, but also has insulating protection and frost resistance. Although even this is not the main advantage of this suit, because if you pass mana through it, it will become incredibly strong and solid. So as soon as the monster tried to take a bite of its dinner, it immediately started screaming in pain. He very quickly regretted meeting Lee in the dungeon. Today is the day of reckoning. The mimic has killed a huge number of people who came to this dungeon, but he will no longer cause problems for humanity. Although he resisted until the very end, he must be finished off and his story must end. With his last strength, he tried to survive and force his enemy to change his attitude towards him. He did everything to make Lee remember all the difficult moments of his past life. The mimic pretended to be Sora and reminded her that she had gone through difficult hardships. This might have worked if he had been faced with an ordinary hunter. But Lee is unique in his own way. The monster was finished, you could forget about it and move on. At that moment, an unknown woman approached him and told him not to lose his heart in the future. She even called his name, and her behavior really scared our main character. She can't tell him who she is, but she explains that she came to change the reward. He should use this reward only in emergency situations and not lose himself. The woman promised that they would meet again soon and said that she knew his exact location. Lee tried to stop her, but she disappeared and the system reported that the dungeon had been cleared. A few hours after these events, he returned to his home. He was met again by his happy daughter. She was smiling and wanted to hug her dad. It wasn't easy for him. He was remembering the events of today and didn't feel very comfortable. Any battle with monsters takes a piece of the hunter's soul. These monsters change a person from the inside, but few people know about it. My daughter had been waiting for him all this time. It seemed like they hadn't seen each other for a very long time. In her past life, she also constantly waited for her father, and it was painful to go to sleep without his embrace. It's hard to admit, but the facial expression gave Lee the opportunity to understand how much Sora was suffering. This time he wants to apologize for being late and promise that he won't leave her alone with anyone else. The next morning, he went straight to Hiram's to talk about cleaning out the dungeon. Lee said that he received a ring as a reward, although the girl was not very happy with it. She believed that he would get at least some artifact, because the dungeon was very dangerous. Lee said that maybe he was just unlucky, but in any case, he was happy to have the opportunity to clear this dungeon. Hiram believes that the reward should be much more valuable than the ring, so he offered him money again. Lee realized that he had to seize the opportunity and name what he wanted to get. That same day, Kira went to training to improve her shooting skills. Her mind was occupied with something else entirely. She noticed that Lee had been acting rather strangely lately. He constantly smells of women's perfume and a ring has appeared on his hand. She probably thought for no reason that their relationship could improve, even though he proposed marriage. But he probably found another woman. On the other hand, they have a lot in common. They have come a long way together, and this has strengthened their relationship. Maybe he's doing all this just for his daughter. Or maybe he really loves Kira. So far, this whole story is too mysterious. At that moment, Lee approached the mother of his child and frightened her. He came to greet her and give her something. It turned out that he was able to get another costume for Cyrus that he could wear to clear the dungeon. This suit is perfect for all occasions and is the best technology for hunters today. It seemed that Kira wasn't listening to him at all, but was thinking about something completely different. She looked at his body and couldn't understand when he became so handsome and muscular. A little later, she remembered the suit again and thanked him for the gift. In exchange for this costume, he received another request to clear a dangerous dungeon. He showed Kira the contract and said that now they had a new mission that they could go on together. The girl agreed, and soon they found themselves on the border of Seoul. 5 to 10 people are needed to complete the dungeon, so we had to assemble a team. First of all, they called their friend Darren, who is 22 years old and a swordsman who has already established herself at the highest level. After that, it was decided to take Daejo with him. He has more experience and also very strong fists. Then Lee suggested taking Hiram to the team. She would add balance to them. Of course, they all don't have the best experience, but they will become outstanding warriors in the future. Lee hopes that doesn't stop these hunters from showing their potential. Or maybe he's just being too modest. Now it was time to choose a captain, and all the team members looked at Lee at the same time. They made it clear to him that they considered him the ideal candidate for the role of captain, so this problem was also quickly resolved. Now it's time to go into a dangerous dungeon and face a large number of monsters. This time their team is much larger than usual, and this may lead to unexpected plot twists. Soon a new quest was started. They must clear the dungeons of an ancient tomb of forgotten warriors. Daejo immediately demonstrated his fist-fighting talent and knocked out the first monster. It really looked impressive, but now he would have to repeat this trick with other demons. You can't do it here without the help of your comrades, but that's exactly why they came here together. Very quickly, Lee and company began destroying the Dronzer, which in Norse mythology are the dead who came back to life and began to take revenge. Soon, Lee noticed something interesting. His ring began to absorb the souls of monsters. Currently, there is one soul in his ring, but this number may increase in the future. He decided that all this was unnecessary nonsense and did not pay any special attention to this situation, so he continued to destroy the enemies. Hiram wanted to help, but her comrades mixed with monsters, and she might accidentally kill one of her friends. In such situations, one must act very carefully because modern weapons can only worsen the situation. On the other hand, leaving the team without support is even worse, because they will not be able to defend themselves against a large number of monsters for long. At this point, Lee showed himself to be a true leader and began to give orders to his comrades. Darren must clear the way for her partner and draw attention to herself. She copes with such duties perfectly and always carries out every order of the captain. This plan allows Daejo to show all of his strongest sides. It turned out that he was not only a skilled puncher, but also took lessons from taekwondo masters. After they retreated, Hiram was allowed to demonstrate what her rifles were capable of. This woman loves the latest technology and came here to experience the adrenaline of using her father's weapons. This is how the army of the living dead was cleared, and the team of hunters made their way deeper into the dungeon. Lee saw firsthand how impractical firearms could be in a dungeon. If they had not acted so coordinated, things could have ended much worse. Usually mana is transferred to weapons through the hands, but with bullets it's not so easy because they are inside the magazine. That is why bullets are made from metals found in the dungeon. Such material is especially effective against monsters. These metals are incredibly expensive, and Hiram has just spent a huge amount of money. She has known how to spend money since childhood. The girl grew up in a wealthy family and does not feel the true value of these paper bills. Soon the captain approached another monster and saw how his ring had once again absorbed the soul of the dead man. Now there are 8 souls in his left hand, but it is not yet known how to use this to his advantage. It looks like some kind of artifact. Its mystery must be solved, otherwise it will be of no use. Soon they continued their journey deeper into the dungeon and encountered monsters again. This time they were much better prepared, warned each other of danger, and acted as a true team. Everyone knew their place in the global strategy, supported others, and did not interfere with their comrades. It became noticeable that they really are becoming a better team with each new battle, which is exactly what should be expected from talented warriors. Hiram was concerned that there were so many newcomers around her. She was surprised that they weren't having any problems so far. She looks at the young captain and realizes that without his leadership qualities, they wouldn't have been able to get this far. He is much more talented than she initially thought, and it seems like she likes him. Soon they finally reach the room where the dungeon boss should be. It feels like they've stepped inside some kind of relic, and that's probably what it is because it's an ancient tomb of warriors. Inside the huge room, they saw a statue of a knight and what looked like a wooden coffin. It seemed that there was no one in this room. But Lee understood where the danger lay and ordered them to immediately disperse in different directions. It was like an ambush. If he hadn't warned his friends, they would have turned. Within a minute, they realized who the real enemy was in this room and regretted coming to this purge. A huge monster began to attack, and its first victim was Darren. The girl managed to defend herself, and Hiram immediately began shooting at his opponent's head. Obviously, this strategy didn't help much, but at least it distracted him from Darren. The monster's armor is made of durable dungeon materials, but if you hit the core, it should be enough to destroy the boss. Very quickly, Lee guessed that the nucleus was not in the neck at all, but in some other area. In fact, there are not many options. The core is either in the head or in the heart. All that remains is to find it. Despite its large size, the boss moved quite quickly, so it was able to anticipate Lee's attack. His defense worked almost perfectly, and the guy was unable to land his powerful shot. Although it was a failure, sometimes failure provides an opportunity for future victory. The monster was distracted and completely forgot about Darren, who took perfect advantage of the moment and attacked. It turned out that even this was not enough, because the core was located elsewhere. They needed to find a safe place and retreat immediately. But Darren couldn't draw her sword. The entire monster has a huge amount of energy and strength. It will be difficult to stop it even despite the numerical superiority. When they came here, they overestimated their chances and forgot that this was their first test together. Such a difficult moment presents a good opportunity to show his heroic qualities, and Daejo took advantage of this opportunity. He attacked the monster and did everything he could to help his friends get out and retreat. It's hard to believe that even a powerful warrior like Daeho can barely hold back the boss. That says a lot. If the core is not in the heart or the neck, then only the head remains. Finding a broken arrow, Lee decided to use it and stick it in the boss's head. He was right. The core was indeed in the head, but the arrow was too short. He had the perfect chance to send the monster to hell, but now he has to think about his own safety again. When the boss grabbed his hand, intending to tear Lee to shreds, he turned his attention to the ring. At this point, Kira took the opportunity and began attacking this giant in a weak spot. She tried to aim at the core, which is in the head, and end this unpleasant battle. Oddly enough, she took advantage of her chance perfectly and sent the boss to hell. The system reported that they were able to defeat the guardian of the forgotten dead. Now the ring has once again absorbed the soul of the dead monster. Now this artifact contains almost 100 dead souls. Surely the stronger the opponent, the more valuable his soul. And this is logical. If this huge monster is really a boss, then the dungeon should have ended, but there was no message. The quest is still not completed, although this monster was definitely the boss of the dungeon, or so it seemed. The hunters saw that the coffin was beginning to open. Now it seemed that the huge monster was only the bodyguard of the real boss. Soon they saw something very scary. Lee does not remember seeing anything like it in his past life. This scary monster looked at him and asked where he got this ring. It turned out that only Lee understood it. Everyone else couldn't understand this language. Soon the dead man said that it was too light and put out the fire. Everything around became dark and it was difficult to see each other. It must be remembered that this team is made up of beginners. They are not ready for such situations. Instead of saving his comrades, Lee will have to fight the boss because he has chosen him as his first target. This ugly monster wants to take the green ring for himself. He believes that ordinary mortals have no right to receive such artifacts. Lee will have to endure hardship. If he wants to save his friends, he must kill this demon without support. Hiram is the most experienced of all the team members. She understood that without light, they were doomed. Very quickly, she figured out a way to light up the room, and now they can see each other again. We need to pull ourselves together and help our captain. Even though he's doing well himself so far, it feels like the boss is on a completely different level compared to his bodyguard, but that doesn't mean he can't be defeated. If you increase your mana level and direct it to the enemy's weak spot, it can help you win. The problem is that the mana supply runs out quickly, and without decisive action, everything can end badly. At this difficult moment, Lee even began to think about giving up the ring in order to save his own life. There are no weak spots in this opponent's defense, and it's so difficult to dodge. If this continues, any minimal mistake will lead to death. Lee mentioned that he had no right to die, because if he did, his main mission would be a failure. We must not forget that his beloved daughter is waiting for him at home, and he must save her from the terrible fate of the future. This girl deserves a second chance, deserves to live a happy and peaceful life with her family. She must not turn into a monster again that will force humanity to disappear from planet Earth. At this moment, the system suggested that he use the power of the Ring of Fate. Finally, we will see what this artifact is capable of. He must choose the number of souls he wants to absorb, although he has no idea how it is used. There was no time to think. He selected absolutely all the souls that were in the artifact and ordered them to be used immediately. The ring immediately began to glow brightly green, and a protective barrier of mana formed around it. He felt significant pain, but it was nothing like being struck by lightning. On the contrary, this pain gave him strength. His physical attributes were temporarily enhanced, as was his mana level, so he immediately began to seize the initiative. Now it no longer feels like beating a hunter. On the contrary, this hunter has become stronger than the true Lord of the Dead. He feels an incredible surge of strength. Although just a few seconds ago he felt that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. After a while, his strength will run out. And even by uniting with his friends, he will not be able to stop the boss. That's why you need to act incredibly quickly, and he had no problem with that. The problem started when the boss got angry and said he was ready to do anything to get this ring into his collection. It was at this point in the fight that Lee saw the boss's inner core, which seems to be another hidden function that was activated with the ring. Now all that remains is to choose the right moment to attack and deliver a well-aimed blow to the heart area. If you destroy the boss's protective barrier, you can easily break through his internal defenses and tear his heart apart. The deed was done. The system notified them that they were able to kill the Forgotten Hero and be the first to clear the Dungeon of Forgotten Warriors. Now his strength returns to normal, as does his mana level. The ring was able to absorb the soul of the slain monster, and now it has even more energy than it had before the fight began. A little later, the system also reported that the King's Ring had absorbed part of humanity, and this was not good news at all. In any case, the ring helped save lives and clear the dungeon, so now it was time to return home. Lee kept trying to understand what it meant to absorb humanity, because he didn't feel any changes in his body. Lee turned his head and saw his wife joking with her daughter. He can't help but smile when he sees these two beautiful girls, but for some reason he doesn't show any emotions right now. He looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't understand why he wasn't laughing. It seemed like he couldn't even do it on his own. The girls also noticed a change in his behavior. It seemed like he came back from the task completely different. It was as if all his emotions had disappeared, which was what the warning about the loss of humanity meant. He was afraid of losing everything that made him human, and that he would never be able to smile again when he looked at his beautiful daughter. He hugged her before going to bed, but his mind was in a completely different place, and he felt an incredible anxiety in his heart. At this moment, a strange change occurred. As soon as he wished Sora good night, the system reported that some of his humanity had been restored. This happened again after he kissed his daughter and called her a little angel. So there is a pattern to this. He realized that everyone who was around Sora felt better. It seemed as if Sora therapy really existed. Now this girl becomes his real good luck charm. He will never be able to give up his love for her. They went to bed and rested well after the difficult events. New adventures await them the next day. A tall man in a hat appeared at the main office of the Knights Guild. Let us recall that this was William Taylor, a representative of the Wizard's Tower. He came to the leader of the Knights Guild, Master Seihin, to talk to him and ask a few questions. He knows that the hunter was recently at the House of the Holy Sword of Korea and wants to know if he noticed anything strange there. In fact, Seihin wanted to forget everything that happened there and remembered it as a bad dream, so he replied that he didn't see anything strange. William said that 2 days later and after Seihin's visit, a powerful explosion of mana was recorded at the Holy Sword training ground. It turned out that this mana charge was even greater than usual when a bow appears from a dungeon. That's why William Taylor came here to talk and find out any details about that day. Sehun said that he met with Lee and Kira the day he came to Darren's, and an interesting conversation ensued between them. He wanted to get paid for cleaning out the basement of the shopping center, but he failed to do so. The most interesting thing about that day was that there was another person in the House of the Holy Sword. Maybe this is not the most important mention, but that day there was a small child of 2 hunters there. Meanwhile, Lee was at home and had no idea that the investigation into this case was ongoing. He looked at the amnesia stone and tried to understand how he could use this item in the future. When you use amnesia, your physical characteristics increase several times, but there are also side effects of using it. This stone erases your memories a year from the moment you use it, and this can become a serious problem. Lee received an artifact for clearing the Tomb of Forgotten Warriors, but is unlikely to use the item in the future. Soon, Kira approached him and suggested going for a walk, which might help him take a mental break from cleaning the dungeons. They both worked hard, trained, and destroyed monsters, so they deserved a break. Kira has also noticed changes in her daughter's behavior, but she also wants to discuss this with Lee. It seems like the daughter constantly wants more attention from her parents and is also becoming more and more capricious. Although she doesn't show it, it seems like she's very lonely and needs more communication with her family. Lee tried to do everything he could for his daughter, but he completely forgot to look at it all through her eyes. They agreed to go for a walk with the 3 insects, but the weather ruined all their plans. The mother tried to explain to her daughter that they had planned to go for a walk together, but they couldn't leave the house because of the rain. This made little Sora very angry. The girl went to the window and looked angrily at the street. After that, her eyes began to glow with blue energy, and the girl loudly ordered the rain to stop. It was like a flash of bright light at a power plant, but it was only a 5-year-old girl. At this point, William Taylor did not give up hope of finding out the interesting details that worried him. He worked even in bad weather and asked about the house where Kira and Sora used to live. He learned that this house was suddenly destroyed, but he was not told anything interesting. His first suspects were Lee and Kira, but their mana levels were too low, just like Darren and Sehun. He remembered that their daughter Sora was with them, but this ribbon-clad girl was too small to cause such a release of energy. He looked at the sky and thought that even the weather had decided to be against him today. At that moment, an explosion occurred in the sky, and within a few seconds, all the clouds were destroyed, and a bright and warm sun began to shine on the city. He had never seen such a rapid and drastic change in weather conditions in his life. There was no doubt that this was some kind of witchcraft. In the young hunter's house, everyone was also shocked by what happened. We didn't know that their daughter was talented, but we didn't realize how talented she was. Now she is sure that they can go for a walk. Apparently, she did all this deliberately. Sora looks energetic now, unlike the time she created the ice bear. Although she is their daughter, her incredible strength begins to scare her parents. This explosion of mana was enormous, and if William Taylor was still in the country, he would have certainly felt it. We needed to create an alibi for ourselves on the street very quickly, so the decision was made to immediately go for a walk. Soon they were enjoying the wonderful weather with their family. On days like these, this family feels true happiness. They went to the zoo because Sora had never been there before. Soon, the father asked his daughter to stand next to her mother so he could take a picture of them. It will be very pleasant to look at all these happy photos in 20 or even 30 years, because then they will become especially relevant. Lee can't pass up the chance to take pictures of his favorite girls. He does it to enjoy the photos in the future. He also asked to take some photos with his daughter so he could carry the photo with him in his pocket. When Sora saw that she had grown a horn in the photo, she almost cried, but her father quickly calmed her down. He explained that he was just joking and reminded her that the girl should learn to understand jokes. After that, little Sora asked to be given the phone so she could take a picture of her parents. She acted very confidently and immediately ordered them to stand as close to each other as possible. The father immediately seized the moment and realized that this was his chance to get even closer to Cyrus. They were both a little embarrassed, but in any case, it seemed like they wanted it, even if they didn't consciously show their intentions. Sora was pleased. She is always happy when her parents are happy, because before that didn't happen often. After that, they went to explore the zoo and look at various exotic animals. The parents showed their daughter various colorful birds and giraffes. It was the first time she had seen such strange creatures. It is impossible to imagine a zoo without tigers or lions. These animals always attract the most attention from the public. Kira was happy. She laughed all the time and said that she wanted to grow up and buy herself a zoo. Lee felt strange emotions. He was happy, but at the same time, he couldn't believe that today was really the day when they were spending time together so happily. He made a lot of mistakes in the past, And now all of those mistakes are still deep in his soul. It feels like they are truly a family, and now he can enjoy these moments for the first time. Soon they asked other people to take a family photo, and took a photo of the three of them. After a hard and eventful day, they returned home for a well-deserved rest. They had been walking for too long today. Sora was so tired that she fell asleep in her father's arms. They were already approaching the door of their house and suddenly saw a familiar person standing at the door. William Taylor has come to visit them again, and today he wants to talk about their little daughter. Sooner or later, this moment had to come. Because this wizard worked like a real Sherlock Holmes, it was almost impossible to hide the truth from him. They entered the house and put their daughter to bed, then went into the living room to talk. The parents went out to the guest and heard that he was investigating a new case involving abnormal weather changes in this area of the city. He witnessed how the rain clouds dispersed too quickly and the weather changed in a matter of seconds. Of course, mana can be hidden. A true professional in witchcraft will do it without even thinking. He couldn't find anything because he was only looking with his eyes. But by touching Sora, he won't miss his chance and learn the truth. William explained that this case has similar characteristics to past events. A huge explosion of mana was recorded, and once again a young family of hunters was at the epicenter of the event. He hoped that now the inexperienced soldiers would admit that they had something to do with this. But he wouldn't wait for that. Lee replied that all this could be related to cracks. Perhaps the anomalies and cracks are somehow connected. William Taylor immediately objected and said that several months had passed, and the consequences did not appear after that amount of time. He immediately felt that he had an interesting character in front of him, because despite the whole situation, Lee was not at all worried. He is absolutely calm and does not tremble with fear. It seems that he really has nothing to do with all these events. The sorcerer decided to come in from the other side and talk about the house that was destroyed a few months ago. He knows this story, but only recently learned that little Sora was also there. He sensed his mother's anxiety and said he was worried because all this could lead to serious consequences. Their daughter could have found some lost artifact and used it, so it was best to take this item from Sora immediately. He didn't ask permission and immediately entered the nursery where Sora was sleeping. The man activated some unknown spell and said in a quiet voice that he would check on her now. It was at this moment that the father of the family intervened. He grabbed the sorcerer by the hand and ordered him to stop immediately. William Taylor did not lose his moral balance. He said that this was too aggressive a reaction and asked to let go of his hand. Lee replied that he was the only one in this house asking questions, and he wanted to understand why this man was so interested in his little daughter. I had to explain to the young parents that William suspected that their daughter might be a witch. Of course, they said that this was all nonsense and that a 5-year-old child could not release such a charge of mana. It was even physically impossible. It turned out that such cases had already happened, because the wizard from the tower was also capable of such things in his childhood. An interesting observation. Little Sora is now being compared to one of the greatest wizards of all time. Taylor promised to apologize if he was proven wrong, but now asks for the cooperation and assistance of the Wizarding Association. I had to remind this impudent man that a small child has nothing to do with the association. She is not obliged to follow the rules. The air in this room was immediately saturated with some unpleasant aura. This conflict could no longer be stopped. Tomorrow, the representative of the Wizard's Tower must return to Britain. He has no time for official procedures. He must act. That's why he imprisoned his parents and asked them to calm down, and promised not to do anything bad to them. As soon as he touched little Sora's head with his hand, he immediately felt something absolutely incredible. It was as if he found himself in the center of a city, which was being hit by a huge tsunami from the Pacific Ocean. He immediately pulled his hand back as if it had been burned by something hot. He had never felt anything like it before. At this moment, his containment spell weakened because it took away the necessary energy to test little Sora. He wanted to fully explore her, and thus gave Lee the opportunity to break free from the energy chains and attack him. William managed to turn around and ordered Lee to immediately stop and calm down. He explained that their daughter was not a little child at all, but a real monster who could destroy the entire world. Nothing like this should exist because one day it could lead to serious problems. Simply put, he believes Sora is a witch. At that moment, Lee remembered everything that had happened in his past life. How much his daughter had influenced that world. Then he also heard many times that she was a witch and that she should be destroyed immediately. But he didn't want to do it. Now history is repeating itself. He said that he would still take care of her and would not let anyone hurt Sora. She is not a monster, but his beloved daughter. He said this with tears in his eyes. And without even realizing it, he won an Oscar for Best Father. William Taylor again asked him to calm down and asked him to hand him the phone that was lying behind him. He explained that this child could make an incredible contribution to the development of magic and improve the world. It's immediately obvious that he wants to steal her to his tower. That's exactly what he did in a past life. This man can't be trusted. He must have forgotten something while talking to the father of the family. You can never write off an angry mother. Kira took her opportunity and hit the sorcerer hard on the head. A perfect headshot. Lee ordered Cyrus to take his daughter and flee immediately, while he tried to apprehend William Taylor. Kira obeyed and did everything he ordered her to do. At this moment, there was no time for conversation. We had to act, and act quickly. Lee hoped to delay this terrible scoundrel as much as possible, but the difference in their levels was too great. He had to demonstrate his entire arsenal of martial arts to the team in order to somehow stop the child abductor. As soon as he got the chance, he immediately picked up a weapon with which it is easier to defend against witchcraft. William is sure that this will not help him. He has only bought time for his daughter, but she will still go to the wizard's tower. It is always difficult for an ordinary person to fight a sorcerer, because instead of demonstrating their physical strength, sorcerers win with the power of thought. They just need to raise their hand and they win, which is probably why they are so valued in the ministry. Only experienced warriors know the weaknesses of sorcerers. They know that sorcerers need to constantly keep their distance. It is much easier for them to aim from a distance, and they also have more time to prepare. Lee analyzed his opponent perfectly and realized that at a long distance he would be an easy target, so he approached and delivered a decisive blow. It seemed to him that the matter was resolved. He had won, and everything would soon be fine. But the sorcerer turned out to be too cunning. William Taylor admitted that he fought a very interesting character with incredible abilities. It is dangerous to leave such a strong warrior alive, so the insects want to take his soul with them. If the young warrior Daeho had been in Lee's place, he would have undoubtedly defeated this sorcerer with his bare hands. In this difficult and tense moment, Lee remembered that he had a way to activate his hidden abilities. He absorbed all the souls that were in his ring and received an incredible boost in his physical abilities and mana reserve. After that, he delivered a powerful blow to his opponent and left him no chance. It seemed as if he had turned into the Hulk for a second, because this blow could only be compared to this comic book hero. When William lost consciousness, he had a strange dream, as if the tsunami was covering him with its head again. He tried to escape but couldn't, and soon found himself deep under the icy water. A few hours later, morning came and the sun shone on his face. He woke up and saw an oil man in front of him, trying to understand how his British comrade was feeling. William Taylor couldn't understand where he was or who he was. That's what happens when you hit your head hard. Lee smiled and thought that the stone had worked perfectly. Now he needed to remind the British wizard of what had happened. 10 hours ago, he hit William hard, and because of this the wizard lost consciousness. The power of the ring left the boy, and he returned to his normal state. Now he needed to figure out what to do with this sorcerer, because he was not at all inclined to negotiate. As soon as all this information reaches the wizard's tower, their family will start having serious problems. He can't afford to lose his daughter again, so as soon as he saw William regain consciousness, he decided to kill him. This scoundrel tried to kidnap his own daughter, so if he was killed and his body thrown into the river, no one would know about it. After a few minutes, he realized that he couldn't do that he wasn't capable of killing a person without a weapon. As soon as a famous person disappears, a full-scale investigation will immediately begin, and they will be found very quickly. At this moment, he remembered that time cannot be turned back, but he has an artifact that can help erase unnecessary memories. He can make this terrible sorcerer forget about everything related to little Sora's family. Now that William had woken up, Lee told him a very different story of the last days of his life. William Taylor came to Korea to investigate the faults, bought an artifact from Lee, and immediately went crazy as soon as he used the item. Lee explained that he had no choice but to render his guest unconscious. The owner of the house apologized to the sorcerer and said that all these problems were because of him. He warned William Taylor not to use the artifact, but he didn't listen. William said that he should apologize for what he had done in this apartment and promised to pay for all this mess. Soon, Lee said goodbye to the guest and put him in a taxi to the airport. Finally, it's all over. This bad story could have led to disaster, but all the bad is behind us. He was very lucky that he didn't throw away the amnesia stone and used it at the right moment. The system reported that little Sora's first misfortune had been stopped, and the special quest would continue. Lee began to rejoice, but the system notified him that some of his daughter's memories would also be absorbed, which was not good at all. Meanwhile, little Sora opened her eyes and realized that she woke up not exactly in her room. She began to panic and thought she had been kidnapped from her home and brought to this horrible place. The prison doors opened and two men in dark suits entered. The girl woke up earlier than they expected, so it was decided to call the head of the department. The men could not believe that such a young lady had the incredible power of a sorcerer. They had never seen anything like it before. At that moment, the little girl remembered how she had promised her mother not to show her strength to anyone. Her father also constantly told her that she shouldn't show off her talents to other people, as this could lead to serious problems. Now she realized that everything that happened was entirely her fault. Her jokes with magic had ended badly. The sorcerers decided to calm the girl and put her to sleep with the help of magic. Then they started talking about how her mother was already dead and her father was unlikely to be a threat. Little Sora heard all these conversations and tears appeared in her eyes from understanding what was happening. She began to suspect that her father was being planned to be killed, and her heart began to groan with moral anguish. They looked at the little child and realized that she was not affected by the sleeping spell at all. They thought this spell would last her a week, but now they realized they were dealing with a completely different level of witchcraft. She quickly demonstrated to these two men why she was so important to the future of the world. This girl is not going to play games anymore. Even despite her age, she wants to know where she is. Another man tried to stop her with a double sleep spell, but it had no effect on her well-being at all. It turned out that she knows how to use not only ice energy, but also has excellent control over the power of fire. If they don't tell her where she is now, this whole building will explode at her will. It doesn't look like she's bluffing at all, so she was told she was in a wizard's tower in Britain. It was at this moment that the doors of this prison opened and William Taylor entered. He did not expect the young lady to wake up so quickly and immediately assured her that they did not wish her any harm. If she wants something, she can ask right away, and he will fulfill her every wish. The girl said she wanted to go back to her dad, so William Taylor pretended to call her father too. He gave her a phone so she could talk to her father, but it turned out to be another of the sorcerer's insidious plans. The phone exploded with some inexplicable energy and affected the little girl. Within seconds, she lost consciousness and fell to the floor. They were very lucky that she was just a naive child now. This child poses a threat, so he needs to be checked periodically and security doubled. If this creature wakes up, everyone around will be in danger, so it must be kept deep underground behind thick walls. Little Sora only wanted one thing, for her father to come and save her from these people. It turned out that these were just memories that were absorbed due to the successful completion of the task. All of this could have happened in the future, but through her father's efforts, that future was changed. The system accelerated the flow of events to future important situations. Lee looked agitated. He didn't quite understand what had happened and what to do next. He is concerned that he not only looked at Sora's memories, but also absorbed them. It is unclear what this could mean. Then the system reported an acceleration. The fact that he returned to the past is already considered incredible. Now he feels that even stranger things are happening. Although the most important thing is that he was able to stop his daughter's first misfortune. There are 4 more calamities left, but it is unknown what they are. We can only guess that the future calamity is connected with the death of Cyrus. If he can't do anything, this woman's life will be cut short again. In order to stop all these misfortunes, you need to become stronger at any cost. Soon he met with Hiram. The girl said she wanted to discuss some work processes. She suggested that he create his own guild, and even said that she was ready to support him in this endeavor and give him the first capital. She can also give him control of some dungeons so that he knows what to do. It seemed like Lee had hit the jackpot, as he would be able to receive a reward for clearing his own dungeons. This offer is too generous. He feels that something is wrong here. Maybe she wants to take advantage of him for her own benefit. The girl replied that she would become a member of this guild. At the moment, she could not be a full-fledged hunter, and she was starting to have problems with her father. Her father forbids her from working after that injury while clearing the dungeon, so she needs a cover guild. She will join this guild and become an official hunter and will be able to go to dungeons despite her father's prohibition. She doesn't really want to ruin her relationship with him and is even more sure that Lee shouldn't worry about it. If something goes wrong, he can disband the guild and receive compensation from it. There must be at least 5 people in a guild, including the leader. So with Lee and Hiram, there are still 3 free spots left. It was decided to give it a try, especially considering that they had ideal candidates to form a team. They've already fought together when clearing the Forgotten Warriors dungeon, so it would be ideal to form a team with all of these participants. A week passed after this conversation. The Ghost Guild was formed, and Lee became its leader. All the papers are ready and now the guild is officially registered. There were no problems with the documents. As soon as the guy left the Hunters Association building, an unknown car immediately drove up to him. In this car sat Kasu. This is Hiram's famous father, as well as the boss of the high-tech corporation. He had already heard that Lee had decided to form a guild and decided to meet him for a little chat. He came to ask the guy to remove Hiram from the list of members of the Ghost Guild, but Lee is not going to do that. Hasu explained that this was an unusual request, and he was willing to offer to sponsor the guild. The high-tech conglomerate plans to sponsor the guild and is ready to invest generously in the development of young hunters. Hasu understands that this guy saved his daughter in the past, so he wants to establish a positive connection with him. Now Lee faces a difficult choice. Although Hiram is the gifted daughter of an oligarch, she cannot be compared to a large-scale high-tech company. This huge corporation will give him the best conditions in the world, and all of these conditions will lead to opportunities. He had no reason to refuse, but nevertheless he decided to thank him for the offer and decline. It's hard to find logic in this. Kasu also didn't understand anything and tried to understand the reason for this refusal. Lee was explained that if he accepted this offer, he would indeed receive many opportunities, but that was not the main thing. He understands that for Kasu this is just a way to control his daughter, and he doesn't need anything else. If we look at this situation from another perspective and accept Hiram's offer, we can get more out of this alliance. Refusing seems like a stupid decision, but it's an opportunity to improve relations with Hiram. And in the long run, it's more beneficial. Hasu explained that if Lee refused his offer, he would gain a new enemy. It's dangerous to have such a powerful and serious enemy, but Lee is confident that Hiram will help him avoid trouble. He is sure that this girl always keeps her word and will help him in difficult times. Realizing that success is impossible, she will not take on the task of changing everything. When Lee first met her, in a past life, she made an incredible impression on him, even if it's hard to believe now. Hasu is willing to allow this guild to exist and give his daughter the opportunity to do the dirty work, but only on one condition. If you're going to create a guild, everything has to be real. That's what Kasu said, and now Hiram knows about it. She can be a hunter as long as she is a member of this guild, but the girl did not expect that the guild should be real. This means that there will be a lot of work to do to clear a huge number of dungeons, but surprisingly, Lee is up for it. Let's move to Athens, Greece. At this very moment, a new rift arose there. Very quickly, the city was filled with huge monsters with wings and horns, looking like gargoyles from hell. These monsters began to attack not only ordinary people, but also small children. When they destroy buildings and set cars on fire, it doesn't even come close to attacking the little flowers of life. It turned out that in any corner of the world, there are people who are ready to come to the rescue in difficult times. Somewhere they are called hunters, somewhere knights, but their essence does not change because in any case they are superheroes of humanity. If these people were not in the world, clouds would have filled the sky long ago. But fortunately for ordinary people, there is still a ray of hope in the world. People began to thank the hero and call this woman the pride of Athens. It was not the first time she had saved their lives. Although she is no longer young, she is a true legend of Greece, a master of the sword, Sophia Lembedou. She left the battlefield without serious injuries, although the armor this time proved too heavy. And the assistant told about the unexpected call from Korea. Sophia thought it was related to the Holy Sword. And they told me that this wasn't entirely true, because they were calling from a high-tech corporation, and it seemed that Lee had gone too far. It was too late for him to back down, so he decided to talk to Sophia in person and do what he wanted. She thought he was calling to invite her to join his guild. It turned out that the situation was completely different, because Lee called about the dungeon that Sophia was hiding from the whole world. Of course, she pretended not to understand what he was talking about, but he reminded her of the dungeons of the Acropolis in Athens. The guy said that he knows that this dungeon is a learning tower. He is sure that Sophia has no choice but to accept his offer. After a few minutes of conversation, she was forced to agree to meet and discuss the issue face to face. Thus, the decision was made to immediately fly to Greece. Lee came to the guild and invited all his team members to fly with him. They didn't understand what he was going to do, but they were forced to keep him company. To begin with, he must explain what he decided to do and why Sophia invited them to Greece. First, Lee made sure everyone knew about this female knight and her famous guild called the Knights Order. It turned out that even the famous hunter Seihin created a Knights Guild to be like Sophia. Although the guild of the Knightly Order is not very large, it has enough weight to influence what is happening in the country. The question immediately arises as to where there are so many outstanding hunters in this guild. It seems logical that the strongest hunters always want to work in the best guild. But in this matter, not everything is so simple. Once hunters join the Knightly Order, they begin to develop incredibly quickly, and this is not thanks to training. Also, hunters can't improve their skills with elixirs alone, so that's not the answer either. In fact, there is a hidden dungeon associated with this guild, As soon as a person enters this dungeon, they will immediately receive experience points. This makes it clear why the Sophia Guild is so powerful. Just entering this dungeon makes you several times stronger. Sophia very quickly understood this life hack and began to use it to her own advantage. Now Lee wants to use this dungeon to improve his team's skills, as well as his own stats. He learned about this dungeon in a past life, and now it was time to take advantage of it. The daughter's second misfortune is the death of her mother, and everything possible must be done to make Kira stronger and stay alive. Lee is unlikely to be able to go through all the trials alone. He will need the help of loved ones. Just because he's a strong rookie doesn't mean he can beat the strongest people in the world. He can't afford to waste time, and he doesn't want to feel worthless. His friends said they were ready to help despite all the dangers that would await them in this dungeon. None of them want to miss the opportunity to become stronger, so the decision was made unanimously. A few days later, they found themselves at the international airport in Athens, Greece. Everyone was excited and looking forward to future adventures. The most interesting things would be waiting for them ahead. Soon, some team members learned that Darren had changed her guild, as she was previously a member of the Holy Sword House. No one expected to find out that she was really the granddaughter of the legendary master. When she said she wanted to become a member of his guild, he immediately refused. In his opinion, if she really wants to follow the traditions of her predecessors, she should stand on her own 2 feet without the help of her grandfather. He wanted her to become a hunter on her own and choose her own path. It turned out that a representative of Lady Sophia would meet them at this airport. Lee was very surprised to see that a real celebrity had come to meet her. This guy's name is Alex Zorba. He is an active guild hunter and also Sophia's right-hand man. This guy faithfully followed Sophia until the very end in his past insect life, and now came to meet the Spectrum Guild. Lee greeted him and said that he was the leader of this guild, and they agreed to get to know each other better on the way to Sophia. So far, Alex doesn't see anything special in Lee, although he expected much more from him. He doesn't understand why Sophia suggested these newcomers come to Greece. Maybe in the future, everything will become more obvious. Darren was incredibly surprised when she saw how beautiful this city is. She already likes it here. Alex suggested she visit Santorini. The architecture of this island is a true work of art. Soon the cars ahead stopped. The hunters got scared because they thought something bad was happening. Hiram reassured her friends and explained that Athens is known for its terrible traffic jams, especially in the city center. Alex explained that they were in no hurry. He smiled and said that he would soon take them to a restaurant for lunch. He also made it clear that he is very happy to spend time with such beautiful girls and hopes to find himself a bride. Hiram said she was married to her job, and Darren was married to her sword. Now it's time for Kira to answer whether she's single or ready to enter a new relationship. Darren intervened in the conversation. She made a remark to Alex and said that you can't flirt with a girl in front of her husband. He immediately apologized to the guild boss for his behavior. Darren was pleased with his actions, as usual. Alex immediately suggested that the couple go on a trip to Greece after they finish their work, because Greece is the perfect place for a honeymoon. Even now, Lee couldn't stop thinking about his daughter. He thought it would be ideal to take Sora with him next time. Meanwhile, their little princess spent time with her grandfather. She's not in the best mood today, says she doesn't like ice cream and misses her parents, but that she also loves her grandfather, and thereby made him love her even more. A small dark kitten approached them and Sora asked her grandfather to let her play with the animal. Grandpa said he would go to the store for a while to buy some wet wipes, and in the meantime, Sora could enjoy the games. As soon as the grandfather left, this cat started talking to the child and told her not to touch its tail because it was very sensitive. The parents didn't yet know that their daughter could talk to animals. They had their own business to attend to. They had just arrived at the central building of the Knights Guild and were amazed by the architecture. This can be called the true residence of a national hero. Every hunter dreams of such an estate. Alex said that they had prepared rooms for their guests and asked them to feel at home. After that, he called Lee and said that Lady Sophia wanted to talk to him in her office. He warned the boy in advance that he could not allow himself even a hint of disrespect for the greatest hero of Greece. Soon they entered the main office of the estate, and Sophia greeted her guest. As a true gentleman, Lee said that he was honored to be invited to this estate. Sophia asked her assistant to leave her alone with the guest so they could have an intimate dialogue. As soon as they were left alone, Sophia immediately showed her aura. Any mistake on Lee's part could lead to his death. He felt his blood pressure rise and his heart start beating at double speed. Now he had to be very careful with his words. He decided to get straight to the point and said he knew how to kill the boss of the training tower. At that moment, Sophia took out her sword and started acting crazy. Maybe this grandmother was too old for such conversations. If she forgot to take her pills to calm her nerves, then a real massacre could begin here now. Lee understood that they were negotiating and he should not be afraid of his interlocutor. He decided from the very beginning to show that he was not afraid of death. Sophia decided to let him talk and tried to find out how he found out about her curse. The guy explained that he had already seen a person with such a problem, and there were only two ways to get rid of the curse. We must kill the person who cast this spell, or force him to reverse it. Sophia is sure that even if Lee knows how to kill the boss, nothing will come of it, because his abilities are not enough. In the Hunter's Tower, you can really become much stronger in a short period of time, but it still depends on luck. If they are lucky enough to quickly improve their skills, they will still not be able to gain experience. To Sophia, this guy is just a cocky kid who only recently got his license. Lee said that he was ready to demonstrate his level in any way, and was even ready for a personal duel. He is ready to fight any member of her guild and show what he is capable of, like a real man. Without thinking twice, Sophia ordered Alex to take up his weapon and prepare for a duel. He said he would try to restrain himself and not kill the guest, but he couldn't promise that. He doesn't like Lee. He thinks this guy is too self-confident and is now ready to punish him for it. After their duel, Leah must understand that life is a cruel game that does not forgive mistakes. The duel was soon started. Alex should have the advantage in close combat due to his weapon. He immediately ran to close the distance and easily dodged Lee's first attack. It turned out that everything was not so simple. The guy from Korea managed to deliver another blow and push his opponent away. So far, he has perfect distance control with his long spear and shows great balance. Although Lee seems like just an ordinary rookie at first glance, appearances can sometimes be deceiving. This made Alex angry. He doesn't want to play games anymore, especially in front of Sophia. He wanted to demonstrate all his power and tear the newcomer to pieces, but his plan failed. Lee threw the spear to the floor and with his bare hands was able to stop the attack of the experienced Greek hunter. He won this duel in less than 35 seconds, and that's a great result. Sophia watched silently with wide eyes. Needless to say, she was shocked. Such an easy victory over a hunter with experience clearing more than 100 dungeons makes you respect the guest from Korea. Sophia apologized to Lee and said she was wrong about his abilities. She is no longer going to underestimate him and believes that perhaps he can really defeat the tower boss. The woman gave him permission to enter the tower for training, and the next morning their team prepared for this challenge. There were a lot of people around. The Spectrum Guild would go to the tower with a support group. This tower is different from other dungeons. Only 20 people can enter it each month. It was noticeable that Alex was incredibly angry at the Korean guests, especially their leader, for obvious reasons. Soon they were told that the tower was opposite them. This was the upper city of Athens, the Acropolis. They decided to meet at the tower and saw incredibly beautiful places and architectural monuments. Around you can see real works of art, such as the Parthenon, the Colosseum, and the amphitheater. All members of the Spectrum team tried to distract themselves from the excitement, while Alex barely restrained his aggression towards Lee. Their duel angered Sophia's right hand so much that he will remember this fight for a long time. Soon they reached a staircase leading deep underground. It's strange that the tower is underground. Usually when you hear that name you expect to trip up the mountain. The entrance to the dungeon is behind a wall. Only a person who has been here before will be able to get inside. The entrance to the dungeon opens once a month at a specific time. Hiram thought Alex had lost his mind, but this is a special dungeon, so the entrance might be special. A few seconds later, the entrance to the training tower dungeon was opened, and the hunters prepared for teleportation. Alex warned that there might be some discomfort, but it wouldn't last long. Before the end of the world, the monsters that emerged from the rifts became more and more numerous, multiplying and gaining strength. Hunters, on the other hand, became fewer and fewer every day. They were constantly being exterminated like livestock on a farm. Only when there were no more people who could hold back the onslaught of monsters did a voice come from the sky. Its source turned out to be a personal system, and thanks to it, everything in the world changed. The personal system assigned classes and gave monster hunters the right skills. The system gave the most strength to true masters of their craft, who perfectly mastered all the subtleties of martial arts. The higher the rarity of the class, the greater the power, but our protagonist has a completely unusual story. After updating the alpha tester's personal system, Lee woke up in an unexplored dungeon. He is now on the first floor of the learning tower, in a dungeon. The guy thought something had happened to the system, but he couldn't figure out what exactly. It seems like he hit the hardest part of the tower and now he might have problems. The tower teleports everyone to a random location, and they all have to reach the second floor using only their own strength. A training quest was created and Lee received the same class as in his past life, a spearman. He hoped the butterfly effect would work in reverse. but no such luck. The spearman is a regular class. As the name suggests, such classes are assigned to guide a person on the right path. The class also makes it clear the limits of his progress, which is why he was such a weak hunter in his past life. Before he went back in time, his daughter belonged to the witch class, a very powerful and influential class. Class can influence the future direction of life, so a lot depends on it. Now Lee has to change his daughter's class, which is why he came to the training tower, because the reward for clearing it is a class change card. Once you receive it, you can only use this item once, so he can't let this chance slip through his hands. The father really wants his daughter to grow up to be a normal girl, not a witch. His first quest will be to try to escape this dungeon. The door at the end of the corridor is locked, so in order to escape, you will have to find the key. It seems that there is no one in these suits of armor. They do not move and do not show any signs of life. The guards usually always have keys with them. And as soon as Lee tried to take these keys, he realized that in fact, he was not alone in this room at all. You will have to take up arms again and start fighting, otherwise you will not get out of the dungeon. He understood that adventures would soon await him, and was not surprised that he met strong monsters from the very beginning. There are quite a few guys in armor. You will have to spend a lot of effort to defeat them all. They are all well armed and prepared for any battle, so this task is not for beginners. He told the guards that he wanted a second chance, but as mentioned earlier, life is a game that does not forgive mistakes. He had to demonstrate all his talents to defeat this small army, for which Lee received 150 experience points. Also, his king's ring absorbed the souls of monsters, and now he can safely leave the dungeon. When the door opened, he saw a huge monster in front of him, probably the boss of this place. Unlike other guards, his weak points are hidden by armor, and he even has a shield for protection. Our hero also immediately noticed a strange pouch on the boss's belt, giving the impression that something very important was lying there. There is no time to think and analyze the situation, because the attack is first, so you have to act quickly and uncompromisingly. Like all huge dungeon monsters, this boss turned out to be quite fast, although it doesn't seem very logical. He has no chance in an open-style battle, so it's better to keep a long distance and think about your strategy. Because he kept repeating that all criminals should be in prison, he seemed like a crazy moral righteous man. You have to constantly change your trajectory in order to behave unpredictably. That's the only way to survive in a battle with this boar. Now, Lee is fighting with a big fan of punishing criminals. It will be very difficult to come to an agreement here without the use of physical force. Soon the guy found the perfect moment to attack and tried to somehow harm the boss. He hit a weak spot and forced the monster to fall to the ground, so all of this boss's power is in its legs. Now he will not be as fast as before, but he can still use his shield as a boomerang. Lee thought that he could use the attraction skill. This technique helps increase the power of the spear at the expense of its owner. It's certainly a technique just like his class, but right now he has no choice but to hope it works. He did his best to attack the monster with his weapon. The result was much better than expected. The system reported that he had defeated the dungeon boss and earned a large amount of experience points. The king's ring had absorbed the soul of the defeated warrior and now absorbed even more energy. Let's forget about the dungeons of the Learning Tower for a while and return to the city of Seoul, Korea. Sora really wants to keep this little kitty, but she'll have to ask her parents for permission to do so. 2 hours ago, she spoke to animals for the first time. It was a truly amazing experience. She thought animals shouldn't talk, but the cat said she was special. She asked Sora to help her and hide her in a safe place for a while. There are bad people nearby who want to take her, so she needs help. The cat said that she was also special, just like Sora, and they could be true friends. The little cat knows that the girl can also see Mana, despite the fact that it is Sora's secret. They agreed not to tell anyone their secrets and to hide their friendship. It was a vow between a little girl and a cat. In other words, the beginning of a strong friendship. As soon as Grandpa left the room, the friends' conversation immediately continued. The cat promised to teach her friend something useful. They will be able to communicate using thoughts. It's called telepathy. It's not as difficult as it seems. You just need to try to say something in your mind and try to convey this information to your friend. Soon they succeeded and began to train and improve their skills. The cat said that she could teach Sora a lot because the girl was special and deserved to learn special techniques. There are different levels of skill mastery, and all of these skills are divided into 6 levels, their strength depending on the level. At first glance, the lunge skill may seem quite simple without any particular advantages, but you can improve the level of this technique. To do this, you need to train constantly and with focus, and then your results will improve. At first, the technique will be at a lower level, but if you continue training, the level will rise. Once a hunter learns to apply the skill in practice, he will reach a completely new level of training. After several years of active training, the technique can be improved to a good level. When a hunter accumulates more knowledge about this technique and learns to apply it in different situations, he will rise to an excellent level. Finally, when he defeats his opponent with just this technique, his skill will reach the level of a master. Sometimes situations occur in Lee's mind when his past life meets his current one. He is always very demanding of himself and constantly wants to raise his level and become stronger. You can't be too weak. You have to constantly progress and improve your skills. If he really wants to become stronger, he must constantly try to catch up with talented competitors. To do this, you need to perfect your lunge technique, and perhaps today he succeeded. After an energy overload, he lost consciousness and woke up only half an hour later. The master level is hidden beyond the standards set by the system. A small number of hunters were able to approach the summit, and only Lee was able to go that far. After returning to the past, his physical abilities returned to their original form, and therefore he did not expect to make much progress. But every day he becomes stronger and his new life never ceases to amaze him. He saw a door that was not locked and decided to take a confident step forward into the unknown. The system informed him that the training quest was over, and now he had moved to the second floor of the tower, to the garden. Now he has a new goal. He must immediately go in search of a safe place. If we talk about this garden, we must immediately say that it is more like a jungle. After a long day, he was very tired, so he decided to drink some water and rest. He spent the whole day looking for a safe place, but he couldn't find anything. He only has a little bit of night food left for emergencies, but he is already feeling incredibly hungry. It was only after how many hours that he finally reached a safe place and completed his quest. As soon as he opened the door of the house and went inside, he immediately received 100 points. Inside, he saw a small bear who congratulated him on successfully completing the quest. The bear was surprised because Lee was the first person to greet him and say his name. This bear also said that his name is number 23. To find out why he is called that, you need to spend 50 million points. Of course, no one is going to spend such a large balance to find out the secret of his name. The bear said that in this house you can buy everything you need to survive. The prices here are incredibly high. The bear understands that there are no other stores nearby, so he takes advantage of this and inflates the prices. Lee said he wanted to buy information. He wanted to know all the possible ways to earn points in this dungeon. It turned out that he didn't have enough points to answer this question, so he had to come up with something else. He asked how to earn points most efficiently, and even now his balance is not enough to find out the answer. This stupid bear is already starting to piss off our main character. No one likes manipulative businessmen, especially if they are bears. Soon the bear decided to give his guest a discount because he was the first to greet him upon meeting him. On the way to safety, Lee ate some dangerous mushrooms and almost died from poisoning. Now he feels better and can safely eat the food he had been saving for emergencies. After sufficient rest, he decided to continue his journey into the dungeon. The bear arranged to meet Lee on the 4th floor, after which they said goodbye. Soon a hunter entered the house and asked who had been here before him. Meanwhile, Lee continued his training quest. Now he must reach the 3rd floor of the training tower. Each stage has its own mini-boss, and at this stage you will have to face the challenge again. It also became known that you don't have to fight the boss and try to win. You can go up to the next floor without a fight. If you still decide to fight and win, you'll get extra points, so that's a nice bonus. Of course, if the hunter is too tired, he can avoid the battle and continue his journey peacefully. The bear said that we should go west. The main thing is to feel the danger and avoid it. As you approach the boss, the atmosphere around you will begin to change very quickly. You will have to notice these changes. After several hours of searching, Lee saw an owl in front of him, which turned out to be a real monster. He had to kill her immediately, otherwise that owl would have torn his head off. It seems like the atmosphere has completely changed, so the danger zone begins here. We haven't seen what's happening with the other members of the Spectrum Guild for a long time. Kira also woke up in an unknown place. She felt as if she was paralyzed and had no control over her body at all. A monster appeared next to her, but she could not move or defend herself. This female voice approached her and asked her to calm down and wait until the system corrected the error. This unknown person was trying to figure out if Kira was a member of the Knights Guild. Soon she gave her name. Her name was Elizabeth. She assured that she had come to help Cyrus. Meanwhile, Lee continued his journey and waited to meet with the boss of this floor. At this stage, it's not easy. Monsters are attacking from all sides, and it's impossible to replenish supplies. Not everyone can withstand such pressure. Soon he saw that there was a fire somewhere nearby, and he went towards the light. Approaching this place, he saw a huge living tree. Such creatures were called Ents in ancient times. This monster immediately raised its head and ordered the wooden vines to grab the unexpected guest. There's no doubt that this is all magic, and monsters that possess magic are always harder to fight. After a few minutes, the monster disappeared somewhere, and its vines stopped trying to strangle Lee. When it seemed that the boy was safe, the monster approached from the other side, like a real insidious predator. Now it becomes clear that Lee has faced a real professional in killing people, and winning this battle will not be easy. The monster uses its magical powers to avoid danger and trap its prey. Lee was very lucky to have a double reaction. Any other person would have already been dead after this attack. The hunter not only managed to defend himself from the monster's attack, but also immediately launched a counterattack. It's not very safe to use a spear in such thickets. The monster understands this and therefore continues to use magic. Finally, this horrible creature started to speak. Probably he also wants to take Lee's ring. It seems that it is precisely because of this object on the boy's hand that the monster sometimes stops and does not try to kill him. The moment came when it seemed that there was no way to block a new blow. Lee had already said goodbye to life. A tear even appeared on his face. He was upset that he would not be able to help his daughter change her future. It was at this critical moment that a hero with strong arms appeared from nowhere. Everyone probably already guessed that this hero's name was Daeho. With the help of his incredible strength, he was able to hit the monster and make it forget about attacking his friend. That's probably why this hunter was taken into the Spectrum Guild. You always need to have someone with big muscles on the team. Let's go back to Cyrus. At this moment, she is talking to a woman named Elizabeth. She said that she could not influence Cyrus's physical condition, but that her paralysis would soon be lifted. She touched Cyrus's head and then said that she had to return immediately. The system error has been fixed. The personal data update has been completed, and now Kira can use her body. This was very good news, but her mood immediately deteriorated because she saw a huge number of monsters around her. The system reported that the training quest had begun, and now she would have to go through all the tests on her own. Lee was a little luckier. He has already met a partner and now feels friendly support. Daeho paid the rabbit in the vault for the information, and that's how he got here. The guys decided to team up and destroy the boss together, like in the good old days. They understand his strengths and weaknesses, and now his vines will no longer be such a big problem. The main thing is to clearly distribute roles, attack from different sides, and constantly support each other. If you hit your opponent in one spot, his defense won't withstand the pressure, especially if it's the punches of the Boxing King. The class that the system has chosen for this warrior is called a fighter. His class skills are quite simple, but this is enough to punch through a piece of metal with one hand. Once Daeho activates all his abilities, it's best to avoid his punches, because as soon as his fist touches your chin, you will immediately fall asleep for a very long time. The boss was destroyed, the guys received experience points and were satisfied with their work. Speaking of Daeho's skills, it must be said that his technique takes too much strength, and he takes a long time to recover after that. He hadn't used his powers to their fullest potential before, but today he was forced to do so. His friend probably created the perfect conditions for this. They need to fight side by side more often. Lee was also surprised by his partner's skills. He knew that Daeho was strong, but he didn't expect his strength to be comparable to King Kong. It soon became clear that after expending a large amount of energy, one must eat. Otherwise, one's strength will not be restored. They were able to find fruits and vegetables in the jungle and replenish their energy balance. Mushrooms don't have any pronounced flavor, but they are enough to fill the stomach and restore strength. On another floor, they can meet their friends, if they're lucky, of course. There must be a system in this tower, and after one of them passes the first floor, the hall changes. On the first floor, Daeho had to fight in the sewers. He spent a lot of time killing a giant rat boss, and he started to worry about his friends. He wanted everything to be okay with them, and no one to get hurt. He is sure that everything should be fine with the girls, but he is still worried about Kira because she has the least experience. Soon they reached the outer wall. There must be an entrance somewhere here, through which they could get to the next floor. Daeho began to rejoice and rush to find this entrance, but Lee assured him that he had to wait a little longer. If they come in right now, they will be in for an unpleasant surprise. Perhaps this surprise is related to Darren. This girl destroyed a huge number of monsters with her sword. If her grandfather saw this, he would be proud of his granddaughter. She was upset. If she had known what awaited her on this floor, she would not have rushed up. She believed she could stop any monster, but when the third wave of attacks began, she realized she had overestimated her own strength. A huge number of monsters were waiting for her on the third floor. It was impossible to prepare for this. If she had the opportunity to start all over again, she would have taken an extra break on the second floor. Darren hasn't eaten for days, her mana and stamina are low, and she's starting to lose faith in herself. On the other hand, she has no choice. Either she will destroy these monsters or she will also turn into a zombie and become part of them. All this time it seemed to her that her main skills were blocked, but now the situation has changed. She began to demonstrate her talents, which would later make her one of the strongest swordsmen in the world. The problem is that these zombies are constantly reborn. They are not getting smaller. Suddenly, she began to lose consciousness and almost completely fell to the floor. At that moment, the door to this estate opened and she saw a familiar face. Tears appeared in her eyes because she felt my support at the most difficult moment in her life. Hiram stood opposite her and showed with her whole appearance that they would now correct this situation for the better. In reality, things weren't so perfect, because for some reason Hiram lost all her weapons. She asked her friend not to worry about it, and said that she would now take revenge for the fact that someone had offended her friend. Let's go back to the second floor garden. Alex has already been to a safe place and realized that there is no one there. According to the guild's instructions, hunters who have reached the hideout can form teams and act together. A hunter also joined him, but it seems like he's some kind of ghost. Perhaps this is related to the third floor quest, and this woman will turn out to be the boss of the next stage. Alex doesn't understand who she is and why she went with him, and now it's time to figure it out. Elizabeth gave her name and said that she was not a hunter at all. Now it's her turn to ask questions, whether she's looking for someone and wants Alex to help her. He realized that she was not human at all, and decided to kill her in order not to risk his life. He didn't want to tell her about his friends, so murder seemed like the perfect solution to the problem. This was done incredibly quickly and easily, but the system did not report the accrual of experience points. After Alex killed Elizabeth, he saw a happy Kira running towards him. She is the same hunter he will have to work with, and he is pleased that they found each other. He explained that starting from the second floor they would meet their friends, so now everything would be more fun. When they left, it turned out that Elizabeth wasn't dead at all. She doesn't really like swords. She has bad memories of them. Alex turned out to be too hostile towards her, but now this woman is thinking about a completely different hunter named Lee. Meanwhile, this hunter she constantly thinks about has successfully completed another dungeon quest. The monsters on the third floor turned out to be much more difficult than expected, but everything ended successfully. If Lee hadn't guessed to rest before starting, it would have been much harder for them. So thanks to him, they managed to complete this quest. In such large dungeons, speed is always important. Sometimes clearing takes a long time, so a break is needed. Soon, the boys met up with the girls. They had long since finished cleaning this dungeon and were now resting. They have united into an even bigger team and will now act together. Only Kur is missing. Hiram can't understand why Lee keeps wanting to fight the boss, instead of avoiding him and going to the upper floor. Only now did the guy explain that by defeating the boss, you can get important artifacts and also earn points. These points can be spent in the store, where they sell various elixirs and legendary weapons, even replicas. If you have enough points, you can buy some amazing items, so it's better not to miss the chance to fight the boss. In battles with strong monsters, the risks are always great, but the rewards are also very valuable and tempting. When they entered this room, they saw a large bed on which a woman was lying. The hunters were surprised because they expected to see some big and scary monster, not a girl with a beautiful face. Looking closer, they couldn't even tell if she was a hunter or an ordinary model from a fashion show in Paris. The most interesting thing started to happen next. This girl called Lee her king and ran to hug him. The reaction of the other team members was quite expected. Everyone was shocked and didn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in Korea, a little girl was introduced to television series. Grandpa fell asleep, so Sora took the opportunity to watch TV, something she was rarely allowed to do before. This is a great example of how television series have a negative impact on the minds of young children. The main character said she would destroy whoever offended her. She was aggressive and preparing to do something terrible. Sora saw it all. She looked at her teddy bear and said that if he misbehaved, she would destroy him too. Back in the dungeon of the tower in Greece, Lee looked at his friends and said that this was all some kind of mistake. And he didn't know this woman. She didn't pay any attention to it at all. She constantly hugged him and said how much weight he had lost recently. It turned out that all his comrades did not understand what language Lee and this unknown person were speaking. Perhaps this is somehow connected with the king's ring, which the Legion constantly wears on its hand. The monsters are constantly paying attention to this ring. And now this woman has started calling it the king, so there's no doubt that it's all connected. She was so happy to see him that she was already preparing to kiss his sweet lips. He looked at her, and at that moment he remembered Kira. After this memory, no kiss was possible anymore. He pushed the woman away from him and said that she was confusing him with someone else, and he was not going to kiss her, at least not yet. He explained that the ring on his hand did not belong to him. He had only recently received it, and was not the real king. It must have been a big mistake, because as soon as he said it, very serious changes began to happen to this girl. Now it's time to prepare for a meeting with the boss of this floor, even though she's a half-beautiful lady. When she turned into a large monster, she immediately began attacking the hunters. Hiram was the fastest to react to the danger, took out her weapon, and began to defend herself. She is an accurate shooter, and today this skill is more necessary than ever, because the survival of the Spectrum team will depend on it. It turned out that the boss of this floor could not be killed with ordinary bullets. On the contrary, this woman became even more aggressive and cruel. She called her assistants and said that they must kill the boy who stole the king's ring. It is still unclear how to defeat the boss, and in such cases it is always better to find a safe place and develop a strategy without risking your life. This woman can call upon additional demons to help, and she is also quite intelligent and able to analyze the situation. Such an opponent will be difficult to attack, and even more difficult to defeat. But if we act as a real team, any problems will be solved. Lee ordered Hiram to take responsibility for the boss's assistants. She must detain them, and ideally destroy them. In any case, the boss doesn't feel very confident in close combat, and her subordinates, on the contrary, are weak in long-range attacks. While the boss is in this position, you cannot constantly attack him mindlessly. You need to come up with another way to achieve victory. Her body is extremely large, which is also another problem, because it will be harder to reach the core. Daejo said he wanted to try using his skills, but he needed help. He needs time to prepare to use his technique, and he asks Darren to buy him some time. This girl also has some interesting tricks and aces up her sleeve, and she is always happy to take advantage of opportunities and help her friends. Meanwhile, Hiram must fully focus on the boss's shadows. They must be reduced immediately. All this time, the boss and his shadows attacked Lee, because he is the main target of the monsters. That is why the entire team must protect him and become a human shield for their captain. Hiram is a gun collector, a profession, as well as her skills related to preservation. All of these skills allow her to release weapons from a controlled space at will, like an inventory on the internet. This skill is usually used to collect or carry a large number of weapons. But Hiram breaks the stereotypes. Among all the collectors in the world, she is the only one who uses this technique during a real battle, which is what makes her special. As soon as the bullets in her gun run out, she immediately changes weapons and starts over, which is how she reached her high level. She cannot be intimidated by ordinary shadow monsters, because a rain of iron balls always comes to her aid. At such moments, you won't envy the monsters, because if Hiram attacks you, you'll be waiting for a huge number of holes in your own body anyway. Meanwhile, Darren had already managed to get her sword out and prepared to cut the boss like a sausage. To do this, she needs to constantly maneuver and dodge dangerous attacks. You should also not forget that the girl needs to buy time, not kill the boss. Although knowing Darren, she can forget about this. She dodges any attacks from this monster and easily closes the distance despite the difference in size. As soon as the girl reaches the necessary distance for a strike, any opponent should prepare for pain. When she struck, she felt sad. It seemed that attacking a human body would be easier than attacking a monster's shell. At a moment like this, it would be great if Daeho finally activated all his power and helped her in this battle. Although this guy has to prepare before the fight, when he's ready, that's when the real fireworks begin. Soon, Lee heard loud screams, turned back and ran to help his friends. It turned out that they wanted to destroy the boss with one blow, but failed, and now they have angered this woman even more. Telling her that the king's ring didn't belong to Lee was a big mistake. He should have his tongue cut out for such actions. Now not only the leader of the Spectrum, but all the other hunters must suffer because of his mistakes. Hiram had already forgotten about the boss's shadow and switched her attention to the main goal of this floor. Although these iron balls cannot kill the boss, they at least distract the monster from attacking other team members. You can't defeat such a serious opponent with ordinary attacks. In such cases, you have to strain your brain and come up with something more interesting. Lee again asked his friends to help him. He needed to distract the monster and give him the opportunity to prepare a new blow. Each of them willingly responded to his request and immediately began to restrain this demon with all their might. Lee must hurry. Now every second is worth its weight in gold. You can't risk your friends' lives. The team leader perfectly took advantage of the opponent's lost attention, approached the boss, and prepared to deliver the decisive blow. He had practiced the lunge technique for thousands of hours in a row, and now his attack was like the quintessence of all his suffering. If that doesn't work, then no attack in the world will kill this monster. Recall that Lee's lunge technique is at the maximum level, so he was able to kill the queen and received 500 experience points for it. His friends had never seen him use such an unusual technique. They were surprised and shocked at the same time. After such a powerful attack, the hunter's body was left with almost no energy, and Lee lost consciousness. His mother was completely exhausted, but that wasn't the worst of it, because the system reported that this floor would be closed in 10 minutes. It is unclear where to run. The door to the second floor is closed. There is no other choice but to go up to the next floor. Daejo grabbed his captain and carried him on his back. It's always nice to see such strong male friendship. Hiram couldn't understand why Lee lost consciousness at that exact moment, because immediately after that, everything around him turned into chaos. He is currently the most talented hunter on the team, and they are too dependent on his help. In the future, they should make progress and become more independent. Perhaps this will happen on the 4th floor of the learning tower. Lee woke up in a soft bed. At first, he enjoyed the rest and wanted to sleep all day, and then he remembered that he was in a dungeon. He began to look around and try to figure out which floor he was on and where his friends were. Next to him was a bear they had already met. This bear had promised to meet Lee on the 4th floor, and he did not break his promise. He said that it was like the guest room they give every alpha tester. This bear would accompany Lee on this floor. The 4th floor is a fairly safe place, as is the house on the 2nd floor, and here you can again use your points to buy goods in the store. This bear is very soft and kind, and I looked at it and thought it would be perfect to take it with me to Korea. If I were to give this bear to my daughter, she would have much more fun when her parents go to work. If Sora receives such a gift, she will definitely say that her father is the best in the world. Of course, all that remains is to explain to the bear that he needs to be taken out of this dungeon and taken to another country. They entered the central hall where Lee immediately saw his old acquaintance Alex. Alex was not surprised by this meeting. He knew that Lee had been nearby all this time and was resting after the previous ordeal. Alex said that they used escape tickets, which can be used to exit the dungeon even when there is no door or other exit. Such tickets can be bought in a store. Lee immediately asked the bear to find him this item. This shop is very different from what was on the 2nd floor. Here you can buy not only legendary weapons but also escape tickets. These tickets aren't cheap, but most of their team members have already bought the item and moved on. All members of the Spectrum have already gone to meet the quests available on the 4th floor. Alex also said that Lee's wife had joined him on the 2nd floor and was currently in the process of hunting. The guy was incredibly happy to hear that everything was fine with Kira. He was very worried because they had not been able to meet for a long time. And he doesn't understand at all why no one from the Night Squad is completing other quests, because thanks to them, you can get a lot of points and buy valuable goods. But he knows that you can buy various artifacts with points, but he thinks that all this makes no sense in this dungeon. Everything they buy with their points in the store cannot be taken outside this learning tower. Besides, the prices for all these items are too high, so there's no point in risking your life for it. Members of the Knights team purchase exit tickets and log out of the system after making significant progress. Lee promised Master Sophia that he would try to destroy the 5th floor boss, even at the risk of his own life, so he had to stay. Lee has no intention of spending his precious points on exit tickets. He wants to buy something else. Also, if Lee can complete the hidden Easter egg quest, he will receive a reward 10 times greater than anything before. This quest could turn his life around, but the bear has yet to meet a person who has been able to complete this task. He also warned that the scripted quests are not real, and if you take them for reality, problems may arise. Soon, our main character found himself in a jungle, but not at all like the jungle on the 2nd floor. He saw a strange child playing with jungle animals. He wanted to approach her like an insect, but this girl started screaming and said that if he took another step, she would kill him. He noticed that this girl could talk to the lizard and even called the animal Albert. They both didn't want to say anything about themselves. It seemed like each of them was hiding something. She asked him to get out of here and not to interfere with her playing, but Lee managed to see that she was injured and decided to help. Lee assured that he was not going to do anything wrong, put down his weapon and said that he wanted to do a good deed. He gave her a plant called lucrum, a medicinal plant that is used to make a compress. It cools and relieves pain. Soon, he helped the girl and assured her that soon her leg would no longer hurt because the lucrum would relieve the inflammation. She thanked him, then told him to get as far away from here as possible, and she also got ready to leave. Lee constantly tried to help this girl. He said that adults always help each other. He looked at her and realized that apart from the lizard, she had no friends in this jungle, so they agreed to get out of here together. The girl didn't exactly say that her name was Eliza, but upon hearing this beautiful name, she also told a little bit about herself. Then he found out that she could talk to animals and that she had no other friends besides them. It's not hard to guess that this girl is a real sorceress or a witch. Seeing her unusual source of mana, he stopped. Eliza ordered him not to move, otherwise she would kill him. She thought he wanted to do something bad to her and Albert, and had no idea that they were being watched all this time. At the last moment, Lee dodged and the arrow that was fired at his head flew past. As soon as Eliza realized that they had fallen into a trap, she immediately became angry and began to use her magic. She grabbed the guy who tried to kill them and made him suffer. Seeing this, Lee was shocked. This little girl is not inferior in strength even to William Taylor, so you have to be more careful with her. Soon, a large black dog attacked them, and at that moment Albert realized he had to intervene and protect his friend. This little lizard only seemed cute and friendly at first glance, but when it senses danger, it is ready to transform into an ancient knight. Eliza believed that all this happened because of her new acquaintance, so Lee began to assure her that he had nothing to do with it. The girl did not want to listen to his words, began to attack him and try to kill him. At this moment, he saw another man again trying to attack Elise. It seems that this girl is not very well liked in this forest. I had to intervene again and save her, even though a minute ago she was trying to kill him. Lee doesn't like it when someone attacks a child in front of him. At such moments, he constantly remembers Sora and looks very angry. Only now did Eliza realize that this guy was not her enemy at all, and he knew nothing about her. They are still in danger, so Lee puts her on his back and starts running away. Albert said he couldn't run that fast, but he had to speed up to keep up with the others. When they broke away from the pursuit, Eliza tried to understand why this unknown Korean guy was helping her. It's obvious to him that when a child is in danger, adults should help. She looked at him carefully and decided to tell him why all these people were trying to kill her. There was a prophecy before. Some crazy oracle told her that she would destroy the entire world. After that, a reward was set for her and people began to hunt for her soul. If Lee goes with her, he will be killed immediately by the mercenaries, so she suggests they go their separate ways before tragedy strikes. This girl also said that the ability to erase memories was something Lee had never heard of before. Only now, after looking at her more closely and analyzing the whole situation, did he realize that she was a witch. He didn't even know that there were other witches besides his own daughter. He tried to calm down and remembered what the bear had told him. In theory, this quest shouldn't be real, so this girl only exists here, and it's not necessary to interfere with this story. On the other hand, mercenaries are constantly pursuing this girl, and she can't turn to anyone for help. Even if Lee pretends that none of this exists, he won't be able to deceive her, because Elise begins to sympathize with him with all her heart. If he follows her, he will become an enemy to the whole world. But Lee still wants to do it, and is even ready to give her the opportunity to train on him. He explained that he sincerely wanted to help this little creature and had no other intentions because he was on her side. The girl decided to believe him and not scare him with her own strength anymore, although even this was too fast a step forward for her. She is already used to constantly hiding and not trusting anyone around her except animals, so her behavior must be treated with understanding. Soon they set off again. First, they had to get out of this forest because everyone around knew about their presence. Albert went on a reconnaissance mission, a good opportunity to rest a bit and wait for new information. A little later, the girl told me that her name was not Eliza because her real name was Elizabeth. The scenario quest was activated. The system informed the player that he must help Elizabeth get out of this forest. Up until this point, no system messages had appeared, so finding out the girl's name was probably a prerequisite for starting the quest. Soon, she told them that they were in the middle of the Me-Time Forest, which was outside the Kingdom of the Estuaries. Then she started talking about mercenaries and bounty hunters, also called paladins. Soon, Lee asked her to take a short break, which would soon be the perfect place to stop. At that moment, Albert returned. The girl started talking to him and asking about the information he had learned during the reconnaissance. There is a village a little further away, but the witch cannot go there because she will be burned at the stake immediately. Lee tried to assure the girl that he could hide her, but she had already taken a similar risk once before and almost said goodbye to life. Lee said that Albert could be dressed up and pretended to be brother and sister. Elizabeth had never heard anything worse. The guy tried to explain that they needed to eat, and at that moment the girl told him that there were many mushrooms here that could help restore energy. A little later, the sun set over the horizon and new visitors appeared in the village near this forest. This guy and his child have never been seen in this area, but it doesn't bother him at all. Lee said that he was a doctor who wanted to find a place to rest. In order to come to this village, he had to persuade Elizabeth for a long and tedious time and tell her his whole plan. His strategy was quite simple. He said he would be her father and tell everyone around that they had gone to Lee to pick flowers. After that, They were attacked by an unknown monster that immediately wounded Elizabeth and almost ate them. By some miracle, they were able to escape from this monster and soon found a village where they decided to stay for the night. He immediately told this story to the man he met in this village. Elizabeth tried to constantly pretend that she was very sick and needed rest. Soon, they arrived at a central hotel and were given a wonderful apartment. Elizabeth had completely forgotten what a regular bed looked like. Soon they would be brought food, and she would be able to fully experience the taste of civilization. She hopes that she does a great job playing the role of a daughter and can become an actress in the future because she doesn't really like the profession of a witch. Lee said that she is indeed very talented, but they will not be playing this role again in the future. The guy was only able to order dinner. He didn't have enough money to get dessert, but even that would be enough. Elizabeth probably hasn't eaten real food in a million years, but even so, she wants to share it with her saviors. After dinner, the boy said he wanted to go and ask how to get out of the forest, and reminded them that they needed to leave this village quickly. Despite the fact that Elizabeth constantly behaves like a spoiled child, it is immediately noticeable that she has a kind heart. Even when she is very hungry, she is still ready to give food to her friend. Not every adult is capable of such behavior, so she is not a child at all. When Lee went downstairs, he saw that everyone around was welcoming the night's guests. They already know that a doctor has arrived here with the child, and they want to talk to him alone. These knights are very similar to the paladins. That is, the bounty hunters that Elizabeth told so much about. Elizabeth is left in her room all alone. Now she is not thinking about what will happen in the future because she is completely focused on the memories of the past. For as long as she can remember, she has always had problems. Mercenaries were constantly hunting her and trying to kill her. Some even tried to cut out her tongue so that she couldn't cast any spells. These people had probably never heard of humanism. She has repeatedly experienced betrayal from her own experience when it seemed that a person could be trusted, but it turned out that this was not the case at all. She was constantly told that no one would help a witch who could destroy the entire world, because it was absurd. And it was hard to remember all these moments of her life. If you look closely, you can see that there are tears in her eyes. Of course, she's thinking about that guy who showed up this morning and tried to protect her from the mercenaries. There are a million questions in her head. She's not sure if she can trust him, and maybe he's just as much of a traitor as everyone else. She remembered how he said he was on her side, and she couldn't forget how he risked his life to save her. After this, it's impossible not to trust even if you cause trouble again. Even if it breaks her heart, she still wants to believe in Lee. At this time, she heard his voice and immediately approached the door. Lee apologized to his daughter and said he was suggesting she take a little walk before bed. The paladins couldn't understand why he was behaving this way, but he continued to talk all this nonsense. At first, the girl thought he was trying to joke with her, but Lee kept talking, getting creepier with every second. He recalled how she tried to run away from home and asked her not to do anything wrong. When Lee said he would enter the room now, Elizabeth had no doubt that this was not a prank at all. After a few seconds, the paladins found themselves in the center of the hotel room, but they didn't find Elizabeth there. Lee guessed that now was the perfect moment to escape. There was no point in being with these bastards anymore. He hit one of them and quickly ran away. But it was only an easy task in theory. It quickly became clear that all exits from the hotel were blocked, and the armed mercenaries were not going to let their victim go. They realized that he was connected to this witch and assured him that the girl must be killed because she could destroy the entire world. Realizing that he didn't want to talk, the mercenaries decided to show him who was in charge and began to attack. Lee is not used to being afraid of people. He recently fought huge monsters, so the knights don't scare him at all. He's seen all the Jackie Chan movies, so he has no problems with martial arts. The problem is that he is alone, and there are too many mercenaries, and without help, he cannot win. Sometimes they say that a warrior is alone in the field, but in this situation, it is difficult to remain optimistic. Lee realized that now was the perfect moment to use his best skill from his past life. The lunge technique could save him again. A few seconds after activating the lunge technique, a large explosion occurred that destroyed half of the building. Elizabeth, who was trying to escape while sitting on Albert, saw what happened and was shocked. She realized that her new friend was in mortal danger and perhaps he could not survive this explosion. Now she regrets leaving him alone. They should have fought together and ignored the danger. These knights are paladins. They will kill anyone who has anything to do with Elizabeth without hesitation. If they find out that Lee was hiding a witch, they will cut off his head. But she cannot leave her friend in danger. Although she risks her own life, sometimes there are people for whom it is worth taking a risk. So she ordered Albert to turn back. After a few seconds, it saw the silhouette of a man and prepared for battle. But it turned out to be Lee, alive and unharmed. The guy explained that there were too many opponents and he couldn't destroy them all, so he had to get out of here immediately. They ran to Lee and tried to break away from the pursuit of these wolves in human form. Last time, Lee used too much mana. He even had to use the king's ring to stay alive. Now it's only a matter of time before the paladins catch up with him and Elizabeth, so they need to come up with something to save them. He still has various tricks and techniques that he can use, but that's not enough. Soon they were completely surrounded, and now they found themselves in a really difficult situation. Lee tried to intimidate his opponents. He recalled what he had done a few minutes ago and said he was ready to kill them all. The mercenaries acknowledged that his skills were at a high level, but they understood that he could not use this technique indefinitely. If he ran away, it already means he is weak, so the paladin leader wants to personally cut out his tongue. The boss ordered his assistants to go in search of the witch, while he himself remained to fight against Lee. He wants to end this battle quickly because there is no time for unnecessary chatter. Lee assured that he did not want to kill anyone, but his opponent, on the contrary, longed to taste warm blood. Paladins are true knights. They are trained in martial arts from childhood, and they quickly gain experience in battles for territory. Sometimes they can work as mercenaries and do dirty work, which is what this team does. The paladin leader has a large supply of mana. It is not easy to stop him, and it is difficult to even dream of victory. His strikes look like fairly ordinary attacks, but he is able to power up his sword to a high level with his energy. The main thing is not to panic and try to think strategically. You need to come up with a plan and act carefully. Lee has never faced opponents who were stronger than him before, but that doesn't mean there's no way to win. First, you need to understand which mother he strengthened his weapon with, but this is not so easy to do. Soon, Lee found himself in an even worse situation, as his spear was completely destroyed, and now it would be difficult for him to stay alive. He fell and realized that he was one step away from death. He had to invent something, because he had no right to die in this dungeon. Although he doesn't understand that this opponent is almost impossible to defeat, his daughter is waiting for him at home, and he must change her future. He still can't understand the power of this paladin. Lee has been in many battles before, but he has never seen anything like this. To break an opponent's weapon, you need incredible potential, and this cannot be achieved without perfect preparation. It was the first time he had seen an aura that looked like mana. It seemed impossible, so he had an interesting idea. Now all he can do is fight. His spear may be broken, but he has another weapon called his combat experience. The paladin admitted that his opponent has a strong character, because even without weapons, he is ready to continue defending himself. If Lee can use the power of the king's ring now, he will be close to victory. All he has to do is understand how his opponent's aura works. Once he knows the answer to this question, the job will be done. According to his guesses, this knight had concentrated a large amount of mana in his weapon, just like the guy with the axe in the past. In that battle, he felt that his opponent's weapon was very strong, but now this weapon seemed to be pushing him away with its strength. It is obvious that they both use the same technique, but there are also noticeable differences. Only a little later did he realize that if he used the usual concentration of mana, all the power went to one point, which glowed brighter than anything else. The mana in this sword, on the other hand, is distributed evenly, so the difference is only in the form of the mana. Aura cannot pump weapons with force from within. Unlike mana, he knows this from the books he read in his past life. The power of the aura is contained within the sword in accordance with its size, which means you need to attack correctly and do it at the right time. Our main character has never had any problems with timing. He always knows how to find the right moment to attack. The paladin could not believe that his opponent had mastered an incredible aura so quickly, but in reality, Lee would win the fight through experience. Experience and knowledge can completely turn the tide of a fight, and that's exactly what happened in this situation. An incredibly beautiful picture could be seen in the sky, but unfortunately, we couldn't enjoy this spectacle because we had to fight for our lives. Little Elizabeth tried to escape from the mercenaries even though they had almost captured her. These guys were able to quickly find the witch and surrounded her from different sides. Now it will be twice as difficult for them to escape. She thought that Lee was already dead because if the mercenaries focused on her, they would definitely kill her friend. A little later, she tried to forget all these bad thoughts and reassured herself that Lee was able to find a safe place, just like Albert. These guys are real escape professionals, so you need to worry about them. Her leg wound has almost healed, but because of this escape, the inflammation has started again and now it is difficult for her to even step on her foot. When she saw the horse of the commander of the mercenary detachment, she realized that she could say goodbye to life. If the paladin boss is already here, then there is no chance of rescue. Lee risked his own life to give her a chance to escape, but she didn't take advantage of the opportunity and now finds herself trapped. It turned out that it was Lee, who was riding the horse of the Paladin squad commander. He had come to save little Elizabeth. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes again, this time tears of joy and happiness. He tried to stop the horse, but he couldn't do it. He hadn't yet mastered this technique. Elizabeth had to intervene to avoid being trampled by this large creature. Lee said that he was able to defeat the Paladin general, and now they have the opportunity to escape to a safer place. Elizabeth was very surprised that this guy was able to defeat the leader of the bounty hunters. No one had ever managed to do that before. They shouldn't relax too much because the Paladins are still numerous, and they are ready to avenge the general. Lee put the girl on a horse and told her to get out of here immediately, while he went to negotiate with his rivals. He took the Paladin general in his arms and ordered the other warriors to stop immediately if they did not want their boss to be beheaded. As soon as they saw their general held hostage, they immediately got scared. These guys weren't ready for such a plot twist. Lee said that if they let him and the girl go, he would let the general live. At first they agreed, but he doesn't want to trust the bounty hunters because he's sure their words mean nothing. Only real bad guys would threaten a little girl with a sharp sword, so there is no trust in them. On the other hand, if he doesn't trust them, they won't be able to come to an agreement and soon the Paladins will need reinforcements. He decided to change his plan a little and said that all they had to do was let Elizabeth go. He would stay here until she reached safety, and only then would he release their general. He immediately assured the Paladins that they had no right to follow the girl, but this only angered these cruel knights even more. Lee ordered Elizabeth to leave immediately and find a safe place to hide. He assured her that everything would be fine, because he was stronger than all these mercenaries and would definitely protect her from danger. A few seconds later, the girl set off at full speed to look for a new place to spend the night. It was hard for her to say goodbye to her savior, especially considering that he would certainly be in danger after handing over the general to the Paladins. It was at this moment that the system reported that the quest according to the scenario was completed. The task was successfully completed. Let's move to another part of the dungeon. There's a meeting going on there right now because no one has been able to find the captain in 3 days. All his friends, as well as Alex, gathered to share all available information and try to find Lee. Now is the perfect time to go searching because they are starting to worry that something bad might have happened. Darren thinks there's no point in worrying. She knows this guy, and similar situations always happen to him. They had almost fully formed a search strategy, and it was at this point that Lee entered the room and asked how they were doing. He probably doesn't even suspect that these young hunters are now trying to find a way to find their captain. He asked why they had gathered here, and in response he heard only silence. After that, they started yelling at him. At first he silently disappears, and now he comes back to them in the same way. This is terrible behavior. 10 minutes ago, the system reported that the quest was completed and the player would now receive a reward. Lee opened his eyes and saw a familiar bear in front of him, so now he was safe and could not worry. He is back in the tower guest room, which means Elizabeth has been saved and his mission has been successfully completed. The bear said that apart from experience points, Lee would not receive anything else for this task, no separate rewards. He only received a plain white piece of paper and had no idea how to use it. Maybe it was some kind of mistake. The broken spear also looks pretty strange. If this whole quest was unreal, then why is the weapon still broken? Maybe all of this really happened in reality, but the reward is somehow terrible. That is, everything seems too confusing. A little later, Lee ordered the bear to open the store and show him the precious items. He wanted to buy himself something valuable. Now it is very important for him to prepare for the boss battle, because that was his primary goal in going into this dungeon. He wants to find many useful elixirs. They should help in difficult moments of battle. A little later, he became interested in other weapons. He realized that it was better to buy himself a new spear than to spend points on an elixir. His spear was broken, so there's no point in fighting the 5th floor boss without a weapon. But now the problem is solved. This spear is called a dorog, a legendary weapon from Scandinavian myths, and I had to spend almost all my points on this thing. Kira couldn't understand why the plane acted recklessly. He wouldn't be able to take this weapon with him anyway, so this purchase seemed pointless. He also hasn't heard any information about this boss yet, but he's already sure that a spear will be the perfect weapon to fight him. He was upset that his friends did not support his choice. They believe it is wrong to spend a large number of points on a temporary weapon. They probably don't understand that this is a necessary investment, because he came here for his daughter, not for the rewards. After the tickets appeared in the store, everyone realized that the entrance to the 5th floor was open. Alex can't believe that these fools are really going to go to real hell to die. Even Master Sophia couldn't pass this test. And besides, they didn't buy escape tickets, so there's almost no chance of returning. He couldn't believe they were actually going to go to the 5th floor. But he would have to get used to these crazy boys and girls. They love to feel the risk and feel their hearts leap out of their chests, which is why they decided to become hunters, which is why they are a unified team. Soon they entered the 5th floor, and the training quest to attack the King's Hall began. At first, everyone thought that the statues near the main gate were alive and would start attacking them. But so far, this has not happened. If Sophia is to be believed, these statues should lose interest in them as soon as they walk through the door. Sophia said that this door can be opened with your hands, and no additional keys are needed for this. One person will act as a decoy and approach the door. When the statue starts moving, everyone else will run back and open the door. Kira immediately said that she didn't like the plan, that being a decoy was too dangerous, but Lee assured her that he was ready to take on this role. He is the only one with a chance of survival. He has excellent reflexes and incredible self-confidence. Kira wanted to stop him. It was obvious that she cared about his future, and her feelings for him were growing stronger every day. I had to reassure her that there was no other way out. Lee had a great reaction, so she didn't have to worry. The decision was made and the whole team prepared to act according to the plan. The main thing is not to rush and not lose concentration. As soon as the boy approached and touched the main door, the eyes of the huge statue began to glow red. At this point, Lee began shouting to his team members that it was time to act. It seemed to him that everything was pretty obvious, but for some reason no one moved or was going to open the door. It turned out that the statue was not going to run after him throughout the hall. The task of this night was to protect the gate, and he didn't care about anything else. Sophia said that all it took was touching the door, and the guards would immediately start attacking. It seems as if they are greeting the king and kneeling before him. At this moment, the team captain again remembered that he had already been called the king, which was hardly a coincidence. In this situation, the king's ring is again involved, and these statues consider him their ruler. 4 people couldn't even open the door a little. It's hard to believe that Sophia did it without help. Lee tried to do it on his own, but as soon as he touched the door, the guards immediately started moving. It seemed to everyone around that these monsters would now start attacking them. But Lee remained calm and was sure that the guards, on the contrary, would help him. That's exactly what happened. They walked up to the door and immediately opened the passage inside. The inner hall was huge. There was almost no light, so it was difficult to see the boss. The first floor boss was the jailer. After that, Lee met the gardener and then fought the real queen of monsters. Now, by all this logic, the king and boss of this tower should sit on the throne. As soon as he sensed that guests had arrived, he immediately directed his black magic into attack. The captain ordered his comrades to avoid any danger as much as possible and to keep a long distance. First, you need to understand the boss's strengths and weaknesses, and only then develop a strategy for victory. It was very difficult for them to defeat the queen, but fighting this demon will be even more difficult. He immediately surrounded them with the power of fire, and then began to recite various spells. This magic is too powerful. The hunters saw for the first time that a creature could attack with spells without stopping. Usually, every sorcerer needs pauses, because any spell takes up a large amount of mana and energy. If he continues at the same pace, he will be impossible to approach, but Lee has a plan. He tried to get closer to the monster and was not going to hide from its attacks. There are several possible explanations for Lee's behavior. He is either very smart and came up with a plan, or he has completely lost his mind. After the boss's attack, the guy showed his friends that he had the situation under control and they didn't need to worry. Usually, all people with a headache behave this way, but this time, everything is fine with Lee. He decided to act this way because he understood the power of his spear. Mentions of this weapon can be heard in Celtic legends and Scandinavian myths. This spear was owned by the knight Dermot, the hero and savior of Piana, and it was this spear that he received from his father, the druid Angus. The red color of the tip means that this spear can neutralize any magic. At one point, Lee even thought his plan wouldn't work, but the boss's magic turned out to be not as dangerous as it seemed. This monster is not very scary. Its main strength is energy, which it can constantly spend and attack without rest. This list is really worthwhile, and now no one doubts that Lee made the right choice. He confidently told his friends that he would now clear the way to the top, and it would not be difficult to follow such leaders even to the ends of the world. You could see different magic around. It was the power of fire, the energy of lightning, and also the power of the earth. Even next to this fire, it's incredibly hot, but Lee somehow makes his way to the epicenter of these events. Kira looked at him and realized that she could not stay away and not help her daughter's father. Her arrows began to attack the boss of this room, but thanks to the protective barrier, he was able to defend himself. The other team members also took decisive action. Hiram took out her favorite rifle and opened full fire. It's also hard to be satisfied with the result. This barrier doesn't let any attacks through, and the boss is even difficult to injure. It's obvious that no barrier can be that strong, and it's also surprising that the boss can both defend and attack at the same time. Alex warned about the power of this creature, but no one could even imagine that this boss was really so powerful. While he is hiding behind the barrier, all that remains is to hide from his dangerous attacks. Lee is trying hard to change the situation for the better, but even his magic spear is not enough to succeed. His actions angered the boss, and he then started throwing huge rocks at him. For a moment, it seemed that the guild captain would be crushed by the spectrum, and only a wet spot would remain of him. He was lucky that all this time Daeho had been preparing to use his technique, and now he could break any stone with one blow. The boss stopped for a while, as if he was gathering strength to deliver an even more powerful blow and show the guests who was in charge. Within a few minutes, everything around was frozen. This magic is incredibly strong. The captain's legs, like his spear, were frozen, but he was not seriously injured. For a moment, it even seemed to him that he was seeing his own adult daughter. But it was just a vision. The boss stopped his attack to gather all his energy and strike with new magic. He acts wisely and prudently. At this moment, Darren called Daeho and said that they still had a chance to win, so they had to take advantage of this chance. Daejo realized that it was time to end this fight. This was a good opportunity to practice hitting a right overhand. He delivered a truly incredibly powerful blow. Even such a strong and durable barrier could not withstand it. The boss on the 5th floor was shocked. Although we can't see his face, he certainly looked surprised. Because he relaxed, the hunters had the opportunity to break through his defenses and win this battle. They began to attack from different directions and get closer to victory. Although just a few minutes ago it seemed impossible. Kira fired several arrows at the boss, and one of them hit him squarely in the face. It seemed like this was the end. The ice around him began to melt, and at that moment the boss screamed in incredible pain. The spell had completely dissipated, but the boss's clothes were still intact, as if he were still alive. Only a little later did it become clear that this boss was not going to die. He was not finished yet and wanted to start the second round. Lee saw that Kira was in danger and immediately ordered her to flee immediately. He could not afford to lose her again. At that moment, when it seemed that the boss wanted to take revenge on her for the arrow he had fired, nothing terrible happened. The girl said that everything is fine with her. She feels great as always, and now she is even comfortable in this boss suit. Maybe it's something like an artifact. She killed the boss and now received his clothes as a token of gratitude. Lee believes that these clothes may be cursed. They can't be 100% sure, so it's better to be careful. It is unclear what happened to the boss. His aura dissipated and the suit passed to Kur. From the very beginning, he used curses as an attack, so most likely he was undead. Perhaps they were very lucky and were able to neutralize the power of his magic, although the boss's robe remained. It seemed that these clothes were part of the boss, because that was where his main strength for powerful attacks came from. If they really destroyed the boss's soul, then they should have completely neutralized all magic. Maybe Lee was wrong from the start and couldn't find the boss Sophia was talking about. At this moment, strange things started happening to the boss's cloak, and it started glowing green again. It started moving on its own, and then the hunters felt as if an earthquake was starting. Lightning could be seen from different directions. Then the floor began to collapse and another guest came to visit them. Probably only now will they meet the real boss of this floor because everything before him was just a warm-up. This huge creature looks like a bird or even a dragon. Its eyes glow red, and its teeth are ready to tear apart any prey. When the Spectrum team finally realized who they would have to fight in this hall, a deathly silence reigned around them. Even the fearless warrior, who in the future would be called the King of Boxing, showed with all his appearance that he did not want to fight for this creature. Even Sophia could not defeat this monster, although she is a true legend of the Greek knightly order. Given her experience, it's hard to even imagine how Team Spectrum is supposed to defeat this opponent. It seems impossible. They began to attack him with various weapons. Kira began to shoot arrows and Hiram attacked with iron bullets. Of course, all this did not harm the monster in any way. On the contrary, it became angry and prepared its tail to attack. A few seconds later, all team members were in mortal danger. They were not ready, did not prepare a strategy, and acted separately from each other. You cannot win with such an approach. Hiram was seriously injured. The blow was very close to her body and she did not have time to defend herself. Daeho said that he would try to attack the monster and distract it for a while. He wanted his friends to use this opportunity to escape. Lee didn't come here to run away, but judging by his opponent, maybe that's not the worst option at all. Sophia and Alex's words were correct. They warned and warned about the danger, but the Spectrum team did not listen to them. Meanwhile, strange things began to happen to the monster. It was surrounded by a strange aura of red flame. Lee was the first to guess what was happening. He told his comrades that the monster was cursed, and anyone who touched it would die immediately. It is this curse that kills Sophia? It is difficult to understand anything from these words, but in the future, everything will fall into place. Right now, Lee can only use the magic of his spear, but that's not enough to stop a curse. The problem is that they can't even get close to the monster, so they don't know how to attack it. This creature foresaw any danger and was created not to know what defeat was. Their situation is really bad. The captain is trying to come up with a plan of action, but in such a situation, it is difficult to even think. They saw that there was another pit ahead and soon another unknown creature began to crawl out of it. It seemed to them that it would be impossible to defeat the two monsters, but they jumped to conclusions too quickly. If there were two monsters, it would be incredible luck because, in reality, there are many more of these creatures. All this seems like an impossible mission, because they are fighting not only against an invincible monster, but also against his formidable army. Not only are there too many of them, but each one can also place a curse on their opponent that will lead to death. There is also nowhere to run, so the only thing left to do is move forward and accept your death with dignity. Darren said that she would attack first and try to stop the monsters. She began to tear these monsters apart with her sword, at which point she imagined herself as the chef of a respectable restaurant. Monsters surrounded her from all sides, but Darren paid no attention to it at all. It seemed as if she had completely fallen into some kind of trance, and it seemed like all of this would be much harder. But in reality, these attacks didn't take much of her strength. If she can continue at the same pace, then we can even dream of victory, although it's still too early to talk about it. The captain could not abandon his team member. He also intervened in the battle and began to help. Now that Hiram and Daeho can't attack, the situation is getting more complicated, and it's getting harder for Darren to keep his distance from the monsters. There are too many of them and only 2 hunters, and now this numerical advantage is starting to be seriously felt. Kira tried to help and shoot them with her magic arrows, but found that the monsters did not want to come near her. It seemed as if all their attention was focused on a completely different victim. Darren continued to slash at them with her sword, but there were more and more of them with every second. Fighting these giants is very difficult. Today, she even gets tired twice as fast as usual, which leads to problems. At that moment, when it seemed that she would be destroyed, a huge stone fell on several monsters at once. Only Daeho could do something so incredible, but it was obvious that he had used up almost all of his mana to do so. The situation is constantly getting more complicated. This battle does not last long, but it already becomes clear that the hunting team is close to defeat. The strongest member of the team felt that now he too was cursed because he had touched one of the monsters. The guy began to lose strength and soon completely lost consciousness. If he died, it would be a real tragedy. Despite her serious injury, Hiram did not betray her principles and used her weapon to its full potential. As soon as she ran out of ammunition, she would immediately change rifles and start attacking again. Monsters have completely surrounded her from all sides. If she doesn't help now, she will also be cursed. A little later, something very important happened, and we need to focus on this moment. Kira noticed that the monsters didn't attack her at all. She killed them, but they didn't pay attention to her. Probably all this happened because of her clothes, which she received after destroying the sorcerer. This is a very unusual cloak. It absorbs curses and may be the key to victory in clearing this dungeon. After this secret was revealed, Lee immediately realized that this was how they could approach the main boss. He asked Kira to trust him and share this cloak, and if they were lucky, they would be able to get out of here alive. The main thing is that this cloak does not lose its magical properties and helps him get close to the monster. Oddly enough, this clothing is the only chance for salvation. If it protects Lee, then the Spectrum team will be saved. The boy tried to get closer to the monster, but at that moment, the dragon began to attack. The captain understood that he could not waste a single minute, because during this time his friends could die. Now they have to constantly defend themselves from monsters and support each other, but this cannot last forever. Today, Darren has reached a new level of sword mastery. If her grandfather were watching her, he would be proud of his granddaughter. It would be terrible if a day like this, which had helped her make progress, ended in defeat. They killed monsters without stopping, but these demons became more and more numerous. Hiram had long since realized that rifles were no help, so she used a machine gun. Kira immediately warned that this should not be done. The bullets could ricochet and thus infect someone with the curse. The experienced female warrior understood this, but otherwise they would not be able to win, so they would have to take risks. She felt she had no choice but to trust her intuition and create a real hell here. However, Cyrus's prediction worked, and within moments, Hiram was injured even more. After that, she realized that she needed to bring out the heavy artillery and took a grenade out of her pocket. Maybe this will at least stop these demons from hell for a while, because otherwise there's no way to negotiate with them. When the girls ran up to save their friend, they saw that she had already lost consciousness. Now Hiram is on the verge of life and death. On the other hand, in 1 second, she was able to destroy a huge number of these lizards and bought them extra time. Kira asked Darren to help her clear out the remaining monsters, but Darren is also cursed. She had been hiding it for the last few minutes, but now it was obvious that she had turned to the dark side. It should be noted right away that this is not exactly a classic curse, so Darren is not going to kill his friends but will continue to destroy monsters. She is certain that this curse will slowly kill her, so now she has no choice but to give her life for her friends. She saw how Daeho and Hiram lost their last strength and didn't even touch the dragon, so she wants revenge for them. This giant is too dangerous. He turned out to be stronger than expected, but it's never too late to cut off his head. She will most likely die, but that doesn't mean she can't do it for her friends. Despite all these dangers, Darren instantly approached the monster and prepared to deliver the decisive blow. In this difficult moment, you could see real hatred and aggression in her eyes. She would not allow anyone to insult her team. It was difficult to reach the head, so she decided not to risk it and try to cut off the monster's tail. As it turned out, this plan worked. Her blow was lightning fast and powerful, which is how you should fight titans. After the monster was left without a tail, the boss's protective energy attacked the girl. She was left without strength, so she couldn't even defend herself from this attack. But that wasn't necessary anymore. Lee guessed that thanks to Darren, he had the opportunity to attack. He needed this chance, and he got it. Now all that remains is to seize the opportunity and send this boss to hell, because that's where he belongs. This maximum blow turned out to be accurate. Just a minute ago, the monster was in no danger, but now it was left without a tail and was at risk of dying. As soon as he fell to the ground, an explosion of concentrated dark energy sounded around him. All the boss's servants, these ugly and impudent creatures, immediately scattered and turned to ash. This means that they managed to win. But it's not the end yet, because we need to get out of here quickly. Kira prepared to run away and take Lee with her, but at that moment she heard an incomprehensible sound. At first she had no doubt that victory was already guaranteed, but soon she saw before her the terrible claw of death. She couldn't believe her own eyes that a few seconds ago this monster was lying on the ground and not breathing, thinking there was no doubt that he was dead. Now it makes no sense because he is ready to take revenge and destroy everything in his path. Now the dragon has become much stronger than before. All that remains is to run away and hope for luck. After the first attack of the monster, which rose from the dead like a phoenix, our heroes almost lost consciousness. Kira was left all alone. She looked at the dragon and guessed that death awaited her now. Next to her was Lee. The guy lost consciousness and didn't understand what was happening. The monster prepared to strike a decisive blow and show these strangers who was really in charge in this sacred temple. It was at these very seconds that the bowl of water broke. All of this happening thousands of kilometers from the dungeon of the training tower. This happened in Korea. A grandfather, tired of constantly playing with his granddaughter, dropped this cup on the floor. Little Sora was very surprised and scared. She knows that it was her mother's favorite cup. Soon Lee opened his eyes. He saw that the monster wanted to attack him, but something prevented him from doing so. Looking more closely, he realized that Kira had decided to cover him with her own body and give her life for him. He started screaming and trying to understand why she did it, but Kira was calm and reassured her lover. She said that he wouldn't be able to return home, but he had to survive and be with their daughter. At that moment, his heart bled, tears welled up in his eyes, and his soul felt as if it had been pierced through and through. He saw Kira give her life for him, and her head bowed down and her breathing stopped. The system immediately notified the boy that the mission had failed. He was unable to stop the second threat to Sora. Tears won't help. Kira won't be brought back. She died and did it to save Lee. It was her choice. She lived a short but rich and happy life. This girl was always ready to come to the rescue and support her friends. She was not afraid to sacrifice herself and take risks for the sake of a common goal. Even in the most difficult moments of her life, she remained true to her principles, and that is how she will be remembered after her death. The monster is still alive. It looks at Lee and is certainly preparing to strike another blow. Now this guy has no right to die. If he doesn't defeat this titan, Sora will turn into a witch again and destroy the entire world. He tried to attack, but the dragon's power is so powerful that it is impossible to even get close to this monster. He fights as if he's read every martial arts book in the world. And as it turns out, he can even rise from the dead. At this moment, Lee analyzed everything that happened. It seemed to him that he was to blame for all this, because he was the one who suggested coming to this dangerous place. If he had been a little more sensible, if he had a plan, none of this would have happened. In any case, he made an incredible number of promises, and constantly said that he would be able to protect his daughter. Now it seems to him that it has only gotten worse. He always believed that he could change fate, but now he is losing faith in himself. This huge creature knows no pity. It was created to kill and destroy all who come to its temple. In these seconds of his life, Lee didn't try to defend himself at all, because even if he survived, there would be no point in it, because he wouldn't be able to protect his daughter. It seemed as if he had sunk to the bottom of an abyss, with only emptiness and silence around him. Strangely enough, he heard a familiar voice. It seemed that he was alone in this abyss, but this was not entirely true. Raising his eyes and looking more closely, he saw a little girl, Elizabeth, standing before him. She reminded him that now was not the time to die. He had made her a promise and had no right to forget his own words. He promised not to die for any reason, and he promised this to his daughter, and such promises cannot be broken. A few weeks before these events in Korea, little Sora confidently declared that she wanted to go to Greece with her parents. While the father was taking pictures of this serious lady and laughing at her behavior, the mother was trying to explain that she couldn't go with them. They are going there for important work, it is dangerous, and therefore Sora has to stay with her grandfather. The father promised that they would return quickly, nothing bad would happen, and they would continue their happy family life. While in critical condition, he remembered his promise, and strangely enough, this moment was clearly etched in his memory. He remembers what he promised Elizabeth and Sora. He told both girls that he would survive despite all these hardships. Cannot be allowed to become an orphan at such a young age. It will change her soul, and she will turn into the Dark Queen again. This cannot be allowed. Lee suffered in a past life, and is not ready to let his daughter go through all this. We must get out of this dungeon, even if it means giving up all our strength. To begin with, it was decided to use the King's Ring, after which the strength and mana reserve were increased several times. This turned out to be enough to break through the enemy's first defensive barrier. The first attack was immediately successful, although it did not kill the Titan, but now his arm will never work again. Thanks to Elizabeth's memories, Lee also remembered the attack the Paladin used. This boss may be incredibly strong, but that doesn't mean he can repel all possible attacks. His spear has changed color and now mana is strengthening this weapon. The King's Ring will soon expire, so we must hurry. The monster, as well as Lee, attacked each other at the same time, but only one would remain alive after that. In such cases, strength and speed play a decisive role. You need to deliver your powerful blow faster than your opponent, and then the fight will be won. Looking more closely at the monster, Lee saw something very interesting and important. He couldn't believe it, but it was obvious that on this dragon was a small scarf that belonged to Albert. It's unclear how this is connected, but then the guy forgot about it, because there was an impressive explosion of pure energy. After this, the monster had no chance, the training tower was attacked, and the system reported that the quest was officially completed. According to the points tally, it was determined that player Lee made the greatest contribution to the overall victory, although now, he doesn't care much about it. He fell to the ground because he was completely powerless. The King's Ring stopped its action and returned all of its characteristics to their original state. Now this ring should absorb some of his humanity, but that doesn't matter anymore. He understood that he couldn't lose consciousness, but had to get up and return to his daughter. Soon, the unused reward began to activate, and something near his body began to glow brightly. The reward for the scenario quest was the activation of a blank ticket. It was raining somewhere in the forest. In such places, the weather is constantly changing, and those around you quickly get used to it. Little Albert was next to Elizabeth and again watched as the girl looked sadly at the rain. Her behavior made him sad too, but it was always nice to share his sad thoughts with someone. When Lee regained consciousness, he realized he was in his room, although it was unclear how he ended up there. Looking more closely, he saw that he was not alone here at all. He saw a girl and heard a familiar voice. It turned out that Elizabeth was next to him. Now she was no longer a child at all, but, on the contrary, an adult and beautiful woman. She said they would see each other again and was now happy to meet her savior again. At first, she decided to apologize. She couldn't answer all his questions because there was a high probability she would get caught. She asked to give her her hand and promised to reduce the side effects of using the King's Ring. He looked at this strange girl and tried to understand who she really was. The bear said that the quest in the script was not real, which is why he considered Elizabeth a fictional character. Also, her situation is incredibly similar to Sora's, but at the time it seemed like just a coincidence. He doesn't understand whether she's real or not, but Elizabeth is going to explain it. She said that her cloak didn't fit Lee. It turned out that she had given this cloak to someone she wanted to protect. She doesn't know much about his daughter, only that Sora is a witch just like her. They are both cursed by fate, and all they can do is accept it and come to terms with it. It's strange that witches are cursed because only they in this world know how to curse others. Elizabeth felt that the time for conversation was running out, so she decided to give him a warning about the butterfly effect. That's exactly why she came, because Lee must understand that every step he takes changes the future, and it has already changed a lot. He doesn't even realize how many changes have occurred in the world because of his return to the past. Even what cannot be seen now accumulates step by step and turns into a storm in the future. A catastrophe will soon begin that he will not be able to stop alone. During these difficult moments, Lee almost didn't listen to her at all, but instead remembered the last seconds of Cyrus's life. A little later, Elizabeth reassured the boy and said that Kira was actually alive, no matter how strange it sounded. She immediately began explaining that the blank ticket Lee received for the scripted quest didn't work quite as he thought. It is actually a return ticket. It can turn back time for the owner and other members of his guild. At this time, it will return to the moment when they first started attacking, which means you can bring your friends back to life. Elizabeth reminded her not to lose concentration. Kira would only be able to come back to life because she died within the ticket's range. You don't need to constantly count on this ticket, but it's better to throw it away. Lee always has a backup plan, but he doesn't know the future, so it's important to be prepared for the butterfly effect. After that, Elizabeth said goodbye and said that it was time for her to go back, because she could always be caught. Finally, Lee tried to ask her one last question. He wants to understand why she gave him important artifacts. It seemed obvious to her because she was helping this guy for obvious reasons. He stood by her side and protected her from death, so now she owes him. After these words, she immediately disappeared, leaving Lee with many questions, but so far he has not heard the answers to them. The system has notified that global changes are beginning. To continue, you need to log into your personal account. When Lee entered the tower, he wanted to change his specialization, and now he has that opportunity. It turned out that on the contrary, he didn't want to change his specialization at all, but a completely different person. The system reported that this could not be done, even though it was for this that Lee risked his life. Speaking without exaggeration, all of Sora's misfortunes are related to her specialization and class. He hoped that by changing this, he could change everything that happened in the future and avoid the catastrophe that destroyed the world. This cannot be done in such a simple way, so all that remains is to change your own specialization. The problem is that if he does this, he will lose his lunge technique, which is an incredibly effective and powerful skill that may come in handy in the future. Even after 15 years of training, some other skills may not be as effective. Now, before large-scale changes to the system, this is one of his best skills, and this technique can be used several times in a row. The most important thing is that if he abandons the lunge technique, all these years of training will be in vain. On the other hand, by choosing a different profession, he may be able to find another skill, but there is no guarantee that this technique will also be effective. Soon the system announced that you could change your specialization but keep your skills, and that changed everything. It can become a multiplier. At first glance, it is an ordinary specialization that allows all the skills of a warrior to develop. From the very beginning, he bypassed this specialization due to some limitations that seemed very questionable to him. But if he can get the key now, it will completely change the situation for the better. Now everything was decided. He was ready to change his specialization and become a multiplier, but retain all his past skills. After that, he lost consciousness for a few seconds and woke up in a body with a different specialization. Lately, he's been changing his geolocation too often, and it's starting to get annoying. Alex entered his room, heard strange sounds, and realized that Lee had woken up. Now they are at the headquarters of the Knights. Alex found Lee in the tower and brought him out with the other team members. He said that they fought with a monster and were badly injured but managed to survive. From the very beginning, it seemed that the boss of the training tower would be the king, but there was a huge dragon controlled by Albert. If it was really Albert, then it is not entirely clear where the king went. Soon, other team members joined him in the room, with minor injuries but all of them safe. Soon he also saw Kira. Everything was fine with her. She did not hold back her feelings and showed how much she was worried about Lee. He immediately hugged her. Not that they hadn't seen each other in 1,000 years, no matter how happy our hero had been for a very long time. This is not a dream. This is a pleasant reality in which Kira is really alive and almost unharmed. If we recall the past while they were in the tower, Sophia ended up in the hospital because her body became unexpectedly paralyzed. Now her illness has been defeated. She feels much better. She can control her own body again. Lee came to give her the quest reward because it was thanks to her tips that he was able to achieve his goal. It turned out that Sophia did not want to see the reward and only asked to be treated to a delicious dinner. The team members seem to remember absolutely nothing about the boss fight, probably due to the effect of the blank ticket. Although it's not entirely comfortable to talk to them about what happened, Lee is happy that everything ended well. He decided not to tell them anything because all his goals had been achieved and everything else was of no importance. After a few days, it was time to return home. Although they really enjoyed Greece, it was always better to be at home. Finally, Alex decided to go over and talk to Lee, as the last few days had shown that something was bothering him. He bowed to the Korean guild leader and sincerely thanked him for everything that had happened. Previously, he had no idea that Sophia was cursed, and if Lee hadn't helped, she would have died keeping her secret. Alex is absolutely right. It seems that the training tower is monopolized by the guild. Now a lot has become known about this dungeon, and there will be many who want to try to challenge these towers. This could lead to the start of a war, and if you ask for help from the outside world, you could run into problems. If the guild were to solve this issue on its own, many people would die. So Sophia decided to sacrifice herself so that nothing bad would happen. If Lee ever needs help, he should contact Alex immediately and be sure to get support. Thus, the relationship between these two hunters has completely changed. Now they are not enemies, but friends. After that, they said goodbye and the Spectrum Guild returned to Korea, their trials in Greece officially over. Grandpa was already waiting for them at the airport, bringing little Sora with him in his arms. The girl was incredibly happy to see her parents, just as they were sincerely smiling and happy to meet her. Soon they were at their home and enjoying a well-deserved rest. It was nice to smell familiar smells and enjoy your own bed. Sleeping at home is always much better than sleeping in the best palaces in the world. It seems that Cyrus has no strength at all, which is not surprising because the adventures in the training tower turned out to be a real test for each of them. After returning, no one has any memories of what happened, so they don't know the truth. It's quite interesting that the personal system never allowed you to get anything other than the skills of a particular profession, but now that has changed. This is due to Kira. She did not use her skills before the system update, but at a critical moment this changed. Now Lee is worried about Elizabeth's words. This girl spoke as if she already knew the future, but did not tell about everything she knew. He would like to return to the tower and find her, but after conquering the learning tower, you cannot enter it again. He can only wait and hope for the best. Maybe Elizabeth will return and he will learn something more about the butterfly effect. It will be difficult to prepare for its arrival, especially considering that it could appear at any moment. There are many things he has to think about right now, but the most important thing is his family. These two charming girls are his own world. Sora looked at her parents and said she wanted to be just like them. Lee decided to forget all these difficult thoughts and enjoy the evening surrounded by family. Enough of all these trials for now. A few days later, he heard that a guest had come to their house. At first, Lee started to get nervous, but then he realized that it was his father. He didn't come here to talk, but rather came with a gift. We completely forgot about the kitten that Sora took to her grandfather's house, and now the grandfather has returned the kitten to the little girl. As soon as 40 saw her cat, she was immediately happy and ran to hug it. It turns out that she calls the kitten teacher, a rather strange name, but that's Sora's wish. Grandpa told about everything that happened and how exactly this teacher ended up at their home. Of course, the parents didn't really like this story. From that moment on, Sora and the teacher became close friends, so now they have no choice but to take this kitty into their home. Kira said that she also likes cats, so she wouldn't mind Sora having a friend. The main thing is that their daughter is happy. Everything else loses importance in comparison to this. Lee watched all this and had doubts. He knows that the union of a black cat and a witch could end badly, and that scares him. His bracelet didn't show any reaction to mana, so this cat shouldn't be dangerous. He used to worry that his daughter wouldn't be able to make friends, so now that problem is solved and the teacher can stay at their house. Sora immediately started celebrating and jumping for joy, and Huang looked at his son and said that they needed to talk. This was regarding their recent trip. Huang explained that despite the importance of work, one cannot leave a child alone for a long period of time. Lee may not even notice how his daughter grows up. If he is constantly absent, he will lose the opportunity to be her father. It's clear that he works for her, and she's too young to take her with him, but you always have to find a balance. Although Huang is a wonderful grandfather, he can never replace a real father. If they work a lot, then at least on the weekends they should have fun with their daughter, and also take her with them on vacation. After that, the grandfather said goodbye to his family and returned to his home, and night fell. Lee found out that his daughter was talking to a cat and thought about it before going to bed. Usually children talk to imaginary friends, but knowing who Sora is, there's no doubt that she can really talk to animals. If she was able to create a golem and can change the weather, then talking to animals is a piece of cake for her. At that moment, Kira approached the guy. He thought she was sleeping and therefore was very scared. All this time he tried to talk to the kitten. Kira watched him and started laughing. Through all this hellish learning, he had to talk to a cloak and a little bear, so it's no wonder he talks to a kitten. Finally, before going to bed, he suggested that Kira make the most of his weekend and enjoy a family vacation. It was quickly decided to go for a walk together the next day and take Sora with them. They arrived at a place where you can rent clothes. Sora looked happy. She started choosing different costumes and told her father that she wanted to pick something special for him. It was decided to change their wardrobes together. Lee said he would help the girls make new hairstyles because he had many talents besides hunting monsters. Soon, everyone on the street was shocked to see how beautiful the members of one family were. Kira and her daughter wore traditional Korean women's costumes, and it was nice to look at them. The father also kept up with the girls and dressed in a traditional men's suit and took a beautiful hat. It turned out really quite well, and now they are even called models on the streets of the city. A little later, they saw a cow. Sora had never seen this animal in real life before, so it caught her attention. She tried to copy the cow and stuck her tongue out at it. This little girl needs to work on her manners. After that, the father approached his daughter and offered her something sweet to eat. When he bought her sugar cookies, Sora called him the best father in the world because she had never tasted anything like it. She started begging for another sugar cookie and reminded me of Puss in Boots from the cartoon Shrek. At first, their mother insisted that they should have lunch and only then eat sweets. That would be right. But once Sora turned on her magic, refusing her was almost pointless. Her father didn't stand a chance, so within minutes he brought her a large quantity of sugar cookies. Kira had to intervene to stop this sugar feast. Children should not abuse sweets. It turned out that you can't argue with your mother. Even small children know this. They decided to continue their walk and visit places they had not been to before. They met a man who suggested they take part in a special competition. If they do everything right, they can win any toy, such as the rabbit that Sora likes so much. In order to do this, you have to be very accurate, and of course pay 2,000 for 10 arrows. At first, Lee thought he would easily complete this task, but it turned out that the target was too far away. The task in this competition is really very difficult. Ordinary people who come for entertainment are not able to win the prize. The owner of this competition thought it was easy money for him, but it turned out that Lee knew how to shoot accurately. Only a professional archer or a high-ranking hunter can hit the center of the target on the first attempt. It turned out that instead of Lee, Kira decided to shoot and showed her archery talents 100%. Soon, little Sora received the toy she wanted so badly. This is how little children's dreams come true. Sora also wanted to try to pass this competition, but to do so she would have to return here when she was 7 years old. She said she would shoot as accurately as her mother and would also be able to win many awards. These two girls are truly incredibly similar to each other, although Sora's personality is more like her father's. She won't even have to work hard to learn anything because she's had magic since childhood. The main thing is to teach her to control her powers, because under the influence of emotions, she can lose control of her magic. Despite the fact that her father wants to teach her to control her powers, there is not a single serious wizard around him. Only a few hunters can control magic, which is why sorcerers are called special. Maybe Lee should take it easy on his fatherhood. This girl is only 5 years old, so he has time to raise her. After returning home, Kira went to bed and had a terrible dream. After her house was destroyed, she and her daughter lived with relatives and friends for some time, but could not feel comfortable anywhere. Now it's time to come to your child's father and try to stay with him. Kira was visibly nervous. She hadn't announced her visit and was worried that everything wouldn't go according to plan because she and Lee had a bad breakup. If she didn't do this, there would be no other chance to meet him, so it was decided to take a chance. She came unannounced and feels uncomfortable, but she is Lee's daughter, so he has to accept them and take care of his family. She was curious to see what Lee would think. Now he would see this little lady for the first time, and she hoped he would take them in. She hopes that he is at least a little interested in their fate, and that he will not turn out to be a cruel and heartless man. As soon as Lee opened the door, he immediately said that Kira was too stupid because he wasn't going to let anyone in. He hasn't lost his mind yet to allow a person who destroyed his previous home to live in his house. The guy said he wanted to transfer Sora to the wizard's tower so that she wouldn't grow up to be a real monster. After that, Sehun appeared before her and said that Kira would work for his guild for the rest of her life. And at that moment, the girl woke up and realized that it was all just a terrible dream. Everything seemed so real that it took her a while to calm down. She tried to understand why she had dreamed not only of Lee, but also of that terrible hunter Sehun. But there was no answer. The cat teacher calmly observed all these events. She was calm and retained her playful grace. Let's move to the Magic Tower in the UK and see what's new with William Taylor. After his last visit to Korea, he started having headaches and started feeling worse. He was soon informed that the faults in Greece had almost doubled, but the knights promised to solve this problem. The last time this problem occurred was in Canada, so this is not the first time that the number of faults has increased rapidly. Currently, after the unexpected appearance of the fault in Korea, the number of these events around the world has begun to increase very rapidly. It's hard to understand how all this is connected. The places and times of appearance of these faults are different. But it's still strange. Even natural disasters have causes, but this situation is completely different. And if this continues, hunters around the world will have a very difficult time. William Taylor tried to understand why this was happening, but his head refused to think. He suffered from constant headaches and could not analyze the situation clearly as he had in the past. Soon he grabbed the nearest pencil and started drawing something on the map. It looked like a hurricane that started in Korea. This country has become the epicenter of these events. It all started in the city of Seoul, and he must solve this mystery. Now it's time to see what's happening in the legendary city of New York, in the USA. There you can meet our old friend Elizabeth. She warned that the butterfly effect could lead to serious problems, and that's exactly what happened. She will have to intervene again, but that's not a problem, because progress is much faster than regression. Maybe it's because of Lee. For her part, she's trying to do everything she can to stop him, or at least slow him down, because the warning from the tower has already been received. Using a device in her ear, she spoke to someone and promised to be careful. The woman said that she would cope with all her tasks and that she shouldn't worry about her, after which she took a step forward and jumped down. Let's move to the Republic of Korea, specifically to a high-tech laboratory building. Usually, outsiders are not allowed to enter here, but today, the group leader ordered an exception to the rules. Lee came to test the weapon because there was no better place to do it. Hiram has already finished training and greeted her friend. She is the one who leads this corps. She had already managed to do everything that Lee had asked her to do so much. His idea was really great, but only a prototype was made to begin with. They only make custom weapons for incredibly important people. This item she called a modder. First, you need to understand how it works. You need to turn the device until the desired mode is activated. After that, you need to add some mana to the weapon, and after that, the spear will be fully activated. The boy's previous spear disappeared after the adventures in the training tower, so he needed a new weapon. He can test this spear right now. That's why he was called here. The last time he faced such a test was during the exam for a hunter's license, a battle with a dummy. Since this is a weapon test, let alone a prototype, you can't go into the dungeons right away. Lee entrusted Hiram with choosing a monster to her liking, and it turned out that this woman had very specific tastes. This spear has several different modes, so Lee can try out any way he wants to destroy monsters. It won't be easy to defeat this monster, but the guy has done it in the past, so he just has to repeat his actions. He fought the mimics for a long time during their last battle, but since then his martial arts have grown, and he has also developed a personal system. He wondered if he could win this time. Now he would realize how much his progress had increased. Kira stayed at home with Sora. They did household chores and spent their time peacefully. It turned out that Lee still hadn't unpacked his things from his trip to Greece. Sometimes he behaves like a real pig. A teacher approached Sora and started talking to the girl. The teacher was interested in something in Lee's suitcase. This object shines like some kind of crystal. They decided to open the suitcase and see what was inside and saw a magic cloak. Sora had never seen anything so interesting and shiny, but it's better not to play with adult toys. Meanwhile, the mimic was destroyed. It didn't take much time, so Lee had indeed made significant progress. He thanked Hiram for his help, but immediately said that the spear had been broken during the battle. Since it was a transformer weapon, she intentionally used a flexible material, but she didn't expect the spear to be too weak. This happened because Lee changed his mana flow to aura. If he uses his skills at the same time, the weapon cannot withstand the load. The spear needs to be strengthened. Hiram reminded her that this wasn't exactly her idea of a weapon, and if Lee didn't mind, she was willing to buy the idea. Lee replied that he didn't need the money at all, and he was willing to give away the rights to the spear for free. The main thing is that Hiram agrees to make this weapon freely available in 3 years. She couldn't understand why he was doing this. The guy didn't tell her that he didn't actually own the patent for this technology. Before its regression, this weapon was developed and produced by a high-tech company, so it would be right to return this technology to its owner. This interference in events could lead to the aforementioned butterfly effect. One can only hope that nothing bad happens. Any action has consequences. Weapons that should have appeared only a few years ago will now be distributed around the world. This is a big risk that could lead to disaster, and Lee may regret his actions in the future. After that, Lee said that there was another weapon he would like to ask to be collected. This time, this weapon must be made of a special metal, because only in this way will the weapon be endowed with the necessary qualities. Lee returned home and immediately realized that something strange was happening here. It was dangerous to leave these girls alone. It turned out that Sora had put on a crybaby and started flying around the house while Kira tried to catch her. This is the same cloak that was taken from the 5th floor of the training tower. It had been lying in a suitcase for a long time, but now it has gained some freedom. It was clear from Kira's face that she blamed Lee for all of this. She didn't understand how to catch Sora, and why Lee didn't hide this cloak somewhere else. Meanwhile, my daughter was enjoying her adventures and said she loved this raincoat. They tried to capture her for a long time, but this task only looks easy because in reality it is very difficult. Surprisingly, Sora is completely calm despite the situation, so she cries, and I really like it. I had to explain to the girl that she shouldn't wear this raincoat without permission because it could lead to problems and injuries. Soon they came to an agreement, and I had to ask Kira to calm down and not yell at his daughter. I also had to convince Sora to apologize to his mother, so they both realized they were wrong. We can't forbid our daughter from enjoying life, and we can't always obey our mother. But now everything ended well. As soon as Lee arrived, the conflict was resolved. A good illustration of the importance of the father in the family. After that, Lee decided to talk to his daughter and see if she felt any strange emotions after putting on the raincoat. It turned out that he had no effect on her at all, and apart from the ability to fly, she felt nothing. In theory, artifacts like this cloak cannot harm people with strong mana energy, so you don't have to worry about Sora. Lee immediately remembered that Elizabeth had said to pass the cloak on to her daughter, and that's exactly what happened. So now he had to watch over this little mess. It is very interesting what kind of energy this cloak emits when the girl puts it on. In the future, this will also become clear. Lee soon remembered that before his regression, he had seen his daughter wearing the same cloak. He began to think about what happened in his past life, about what he did not know. A little later, he began to suspect that Elizabeth and his daughter might already be dating, and it's unclear whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. The answers to all these questions will have to be found out a little later. Now it's time to be with the family again. After a trip to Greece, parents should spend more time with their little daughter. She should feel loved and supported. Soon they arrived at their destination. Lee asked Kira to go with Sora while he parked the car. He got this car from Hiram. She gave him the keys and told him not to deny himself anything. He tried to call Hiram, but the woman didn't answer, probably busy with her weapon as usual. Hiram rarely thought about her personal life. She was constantly busy with work and new plans for life. Now she looked at her bullets with sadness, because she remembered that during the battle with the boss of the training tower, she had not even been able to wound him. She knows that the ball has its limits, and if she can't improve that part, her whole life will remain stagnant. The problem is exactly how to put mana into the orb, because the mana level is difficult to maintain at a stable level. If you fill the bullet with mana, then it will strengthen the weapon, not the bullet, and it will not give the desired result. It would be ideal to put mana into orbs without unnecessary touches, but it's too difficult to control. There is no other choice but to try to do this through direct contact, and this requires spending extra time. Seeing that it was already late, Hiram realized that she hadn't thought about work for so long. She went into another room and saw her parents with Lee. He talked about adventures and how their daughter fought monsters. Everyone around was laughing and there was a pleasant atmosphere. Oddly enough, the girl, on the contrary, was upset. For her, this was the worst-case scenario, and she was not at all looking forward to meeting Lee. Instead of greeting him and hugging her friend, she started yelling at him and trying to understand why he had come. I had to explain to her that because she didn't pick up the phone, Lee came to her office and the security guard told her that she was at home. Thus, he ended up in her house and met her mother. Soon, they retired to her room and began to talk about their own affairs. He came to ask something about the weapon he requested a few days ago. There were problems with the manufacture of this weapon, because the Flern material needed is too rare and not available in the right quantity. Surprisingly, there is not much demand for it. It seems like someone deliberately took all this metal for themselves. Hiram suggested using some other metal. An alternative could be found without losing the effectiveness of the weapon. Lee explained that it had to be a weapon made of Flern metal, otherwise he wouldn't get the desired effect. She should try to obtain at least a small amount of this metal. If it's really urgent, it would be faster to place an order with a blacksmith than with a large high-tech company. During this conversation, the lights in the room were turned off, which usually doesn't happen because the backup generator is running. Perhaps thieves are trying to break into the house. This often happens in wealthy areas of the city. The father of the family went out to talk to the security and check that everything was under control. He hoped there wouldn't be any problems, but then he saw that the guards had been attacked. Unknown. People in dark suits appeared near the house. They killed armed and determined. Soon these people were already in the house and trying to find the owners of this apartment. It is not known what exactly they were trying to find, but the husband and wife hoped that nothing bad would happen. All exits and entrances to the house are blocked. The phone is not working, so the situation is truly dangerous. Somehow they were able to reach the second floor, but now it would be difficult to contact security. The bandits realized that the room was locked and began to break down the door. Soon they would go inside. It seemed that a battle between the owner of the house and the bandits was inevitable, but at that moment someone threw an unknown device into the room. It turned out to be a light grenade, and soon it exploded and blinded everyone around. Hiram and Lee weren't going to sit in a safe place. They went out to save their parents and stop the bandits. Professional training always helps in difficult situations. Within a few minutes, the bandits were eliminated. The parents were not injured. Everything is fine with them, apart from a slight shock. It seemed that the worst was behind us, but Lee heard strange sounds below and said that we had to stay focused. The bandits probably came with reinforcements. The enemy is determined and will have to fight. Lee asked his girlfriend to stay with her parents while he went downstairs to meet the guests. He can see in the dark, so he doesn't need anything other than a weapon to fight. The bandits continued to search for valuables and money. No one even noticed that their comrades had disappeared. Soon one of the bandits found the safe. He had no doubt that there was a large sum of money there. In fact, they were mercenaries and had clear instructions. So in addition to money, they had to find the right item. They are not professionals at all, but ordinary amateurs who do not have enough experience. Taking the safe with them won't be easy, but if they had extra time, they could try to open it. Now this is impossible because the owners of the house could call additional security or call for help from a professional hunter. When the bandits saw an unfamiliar face in the room, they immediately began to panic. Lee moved like a shadow, skillfully avoiding the gaze of his opponents and finding perfect opportunities to attack. Some of the attackers even tried to attack him with knives, but even that didn't scare our hero. He repelled the attack with mana and then skillfully seized the initiative. There were only a few minutes left before the security guards arrived, so some of the bandits immediately started running away. Everything looked like it was an ordinary hostage-taking. No one should guess the real reason for this situation. The bandits are sure that they will soon have a new chance, which is why they so easily forgot about these missions. Soon, security guards and a large number of police arrived at the house, and some of the bandits were detained. Among the attackers was one hunter. The problem was that he was wearing a mask, so Lee could not recognize him. All the others were ordinary people. They didn't even have enough experience with weapons. They were amateurs. It was a strange robbery. Ordinary people with guns. Everything around was planned. It seemed as if Lee had seen something like this before. He remembered the attack on Hiram in the dungeon. The same day he had saved her, and they had met. If you compare what happened then, there were many more attackers now, but there was also this hunter in the dungeon. He was unaware of all these events, so they weren't talked about before his regression. This attack never even happened. Lee remembered Elizabeth's words and realized that much had already changed because of his actions. The butterfly effect had been haunting him from the very beginning. Perhaps after he saved Hiram, the future changed, even though he didn't try to influence events much. When you interfere with the events of the past, there should be no doubt that the future will also undergo changes. After it was all over, the grateful homeowner asked his security to take Lee home. Several more days passed after these events, and Lee continued to train and try to become stronger. Before his regression, he was weak and could only rely on other people. This time, by raising his specialization level, he will be able to become stronger. In order to do this, he called on his friends for help and explained that many hunters use other people as rivals. Now they will fight each other, but this is just sparring, a simulation of a fight, not a real fight. This type of training is often used by Darren's family members. If something goes wrong, she is ready to intervene and stop the sparring. They should not suffer serious injuries because they will be using a wooden spear and boxing gloves. This is how friendly sparring is conducted in order to avoid injuries and increase the chances of progress. Previously, Daejo tried to become a professional boxer, but left this profession because he could not fulfill his potential. He left the sport when he decided to become a hunter. But over the years of training, he became accustomed to sparring with people. As soon as Darren gave permission to start sparring, Daejo immediately demonstrated that he was ready to show his full potential. He instantly approached and immediately struck a powerful blow. Lee managed to defend himself with a wooden spear. He had previously watched his friend when they fought on the same side, but only now did he feel how strong Daeho was. Lee didn't come here to constantly defend. He also wants to attack and demonstrate his strength. He hit him in the lung area, but it felt like his stick hit a reinforced concrete wall. It seemed like the guys were going to knock all of each other's teeth out, but Darren intervened in time and stopped the sparring. She said that Lee won this battle, and that was enough for today. Daejo couldn't understand why he wasn't considered the winner, because it seemed like the initiative was on his side. He had to explain that if it had been a real spear, there would already be a deep hole in his chest. Lee was happy. He was fighting the future king of boxing, so for him, progress was only in exchanging blows with him, not immediately getting knocked out. Although Darren awarded him the victory, his feelings indicate something completely different. A little later, Darren looked confidently at the guild leader and said that she wanted to ask him something. Meanwhile, Kira and Sora were walking through the forest, Sora asking many questions, and her mother trying to answer them honestly. Sora is very curious about whether her father will compliment her in the future. Sora also said that father should compliment mother more often. He should tell her that she is beautiful and that he loves her. She heard about all this in the program Family Relationship Clinic, similar to children not being allowed to watch TV and adult programs. For ordinary parents, this behavior is normal, but Kira and Lee have a completely different relationship, and their daughter needs to understand this. Soon they saw Lee fighting against Darren. Although it was a practice sparring match, it looked real. Sora immediately began to panic and was scared. She couldn't understand why her father was fighting with Aunt Darren. She immediately activated her magic and began shouting for this battle to stop immediately. Within seconds, she used her power to create an ice barrier and stop the training. It looked incredible. After that, the girl immediately ran to her father and said that they shouldn't fight, because Aunt Darren is very kind and good. It was the first time Darren had seen such an ice wall. There was only one sorcerer who could create something like that so quickly with 2 hands. She's not just talking about Korea. There's only one sorcerer in the world who can do this. Meanwhile, Sora told her father that she and her mother had made delicious sandwiches for him to eat. He immediately thanked his daughter for her support and said that he greatly appreciated her love. Darren and Kira watched this calmly and couldn't hide their emotions. It was all too cute. Meanwhile, Daeho saw the ice wall and asked to be immediately explained what had happened. It took a few minutes to explain that their daughter had magic and destroyed the house they used to live in. Lee immediately said that this must be kept secret, and under no circumstances should anyone tell anyone about it. This is strange, because usually when your daughter is a genius, they tell everyone around her about it. But Sora's power is too unusual to tell others about it. The father doesn't want to risk his own daughter, and he can be understood. Daejo assured that many unpleasant things happen in life, but he would never tell this secret to anyone else. It's always nice to know that you have true friends who are ready to support you in difficult times and lend a shoulder to lean on. Kira soon guessed that another problem might arise if the Rift Control headquarters noticed the amount of magical energy. Lee tried to calm the girl down and said that this time it shouldn't happen. This time the magic wasn't as extensive as when Sora stopped the rain, and it also didn't use much mana. The parents begin to sense something very important, namely that their daughter is learning to control her power. Before, she couldn't stay calm and showed too much emotion, but this time she did everything deliberately. Surprisingly, the magic became more stable, even though Sora had not met any wizards or studied with anyone. Maybe something special happened while the father and mother were in Greece, but for now it's a mystery that will have to be solved. The young hunters and the little witch enjoyed delicious sandwiches, good weather, and friendly conversations. They laughed and suggested that Sora become a chef because her sandwiches turned out incredibly delicious. The girl couldn't stand it and said that her mother actually made these sandwiches, but she helped her, so it's a shared credit. After that, Sora said that her father should praise her mother as much as he praises her, because that would be fair. Lee would behave. It became obvious that little Sora was trying to do everything possible to bring her father and mother closer to each other. Everything is said so logically that it is even difficult to avoid shyness. I had to thank Kira for the delicious sandwiches and say that she is an incredibly gifted and wonderful woman. Kira was incredibly happy because she hadn't heard compliments from Lee in a long time. Now he immediately recalls the past, when he tried to get closer to her through something more than jokes, memories in which death took her. Soon the family returned home. Another day had passed and now it was time to rest. The girls went to bed and it seemed as if Kira was having some unpleasant dream again. Everything around was destroyed. Some global catastrophe destroyed humanity, and left almost no one alive. A huge monster destroyed the entire city, leaving a huge number of dead people, ash, and fire all around. Kira survived. She was at the center of this disaster and saw with her own eyes what was happening. At that moment, Sehun appeared in her dream again. He saw her and said that he was glad that at least one normal hunter remained alive. He suggested finding the monster and killing it, but Kira replied that with their powers it was too dangerous. Sehun approached her and said that it was dangerous for weak hunters, but they were on a completely different level. He considers them the best warriors, members of the Knights organization, who can stop the catastrophe. But Kira replied that she did not understand what he was talking about. She said that she had a child waiting for her at home, and she was not going to risk her own life to destroy the monster. Sehun got angry and said that the whole problem was this child, and ordered her to leave with him for the last time. He wants to kill the monster, and she's trying to hide the fact that her daughter is a witch, so the two will have to come to an understanding. If Kira refuses his offer, there is no doubt that he will immediately sell information about her daughter to the Sorcerer's Tower. That is why she was forced to agree to these conditions and risk her entire life to save her daughter. At this moment, Kira woke up again and realized that it was another terrible dream related to Sehun. We will soon learn the secret of all these nightmares, but for now, we will have to wait. The training and testing of the weapon Hiram made was successful. Lee is incredibly pleased. This spear has become much more comfortable and also stronger. Now there was no doubt that this weapon could withstand the lunge skill, and he had Hiram to thank. After that, Lee decided to talk about what happened after the attack on Hiram's parents' house. The investigation is still ongoing, but it is still impossible to understand who was the organizer of this attack. Those who were caught say they are with a pacifist anti-gun organization, but it's obvious that these guys are no friends with logic. It's impossible to call yourself a pacifist and attack people, but in any case, their attack changed the plans of the high-tech corporation. This will also affect the Spectrum Guild. Now you need to deal with group attacks instead of dungeons. To do this, you will have to clear the field, but this is the least of the problems. Hunters are periodically sent to some forgotten fields so that they can clear the location. This is called a group attack. A field left unattended for a long time can become home to many monsters, and not only the Spectrum Guild will go to such a field. 3 small and 1 medium-sized organization will be joining them, so it's time to act, especially considering that Lee has a new weapon. A few days later, everyone prepared for a group attack and went to a park with a lake. Soon, a group of Farso hunters appeared there. The man in front was Chan, their boss and true leader, a fairly well-known figure in the world of hunters. He was greeted as a true hero, even though he is not actually as well-known a character as Sehun. The Loba Guild, as well as the Kachisan Guild, are already in place. They all look quite active and ready for decisive action. Chan learned that he would have to wait for another guild called Spectrum. He doesn't like it when anyone is late. He's never heard of this guild and already hates them as if they were enemies. The small guilds are supposed to arrive an hour before he arrives, so these scoundrels will have to be punished. While we're on the subject of one feature of group attacks, small and medium guilds mix and divide up responsibilities. The main task of the association is to help small guilds, but in reality, medium-sized guilds abuse their position too much. Clearing a large area without their help is almost impossible, so they know this and take advantage of their position. To avoid unnecessary problems, the small guild tries to do everything they are told. Soon the Spectrum Guild arrived at the meeting place. Daeho had only recently become a driver, so he was driving too slowly. They've hardly ever been late or had an accident, so they don't feel like anything went wrong. Lee immediately took a step forward and greeted the guild boss Farso. He was very pleased to meet the guild boss. Lee looked cheerful and immediately said that he was pleased to meet Chan. He gave his name and told about the Spectrum Guild. Despite his sincere feelings, it was immediately apparent that Chan was not at all happy to see this brazen newcomer. The situation worsened when it turned out that Lee had no idea who Chan was, or that those around him were shocked by such ignorance. Chan tried to punch the guy in the face, but Lee grabbed his hand and started smiling like everything was fine. He explained that he was a novice and wanted the experienced hunter not to get angry with him. It turned out that this was not enough to calm the guild leader, because Time ordered his assistant to bring his weapon. Soon he held in his hands his list, thanks to which he destroyed a huge number of monsters and won a large number of victories. With incredible force, he thrust the stone in and asked why the Spectrum Guild was late in meeting him. According to the rules of etiquette, during a group attack, a small guild should arrive at the gathering place before the leaders. Chan explained that on the battlefield, one should not disrespect more experienced and stronger warriors. After that, it seemed that the conflict was over, but everyone around felt that this situation could affect the future. Soon, One of the members of another small guild approached Lee and said they needed to talk. He explained that little ones can be hurt by spectrum behavior because they need to think first and then speak. Because Chan is unhappy, the small guild may suffer, so if you are late, you should get used to apologizing for it. Lee explained that they arrived half an hour earlier than the deadline specified in the association, and he really doesn't know who Chan is and hasn't even heard of him. The other hunters are scared because if Farso refuses to help them clear the field, the mission may fail. They don't understand that Lee is willing to work without Farso's help. He and his people are confident in their own abilities and don't need support. Another guy intervened in their conversation and supported Lee. He understands that the newcomer did nothing wrong, so he is not to blame. It turned out that Chan was eavesdropping on this entire conversation. He looked agitated and didn't understand what was happening. Now the Kachisan Guild may suffer because its leader supported Lee. Now he will regret his actions. Soon, this entire large team continued their journey to the field, which would need to be cleared by joint efforts. Chan ordered to prepare to divide into two teams. The Farso always use division to clear large areas. Farso and Liba will follow the outer side of the park, while Spectrum and Kachisan will continue their journey on the inner side. The team members said they wanted more experienced hunters to go with them as well. It was obvious that Chan had planned everything carefully. He sent both small guilds that did not support him into the most difficult territory. He explained that the distribution was fair, and each guild would be on equal terms. Of course, this is not entirely true. The inside of the park will be cleaned by two small guilds, and this is not entirely in line with the association's traditions. Chan explained that he wasn't going to think about traditions because it was just a formality that was long gone. He didn't want to talk about anything and said that everyone would receive a profit depending on the cleared area. It was noticeable how happy the members of Loeb's team were. They would be clearing the park together with experienced warriors, so they were safe. The Kachisan, on the other hand, are excited. Their leader has publicly supported the Spectrum Guild, and now they are in danger. Gathering the two weakest guilds and sending them to the most dangerous area is too much. It will be difficult to think about a cleanup now, because the risk of dying is extremely high without Farso's help. Everyone around them thinks that the Spectrum Guild is made up of newcomers, and doesn't realize that Lee and his team are much stronger than they seem. They wanted to plan a cleanup of the area, but at that moment the first monster appeared, a jumping mole. Lee wasn't scared at all. He had destroyed monsters that were much stronger than this mole, so he decided to get down to business right away and clear the area. He was being watched not only by his team members but also by other guilds, as well as the group attack leader, Chan. They had never seen anyone kill a huge jumping mole with one blow. That was truly remarkable. Usually this requires several blows and a powerful weapon, but he did it with his bare hands. There is no doubt that these techniques were taught to him by the future king of boxing, and this is the result of special training and sparring. Lee has long wanted to ask how Diho can defeat monsters with his bare hands. He is the only hunter who can do it. The comrade explained what is done with the help of his muscles. Instead of spending mana on weapons, he stimulates his hands. You need to imagine that mana is water, and muscles are a glass. If the glass is small, there will always be too much water. So the bigger the muscles, the more mana they can hold. This is a simple but important truth. It is also impossible to forget about speed and strength, which make the blow fast and powerful. If you do everything correctly and apply this technique at the right moment, you can defeat your opponent with your bare hands. It will be difficult for a beginner to immediately understand these feelings, but hard training will help in the learning process. This could only be learned by knowing the basic principles, and so Daeho soon fully taught his technique to the guild leader. After what happened, everyone around gathered into teams and continued their journey to the desired area. Lee impressed the other team members and therefore became the unofficial leader of the squad. The leader of the Kachisan Guild was named John. He couldn't understand how Lee was able to destroy the monster with one blow. Maybe it was some kind of hidden technique. His opinion of Lee has changed, but he still doesn't want to relax, because there is enough danger in this area. They were unlucky, because their task was to clear the most dangerous area of the location, and this would be a real test. They are unlikely to have enough experience for such work, so things could go wrong at any moment. The team leader ordered to start cleaning near the water. It seemed that there was only water there, but he was sure that this was not entirely true. Using his experience, he explained to the other team members that this monster is called a lakefish. These creatures are insidious and very nasty. They disguise themselves by trying to make themselves look like ordinary grass and flowers, then attack people and drag them to the depths to eat. Mermaids did something similar in Scandinavian myths. Perhaps it was these monsters that were told in those stories. It was very dangerous to approach these monsters alone. If you don't have support, it will be almost impossible to get out of the water. John immediately remembered that during the briefing he had not heard anything about this. Chan must have known about these monsters, but had not said anything. You need to work silently and from a long distance, because the fish sense any movement in the water. Hunting carefully and quietly is very important when you encounter these monsters. John suggested removing the people with firearms, but Hiram assured her that she could work silently. After how many seconds did she start destroying monsters from a long distance like a true professional? Perhaps before the Spectrum Guild seemed like beginners in this matter, but now it feels like they have experience. Hiram fired many shots and never missed, except for those fish that were very far away. After that, Kira intervened. She took out her weapon and said that she would clean up all the other monsters. If you add mana to your arrows, you can attack at longer distances, so the job was soon done. The Kachisan Guild looked at these girls as gods. It seemed as if they didn't even need help. It seemed like this cleanup would be a real test. But so far, everything is going perfectly. The Kachisan feel loved and cared for. They have never experienced such treatment. The destruction of monsters continued not only in this part of the park. Farso and Leba were also actively working. Although they were all alive for now, they were not operating as a single team, so they had enough problems. Everything turned out to be much more difficult than the leader expected. And now, he is not very happy about being given this task. He tried to shout and ordered everyone not to lose concentration and work like professionals, protect the camp, and support each other. Everyone around was already regretting going to clear the territory with him. It was obvious that Chan was a bad leader. He asked to do everything quietly and emphasized that you can't wake up the worst monster. It soon became clear that they had been working too loudly and would now be doomed to battle with the Titan. The boss of the lake park is a monster called a Kellic. You won't often meet him in the park because he usually sleeps deep underwater. When someone attacks it or behaves loudly near the water, the monster wakes up and begins to act. They usually set up ambushes and use these attacks, but due to the disorganized actions of the teams, they worked too loudly and woke up the boss. Chan tried to warn the other team members, but if he started shouting loudly, the boss would attack him first. When a Kellic grabs someone with its tongue, there is no chance of staying alive. It remains to be hoped that he will quickly swallow the victim and a quick death will await him. When the newcomers see their comrades being eaten before their eyes, a real panic begins. In such situations, an experienced and strong leader is always needed, but Chan is not quite suitable for this role. While the monster is busy eating, it is not distracted by other people, and this is a good opportunity to attack it with mana. Although Chan is not considered the best leader in the world, his spear can deliver a powerful blow that is enough to win. He hit the target exactly, and soon the little boat fell down and showed no signs of life. Everyone around started screaming with joy and rejoicing in the victory. It seemed like everything was over. Chan used too much mana, but now he could become even more popular, unless of course the boss wakes up. That's exactly what happened soon after. This huge creature withstood a powerful blow and now prepared for the second round. Kellic approached the team leader and showed with his whole appearance that he now wanted to continue his lunch. Chan's spear didn't even penetrate halfway into the monster's body, so his attack wasn't enough to succeed. It seemed that the now quite famous guild leader Farso would turn into a tasty snack for the monster, but someone intervened. It is unknown where the help came from. The monster was pierced by extraordinary energy. Now he will definitely be dead. Everyone around was shocked. They were already ready to say goodbye to the captain, and now they didn't understand what was happening. Even the person who was eaten by the Kellic a little earlier was able to survive this attack. The skull is completely destroyed. It's not just a hole in the head. It feels like a monster exploded from the inside. Looking across the river, the hunters realized who had done it. It was the same guy who had openly shown disrespect to Chan. A few hours ago, they were arguing and conflicting. And now, Lee saved the life of that fool from the Farso Guild. It was not clear why these hunters had come here. They must be in the most difficult area of the park and clearing their territory. Chan was trying to understand what exactly happened, and at that moment he slipped and fell. He's not having the best day today, but this is just the beginning and all the most exciting adventures are yet to come. Now even the members of the Farso Guild are making fun of him. Now everyone knows that there is nothing special in the guild. Previously, Chan tried to be as famous as Sehun, but now it's clear that he's on a completely different level. Meanwhile, another team responsible for the interior of the park rewarded each other with a successful sweep. John thanked Lee for his help and said that it was their first time participating in a team effort, and they were very grateful for the help and support. They cleared the field incredibly quickly and confidently, worked as a real team, and now it's time to talk about profit sharing. At this point, a financial analyst from a high-tech company approached John and said that the distribution of profits should be discussed with him. John had never seen such influential companies involved in clearing fields in his life. He was shocked and excited. Now, it's hard to understand why the Spectrum Guild wasn't so well known to other people until now, although it's obvious that they are really very talented. Lee said goodbye to his new friend and said he had to go home. The deed is done, and now he can think about his daughter who is waiting for him at home. Moving on to the UK, we haven't been outside Korea for a long time, and now it's time to do it. Our old friend, the witch Elizabeth, has already finished her business in New York, and now she has arrived on another continent. She looked a little scared and didn't expect to be caught off guard by wizards in Britain. She saw strange signs in their squares and guessed that they were members of the magical tower she had heard so much about. Because of this, she forgot about the restrictions and used too much mana, and now it will be difficult for her to move around on her own for a while. She would like to solve all her problems without support, and tried not to involve anyone in it, but nothing worked. All that's left is to ask Lee for help and start the connection process right now. It has long been clear that a cat named Teacher is not an ordinary pet. Maybe now her mystery will finally be revealed and we will understand that the teacher is connected to Elizabeth. Meanwhile, the father returned home and the daughter constantly tried to spend as much time with him as possible. He promised that as soon as he finished his paperwork, he would immediately give her enough attention. Due to the fact that the Spectrum Guild has been active in the last month, it has reached last place in the national ranking. Considering that not much time has passed since the guild's inception, it is developing quite quickly. Lee also couldn't help but notice that the system hadn't said anything about his daughter's misfortune for a month. It's unlikely that this is due to the lack of a butterfly effect, but perhaps this impact was not as great as Elizabeth said. If you forget about the additional tasks that the guild leader must perform, then there are no special problems for Lee. Today is a wonderful sunny day. It's warm and cozy outside, but sometimes on such calm days you feel the greatest anxiety. It feels like this whole perfect situation is about to turn into a real storm. The cat approached her friend and asked Sora to talk to her mother because she wanted to talk to Lee. Sora always listens to her new friend, so she immediately carried out her assignment. She asked her mother to hide from her father for a while and to give him ice cream soon to support and entertain him. Kira was happy that she had such a perfect daughter growing up. They immediately got together and went to the store. This is how Sora fulfilled her cat's orders and distracted her mother from household duties. This girl is only 5 years old and she can already do such tricks. It's a talent. Lee was left all alone and soon a black cat climbed onto his desk. He wanted to pick her up and put her on the sofa, but at that moment the cat started talking and said that they needed to talk. It is not known what was going on in Lee's head at that moment. Perhaps he thought he was going crazy. Or perhaps he was sure that it was all just a dream. Soon the guy realized that he was talking to Elizabeth. He had suspicions. But still, he didn't understand anything. The girl explained that she had connected her consciousness with this animal, and the cat teacher was her creature on call. You probably wouldn't think Elizabeth would enjoy life eating cat food all the time, but in theory, it's possible. After that, the conversation continued and Elizabeth said that she wanted him to help her. He had to return the core fragments for her. When she talks about core fragments, she means parts of the monster's heart that was destroyed. She explained that she couldn't tell him too much and explain it all, but she still needed his help. Meanwhile, Sora and Kira were enjoying the nice weather and eating ice cream. At this moment, Elizabeth said that her request was related to Sora's second misfortune. Soon evening will come. We will move to the house of the boss of a high-tech company. His story is also important to the overall plot. Hasu was enjoying the evening in the company of his wife. After dinner, he decided to open his safe. He said that he had been thinking about getting rid of an important artifact for a long time, and now was the perfect time to do so. When Lee learned that Elizabeth's request was related to his daughter's second misfortune, he began to worry. Elizabeth explained that there are people who collect special fragments. They operate under a large number of names, so their identity is not fully known. The main thing is to understand that these people have one single goal: to collect all the fragments together and, with the help of a special ritual, resurrect the monster. Because of this, Elizabeth, a month ago, tried to destroy the core fragments and prevent the monster from coming back to life. She explained that this monster is connected to Sora's second misfortune, which is why it is important to stop it. If the theory is correct, then Sora's second misfortune is related to the death of her mother. If everything is the same as in the past life, then, after the monster's resurrection, Kira must die. This will happen during the world quest. Lee remembers all these nuances perfectly and is even afraid to think about it. Elizabeth assured that it is better not to talk about what will happen in the future, but she does not understand that this will happen soon. and it is necessary to act. The witch explained that because of the butterfly effect, the future changes completely. There is no need to think about it constantly. From the very beginning, the second misfortune happened 5 years later, but this time it happened almost immediately, a month later. Events develop much faster than Lee expected, and this becomes a serious problem for him. World Quest, although it's called a quest, is actually a big and complete disaster. Before the regression, during the World Quest, an entire city in China was destroyed. The number of victims was horrific. In addition, then the abilities of hunters were higher and more balanced. There was a greater chance of survival for humanity. There has not been an update to the personal system up to this point, and if this quest starts, the threat will be extremely great. This must be stopped. And to do this, we must first find the core fragments and destroy them. One of the fragments is in Korea. Tonight it will be put up for auction by hunters in Seoul. This auction will be Lee's main goal. If he collects the right amount of money, he can buy back the core fragments. Elizabeth explained that buying the core would be a mistake, because then they would become a target for bad people, so it would be better to steal the fragments. Obviously, her proposal sounds strange, but sometimes Lee loves strange proposals. Soon the auction began, and many people gathered there to try to buy the valuable artifacts. Our old acquaintance, a famous hunter named Sehun, is also participating in this auction. Soon, broker Mumian approached him to get acquainted. This was their first meeting, and the broker was very happy to meet the star. Sehun said that he came to look at useful artifacts. He always takes VIP seats so as not to sit next to small people. The broker offered sponsorship and the opportunity to obtain artifacts at the lowest prices. The hunter immediately refused. He was curious about who Mumian was, but now he realized that he was just an ordinary merchant without a brain. Only then did he realize that the broker, about whom he knew nothing, was sitting in the VIP seats. And this was very strange. Usually the best people sit there, so this Mumian may turn out to be a fairly respectable and wealthy person. Lee did not set out on this mission alone. He took Elizabeth with him in cat form as a support group. There are fewer guards on the upper floors than on the lower ones, but they are all hunters, so you have to be careful. Lee's main task is not to reveal his identity. He needs to get through security before he is noticed. As soon as he got the chance, he immediately tried to take advantage of it, but he was too careless. Due to the excessive noise, the guard almost noticed him, and then the entire operation could have been jeopardized. Somehow, Lee managed to escape, and now he needs the help of a support group. Elizabeth realized that she had to intervene and pretend that she was the source of the noise. Seizing the moment, Lee immediately disappeared into the darkness and avoided the guard's gaze. A neat job. Meanwhile, the auction had begun, and one of the artifacts was put up for sale at a price of 110 million. People started arguing and offering an even higher price, but Sehun remained calm and did not give in. Soon he saw the broker sitting next to him offer his amount. He was talking on the phone, and he was participating in the auction instead of another person. Only VIPs can use a broker as a replacement, so his boss is a very specific person. There is no doubt about that. The broker bought the desired artifact, and now it's time to sell another item that everyone has been waiting for so long. The time has come to sell a stone of incredible beauty, a fragment of a core that was found more than 10 years ago. The audience was shocked and excited. They had heard about such artifacts before, but had never seen it with their own eyes. Scene very quickly guessed that this stone was found in the first fault that appeared on planet Earth. The core still holds a large amount of mana, so it is a very precious treasure. The bidding will be like a real war, as everyone wants to get their hands on this precious treasure. People offered large sums, but everyone fell silent when broker Mumian offered 8 billion. No one even expected such a proposal. It was something beyond comprehension. No matter how valuable this core fragment was, paying such a large sum seems absurd. It is not known how many people this person has, but it seems that he has completely lost his mind and does not understand what he is doing. Apparently, no one was able to offer a higher amount, and this artifact was sold to a broker named Mumian. The auction was supposed to continue, but at that moment the lights went out in the building, and people were scared and couldn't understand what was happening, while Lee was determined to do what he had come for. His eyes glowed in the dark, and he looked like a real ninja. The main thing is that the task be completed with the same confidence. Elizabeth pointed to the core fragment and told him they had to act now, before the lights came on. The hunter professionally went down, broke the glass, and prepared to steal the artifact. Although nothing was visible around, people heard the sounds of breaking glass and guessed that a thief was in the building. They began to scream and call for help from the guards, but by then Lee had already grabbed the core and started running away. Now he needs to climb the mountain and escape quickly. The guards will gather on the first floor, so there will be few people on the mountain. With the help of the cloak, you can easily escape from the guards. But a new problem has arisen, the hunter Sehyun. He took out his weapon and began to attack the unknown thief. Such was the impression that the fearless knight within him had awakened. Hunter Sehyun is a strange person. We saw how he was scared in the dungeon and afraid to clear the territory without support. But now he forgot about fear. It seems that when he feels a benefit for himself, he is not afraid of anyone. And now is the perfect situation for him. If he can pick up the core fragment, he will become even more famous and famous. For him, this is the most important thing. Their battle lasted for several minutes. Lee could not understand how his location had been discovered. But now he had to think about his defense. Not only does Suhei know where he is, but he can also predict his movements, which means he has also taken an elixir to improve his vision in the dark. It seemed that Sehun understood who he was fighting, but Elizabeth said that with the help of the cloak's magic, Lee's identity was still unknown to outside eyes. Lee is not going to activate his weapon yet, although it will help him win this battle easily. The problem is that his weapon is unique, and if he shows his spear, it will immediately make it clear who he really is. Lee tried to avoid the battle and escape, but at that moment he saw a broker next to him. This man bought a core fragment and is now ready to fight the thief to get his artifact. After a few seconds, he managed to pick up the fragment for himself, looking like a satisfied fat boar. Now we have to get back to the dirty work and return the artifact to our hands. Elizabeth said she was ready to pursue the broker, and Lee had to defeat Se-hyun in the meantime. They both see perfectly in the dark, so neither has a particular advantage. Lee remembers that he has too little time. Security will come here soon and there will be even more problems. He didn't want to use his weapon, but now the situation has changed and he can't waste a single second. At this moment, Sehun remembered that he had already seen a similar fighting style. He had seen these movements and attacks before, in the Star Sword House. Now there is no doubt that he is fighting against Lee, and this makes him fight even more fiercely. Once Lee realized that his identity had been established, he began to act even more defiantly and aggressively. He delivered a powerful blow and showed Sehun the difference in their levels. This was enough for an instant knockout. If Dejo was watching this fight, he would be happy. Meanwhile, Elizabeth tried to keep up with the broker, who had taken the core fragment with him. He soon realized that he had an unusual cat in front of him, and that he had to get rid of it. Elizabeth was not going to rest and was not afraid to take on the dirty work. Even in this body, she remains dangerous. She soon realized that she was not an ordinary person. This man looked very much like a monster. He activated the black energy and began attacking her with the Claw of Death, something Elizabeth was not prepared for. It seemed that she had no chance in this battle, and now she would not prevent the broker from escaping. His wounds healed immediately, and he now feels much better than before. Realizing how dangerous her opponent was, Elizabeth activated a protective barrier and prepared for the second round. She understands that in cat form it will be too difficult for her to fight such a strong opponent, but she has no choice. She used too much mana in Britain, and without her body, it is difficult for her to freely stabilize the flow of energy. Mumion didn't expect to meet the witch at the auction, but he would enjoy this battle until he killed her with his own hands. He probably also overestimated his capabilities. Sehun made the same mistake. Elizabeth was able to dodge her opponent's attacks and activate a fireball, but even that wasn't enough to win. She realized that a fiasco was waiting for her, because the use of strong magic was currently unavailable. He expected her to be much stronger than she turned out to be, and now he's ready to send her to hell. After his attack, there was a large explosion, but the result was very unexpected. Elizabeth was not injured. She survived with the intervention of her friend, who came to the rescue at the most needed moment. Security will be here soon, so we need to get out of here immediately. Otherwise, there will be even more problems. Lee cannot return without the core fragment, so he must retrieve this artifact from the thief Mumion. To do this, he will need the help of a witch's sorcery. Elizabeth is ready to do everything possible for this. The use of witchcraft always provides additional opportunities for ordinary hunters. They reach a new level and look at the world in a new way. Soon, Lee saw a mana seed behind his opponent. All that was left was to seize this opportunity. He activated his spear and turned on full power of energy transmission, all in order to create the perfect conditions for a powerful attack. All that remained for him was to strike a well-aimed blow to the opponent's core and destroy him. There was no doubt that he was faced with an ordinary monster. This ugly creature began to scream and suffer in the last seconds of its life. Soon, security arrived at the scene of this battle, trying to find the lost artifact and rushing to apprehend the thieves. At the scene of the battle, they found only a pile of foul slime, but they did not notice either the thief or the artifact. Lee, along with Elizabeth, managed to escape in time and took the necessary item with them. Although it was difficult, they successfully completed their task. It was really dangerous, but now they are far from the guard and can breathe easy. It's time to talk. Lee tries to understand how exactly Elizabeth helped him see the monster's core. It turns out that with the help of magic, she can share her special vision with others. This is how she sees this world. This becomes possible when a witch concentrates her energy in her eyes. After that, she destroyed the core fragments and announced that everything was over. The deed was done. Sora was saved. Lee was sure that now the monster could not be brought back to life, but it turned out that this was not entirely true. They only destroyed one nitrogen out of a large amount of debris, so it's just a drop in the ocean. You also shouldn't rush to find and destroy other debris, as this will trigger the butterfly effect. This effect is not only directed at Lee, his surroundings and other people can also fall under this influence. Elizabeth had already talked about the towers of learning. It's hard for one person to handle a storm alone. The guy decided to seize the moment and finally find out the answer to the questions that had been bothering him for a long time. He mentioned the boss of the training tower and said he was sure it was Albert. Elizabeth confirmed his opinion and said that it was a copy of Albert. This whole situation becomes even more confusing. It is unknown why Albert was the boss, how Elizabeth is connected to the tower, and what the secret of this cloak is. The witch explained that the Learning Tower was a copy of the Midheim Tower in which she lived. Lee immediately remembered the continent of Midheim, which appeared in the tower during the quest, so the other world he was in really exists. It seems that's where the monsters appear, although the guy had a hypothesis about another dimension, but he never tried to figure it out. Before the regression, he knew that the tower boss used curses, but he had no idea that he could summon a support group and use magic. Eliza was forced to tell that this time the tower boss was different from the monster that was there before the regression. The difficulty level of the tower was so high that it was impossible to pass this location. Lee is trying to understand why the tower's difficulty level has changed and become incredibly difficult. She asked him to calm down and listen to her. He should have noticed by now that his daughter's misfortunes were happening faster because of the butterfly effect. The same thing happens with everyone else. Part of this is the speed at which monsters' abilities develop. They gain strength faster than before the regression, and this also applies to the monsters in the tower. So it has become so difficult that it is impossible to pass. After Elizabeth found out that Lee was heading there, she intervened and did everything she could to reduce the difficulty of completing the missions. This didn't help much, so she decided to leave Lee a ticket to life. He went through a lot in this tower, and she apologizes for not telling him about it from the beginning. It was the butterfly effect. The storm he had been waiting for had arrived before he knew it. They destroyed the core fragment, so for now their mission is accomplished, and Elizabeth must leave. Finally, Lee decided to thank her godmother for saving his life, and he is incredibly grateful for this opportunity. She always helps him, warns him not to lose his focus, and supports him in difficult moments, so he is grateful for that. Elizabeth left the cat's mind, and Lee immediately started to return home. This night turned out to be very fun. He did not expect to see monsters, and was even more surprised by meeting Sehun. Then he started thinking about the monster from the auction. This creature not only tried to pretend to be human, but also participated in the auction. A monster with such intelligence and abilities is rare, and this monster is very similar to a doppelganger. Perhaps the monsters gathered their team to collect the core fragments. It's easier to believe than the fact that people are trying to resurrect the monster. Behind all these events, there must be no doppelganger at all, because his level is lower than the boss's. Soon, Lee will have the opportunity to solve these mysteries and meet their leader, but not today. It was time to return home and get some well-deserved rest, and to return the cat to my daughter. The next day, two suspicious men met on the streets of the city. The guy with the scar on his face was named Jiangsu. He saw his friend and decided to approach him. He said that this time they had to do their job perfectly. There was no other option. Now let's move on to the police station, where an experienced hunter came today to tell us what happened during the auction. He said that he recognized the thief who stole the core fragments and then fought with him. This thief's name was Lee. Back to Jiangsu and his friend, they came to the restaurant to have dinner and discuss the details of the case. The young guy sitting next to Jiangsu is named Hoon. It turns out they are waiting for another partner. They turned out to be the same police officer who had recently spoken to Sehun at the police station. His name was Mark. The guys got to know each other. It turned out that Jiangsu and Mark went to school together. Jiangsu said that he has been working with Hoon for a month, but this young guy is a quick learner. Especially attentive viewers should notice that Hun is Hiram's personal secretary, and this is very unexpected. The attack on the family of the leader of a high-tech corporation immediately comes to mind. It all started with the search for the boss of this group, called Afta. After the attack, Hong and other high-ranking secret agents began an investigation into this gang and those working with them. From the very beginning, the group of apathy was a one-time event for the shadow leaders, but that was enough to find clues in this case. As soon as newly registered companies similar to the Aft Company appear in the future, it will become clear that they are also managed by the same person. There is no doubt that these are mercenaries, hunters who lost their licenses due to various bad deeds. They have no problem breaking the law to make money and easily take on any job. As a result of a month of work as a mercenary, Hoon was able to find out that Jong-soo was in contact with representatives of the AFTA gang. Soon he will find the right trail, and then he will be able to apprehend these thieves and do his job. Meanwhile, the policeman began to tell me that he had a new case. He was looking for a suspect, but he didn't know where to find him. This case concerns an attack on an auction house, and it immediately interested everyone at the table. The police already know that the broker Mumian, whom they could not find, turned out to be one of the bandits. The situation is indeed very suspicious, and apart from this broker, the police have no leads. Recently, the hunter Sehyun came to them. He told some nonsense and almost no one believed him. A lot is known about this hunter. Usually everyone knows him as an actor on television, not as a real warrior. Mark remembered that he shouldn't tell anyone about all this, but Jong-soo reminded him that they were friends and shouldn't hide anything from each other. After that, the guy said that according to Sehyun, Lee should be the thief. It became clear after they fought each other, Sehyun couldn't confuse this style of attack. Of course, drawing conclusions based on these words alone is too pointless. And Mark also said that this story is very secret, and he hopes for confidentiality. Jong-soo tried to pretend like he wasn't interested in this information, although it seems like he wants to find and kill Hunter Lee. Meanwhile, little Sora was taking his first steps in using magic. She tried to turn the water in the bottle into ice, and at first she succeeded. Her results are much better than during previous lessons when she froze the entire room, even the windows. They train together with the cat Elizabeth. When two witches meet, they cannot be left alone for long. So far, Sora's mana is too difficult to control because she has much more power than everyone else. She needs to learn how to freeze just water in a bottle. And to do that, she needs to be able to work with the flow of energy. If she cannot control her source of mana, then other people may suffer because of her actions. Soon, Kira was returning home. She left Sora alone, but not for long. When she approached her door, she saw a man with a scar on his face. The girl thought it was her new neighbor. They soon got to know each other and talked a little about the house and the surroundings. As soon as Kira entered her apartment, she was immediately greeted by her daughter, and the neighbor also greeted the little girl. Soon they said goodbye, the girls never realizing that this man could be a serious threat to their lives. He entered his apartment. At that moment, a Tide Man was there. Probably he was the real owner of this room. Jong-soo reminded him that he had to be very quiet or a hole would appear in his head. After that, he took out his diary and asked that his target lived with a woman and a small child. Now all he has to do is come up with a plan and figure out who he will use as a hostage. Soon, Hong came to his room. He said he wanted to talk about Hunter Lee. Rumor has it that even the police aren't sure this guy was the thief, so he suggests not attacking this hunter prematurely. His partner didn't like these words. He believes that the broker has disappeared and has nothing to do with this case, so Lee is the main suspect. It's better to start with someone they've already seen, so their plan is too simple. When young Hong realized that Hunter Lee's family would become bait, he immediately broke out in a sweat and began to feel incredibly anxious. Meanwhile, Jong-soo tries to choose who to use as bait: his wife, his daughter, or his father. For a seasoned mercenary and a bad guy, the choice is obvious. They must choose the daughter. As soon as Jong-soo left the room, Hoon immediately took out his phone and started calling someone. He must warn Hunter Lee about the danger, otherwise this whole story could end very badly. We cannot allow mercenaries to steal a child. If she gets hurt, it will be a disaster. Lee didn't pick up the phone. He was busy with something and didn't even hear his phone ring. At this moment, Jong-soo entered the room. He was smiling and remained quite calm. The guy with the scar on his face approached the captured man and opened his mouth so he could tell what had happened. This man said that Hong had just called Hunter Lee and wanted to tell him about the whole plan. Hong understood everything immediately. The situation was completely out of his control, so he had to act and act quickly. He understands that he shouldn't have expressed himself too soon, but after Jong-soo started threatening the little child, he had no choice. It turned out that this thief with the scar was much stronger than he seemed. He found himself in a winning position and got a taser. It's not hard to guess what happened next. Within a few seconds, Hong showed no signs of aggression and lost consciousness. The imprisoned man hoped that he would now be released. He made a mistake when he decided to trust the bandit. In the neighboring apartment, Kira was about to go outside to throw out the trash. She asked her daughter to sit quietly and not open the door to strangers, and not to eat the ice cream hidden in the refrigerator. Last time she ate everything she found and said her cat did it. Sora is small, but she already knows how to lie. She's been eating too much ice cream lately, so she'd better go on a diet. As soon as her mother left, someone knocked on the apartment door. The girl guessed it could be her neighbor and went to the door. Jongsu knows how to talk to children. He said that her father was in danger and Sora should open the door immediately. They must go to their father together and save him. Otherwise, everything could end very badly. Jongsu even said that the girl's father might die if she didn't open the door immediately. Sora had to make a difficult choice, and soon she reached out with her hand to open the door. Soon the mother returned home, and when she entered the room, she saw that her daughter had disappeared somewhere. Kira started looking for Sora but found nothing but her toys. Meanwhile, Lee had no idea he had just left his blacksmith's workshop. He asked the master to make a weapon from a metal called flern, which is not difficult for a professional in his field. Kaval said that it has been difficult to find this material recently, so it takes him a lot of time. The guy was upset. The blacksmith said the same thing as Hiram. So there really are big problems with finding flern metal. This is strange because no one needed this metal before, but now it has suddenly disappeared from all retail outlets. Soon his phone started ringing, and when he took it out of his pocket, he saw that it was Kira. The woman was incredibly scared and trembling with fear. She immediately said that Sora had disappeared. Lee was completely shocked. He didn't know what to do, and even more so, he didn't know how to respond. Soon they met. He ran towards Kira at top speed. Now every second matters. The girl said that Kira still hadn't been found. She had looked for her in a children's store and even at the market, but she was nowhere to be found. Lee tried to calm Cyrus down. They still hadn't searched the playground, so they needed to check that place out. He was angry and scared at the same time. The guy doesn't understand where his daughter could have gone. Did she really get on the bus and go for a walk around the city? At that moment, the door of the house opened and the beaten boy said that Sora had been kidnapped by a criminal named Jiansu. The girl was already far from her parents and didn't quite understand what was happening. She tried to ask her husband where they were going, but he barely answered. A little later, Jiangsu said that they needed to go to the hospital in the city center. That's where her father was. At this moment, a young boy named Hong regained consciousness and realized that he was a prisoner. It wasn't hard to guess that he was in the trunk of the car, so Jiangsu decided not to kill him and leave him alive. Soon he heard a child's voice and realized that little Sora was also in the car, so for now the bandit's plan was working. The situation is very dangerous, but on the other hand, he has a chance to escape with the girl. He decided to let Sora know that he was also in the car, but at that moment he heard a strange voice. It was the voice of a small child. She was speaking to him. It's called telepathy. The girl tried to understand who he was and why he was imprisoned. Despite her young age, she is already very talented. The little girl has already realized that the man behind the wheel looks quite strange. He is tense and constantly looks at her in the mirror. Sora heard strange sounds, and with the help of magic realized that there was another man behind her. Using telepathy, she tried to start talking to him. He had to knock the required number of times if he could hear her. So soon they really started talking to each other, and Sora started to guess that the man behind the wheel was very bad. Elizabeth taught her to use magic in such a case. You could call it a lie detector. When Jiansu said that her father was in danger and in serious condition, she realized that he was lying. So they're not going to go to the hospital at all, and he took her to do something really bad. Sora realized that she needed to come up with a plan to escape. She had to stop this man with the help of her power. The cat said that if she couldn't control her power, the people around her would suffer, and now Sora is stopping it. She remembers the very day she destroyed the house and her mother almost died. Little Sora doesn't want to repeat past mistakes. Otherwise, if she doesn't use magic, this whole situation could end up even worse. Little children shouldn't have to face such a difficult choice. They have adults for that. But today, Sora has to become an adult on her own. She was trying to make a choice and make a difficult decision, and it was at this moment that she felt a strong energy approaching. Looking back, she immediately recognized her father. He had come to save her, and everything was fine with him. Lee didn't come alone. He was riding in the car with Hong, and now they are very determined. Soon, Jiangsu also saw that he was being followed. He planned to contact the baths a little later, but now everything did not go according to his plan. The situation has become complicated, so now we need to speed up. A classic fight between BMW and Audi. If he couldn't break away from the pursuit now, his plan would fail. Jiangsu began to get seriously nervous. We've seen many interesting battles between hunters and monsters, but today it's time to take a look at Fast and Furious. They were so close to each other that they started talking to each other, Jung-soo said that he was ready to kill Sora at any moment. As soon as Lee heard these words, he immediately became incredibly angry. And right now, he was ready to tear this scoundrel out of his heart and chest. He promised that if Jung-soo even touched his daughter with a finger, a terrible death would await him. It turned out that this criminal had prepared for such a situation and had placed obstacles in the way of his pursuers. This immediately led to problems. Hong lost control of the car and they almost crashed to death. Little Sora panicked, which caused the bandit to start yelling at her and making the girl tremble with fear. Although the car was broken, Lee is not going to stop and will pursue his daughter until the end of the world. Sora understands that she must stop the bandit, but does not know how to control her mana. The man in the trunk may get hurt, but if she does nothing, it will be even worse. At that moment, the girl remembered the conversation with the cat, when Elizabeth told her about something important. Sometimes her advice can limit Sora. The girl's magical abilities are incredibly great, so she needs to learn to control them. If Sora isn't attacking anyone or using dangerous magic, she can do anything she wants. It's not hard to remember. Now the girl remembered that conversation and realized that she could use her magic to benefit herself and her father. In addition, she realized that it was not necessary to attack the bandit. The main thing was to thwart his plans. Elizabeth said that sometimes bad people can attack and also try to take Sora away from his parents. In such situations, you need to use your magic, even despite the danger. Lee saw his daughter helping him catch up with the bandit. She created an ice slide as if it were an amusement park. Now he will be able to catch up with Jung-soo very quickly and get his daughter back. Seeing this, the bandit began to get nervous. It seemed to him that he had broken away from the pursuit, but now the situation had worsened even more. He tried to speed up, but ice had taken over the road and the car refused to move forward. This fool didn't realize that behind him sat the future best witch in the world, and it was she who created all this ice. The girl trusted her father and jumped into his arms. If she hadn't done this, she would have fallen into the abyss with the car. It was a necessary but nevertheless brave decision that saved her life. Today, Sora showed that she not only knows how to control her power, but also how to make important decisions and trust her father. As soon as they landed on the ground, Lee immediately tried to make sure his daughter was okay. She looked a little scared, but there were no serious injuries on her body, so this mission can be considered accomplished. The father began to pray and thank God for saving his daughter, at which point tears appeared in her eyes. She soon burst into tears. It was too sentimental a situation to hold back tears, so she was understandable. Meanwhile, it turned out that Jung-soo was still alive. His head withstood the blow with the help of an airbag. He tried, but at that moment, Hun approached him, pulled out a weapon, and said they needed to talk. Soon, Jung-soo was tied up and told everything he knew about the Afta gang. He tried to pretend like he was innocent and that he was forced to do all these bad things, but it was obvious that he was lying. The mercenary is afraid to tell the truth, but if you shoot him in the knee, maybe he will become more talkative. As soon as he realized what was happening, he immediately started screaming like a madman. Hong made it clear that if he didn't hear all the information he needed, his next shot would be right in the head. Now it's Jung-soo's turn to feel like a victim. He used to be a real sadist, but now everything has changed. Perhaps this is the irony of fate. Now he is tied up and suffering, but this scoundrel deserved such a fate. Soon, strange things began to happen to his body. It was as if a demon had taken possession of him. Within a few seconds, he turned into a horrible monster and said he wouldn't say anything more. Hong immediately prepared his weapon and started shooting, but bullets were unlikely to stop the dead man. In such a situation, you need to wait for the help of a hunter who knows how to use the power of mana. As soon as Lee appeared, the situation immediately became controlled. They were no longer in danger. His spear silenced Jung-soo forever. He had no choice but to kill the creature. A little later, Lee started a conversation with Hong. He wanted to understand how the guy found out about the kidnapping and why he didn't report it earlier. A long conversation ensued between them, and Lee learned that Hong was working undercover to find answers to a large number of questions. First of all, he wanted to understand who decided to attack the house of the boss of the high-tech corporation, as well as the thief who attacked the auction. It turned out that the item that was stolen during the auction also belonged to the president of a high-tech corporation. Now the situation is finally explained. On the day the Kasu family was attacked, the main target was not people at all. The real goal was to steal a nuclear fragment. The bandits knew that it belonged to the president of a high-tech corporation and was in his home. So far, Lee has not said that he was the one who stole this core fragment, and that it was because of him that Sora was kidnapped. Hong also said that from all the information he knows, the boss of the bandits may be San. This man is also known as the Korean representative in the Volcano Blacksmiths Union, a very dangerous person. As soon as Jung-soo said this man's name, His body immediately changed and he turned into a monster. Talking about turning into monsters, Lee immediately remembered the broker Mumion. He was also an ordinary person, but then everything changed. Despite all this information, the story has become even more confusing, and we will have to look for answers to all these questions. The next morning, a large man with strong muscles could be seen in the city center. He spoke on the phone with his son and arranged to meet him in the city center. It was the blacksmith Khan. Soon he found himself on the top floor of a tall building and finally met his son. His son turned out to be the same San, who was mentioned a little earlier. He said that he was fine and decided to talk a little about his father's business processes. He knows that his father is looking for the necessary materials for weapons, but so far he can't find anything. These materials are not regulated by the state or association. Even if there is a list of sales and purchases, you still won't find this material on the market. As soon as his son heard that this material was the precious metal flint, he was very surprised. He told his father that there was a metal that could be used to replace flint, and it wasn't difficult. The experienced blacksmith replied that this would not help. The customer asked to make the weapon specifically from flint, otherwise he would not need this weapon. San tried to find out the customer's name, but the blacksmith did not answer. He came here because he understands where large volumes of flint are widely used, right here in the volcano. He looked closely at his son and asked him if he really knew nothing about this precious metal. The son replied that this was the first time he had heard of it, that no one had needed flint before, so he had no reason to collect this metal. The father felt that his child was behaving quite strangely. Parents always sense such nuances. In front of him is his own son, but at the same time he feels that this person has somehow changed. He used to be cheerful and funny, but today he acts as cold as ice. San tried again to find out the name of the person who ordered the weapons. If his father didn't tell him this information, he might find himself in a bad position. Looking more closely, the blacksmith saw that his son's eyes were very strange, something he had never seen before. Chan tried to change the topic of conversation and talk about his son's wife and how she was feeling. San replied that his wife was fine, but that couldn't be because she had died a few months ago. At that moment, the father realized that this was not his child at all, but unfortunately it was too late. In fact, few people know, but this experienced blacksmith has more than one son. His other child has been trying to reach his father by phone, but he hasn't picked up the phone in recent days. The second son began to worry. He had not seen his father for a long time and missed him. That's why Daejo decided to go to the workshop and find his missing father. He had no idea what had happened to his father, but fortunately this experienced and skilled blacksmith was still alive. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was in an unknown environment, surrounded by a huge amount of metal called flint. Before asking a few questions, he was immediately warned that he would be forced to suffer for any lie. San sat down opposite him. It's unlikely he's his real son, but now the conversation will be about something completely different. Now it's time to find out who exactly ordered a weapon using flint from the blacksmith. The man replied that he did not know this character. It was an anonymous order and the person did not leave his name. The blacksmith does not want to tell that the customer is his old acquaintance and also his son's friend, the hunter Lee. San warned that for any lie he would make the blacksmith suffer. And now he is ready to confirm his words. He will not only break his hand, but also destroy it so that he will never be able to hold a hammer again. This wicked and cruel man gave the blacksmith one last chance to tell him the name of the person who ordered the flint weapons. At this point, the blacksmith told a story about how his real son, San, advised him to treat customers like family members. Now he is being offered to give up his family and he is not going to accept this offer. He understood that now he would suffer from incredible pain. He understood that he might never be able to work as a blacksmith again. Chan decided to take a chance and keep his mouth shut. The sacrifice of this illustrious man will never be forgotten. Meanwhile, everything was great at the Lee family home. The young parents were enjoying life with their daughter. At the age of 5, Sora learned to read in English, and it seems like a real genius is growing up. 3 days ago, there was an attempt to kidnap her. Fortunately, Sora returned to her normal life without any problems. Just in case, they even took her to a child psychology center, where they said that everything was fine with her. Considering her daughter's strength, Jeonsu must have seemed like a weak man in her eyes. Maybe she wasn't even afraid of him. A few minutes later, Lee received a message from a blacksmith who had written to him and asked for a personal meeting. He said he wanted to talk about his order, but it was strange because it was almost night. Lee thought there was some problem and went to meet him, not even suspecting what had happened to Master Chan. When he opened the door, he saw that there was no light inside. That should have been enough to make him start to get nervous. Lee remained calm and believed that no one was there. Only at the last moment he smelled danger and the approach of the enemy. When he turned around, he saw that this enemy was his blacksmith. The boy managed to dodge and saved his life. If he had a slower reaction speed, he would have been left with a hole in his head. Lee tried to calm the blacksmith and understand what was happening, but the master did not listen to him at all. I had to show this man my strength and seriously injure him with my blow. Looking more closely, Lee realized that in front of him was no longer his old acquaintance, but some completely different creature. The purple blood seemed familiar. That's what the broker had looked like during the auction battle. There is no doubt that he is facing a blacksmith's double, so he can turn on the spear at full power and demonstrate his full potential. It seemed that nothing would stop Lee from destroying this monster, but soon he saw a huge fist near his chin. It wasn't exactly help, on the contrary, this hand was trying to hit Lee. From such a powerful blow, he hit the wall and almost broke all his ribs. Only the legendary fighter Daeho is capable of doing this with his bare hands. He must have seen his father being beaten and immediately intervened in the fight. The guy wasn't going to stop and approached Lee to deliver the decisive blow, while the guild captain, Spectrum, tried to stop him. The blacksmith managed to get to his feet and began to guess what was happening. Now Lee must convince his comrade that they are fighting on the same side and should not attack each other. He assured that in fact this is not the real Master Chan, but his copy. This creature tried to take advantage of the situation and convince his son to protect him from the hunter's attack. Daejo found himself in a very unpleasant situation, with his father asking for help on one side and his friend talking nonsense on the other. It seemed like the choice was obvious. Any son would believe his father and try to protect him. Daejo is probably not exactly a classic son, because at the last moment he changed the direction of the attack and hit his father. He guessed that he was dealing with a fake Master Chan and tried to understand what was happening. The blacksmith was still trying to convince his son that they were on the same side and should immediately kill the treacherous thief Lee. In fact, Daejo is not a fool at all. His father would never hide behind others in such situations. On the contrary, he would ask his son to step aside in order to be able to defeat the enemy himself. At that moment, this filthy creature realized that there was no point in hiding its true face anymore. The guys reunited and prepared to fight together. Their duo had already proven themselves from the best side before. They have always acted as a true team and supported each other. Now we need to do it again. During friendly sparring, each of them began to better understand their comrade's strengths and weaknesses, which can also help in battle. Within seconds, it was clear that these two hunters were much stronger than the ugly slug. Lee reminded his companion that they couldn't kill this monster because they had to interrogate him first. Daejo wanted to grab his opponent, but at that moment he missed a powerful blow to the head with a hammer. Usually, such blows often lead to death. If you get hit in the back of the head, there is almost no chance of survival. It turned out that even this was not enough to knock out the future boxing legend. He will make this man suffer for the harm he has done to his family. Sometimes they say that you can't kill a person without a weapon, but that certainly doesn't apply to a guy like Daeho. His punches are on a whole other level. Even Thanos wouldn't be able to withstand such a load. This guy is incredibly angry and wants to know what happened to his father. He will stop at nothing to hear the truth. The monster regenerates quickly, so it's not the best opponent for it. You need to change your approach and find out the truth. Now the blacksmith has turned into slime, just like the broker during the auction battle. Then strange things happened. Instead of continuing the fight, the monster stuck its hand in his chest. He found his inner core and destroyed it with his own hands, something the boys had never seen before. This monster destroyed itself before my very eyes. Suicide among demons had never happened before. For some time they stood there trying to understand what had happened. No one even suspected the reason for this situation. Lee said that the master had ordered him to come to the workshop to talk about weapons, so someone was controlling this double. There was also a double during the auction, so there's a chance they have the same boss. Daeho said that the last time he spoke to his father was 3 days ago, when he told him that he was going to the Blacksmiths' Union for negotiations. As soon as Lee heard about the Vulcan Blacksmiths' Union, he immediately said that they should go to their office in the morning. There's no doubt they'll find clues there, but for now they need to rest. When Lee returned home, he saw that his little daughter was still awake, so this thug was breaking the rules again. She was probably worried about her father and therefore could not sleep. Looking at this, tears appeared in her eyes again. She used magic and promised that now he would feel better. Despite her young age, she can already become a full member of the Spectrum Guild. Thanks to her help, his father had more energy, after which they went to bed, and in the morning Lee set off for the Vulcan Blacksmiths Union. It turned out that San had access to the auction's surveillance cameras. He saw the thief who stole the monster's core fragment, although his face was hidden. The search for the core would have to continue. That's what he told his boss. With the help of a magic ball, San spoke to an unknown being, but judging by his nails, this guy needs to get a manicure. He himself said that he had entrusted this matter to mercenaries, but had not received any results, so all that remained was to hold the ceremony. That the time wasn't right for this yet, but his boss assured him that it needed to be done immediately because the witch was attacking too often. If this continues, they may not be able to assemble the core, and in addition, they may lose the available fragments. With the fragments they have, the monster's resurrection will be incomplete, but even that is better than nothing. They have to act taking into account many variables, but the boss knows how to detain the witch, and apart from her, there will be no more problems. San looked at the masked thief and tried to figure out if this person was dangerous. Judging by his height and build, you can tell he's a man, so it seems like there's another problem besides the witch. San decided not to tell his boss about this. He wanted to personally find the thief and strangle him with his own hands. Soon, the secretary came to the union director and informed him that guests had arrived. He hadn't planned any meetings, but he found out that his younger brother and his friend had come to visit him. Soon a meeting was organized and the men gathered in one spacious room. Lee immediately suspected that the attack on the Kasu house and the auction situation might be connected. He also thought about kidnapping his daughter. Even that could be related to this person. San may turn out to be a key figure in this mystery. It is highly likely that he is a member of the organization that Elizabeth was talking about. He himself very quickly guessed that the blacksmith's son was sitting in front of him, as well as the person ordering weapons from the master. Lee said that they couldn't reach Chan, but San didn't pay much attention to it. If he is really talking to the customer, he wants to check something. He slowly leaned towards Lee and in a low voice asked him if his order was related to the Flern metal. As mentioned earlier, flint is a metal that is little known and almost not in demand. To be honest, there's nothing special about it, so almost no one is interested in it. No one even guessed that this ordinary metal was the only way to kill the legendary monster Azanus. Lee tried to pretend like he didn't know what a Flern was, and that this was the first time he had heard the name. Based on what has happened up to this point, it is highly likely that San belongs to the organization that is about to launch a world quest. Professional blacksmith Kang used Flern because of Lee's orders, so now the young hunter understands that the blacksmith was kidnapped because of him. When he was unable to reveal the identity of the customer, the bandits decided to use a double to find answers to all their questions. If the ice now makes a mistake, then the fact that he is the same customer will be revealed, and everything will become obvious. His weapon was confiscated from the beginning due to safety regulations, so he can't act recklessly now. He hopes that he has learned to lie well enough that he himself will not understand anything. Acting is not Lee's best side, but it is this aspect that is to be relied upon. He informed his friend that there was a monster sitting opposite them. Daeho should be ready for anything. This man is probably involved in everything that happened recently, but he doesn't feel the sense of danger that he would feel when meeting a doppelganger. Realizing that the young men knew what was happening, San ordered his assistants to act immediately. They activated their mana and began attacking the boys. The young hunters were ready for this and managed to dodge the first attack. When Lee said they were unarmed, he was talking about himself because Daeho always fights with his bare hands. Realizing who was to blame for his father's disappearance, he began to act very harshly and aggressively. No one can withstand the blow of this tiger. Sometimes it seems that his fists are made of titanium. Lee should not relax. He is also being hunted and must be careful. In fact, even without weapons, he can defeat strong opponents because over all this time his progress has reached a high level. Instantly strengthening his hands with mana immediately gives him an advantage over other hunters. Besides, we remember that he learned the Daeho technique, so defeating the guards wasn't difficult. It seemed that the problem was solved. But at that moment, the main thief took out his weapon and ordered the guys not to move. He ordered them to keep their hands visible and explained that these were weapons from the dungeon, so they shouldn't even think about any tricks. San is already upset that he didn't immediately believe his people, but now he will have the opportunity to have a good talk with these guys. He has already realized that the main threat may be Lee, and he wants to confirm his suspicions that it was he who ordered the weapons made of Flern metal. San wants to hear the truth, why the young hunter has such a weapon, and whether it is really connected to the witch. He started to panic, and at that moment the phone in his back pocket started ringing. Sun let him pick up the phone and he heard the now familiar voice of a girl named Hiram. She said she understood what was happening and would send him reinforcements soon. Professional soldiers had already surrounded the building and were ready to enter the room to arrest the bandits. A few seconds later, they received the order and began to act. Everything happened incredibly quickly. Almost immediately, San was surrounded, ordered to drop his weapon and not interfere so that no one would get hurt. Seeing everything that was happening, he immediately raised the gun to his head and pulled the trigger. It was not necessary to call a doctor to understand that this man was dead. Daeho turned to the soldiers and told them not to rush to conclusions, because this creature might not be human at all. That's exactly what happened, because it once seemed to me that the dead man himself raised his hand, and the black aura moved into another body. A black aura took over the consciousness of the soldier standing nearby, and now he was no longer an ordinary person. He was controlled by dark forces. He raised his rifle and prepared to shoot the entire team of soldiers. It was noticeable that his eyes had changed color. This man was now under the influence of something extraordinary. The soldiers were very lucky that Hunter Lee is a very observant guy. He saw what was happening and immediately intervened in the situation. He knows that monsters can learn mind control, so he expected any trouble after San's death. This monster immediately understood that he had to blend in with the crowd and become invisible. Realizing what was happening, Lee closed the exit from the room and said that they could not let the monster escape. One of them is now completely controlled by the forces of darkness, and they must find him. There is almost no doubt that this is a phantom, the highest level of a double, a monster that takes control of a person's mind when it touches them. Blacksmith Chan was under the control of this monster, and now this creature can force soldiers to fight each other. First, you need to calm down. There is a hunter who can recognize this monster, and that is Daeho. His level of intuition has increased significantly recently, and he has learned to sense evil, so now he has a chance to prove his skills. He chose one of the soldiers and confidently pointed his finger at him, at which moment Daeho felt like a superstar. Lee assured that they were not going to kill anyone. The phantom is a spirit, so it cannot create a body. When the donor loses consciousness, the monster can only move to the nearest body. In simple terms, this soldier needed to lose consciousness, so Lee hit him in the head. At that moment, the phantom emerged from the poor boy's body, looked at Lee, and called him stupid. He believes that no hunter can defeat him in the spirit world, because here, he takes on his true form. Now he wants to take the young hunter's body, so Lee must flee immediately. The phantom's special feature is its huge number of legs. This is its strong point, and it should be feared. On the other hand, having a large number of legs is a weakness because the monster loses its ability to regenerate. If you calmly destroy all these legs, you will be able to easily defeat the phantom, so you need to act quickly and wisely. Lee is also confident in his own spiritual powers. He is not going to be afraid of anyone and was just waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Seeing this guy, the phantom realized that he was very strong. He was different from other donors he had met before. His spiritual power is on a completely different level. It seems to have been destroyed hundreds of times and risen again from the ashes. If it were an ordinary phantom, it would have lost the battle long ago, but this monster turned out to be special. Lee seemed to be winning. He cut off the monster's leg and constantly attacked. But it turned out that this was not enough. Before him is a completely unusual phantom. He is the king's messenger and has learned to regenerate like Wolverine and Deadpool. This mistake could cost Hunter Lee dearly, as he could now be completely under the control of the monster. Daeho tried to help his friend but could do nothing. The phantom slowly, methodically, but very confidently took control of this person's body. Suddenly he saw some kind of light inside Lee's soul, and if you look closely you can see that it is little Sora. She tried to destroy the darkness and bring light to her father's soul. The girl was not afraid of anything at all and looked very confident. The phantom was surprised that there were other beings in the spirit world besides the king. It was a shock to him. He looked at this small source of mana and tried to understand who she was and what she was doing here. Sora is not afraid of dark monsters. She approached the phantom, told him not to touch her father, and punched him in the face. Her mother was extremely strong, so this blow from her small hand was enough to completely illuminate her father's soul. Thus, she finished cleaning Lee's shower very quickly. Now her father doesn't have to suffer. The soldiers, along with Daeho, saw that Lee was no longer suffering. He had lost consciousness and was lying calmly on the floor. Soon his eyes opened and he was showing signs of life again. It seemed like everything was fine with him. It turned out that the phantom had disappeared and everything ended well. But soon the hunters learned another piece of good news. The legendary blacksmith is fine. He needs to go to the hospital, but he will live. He assured his son not to worry, and even though his hand was injured, the situation still ended well. It turned out that the phantom didn't even realize that the legendary blacksmith was left-handed, so his right hand wasn't needed in the work. Hiram also arrived at the crime scene with her assistant. Without her, this success would not have been possible. Lee tried to understand how she found out about what had happened and where the soldiers had come from. It was all too unexpected. It had to be explained that San had become the prime suspect in the attack on the Kasu house, so Father Hiram decided to intervene. Their family believes that if someone hits them in the face, they should shoot them in the head in return. Then she found out that Lee was fine, and after the phantom attack, oddly enough, he felt even better. It feels like he's been in therapy, and now his spiritual strength has become even stronger. After all these adventures, Lee is always happy to return home to spend time with his family. He was very hungry, so on his way home, he decided to stop by and buy some fried chicken. Today, she will try this delicacy for the first time. Her father is sure that she will really like it, and she will love this dish. It's not at all clear how their daughter has never tasted chicken in her entire short life. Kira explained that chicken is high in calories and contains a lot of sodium, but any Korean should try this dish no matter what. The little girl said it was incredibly delicious and she wanted more. Then she completely surprised her parents by telling them that she liked fried chicken more than her favorite ice cream. Very quickly, all the chicken was eaten, and now little Sora wants to sleep. She doesn't need much to be happy. Dad decided to talk a little about cooking chicken, and said that first you need to raise a live chicken. After that, they are killed and made into delicious delicacies. But Sora was not very happy to hear this. On the contrary, the girl was scared. The father tried to correct his mistake and explained that now she should understand why her father and mother were helping her grow up. He hinted that in the future they also wanted to make some delicacies from her and eat them. But the girl didn't get the joke. Maybe it scared her, but her father and mother, on the contrary, laughed after this story. A little later, it became obvious that this was too much, as Sora fell to the floor and began to cry hysterically. Yesterday, she continued to cry and asked that no one eat her, at which point everything in the room became covered in ice. The moment when she destroyed the house is immediately remembered. So we need to take this very seriously and try to calm her down. The parents quickly apologized and everything around them began to change and return to normal. The father promised never to joke like that again, and his little daughter immediately forgave him. This really shouldn't be done, because otherwise the parents risk freezing to death while eating the chicken. Moving on to the USA, or more precisely to Washington, today you can meet a large number of tourists there. They all come to see where the first fault was found. In this place, the Holy Sword single-handedly fought against huge monsters and protected all of humanity. Then the city suffered greatly, and when the monster appeared, the Korean hunter, the Holy Sword, destroyed it. This huge and dangerous monster in America was called a gatecrasher, which means that it was an uninvited guest. Few people know his real name is Azanis, and in honor of the Battle of the Holy Sword, a statue was built of this monster. Almost none of the visitors noticed that a rather interesting character with a hood on his head was standing behind him. He was holding the familiar ball in his hands and talking to someone. On the boss's orders, he prepared to open the rift. The guy is sure that the Holy Sword will get stuck in this place. Now that there is no phantom, we need to act much faster and not pay attention to others. The female guide saw this unknown man and asked him to stop. She tried to explain that you can't go here without a pass, and it seemed like this was another alcoholic who had forgotten the rules. But when she saw his face, she almost fainted from fear. This creature opened a portal. People around started to panic. But this monster, on the contrary, laughed loudly and enjoyed what was happening. The legendary city of Washington, which had already forgotten about its troubles, has once again plunged into a dark abyss. Meanwhile, in Korea, no one even suspected the approaching danger. Lee continued to spend time with his family and looked relaxed. Sometimes he thought about San. This man was possessed by a phantom and almost no one knew about what he had done. The state and hunters associations hid this information because it could cause a wide resonance. After the blacksmith was taken to the hospital, the doctor said that after rehabilitation, he would have no problems in everyday life. He suffered because he didn't tell about Lee, and now he still wants to continue working with Flern metal. The little daughter distracted her father from the difficult memories of recent problems. She opened her eyes even with soap on her face, and believes that this is enough to call herself an adult. Her father said that it wasn't enough to make her grow up, but it was enough to make her eyes hurt all day. Kira was in another room and saw breaking news on TV, reporting that a lot of large-scale faults had appeared in the United States. This is all they've been talking about all day today, but it's unlikely to be a big problem, because the Holy Sword will arrive there soon, along with the Archmage. You probably mean the boss of the Wizard Tower, Luke Sinclair? All the most powerful people in the world are now going to Washington. Everyone understands that the monster's uprising must be immediately stopped and sent back to the abyss. It's like a natural disaster, and when Lee saw the news with his own eyes, he was beyond surprised. He immediately remembered the catastrophe in the United States. Before his regression, hundreds of different faults opened there. The problem is that this was the beginning of a world quest that soon appeared in Shanghai, so this is very bad news. Meanwhile, let's move to China, to the city of Shanghai, where a dark force is now gaining more and more strength. It seems these bad guys found a huge fragment of the demon core, and now they want to bring back the legendary monster. They prepared to begin the ceremony but were forced to stop because an uninvited guest appeared. They quickly spotted the witch Elizabeth, who smiled and greeted her old acquaintance named Charlatan. They guessed that she was going to hinder them until the last moment. This witch always creates unnecessary problems. Today is no exception. She has come to stop evil, and she is ready to take risks for it. Elizabeth smiled, radiating extreme confidence, and ordered the core to be given to her so that she could destroy it. A few hours later, the sun rose in this area, and the consequences of the meeting between the witch and her enemies could be seen more clearly. It turns out that Elizabeth is just as strong as ever, her power only growing with experience. Elizabeth doesn't like it when someone talks too much. She came here for the core and isn't going to stop until she destroys it. The charlatan said that she was late because the ritual was over, and the kernel would not fall into her hands. He activated the movement magic and said that no matter how strong it was, it would be impossible to find the core. The last magic that ignites life is more powerful than anything else. It was Elizabeth who told the charlatan about it in the past, and he memorized this technique. The girl did not have time to take the core with her. Her rival disappeared, and in his place an unknown knight appeared. She immediately recognized the guy who liked to act like a paladin. His name was Sullivan. Meanwhile, in Korea, Lee was constantly thinking about what was happening in the world. All these problems completely clouded his mind. The sky in America is completely covered in faults, which is what worries him the most, because it could lead to a world quest. Before his return during this incident, the best hunters from around the world were called to the United States to stop the disaster. No one knew that almost simultaneously, a world quest would begin in China, and the hunters who had gathered in America would be too far from the epicenter of events. Because of all this, the world quest caused too much damage. The strongest were not around, and no one was able to stop the disaster. Instead of legendary warriors, guilds from neighboring countries went there, including a guild from Cyrus. Lee doesn't want to watch her suffer a second time. This time he stopped her from joining the knights, but now it's unknown how it will end. Now he must hone his technique as much as possible. The lunge is already at its maximum, but the unique skill is not yet available. All that remains is to develop specialization, but it is also at the maximum level, and Lee doesn't know what to do. In this case, you should always turn to someone more experienced, for example, the legendary Master Sophia, who lives in Greece. They greeted each other, and Lee asked to tell him about the specialization's development capabilities. There is almost no research into the personal system right now, but perhaps Sophia will find answers to his questions. The woman said that her specialization is also developing, so she knows almost everything about this topic. Soon, it's time to hone your skills and improve your skills. The young hunters saw a lone warrior emerge from the training field and clear the McDonald Sports Complex without support. From the very beginning, he wanted to develop specialization, prioritizing his training. No matter what he did, there were no signs of progress, so Sophia advised him to do something besides training. She explained that in order to grow and become a true master, you need to prioritize practical experience and forget about theory a little. It involves clearing dungeons and both with monsters, because a personal system is also a system. A reward is given for clearing a field or dungeon, and it's the same with specialization. To put it simply, during the battle with monsters, the hunter will gain different experience and become better. Therefore, if Lee wanted to develop specialization, he would need to go on raids and destroy strong enemies. Videos of fields cleared after this hunter spread very quickly across the internet. He has already been called the best rookie in history. Some didn't even believe that he was able to clean up the McDonough Sports Complex without support. It was even unclear who the real monster was, but it didn't matter now, because something more interesting was happening in the Vulcan Blacksmiths Union. After the recent incident, the union was almost inactive as the investigation continued. A new room was found in the basement warehouse. After all the clutter was removed, a secret room was found in the floor. This room looks like a hiding place for a monster, so we had to conduct research together with the hunters. They asked the association to send a few people to accompany them, but it may turn out that these few people will be too few. When they went down, they realized that it was very dark and damp there, and at first they couldn't see anything. Only a few minutes later, a huge creature announced itself by opening its eyes, giving the impression that these eyes belonged to a dragon. The young girl immediately ordered her assistants to immediately climb the mountain and not stop. Only a little later did they realize that beneath their feet was a huge rift that no one knew about. Many hunters gathered in the Vulcan Blacksmiths Union, some of whom we had seen before. Hunter Can looks upset. He's not very interested here and wants more action. Even if the rift is large, it seems wrong to place soldiers and hunters here in such numbers. Monsters don't come out of the rift, so there's no danger, but Until you have a holy sword nearby, you need to play it safe. The association believes this is the best solution. The work is peaceful, and all hunters will receive a reward for doing almost nothing. We completely forgot about the witch Elizabeth. She was attacked by a man named Sullivan, and they started fighting each other. It seems like this guy is a worthy opponent, because even with the help of magic, he is too difficult to defeat. Even though they completed the core, due to Elizabeth breaking the fragments, the monster will not be able to come back to life immediately. Azanis will be recovering inside the rift, so there is still some time left. Sullivan does not stop trying to kill the witch. He should have done it many years ago, and now he wants to finish the case. He is ready to go to hell to cut off her head, but it was better to do it while she was young because now her powers have grown. If it weren't for her friend Lee, she would have been dead a long time ago because Sullivan was supposed to kill her that very day. He is incredibly upset. But Elizabeth feels confident and fights without any signs of fear. She wants to kill him as much as he does, so this hatred is mutual. The hunting family is getting ready to go on a trip. Today, Lee wants to go to the kangaroo field. Last time someone filmed him and posted it online, so now he has to change his training location because he gets recognized too often. You need to find a place where you can train peacefully and not be distracted by others. The girl's parents promised her that for now she would spend some time with her grandfather, and she seemed to like the idea. Every day, Lee tried to practice to improve his skills on Sophia's advice. He wanted progress, he cleared the fields, but there were no signs of increasing specialization. He developed quite quickly due to the experience he gained in his past life, although Lee personally cannot be considered an outstanding warrior. Meanwhile, the witch continued to fight the paladin, and now it turned out that his face had changed slightly. He believes that she has become weaker lately and has almost completely used up her mana supply. Sullivan is happy that he can tear her to pieces with his own hands. Now he looks like an unstoppable devil. It's strange because even at such a critical moment, Elizabeth continued to smile. Lately, she's always been in a great mood. She asked him about the past, and at that moment his hand began to tremble. The sword slipped out and fell to the ground. It seems he never understood that the witch's true power is not in magic at all, because a curse is much more dangerous than any magical tricks. Before his death, Sullivan managed to say something. He said that he regretted nothing because he had waited long enough. These words had an impact on Elizabeth. She began to suspect that the great and powerful monster Azanis might already be gaining strength. She must find the core and stop the catastrophe, and to do this she needs Lee's help, but her energy is completely depleted. Meanwhile, many hunters have gathered in the Vulcan Blacksmiths Association to stop the monsters from the rift. It seemed to them that there was no danger, but soon the large creature woke up and everything went wrong. I want this and quite experienced hunters, but they can't be called legendary, and they are unlikely to be able to stop something so large-scale. Soon, everyone around felt that the concentration of mana had gone beyond any standard limits. The building began to collapse, and it seemed that something very bad and large-scale was about to happen. Something terrible began to appear from the dungeon. There was no doubt that it was a monster, but its size was far too large. The system notified the hunters that a world boss had appeared in Seoul, and absolutely everyone found out about it. Darren trained and improved her sword skills while Daeho spent time being a father. Hiram, meanwhile, was having conversations with her assistant. In any case, they were all shocked by such a message. The world quest had begun. It was almost impossible to prepare for such a large-scale catastrophe, so everyone was surprised and even scared. Lee knew that a test would soon await him, but when the world quest began, he also felt the effects of fear. This power makes even the best hunters feel hypnotized. A special quest has been updated. You need to save Sora from a second misfortune. And the drift woke up and no one was ready to meet him. The Holy Sword and the Archmage are very far away. There is no point in waiting for them. Kira immediately started calling her grandfather to find out if Sora was in a safe place. It turned out that the girl was still sleeping, and Kira immediately ordered them not to go outside. During training, Lee broke his phone and is now unresponsive, but there is no doubt that he will immediately go to rescue Sora. Kira decided to return home as quickly as possible, but at that moment she heard a strange siren. Usually during faults you can hear a single signal, but this time the sound did not stop because this situation is special. As soon as Azanis emerged from the abyss, he immediately began attacking the hunters with his axe. He slept for a very long time and now he is happy that he can kill and destroy everything around him. He is like a child who has received unlimited freedom, happy and energetic. It soon became clear that there were a lot of such monsters. We could call them the Sons of Azanis. We could consider them to be doppelgangers, but it doesn't matter now. Now we need to think about how to stop all this evil force and save humanity. That's the most important thing. Seoul has fallen into darkness. Now this city has become similar to the territory located near the Eye of Sauron. Darren was already on the street trying to help ordinary people. She wasn't expecting any world quests at all, so she was also scared. Some hunters have begun evacuating people. The second part has gathered to hunt monsters. But without the Holy Sword, it will be too difficult to stop these monsters. Soon the real Azanus appeared. All that had existed before were small copies of it. This creature is much larger than all the other monsters the hunters have encountered up to this point. It's no wonder that Grandpa Darren began to be called a saint, because only a saint could defeat such a titan. With the help of a taxi, Lee was able to get to the city center, but he had to pay double the fare, otherwise no one would have brought him here. The guy immediately saw what was happening and realized that the Azanus demons had already begun to destroy everything around. In this case, you should immediately activate your weapon to maximum power and start clearing the city. Our main character has trained a lot, he has enough experience, so he can easily kill the sons of the main monster. In such cruel moments, he sometimes turns into a real cruel killer, but he acts for the sake of good. In the moments when he was killing monsters around him, the guy constantly thought and hoped that everything would be fine with his daughter. Meanwhile, in Grandpa's house, everything was still quiet and peaceful. No one even suspected any disaster. Little Sora loves to sleep. Today, she does not betray her traditions and sleeps despite the lunch hour. Grandpa was nearby and calm. That was until he heard some loud noises. Some large and scary creature approached the house and broke inside. It soon became clear that this was a monster that had come to taste young meat. As soon as the monster saw that there were people inside, it immediately punched a hole in the wall and got inside. He could smell blood and fear. Now all that was left was to find the prey and taste it. It is almost impossible to hide from such monsters from the abyss. They work like the best detectives in the world and can even find a needle in a haystack. The grandfather was scared. He grabbed his granddaughter and began to pray, because only a miracle could save him from death. He doesn't know that his little granddaughter is capable of using magic. Today, this secret will be revealed to him. Sensing danger, Sora immediately demonstrated why she is called one of the most talented wizards in the world. Almost instantly, the monster was completely stopped. By the time Lee hit the house, there was no danger there. The father was scared and rushed to save his daughter. But when he saw the ice statue of a demon, he immediately guessed what had happened. Next to the monster, he saw Elizabeth and immediately started asking her a million questions. The witch explained that she had her own circumstances, and it was fortunate that she had enough mana to use the summoned creature. The world quest was supposed to start in just a few years. This is the same hurricane she talked about so much. Now we need to find Kira very quickly. She may also be in danger, so we can't let her die. A little later, Elizabeth told Lee the terrible truth. She said that there was no point in hiding the family, because Azanus was looking for Kira and Sora. Lee did not expect such a plot twist. He was ready for anything, but not for something like this. The summoning of this terrible monster was not completed to the end because the soul core was not fully collected. He didn't have enough energy to resurrect in a perfect body, so the monster isn't as strong as it was in the past. In order to regain his power, he must quickly find a way to restore energy. That is, eat people with a strong charge of mana. There is no doubt about Sora, but Lee cannot understand why Kira is here. Elizabeth said she wasn't sure, but for some reason Kira had a huge amount of mana hidden within him. This woman has always been a mystery, and perhaps now it will become clear why she has so much energy. Until now, no one thought that Kira was special, but a world quest could change the perception of everything around her. At this moment, she was fighting monsters. All her teammates died, and within seconds, a large number of hunters were plunged into darkness. They saw their future victim and focused their full attention on her. At the last moment, when Kira began to say goodbye to life, someone cut off the head of one of the monsters. She heard a familiar voice, and looking closer, she saw her hero. I'm sure you have no doubt that this hero is Lee, but in fact it turned out to be Sehun. Soon the area was cleared. Sehun ordered to check that none of the monsters could escape. Kira immediately called her grandfather and made sure that he and Sora were now in the vault. After that, she approached her savior, bowed her head, and thanked him for saving her life. Sehun replied that it was the other way around. She was the one who helped him, although he didn't explain what that meant. And the hunter did not expect that he would see Kira again. At the first meeting, she was still very weak, but now her skills are impressive, and her face is incredibly beautiful. Sehun was able to notice this even during their first meeting. He smiled and suggested she join the Knights Guild. It felt like history was repeating itself. Their squad is currently participating in the containment of Azanus, and if Kira wants, she will also take part in this. The girl assured that it would be difficult for her to accept the offer, because now all her thoughts are connected with her daughter. Sehun was upset. Hearing that she was worried about Sora, the boy said that now there was no doubt that she should become part of the Knights. The Hunters Association has issued a general muster order, and in emergency situations, hunters must always follow the association's orders. Otherwise, they will face problems and penalties or even loss of their license. Of course, this doesn't apply to hunters who have been working for less than a year, but Sehun didn't say that. Her daughter is in the vault, she's safe there, so now we can concentrate on clearing the area. This brazen guy began to delicately manipulate the mind of the inexperienced Kira. He said that it was wrong to hide behind a child, because every professional hunter must do everything to protect the whole world. The monsters appear precisely through Azanis, so if she wants to save Sora, she must defeat all the demons. If she considers herself a true hunter, she should accept his offer. At this moment, Kira remembered past events. Before, she had constantly hidden behind Lee's back. He saved her and helped her in difficult situations, but now he is not around. Now Kira has to grow up and also fight to protect her daughter, so she accepts Sehun's offer. The Knights are short on people on the back line, so she is ready to cover their backs. Meanwhile, Grandpa and Sora found a safe place and entered the city's central shelter. Only now did the grandfather realize that his beloved granddaughter turned out to be a witch. It was not difficult to guess. Sora turned out to be not just a witch, but a very powerful sorceress, because she was able to defeat a large monster at a young age. He assured her that her parents would come soon, and also noticed that there were more and more monsters around. By that time, Dejo had also gotten into the center of events and began destroying monsters with his bare hands. His perfectly honed technique did not fail, so he scored several quick knockouts very quickly. Grandpa watched this boy destroy demons with his bare hands, and he couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed like only the Holy Buddha could do such a thing, but this was a real boy, whose father stood nearby and watched. Elizabeth informed Lee that he must take his daughter. If she is with them, they will be able to defeat Azanis. It's hard to believe that she really invites the child to fight a demon, but this is an unusual monster and a world boss. Even for the Holy Sword with its current power, it is impossible to defeat such a strong opponent. Lee can't bring his daughter to such a monster. He's trying to protect her, not kill her. I had to explain to the boy that Kira's life depended on it. Lee wouldn't be able to defeat Azanis without his daughter's support. He must think everything over and make the right decision, because now he has no right to make mistakes. Meanwhile, heavy equipment had already arrived in the city center, and several helicopters were visible near the Moonmei district. The hunters were also happy when they saw that the tank would help them. Now their chances of winning were increasing. They still remain the underdogs in this battle, but at least now they feel hope in their hearts. This gives them additional confidence and they are ready to attack regardless of the enemy's numerical superiority, because this is the only way to create a miracle. Now the times have returned when a large number of lives must be sacrificed in order to save humanity. Demons are not going to spare anyone. They have come to destroy everything that moves, so cruelty must be met with cruelty. The monsters are becoming more and more numerous. They continue to cut out of the rift and protect their boss. It will be difficult to get close to them, but if talented hunters unite, anything can happen. A guild of knights has come to the aid of ordinary warriors. They are ready to unite and fight side by side. The Knights Guild has been replenished. Now the young and very talented archer Kira is fighting on their side. With the help of her arrows, which were fully charged, she began to destroy the monsters. It should be said right away that working from a long distance works best. It perfectly covers other guild members. The hunters waiting for help were shocked by the level of training of this archer. You haven't seen talented female warriors before, but today, a true heroine is fighting before their eyes. Meanwhile, the big world boss Azanis began to behave rather strangely. It became clear that he was looking for something. Only the chosen ones knew that he needed people with a lot of mana. Kira had no idea what would become the target of this crazy monster, but soon everything would become clear. At that moment, the girl remembered her dream. The same night terrors that had kept her awake for several weeks. Soon, the monsters began to attack the people so violently that the army had to retreat. Sehun invited Kira to go with him and also ordered to request air support. All this time, Kira was thinking about her nightmares. She had seen all these scenes in the past. A little later, the Mad Bull began chasing the car in which the archer was. I had to speed up, but even at full speed it would be difficult to escape from such a titan. Let's leave Kira for a while and return to the central storage facility in Seoul. Finally, Lee was able to reach this place and meet his daughter. He was happy to see that everything was fine with her. Now his heart would be at peace. He tried to ask his grandfather where Kira was, but he replied that she hadn't arrived yet. The girl called twice after it all started, but lately she hasn't been able to get through. Lee guessed that his beloved had become the target of the world boss. and he urgently needed to find her before the monster did it first. Elizabeth had to remind the guy that he had to take his daughter with him, but he immediately refused. For any father, risking his own child seems like madness, so he asked her to stay in a safe place and promised to return soon. Surprisingly, this time Sora behaved naughtily. She said that she didn't want to stay here and wanted to go with him. She understands that her mother is in danger, so she wants to help her father in his search. At this time, Lee turned to the blacksmith and learned that the Flern spear was already ready and was in the workshop. Despite the fact that his daughter was crying and saying that she wanted to go with him, the boy turned around and ran in the other direction. It is not known how this story will end, but there is a high probability that little Sora will still play a role in this disaster. She cried and said that her father had abandoned her, not understanding that he was trying to save her from danger. The huge monster in the city center was still trying to catch up with the car in which Kira was. None of the soldiers understood why this bull was chasing them. Even Sehun thought it was very strange. He saw from the very beginning that the boss looked as if he was purposefully searching for something. He's chasing them now, so his target is sitting in this car. All the roads around were destroyed, so they were soon forced to stop due to damage to the car. Now we need to act very quickly, perhaps even split up to increase our chances of survival. Looking more closely, Sehun realized that the monster was watching Kira. Perhaps she was his target. He pushed her forward and saw how the monster reacted to it, so now there was no doubt. He said that Azanis wanted to eat the archer. All this time he had been chasing them because of her. Kira wanted to go up and explain the whole situation, but the soldiers started shooting at her legs. She was ordered not to approach because it was her presence that put them in mortal danger. This sometimes happens. People who should become heroes send a woman to her death so as not to risk their own skin. After that, Kira felt completely abandoned. She was left alone with the most terrifying creature in the world. From the very beginning, Sehun wanted to use her beautiful face to promote the guild, and he had no idea what it would lead to. He was unlucky, but for this guy the main thing is to leave, even if it means sacrificing someone. The huge monster attacked. It found its victim and did not hesitate for a second. At this moment, in the central storage facility of Seoul, a little girl named Sora threw a real tantrum. No one knew how to calm the girl down. There were various suggestions, starting with ice cream and ending with fried chicken. The black cat decided to intervene and calm her friend down. She understood that her parents might not return. But even that didn't mean the end of the world. The witch's mana always starts to boil over due to strong emotions. If Sora is not calmed down, the vault will become dangerous. Lee didn't want to take his daughter with him, but when he left her here alone, he put other people in danger. Elizabeth asked the little witch to breathe deeply and control her mana. If she calmed down, she would soon meet her father. Blacksmith Khan brought ice cream. He was sure that this would be enough to calm the girl down. When he tried to give her the gift, it turned out that she was no longer there. She had disappeared, as if she had fallen underground. Meanwhile, Sehun observed truly impressive events, which even in the future he would talk about with a surprised face. A huge monster, the boss of the World Quest Azanis, attacked the little archer. But somehow she stopped his attack with her hand. The hunters had never seen anything like it in their lives. It seemed that even the monster was surprised. She hit him with her mana, so her internal energy level was truly impressive. The most interesting thing in this situation is that Kira still doesn't know her specialization. The internal system doesn't show this. At this moment, she immediately remembered the training test in the Knowledge Tower when she first opened her personal system. She began to tremble with fear because she saw ghosts. Before something like this could only be dreamed of. At first, Kira didn't know what to do. Then, she received a hint that she needed to open her personal system and use the skill. It turned out that she has no specialization, but she knows how to convey a unique skill. Realizing that the situation was critical, she tensed up and tried to do something. It was then that her hunting journey began. It was on that day that she learned to control her mana level. Her icy gaze scared Sehun. The look was similar to Sora's eyes when she loses control of her emotions. It seems like Kira has turned into a completely different person. The boss tried to attack, but she wasn't afraid at all. Just a few months ago, she was shaking with fear after an encounter with ghosts. Now she is challenging the world boss. Such a transformation is sometimes called a miracle. Kira doesn't like to exaggerate her skills, so she calls it a modest word: talent. No one could believe that she really decided to fight the boss without support. It seemed like she wasn't human at all. It was at these moments that Lee tried to find Kira. He already had the necessary weapon in his hand and was ready to fight the boss. In the city center, he saw Hiram and her assistant, and it seemed like they were waiting for him. Hiram asked for help and received a helicopter. She will be able to help Lee get to his destination. At that moment, a portal opened in the helicopter, and soon Sora and Elizabeth appeared there. The girl was crying and wanted to see her mother, but Hun and Hiram couldn't understand anything. Elizabeth said that Sora almost destroyed the vault, so they had to take her out of there. Her father can be understood, but if the World Quest boss is not stopped now, there will be no point in protecting Sora. If this is not done, Kira will die, and Sora's second misfortune will still happen. Elizabeth asked to give the little girl a chance to save her mother. The most important thing is that Sora herself wants it. The father couldn't help himself. He let the girl go with him and asked her for help. Meanwhile, the system informed Kira that her mana level was too low. The transmission technique was automatically stopped. The girl immediately fell from heaven to earth and found herself in a not-so-good situation. At first, she didn't understand what had happened, but she immediately felt it. Not exactly the ideal moment to relax, because there's a huge bull standing opposite, eager for her death. She fell to her knees and realized that death awaited her. Hades was ready to open the gates to the world of the dead. At that moment, a helicopter was flying near the monster. It belonged to a high-tech company. Soon, a boy could be seen from this helicopter, jumping down with confidence in his own invincibility. Before these events, Lee had a conversation with Elizabeth. He told her that he had finally received the spear from Flern. After that, the guy asked his daughter to charge this weapon to maximum power. This could help in the battle. Elizabeth is confident that he will have a chance to kill Azanis, but the fight should not drag on for long. He must put all his strength into the first attacks and remember all the available ways to achieve victory. His weapon has every chance of stopping the legendary monster. All that remains is to direct it in the right direction. Elizabeth quickly made a plan. Lee would use his strongest technique. Meanwhile, Sora would use mana to explode. The little girl was scared, but her father assured her that everything would be fine. The main thing was to trust each other. When it's all over, they'll go home with their mom and spend the whole weekend together. Now, when the time came to act, no one had any doubts and everyone knew their role in this regard. Kira silently watched these events and hoped that everything would end well. Like any mother, she was primarily worried about her daughter, because she saw that Sora was also taking part in this. With her witch mana, she supported her father and created opportunities for him to make the perfect attack. He received an instant boost. His hands felt cold from this magic, but it didn't matter right now. There was too much energy in his body. He couldn't even control it, and he began to feel that it was preventing him from attacking. Elizabeth asked him to put the maximum amount into the blow, and to remember all the available ways to win. Now was the time to do it. Remembering her words, he immediately activated the King's Ring. A huge number of dead souls had accumulated in this artifact. He activated all their energy in order to save Cyrus. It is no exaggeration to say that he has an atomic bomb in his hands. He was like an otherworldly being with nothing to lose. He would either gain everything or lose it. Even the monster was a little scared. He had never seen such a bright light in the depths of the abyss. This huge spear, made of a metal called Flern, was charged with the mana of the witch, the mana of the hunter, and the mana of the King's Ring. People around were watching what was happening. They saw a flash of bright light and prepared for the worst. No one understood that the fate of humanity was now being determined. No one except the main characters in this battle. It feels like a meteorite is falling to Earth, another catastrophe that could cause collapse. Only later would people understand what really happened. But at that moment, all that remained was to pray and believe. They believed in the best, and in moments like these, when all of humanity unites for a common goal, miracles happen. The system reported that the world boss Azanis was defeated and the world quest was completed. Having used up all his strength and energy, Lee lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he was caught by Kira. Little Sora watched all these events, crying and afraid that something terrible had happened to her father. Elizabeth reassured the girl. She said that everything was fine with her parents. They had lost their strength and needed to rest a little. This whole situation was really close to disaster and the end of the world, so people were very lucky. The ingredients for success were good skills, a Flern spear, the King's Ring, and the witch Sora. If even one ingredient were missing, this winning dish would be impossible. Now we can rejoice that humanity has won, but the butterfly effect will be impossible for one person to control. Sora's second misfortune has been stopped. The special quest has been updated, and the King's Ring has absorbed most of its owner's soul. Soon Kira opened her eyes and realized that she was in an unknown place. Surprisingly, her doppelganger is sitting opposite her. This girl looks the same, but her expression is not very pleasant. At such moments, it's even strange to ask who your interlocutor is. Maybe it's just a dream that will soon end. Kira's double looked at her carefully and asked if she would ever get the chance to meet Sora. Very quickly, this strange conversation ended because the double disappeared somewhere. The secrets of this vision are still hidden. Let's return to the head office of the high-tech corporation. Today, you can meet a large number of journalists there who want to talk to Karam. Her helicopter was spotted before the huge monster Azanis died. Lee didn't want him to be spotted, so he asked Hiram to cover it. The situation has worsened. The First World Quest and even the revival of this hellish bull is a very serious matter. The attention of the world community was drawn to the identity of the person who killed this monster. After the battle, Lee was immediately taken to the city hospital, where he needed to rest and regain his strength. Thanks to Hiram's efforts, his identity was hidden, so the world did not know who the hero of humanity was. Doctors said that Lee had no serious problems, but his family was still very worried. It's clear from Kira's eyes how much she worries about him. Her eyes always say more than words. At this moment, the system was absorbing Sora's memories. Lee was sleeping and seeing strange visions. Because of the magic, his head is constantly spinning. He can't think clearly and doesn't understand what's happening. In his dream, Elizabeth approached little Sora, placed her hand on her head, and asked her to get up. The girl thought that it was her mother standing in front of her, but upon looking more closely, she realized that she did not know this woman. Elizabeth told me her name and said she had come to help. Once in the past, a strange man in an interesting hat had already offered help, and it ended badly. That's why little Sora refused help and said she would do it herself. Elizabeth did not stop and assured that she had not come to do anything bad. She only had good intentions. Usually, when a child gets into trouble, an adult always helps him. These words Elizabeth heard from Lee. Now she repeated them. Sora looked upset and replied that no one had ever helped her. Her past life was truly terrible. Although Elizabeth assured the girl that she was also a witch and they should become friends, Sora decided to silence her. She activated her energy and began to attack. But Elizabeth stopped this attack very quickly. It's immediately clear that Sora hasn't studied magic. She hides it well, but she doesn't know how to wield this power. At that moment, representatives of the wizard's tower ran into the room. They were nervous and aggressive. Seeing a stranger, they prepared to attack, and the sorcerers immediately noticed that the test subject Sora had broken free from her chains. They tried to grab her, but Elizabeth intervened and immediately stopped these impudent men. Very quickly, she completely destroyed them. To be honest, she turned them into frogs. A few seconds ago, they looked aggressive and cruel, but now they bring a smile to your face. Now Sora realized that she was facing a real witch. She decided to trust Elizabeth and go with her. Memories from Sora's past life were absorbed, after which Lee regained consciousness and opened his eyes. He saw before him happy girls who had long been waiting for his return. Surprisingly, he didn't return their smile. Probably the king's ring sucked too much joy and emotion out of him. He replied that he was fine and didn't feel any pain, after which Sora ran into the room. She was happy because she had been waiting to meet her dad for a long time, but when she saw his sad expression, she was scared. It wasn't the cheerful Lee who was looking at her, but a dry and hard man with the face of her father. She was even unsure that she was seeing her loved one. His eyes made a terrible impression on her. The girl immediately lost all her wonderful mood and hid behind Aunt Darren. Mother explained that father looked strange today. He was too tired and he would feel better after a while. They decided to leave him alone so that he could regain his vital energy. Soon the doctor allowed him to return home. No serious injuries were found, so he could continue his rest at home. Kira was excited. Lee looked too sad even after returning to the family home. Sora is still afraid of his father. He's never been like this before. The daughter drew a picture. She hoped that it would cheer up her father and make him smile again. Lee usually reacts brightly to such drawings, but today he showed no emotion. Kira looked at him and couldn't understand what was happening. It seemed as if he had been replaced. If only he wasn't feeling bad, but it's still strange. He always liked to talk. But now he's silent and doesn't answer. The most surprising thing is that he doesn't look at his beloved daughter at all. There is no doubt that something terrible has happened to him. It was as if his emotions had disappeared. And seeing this, Elizabeth could no longer hide herself. She transformed into her true form and greeted Cyrus. This should have been done earlier, because now this appearance frightened the young archer too much. She wasn't surprised at all. On the contrary, she smiled and looked happy that her cat could turn into a human. Only now did Kira remember that they had met before. Elizabeth had helped her overcome her paralysis in the training tower. Today she came for a completely different reason. We need to talk about Lee and his future. Soon Kira learned about everything that had happened. The king's ring is an artifact that, when used, leaves the warrior with humanity. To defeat the world boss Azan, it took too much power from this ring. Now Lee has lost most of his humanity, not only emotions but also will. meaning there is only a shell of Lee sitting before them. Kira must understand that Lee was forced to go this far because otherwise death would have awaited her. Lee confirmed that he gave up part of his humanity to save her. She was shocked and immediately started crying. Sora rushed to calm her mother. She must understand that this is not her fault, that if she hadn't done it, she would still have met Azanis, because that is her fate. He was able to change his fate, it's practically impossible. But somehow he managed to do it. He saved Cyrus's life at the cost of part of his own soul, but a way can be found to restore his humanity. Kira already guessed that this was not the first time Lee had used the ring. This artifact had also saved his life before. There have never been such global problems before. Perhaps Lee was able to find a way to regain his humanity. Kira looked at the guy carefully and asked him to reveal his secret. He calmly replied that Sora therapy helps him. The girl sat on his lap, but so far no results were visible. She started crying and saying that her dad was very scary. It seemed like it wasn't him at all. Kira began to panic and couldn't figure out what to do. Elizabeth assured her that she had an idea. She guessed that the method was related to the invocation of positive emotions, which is why it was effective and helped restore humanity. The happiness and joy he feels when he sees his daughter help him regain his human qualities. Now he cannot feel anything good and bright, and this is the main problem. First of all, we need to raise his humanity to the level of feeling emotions, that is, start stimulating other feelings. To begin with, you can start with feelings of fear and anger, strangely enough, but this can help. Elizabeth came here today because she felt that Kira was finally free. When people, held back by their fate, see her, it affects them in different ways, but thanks to Lee, Kira was able to break free. Now she must fully concentrate on restoring her husband's humanity, and Elizabeth can look after Sora for now. In any case, she'd been wanting to teach the girl magic lately, so this was the perfect opportunity to do so. So Kira and Lee went to the haunted house. Negative emotions can help. A house of horrors is unlikely to scare an experienced hunter, but he should at least feel something. From the very beginning, Kira was scared and suggested that she go first, and without any emotion he agreed to it. It was noticeable that the guy was not at all scared. Although from the first seconds of her stay in this house, Kira almost fainted from fear. She began to beat ghosts and mummies. Her instincts as a professional hunter came into play. Then she had to apologize to the actors for almost breaking all their bones. I had to continue therapy elsewhere. The haunted house didn't help much. They have been to scary movies and an extreme amusement park, but nothing has helped so far. Kira tried to understand what Lee was afraid of, but he replied that nothing scared him anymore. A little later, he said that he was only afraid of Kira, or rather not of her appearance, but of the fact that she might die. Meanwhile, little Sora was taking his first steps in learning to master magic. They had trained together with Elizabeth before, but this time the girl's level had increased significantly. It should have only frozen the water inside the bottle, but even this result can be considered positive. After updating your personal system, your control capabilities will grow, so this is just the beginning. Sora is having a hard time concentrating right now. She's thinking that if she gets too strong, she might hurt her parents. I had to explain that she was already powerful, and if she didn't learn how to use her mana properly, her parents could really suffer. Control training is a basic level. A little later, they will move on to the next step of evolution. Kira and Lee were returning home by taxi. Their result today was not very satisfactory. The girl constantly thought about Lee's last words. She didn't expect him to be so afraid of her death. She began to feel like she was falling in love with him. But then she tried to think about the problem, not her feelings. Lee had always hidden a lot from her. Although now, no matter what she asked, he would answer honestly. She doesn't want to ask stupid questions. He probably always had reasons to hide something, and she needs to be able to accept that. But today, their efforts to restore his humanity are over. They need to rest a bit and return to this in the future. Kira was extremely surprised when she saw Sahun near the house, so this idiot dared to come here after what happened. He came to talk about Azanis, but Kira immediately made it clear to him that she didn't even want to see him. The guy recalled that it was the girl who brought the monster to Seoul, and now he is thinking about telling reporters about it. Even though she didn't summon a monster, people might think something completely different. After his murder, the city suffered incredible damage, so now it will be easy for people to explain what happened. This bull caused a real Armageddon in the city, leaving a huge number of dead and many people suffering. These people want to blame someone for their curse, and Sehun can help them find the cause of the disaster. Azanis chased her. It was caught on video and can now be posted online. If she accepts 2 of his suggestions, then maybe he will abandon his idea. To begin with, he wants her to admit that Lee was to blame for the attack on Seoul, and also give him the reward for killing the monster. At this point, the girl began to scream and accuse him of lacking humanity. Sehun saw how Lee was and wants to use it to his advantage. This guy probably has no conscience. While they were arguing, no one even noticed how much Lee was starting to get angry. It seemed like this situation had an effect on him. There is no doubt that he is angry, although it is difficult to notice. But the closest family members will immediately notice the change in his eyes. Sehun believed that Lee wouldn't go too far and do anything to him because he had a family he wanted to protect. Given the situation and his status, the guy might not be afraid of Lee's attack and continue to talk all this nonsense. He wants to take this chance and repay the humiliation he suffered in the past. Sehun approached Lee and said he would post the video on the internet. It was pure blackmail, without any additives or manipulation. Each of us had been waiting for a long time to see what would happen a few seconds after these words. When finally Lee couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed this pig by the throat. Kira was excited. At first she wanted to stop Lee, but then she changed her mind. She asked not to kill Sehun, just to scare him. Although there is no certainty that Lee will be able to stop. By that time, Sehun had already begun to choke. Foam even appeared in his mouth, probably from pleasure. Kira realized that the situation was now out of control, and Lee needed to be stopped immediately. Strangely enough, it worked, and soon he let go of his hand and released Sehun. By this point, this hunter had already lost consciousness, just a little more, and he would have died. I had to lift him into my apartment and help him, because otherwise his heart wouldn't have been able to take it. There was also no choice but to explain everything that had happened to Elizabeth, because she demanded an explanation. This whole situation has gotten too complicated, but Elizabeth thinks that she shouldn't mess with this scumbag because he's just a regular thug. He is engaged in manipulation and blackmail, and Elizabeth is ready to intervene and help in this situation. The witch recalled that she had special talents, opened a portal to an unknown area, and placed Sehun there. She said she didn't even know where he had gone, but in any case, he wouldn't cause any more problems. Meanwhile, Lee started talking. He said he made a mistake letting this guy go because he needed to be killed. It seems the girls have made progress because Lee is finally starting to feel emotions. All that's left is to give him some useful emotions. Sora should help with this problem. Elizabeth also said that a kiss could work. For some reason, this advice really surprised Kira. A useful positive emotion is love, and Elizabeth assures us that it will definitely work. Kira began to say that she didn't know what was going on in Lee's mind, and she hadn't thought about her feelings for a long time. The witch advised her to deal with this problem and decide whether she felt love for Leah. The next day, very early in the morning, Kira took Lee's hand and went for a walk to Hankook University. She hadn't been here in a very long time. Lee must have also come here for the first time after graduation. She looked at the guy carefully and said that they would have a date on campus today. They went inside, bought themselves some Coke, and had a great time together. It's always nice to visit places I haven't been to in a long time, even though almost nothing has changed at the university. They saw each other for the first time in this classroom. Then Lee sat next to her and asked her to wake him up when the professor would arrive. Kira remembered how funny this guy was. That's when she first fell in love with him. She must have liked these qualities when she first started thinking about it. She was already completely in love with him. It must be admitted that at that time Lee seemed like a silly child, but after they met again, he matured. Fatherhood must have had a big impact on him, and he's changed. Becoming a father is always a challenge to yourself. Now she looks at him and feels as if a completely different person is sitting with her. Perhaps the past Lee will never return. If you think about it, there was never anything special in their relationship. They loved each other, fought over silly things, and then made up. This classic of the genre continued for quite a long time. Even after the breakup, Kira was afraid that someone else would be next to Lee. She was afraid that there would be no place for her in his life, and it hurt her. Only now, thinking about it, does Kira realize that she never hated Lee, even in the most difficult moments of their life together. In all the time they had lived together, she had never felt uncomfortable. Sometimes he seemed handsome to her, sometimes he seemed sweet and kind, but she never thought anything bad about him. The reason she was able to entrust him with precious Sora was because she still liked him, and now she had finally admitted it to herself. She tried to understand if Lee loved her, but it seemed as if the guy was completely oblivious to all her conversations. At that moment, Kira again remembered the conversation with Elizabeth, remembered all her advice and hints. The witch focused her attention on kisses. Perhaps this was one of the best opportunities to return Lee to his previous state. There were seconds of excitement, seconds of misunderstanding and difficult choices, but this important choice was made. Kira decided to do it. She leaned over to Lee and kissed him passionately on the lips. It was a kiss from his beloved in the city where they first met, something Lee could only dream of before. At that moment, his facial expression changed. He was no longer indifferent. He was shocked. The system began reporting that humanity had been partially restored. It seems that the cunning plan had worked. Sehun acted despicably and behaved like a terrible person. He deserved a cruel and uncompromising punishment. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was in an unknown world. Everything around was dark and lifeless. He was sitting on a large rock, and only a few minutes later he saw that he was being attacked by unknown zombies who wanted to eat. There were a huge number of these monsters around, all of them looking hungry and ready to eat his brain raw. At that moment, she appeared. Elizabeth named this guy and said that he was the one who, before the regression, was most to blame for Cyrus's death. It was this disgusting guy who sold Sora's secret to the wizards in the tower and caused Kira to lose his mind. In her past life, Elizabeth was unable to take revenge on this terrible guy. But today, she has this chance. Now, he can be forgotten. She pushed him into the abyss towards the zombies who haven't eaten anything for a very long time. When Sehun was flying into the abyss, there were many thoughts in his head. No, he didn't regret anything. He was just thinking about what to do. These ugly, cruel monsters love to eat human flesh. They were once humans too, but that was a long time ago. Perhaps Eliza acted too cruelly, but as mentioned earlier, sometimes cruelty is necessary for justice to prevail. Back to our main characters. After a walk at the university, Lee returned home with a smile on his face. After Kira's kiss, his humanity was fully restored within a week, and now he looks like his original version. After their meeting, Kira became different. Now she looks at him with loving eyes, and this could be the beginning of something new. Soon it was time to receive the reward for completing the world quest, and Lee was hoping to receive something grand. Very quickly, his personal system was updated, his specialization changed to Vanguard. Now all restrictions on his lunge technique were removed, and a new artifact was obtained. This artifact was an iron bracelet. He also received several new skills and was incredibly pleased with these rewards. He was given an artifact, improved specialization, and rewarded with new skills even though all of this seemed impossible before. After that, the system reported something interesting. Now he would absorb several of Elizabeth's memories, although before that, he had only seen his daughter's memories. He found himself in a gloomy forest and immediately guessed that he had been to this place before. Not only Elizabeth could be seen there, little Sora was also in this forest and was collecting various fruits and vegetables. Elizabeth was already waiting for her at home. Sora called her teacher and said hello. From the very beginning, it was clear that they were on good terms, and it seemed that Elizabeth had won Sora's little heart. The teacher was preparing something special. It wasn't exactly like food, but rather preparation for a spell. With this, she plans to return to Earth. It won't be possible to do it right away, but it's a step towards her dream. Sora doesn't understand why he should return to Earth. Life in Midheim is also good. They have been spending time together and enjoying life for over a year. Elizabeth explained that she couldn't live like this anymore. Little Sora had to return to her father because he was looking for her. Elizabeth constantly defended this man. She said that Lee was very important to Sora because he was her father. The little witch had a different opinion. She said that this man was no longer her father, and she didn't even want to hear about him. He did not come for her personally, knowing where she was, although all this time she had been waiting for rescue and hoping for his appearance. Elizabeth continued to defend Lee. She said that he was too weak. He wanted to come, but he had to send Elizabeth there. While Sora slept, Elizabeth thought a lot about this whole conversation. It was obvious that something was bothering her a lot. She decided to go outside and think about everything that was happening. The unusual energy, the barrier, the blocking of movement magic. There were so many thoughts in her head. At this moment, Sullivan appeared again, already transformed into a monster, and said that he would not let the witch escape. He is constantly looking for her, but he constantly lacks the strength to kill the witch, although this time he prepared himself. Elizabeth had always treated him like a fool, but today he would make her change her mind about him. Even her house was found in advance. All this time, there was preparation for the meeting, and now the army is ready for the decisive battle. She has nowhere to run. Today she will die with this little witch named Sora. Soon Sora had to be woken up. Elizabeth returned home and told the girl that it was time for her to wake up. Elizabeth has now raised her assistant to stop the attack, but it will only work for a few minutes, so we need to hurry. They must immediately prepare to return to Earth, or a very terrible fate awaits them. Sora must return to Earth first. Elizabeth will do so a little later, because it is impossible to activate the movement technique at the same time. Convince your teacher that they must go together, or something terrible might happen. It was as if she sensed danger approaching, and her intuition turned out to be correct, because at that moment, Paladin Sullivan burst into the room. We had to call Albert to save the women. Although this little lizard doesn't look dangerous, we've seen more than once what he's capable of. Elizabeth said that they should escape immediately and also asked Sora to listen carefully to what she had to say. From the very beginning, the human body is not prepared to pass through spatial cracks. They are very lucky that they have the core, because it will destroy and stabilize the spatial rift, so the person will be able to pass through the portal. Sora should go and be careful, not waste any extra mana and stay calm. Elizabeth can escape later, and then they will see each other again. Even in her past life, Sora is a very naughty girl. She said that she doesn't want to abandon her teacher and will stay here to fight together. It is unknown whether Sora would have been able to defeat all these monsters at the beginning, but now she has lost too much strength in the magic tower. In her current state, it is too dangerous to engage in battle. She must disappear in order to stay alive. Finally, Elizabeth hugged her student. With these actions, she showed that she loved the girl and was very worried about her future. After that, she activated the core destruction and opened a spatial portal. The spell could no longer be stopped, and Elizabeth ordered the girl to return to Earth and immediately find her father. It was a difficult decision. It affected not only Elizabeth, but her and Sora. It was a heavy blow for the little witch. She was abandoned again, rejected again, and tears appeared in her eyes again. A few seconds later, the girl disappeared, although Elizabeth told her that she would also return to Earth, but if she ran away from the monsters, these creatures would start hunting Sora. There are few enemies, but there are demons there who can pass through the gorge, and if there is a sorcerer among the attackers, he will be able to find Sora by following the magical trail. Elizabeth cannot leave the little girl unprotected. An adult should always help a child who is in a difficult situation. This is what Lee taught her, and she remembered this truth for the rest of her life, so now she lives by these rules. When she went out to the monsters, she wasn't worried at all. The witch is always confident in her own abilities and isn't going to show fear. She took Albert with her. This small creature turned into the huge dragon we already know. If these monsters want battle so badly, then she will gladly send them to hell. They probably don't know that witches can destroy the world. If they're so stupid, they'll see for themselves today. Don't underestimate Elizabeth. She has grown up and mastered the art of witchcraft techniques. Now she is unstoppable. Seeing such memories, Lee was shocked. He began to tremble and was not immediately able to calm down. He wasn't able to watch what happened until the very end, but it was intuitively clear that in that battle, Elizabeth died along with the monsters. There's no doubt that this affected Sora and became one of her misfortunes. She loved her teacher and couldn't bear the separation. The question remains, if Elizabeth, then how could she have memories of the past? Perhaps she returned to the past just like Lee. If you analyze their entire journey, she has always helped him a lot, although in reality he knows absolutely nothing about her. A little later, Lee went out into the fresh air to train. He called for help from Daeho. After the system update, Lee became much better. His skills progressed and his confidence grew. Now he doesn't even feel any weaknesses in himself. It's unlikely that Daejo will be able to win during the next sparring match. Lee enjoyed experiencing the rewards of the world quest, and after improving his specialization, his abilities became even better. He also developed a unique liar's technique, previously called a prankster, which allows him to be a professional at deception. The unique skill is passive and always works, although sometimes it seems like it makes no sense. He also gained insight techniques, and now he can see another person's personal system, and that's a really cool skill. Although in the case of Daeho, this doesn't really help, because all his strengths were obvious before, it will help in a battle with other people. All that remains is to experience the effect of the artifact. The iron bracelet should also be very useful. The guy tried to activate this artifact and experience its incredible effect. It seemed like the result should be amazing, but in reality, almost nothing happened. At first, Lee looked upset, but Daeho was shocked and said that the bracelet worked. You just need to look back. It's even hard to explain, but behind Lee was a copy of him with long hair, which is extremely strange. It feels like his twin sister has appeared. For some reason, she's sleeping, but maybe she'll wake up soon and everything will become clear. A little later, Lee guessed the power of this artifact, and he began to control his sister. As soon as mana is put into the bracelet, it becomes possible to control the clone. Although it takes a lot of energy, but the skill is really very interesting and useful. It will be difficult to use this bracelet during battle because it takes up too much energy, and it is not very economically beneficial. Lee began to offer his friend to buy the bracelet at a cheap price, but Daeho immediately refused. After training, Lee returned home and immediately went to the head office of the high-tech company. He hadn't seen Hiram in a long time, and it turned out he hadn't arrived very early because she was too busy working on documents. It turned out that these papers were related to the World Quest. The email was blocked due to the comet, and it was also photographed by journalists. At first, Lee doesn't understand what Hiram is talking about, but the girl explains that now they call him a comet. Now all the world's attention is focused on him. He is called the first hunter to single-handedly defeat the world boss. His strongest attack was like a meteorite falling, and his anonymity aroused even more interest. Everyone is trying to figure out who he is, some even start copying his fighting style, and Hiram has to deal with all of this. At that moment, a copy appeared behind him. Hiram thought it was Lee's new girlfriend and said that it was ugly to cheat on your wife. Then she heard that it was just a double, but instead of calming down, she started screaming. It had to be explained that this was the effect of the artifact he received after destroying Azanis. Now Lee is able to create a female copy of himself. The girl can be controlled with mana. He believes she is not needed and wants to get rid of this artifact. This double can fight, but the problem is that it cannot be done at the same time as Lee. You may need to continue researching the artifact. You can make this double a comet, distracting the attention of journalists and the public from the real hero. It's clear that Lee doesn't want to reveal his identity through his daughter, which is why another way must be found. If attention is directed at him, it will lead to problems with the family. Just like everyone knows about the granddaughter of the Holy Sword, sometimes it creates problems. Even without her father's popularity, Sora is becoming quite famous. If she gets noticed, it will only be a matter of time before the secret is revealed. If you give people someone else, they will quickly be eliminated due to lack of skills, so this is also a bad option. But if you show people a hero who is almost indistinguishable from the original, then it can really work. Hiram can make a fake ID for this clone. This girl will be called Sister Lee. He would lose nothing from this idea, but on the contrary, he would be able to sleep peacefully, so without thinking twice, Lee decided to make his double a comet. After that, he returned home. The day had been quite long and hard, and he was tired. The guy didn't expect Elizabeth to meet him at the house at all. Kira let her stay and in the meantime went to the store with her daughter. Lee said he wanted to talk to Elizabeth, and she immediately guessed that the conversation would be about her death. She doesn't think it's strange that if Lee remembers his death from a past life, then she's in the same situation. She also guesses that little Sora's next misfortune is her death. So this conversation is very important. Lee wants to hear answers to a large number of questions, including why these monsters attacked her, who they are, and why they wanted to kill Sora. Elizabeth explained that the monsters only came for her. They had a serious reason for this that she cannot tell. This is her personal matter, and she wants Lee to understand that some secrets should not be revealed. In any case, Lee thanked the girl for her help. She had saved his life more than once recently, so he should be grateful. There is no need to worry about the news of happiness. Elizabeth knows how and why it will die. She is not going to give up, but she is still preparing for death. In the training park today, you could meet a very gifted wizard. Little is known about him, except that he is incredibly talented. This guy went into the dungeon without outside support, although usually at least 5 people go there at a time. His name is Luke Sinclair. He is an archmage and America's best hunter, so he can afford this risk. This man is the boss of the Wizard's Tower. He played a key role in standardizing most of the known magic. People think that Luke lives in another dimension, although in reality he is just like everyone else. This man has his own secrets, such as meeting the true Lord of the Tower, a sorcerer beyond the rift. This sorcerer already knows that Azanis is dead. Even if he were perfect, the current hunters shouldn't have stopped him. Luke apologized. He assured that the tower limited the wizards as much as possible, but could not foresee everything else. Recently, the identity of the hero was revealed. It is a woman called Comet, Lisa from the city of Seoul. The wizard from the gorge ordered to meet with Lisa immediately. This girl may be connected to the witch who destroyed Midheim. The witch helped people during the first rift, and it is likely that she also came to the comet this time. In the past, the Holy Sword said the same thing. An unknown woman appeared and helped him in the first disaster of the world. If she wasn't there, no one would have defeated Azanis. After the battle, everyone tried to find her, but she disappeared. After that, Luke tilted his head and his master activated his power. It was something like a transfer of energy. Thus, the Archmage gained access to a new level of magical knowledge. Such training could only be dreamed of. If all goes well, he will gain even more knowledge in the future, but to do that, he must bring the comet here. This lucky guy emerged from the dungeon and immediately set out in search of his goal. He was excited and happy after receiving incredible knowledge from his boss. His life would completely change with the help of these techniques. Luke had spent his entire life trying to make significant progress, but he had never even come close to that level. Now he has taken a respected place in society, gained the power and reputation that come with knowledge. In order to continue gaining skills, he needs to sell the hero of humanity. He is ready to do anything for his goal. In the room, he met someone completely different from what he expected. This unknown sorcerer activated his power and said that he would have to get rid of all his problems. There was a very loud explosion. Everyone around was shocked and thought that a new catastrophe had begun. Recently, people have been too scared because of past events. Lee and Kira returned from the store looking scared. They hadn't heard the explosion in the city center, but were surprised for other reasons. While they were gone, little Sora spent time with Elizabeth, and this led to real chaos in the apartment. As it turned out, they were practicing magic spells, but something went wrong and the prank got out of control. Despite the mess, Sora looked happy. She said that she was learning to summon a familiar, and she really liked it. If she continues training, she will be able to control her strength. But for this, she needs to be patient. Teaching a girl offensive magic is dangerous, so in an extreme situation, she will be able to summon an assistant. Sora is happy and hopes that her parents will praise her for her success. But for this, she will have to work hard. In the following days, she constantly trained and tried to improve her skills, but the progress was not very fast. Even though she is incredibly talented, mastering magic will have to wait. The teacher has returned home, Mom and Dad have gone to work. Sora wants to surprise them, but so far she hasn't managed to do anything. Elizabeth taught the little girl how to do it. You need to name the animal and call it to your aid. For an experienced sorcerer, this is an easy task. Sora is still young and cannot use this technique, but when the time comes, she will understand everything. Even though it's only been a few days, she already wants to master this technique and is ready to practice all day. So far, she's not doing anything. The teacher is late, Aunt Darren doesn't come to play with her, all the adults are constantly busy. If she had more friends, she would be able to have fun. And that's exactly what she wants. A little later, the girl heard a loud sound and looked out the window. She was surprised to see what was happening near her house. It turned out that there were a lot of little children at her favorite playground today. All of these boys and girls could become her friends. Meanwhile, let's return to Luke Sinclair. This wizard managed to activate a protective barrier and defend himself from the attack. It looks like we're in for a massive battle of wizards. We haven't seen anything like it in a long time, so we can make some popcorn. A barrier spell has been placed on this building. The space is closed. No one can hear the sounds of this battle. Luke understands that they want to kill him before anyone gets here, and if he doesn't show his maximum potential, then this is how it will all end. He very quickly realized that all this magic and techniques did not belong to the tower. It was something completely different, something on another level. He cannot believe that this is possible because the basic magical techniques came from him, the boss of the wizard's tower. All the wizards of the earth studied in the tower. There are many secrets in magic, and you can't learn it all on your own, so there must be some explanation. This person uses unknown techniques, and Luke still cannot understand who is standing in front of him and trying to kill him. This causes the boss of the wizard tower to lose control of his emotions. He begins to attack without using intelligence and strategy. This doesn't lead to anything. His opponent is much stronger. It seems like he invented the magic. The burning archmage was broken, the core shattered, and a lot of Luke's blood could be seen on the floor. This battle did not end in his favor. Soon, very dark and terrible beings found out about this. Perhaps they were the ones who planned his murder. At a gathering of monsters in Midheim, in the royal estate of Lehman, they told me that Luke Sinclair was dead. Some were surprised and even shocked. They had recently lost Asinus, Sullivan, and Rini, and now, without Sinclair, they would have even more problems on the ground. The monsters are trying to figure out who exactly killed the sorcerer. There is no one among the humans who could have done it. One of the participants in the conversation said that a witch must be involved in this case. Their boss ordered them to pursue her, so she could strike first. At that moment, someone entered this spacious hall and called all these monsters petty fools. This unknown creature did not show its face, but she immediately realized that it was a sorcerer who wanted to take the witch with him. He will create chaos, and all the monsters around will become victims of his plans. Soon everything around was covered in blood. Luke Sinclair was linked to the highest sorcerer of the dungeon, but now he is gone, as are the monsters who worked with him. Now this man, who does not reveal his motives and secrets, wants to see Elizabeth, and this is probably her death. Sora continued to look at the children and was already dreaming about how she would walk with them and meet new friends. Elizabeth said that she would be out for a short while on business, and asked the girl to stay home and not open the door to anyone. Sora has to wait for the teacher and continue training to summon familiars, but she desperately wants to go for a walk outside. If you do this just a little bit, even for a few seconds, no one will even notice that she wasn't home. The girl went outside to greet the children and had no idea that she was being followed. As soon as she appeared near the playground, the children immediately noticed her and said that she looked like a princess. No one has seen her before, but that doesn't mean they're against a new acquaintance and don't want to play with her. Sora was surprised to find new friends so quickly. She also greeted them and said she wanted to make friends. The girl was incredibly beautiful, so she immediately made most of the boys fall in love with her. Usually boys don't play with girls at a young age. It's against their rules, but for the sake of beautiful girls, sometimes exceptions can be made. They invited her to play together, but at that moment the girl looked up at the sky and saw that someone was using magic. A crack immediately appeared above the ground. It was even scary to watch. The children were immediately scared. To be honest, they didn't quite understand what was happening. It was like they were on the set of some kind of movie. Only a little later did they begin to suspect that something very bad was happening. Sora realized that someone had used magic to cause the rift. She felt it as soon as she left the house. Someone did it on purpose, and this person is standing on the roof of the house. This is a young guy. His face is completely unfamiliar. He shows no emotions, and it seems as if he is mentally in another world. Meanwhile, the children around them began to really panic and call their parents for help. But even their parents were unlikely to be able to stop such a monster. This huge bull is ready to kill and destroy everything around him. He has no conscience, and he doesn't care if it's a child or an adult. Oddly enough, despite the huge and scary monster, Sora is not going to give it the opportunity to hurt the other children. This girl is very small but already extremely brave, which can lead to even bigger problems because it's better not to joke with such monsters. Sora remembered what Elizabeth had told her, the words that it was better not to use magic, because then her parents could be in danger. She understood what she was taking a risk with, but she couldn't let the monster kill children because it was wrong. Elizabeth also said that if Sora was in danger, the magical animal could come to his aid and save him. To do this, you will have to summon this creature, that is, simply say that it needs help, and then the portal will open. Remembering these words, Sora immediately repeated the spell and began to hope that her savior Albert would appear from the portal. Soon the spell worked. Albert really appeared to help and prepared to save the children. This time it turned out to be extremely large. Its size was enough to withstand the huge bull from the dungeon. The children on the playground looked scared and nervous. They could only hope that Albert would win, otherwise death would await them. Although Sora called Albert for help, she also did not forget about her extraordinary abilities, which can be activated to protect others. She spent a great deal of energy protecting the children and reminded Albert that he had to protect everyone, not just her. Hearing her words, the huge lizard continued to fight the bull and immediately seized the initiative. Within a few minutes, the monster from the rift was lying on its back and couldn't even move. Albert knows that such monsters cannot be given a chance to return to battle, so he squeezes its neck and strangles it. Only then did he realize that a little girl had been watching him all this time. This wasn't the best example of dealing with enemies, but in any case, the children were saved. Within a few moments, Albert, along with the huge monster from the rift, disappeared. If it weren't for the damage to the playground, it would have been difficult to understand what had happened here. Sora was satisfied she had accomplished this task, summoned her familiar to help, and protected her friends. By this time, Elizabeth had returned home. She immediately realized that the playground needed to be restored so that the adults wouldn't understand anything. While going down, she also managed to see an unknown person on the roof of the house. The witch guessed that this man might be connected to what had happened. She asked her friend, the cat Casey, to deal with all the problems, erase people's memories, and bring Sora home. Meanwhile, Elizabeth will try to catch up with the fugitive and understand whether he is really to blame for what happened. On the roof of the house, she saw the magic of displacement. The fugitive had already disappeared. But that was not the most important thing. The witch did not expect that there were sorcerers nearby who could use high-level techniques. He must be found. Meanwhile, this sorcerer felt that his plan had completely failed. Killing a small child had turned out to be more difficult than killing Sinclair. It didn't take Elizabeth long to find this guy. Now she needs to understand what he needs from Sora. He was not at all surprised to see Elizabeth in front of him. On the contrary, the guy was waiting for her and said that he already knew her. Elizabeth thought that this guy, like Luke Sinclair, was gaining knowledge from monsters, but that wasn't entirely true. He received this magic from the almighty ruler, and he owes all his knowledge to him. He doesn't want to talk about his master, but he's not going to hide his mission. He must kill Sora, but not attack Elizabeth. It is highly likely that this lord knows the witch. The situation is really confusing, and there are more questions than answers. Elizabeth thought they were hunting her, but the sorcerer was ordered not to touch her, so this lord might turn out to be her friend. She also realized that the monsters had not learned of Sora's existence, so they had no reason to destroy her yet. This isn't the worst news, but the most important thing is that some very powerful sorcerer found out about her plans and decided to poison himself. She doesn't even want to think about meeting someone who wants to kill little Sora. The sorcerer assured that he had been asked to bring her to meet her. He was not going to fight her and did not want any conflicts. Elizabeth said that if his master wanted to talk to her so badly, he should come to her in person. The guy explained that this was impossible. He wasn't going to come to anyone, and if necessary, Elizabeth would have to be forced to obey. The new battle of the wizards had almost begun. Elizabeth prepared for war, but it was only a distraction. The sorcerer said that he had to separate her from Lee. This was also one of his main tasks. He activated the transfer technique and spent a large amount of his mana on it. If the Lord had not given him strength, he would not have been able to withstand such a load. This technique brings back terrible memories. He didn't want to use this skill against Elizabeth, but he had no other choice. This witch is now sleeping, although she is considered a very powerful and strong sorcerer. But today her strength turned out to be insufficient. This unknown guy said that this technique brings up difficult memories, and it seems that right now Elizabeth is experiencing one of the most difficult memories of her life. She was taken out into the street to be publicly executed. Previously, people had watched with pleasure as witches were killed. In those days, no one was going to figure out whether a person really used magic or was just different from others. As soon as someone did something unusual, they were immediately accused of witchcraft and publicly killed. The paladin received the order and said that Elizabeth tried to destroy the world, disobeyed the court's decision for a long time, and constantly ran away. In addition, she committed personal crimes, including several murders, and it is for this that she will be executed today. In fact, there was no court decision. All of this was fabricated in order to divert public attention from the murder for personal reasons. In those days, the guillotine had already been invented. A few more seconds, and Elizabeth would have been beheaded. Before that, she had been locked in an underground prison for a long time. She had no strength left to use magic or curses. In fact, she also had no reason to live. She had been looking for her savior for a long time, but she could never find him. After giving them away, she didn't lose hope. She believed she would be able to find him and thank him for everything he had done for her. Maybe out of all the people in this world, at least one more would take her side. At least she would like to hope so. With every passing minute, the likelihood of this becoming less and less. Perhaps she will be able to meet Lee in another world. Suddenly, moments before the execution, the king intervened and ordered the execution process to be stopped immediately. After how many seconds did he say that a witch can have the last word? Even the worst criminals have this ability. At this moment, Elizabeth looked in different directions. She saw how ordinary people rejoiced and enjoyed this event. It seems as if they don't understand that the woman's life will end now. Her head will be cut off and she will die. She had long hoped that at least before her death, there would be someone who would feel at least a little sorry for her. She decided to have the last word, proudly raised her head and called all these people around her monsters. After that, the court's sentence was carried out. Pools of blood appeared around, and the witch lost her head. The people were pleased. They praised the king and said that witches had no place in society. Finally, it was all over for her. 20 years of constant suffering and fear of the destruction of the world. Finally, her story was complete. The king is a little upset. He can no longer tell the citizens that all their misfortunes are connected with witches. He turned his head back and saw that one of the members of the royal family was starting to croak like a frog. Soon this man turned into a huge monster, which we had already seen during the team clearing of the field. Then Lee destroyed the monster very quickly, but now there is no hunter around to save the people. On the contrary, all the people around began to strangely change their appearance and turn into terrible, vile creatures. A few minutes ago, the king was enjoying life and smiling as he watched the witch die. Now he was overcome by panic and fear of death. He looked at all this and could not understand what was happening. It was as if he had fallen into some terrible dream. Only now did he begin to think that all this time, the witch Elizabeth had been stopping the monster's attacks and protecting them. But now, she was gone. He was injured and also began to turn into a monster, so the prophecy could not be avoided. Manuel always prayed to God. He believed that as soon as he killed the witch, the time of chaos would end and an era of peace would come. In response, the Lord punished him severely. Manuel thought for a long time about the reasons for this punishment, but could never find an answer. From that day on, all the people in Midheim turned into terrible and ugly monsters. Most of them lost their minds and began to kill each other. Even the king has lost the ability to speak, so if he hears the voice of the god now, he won't be able to ask him all these questions. Having such a terrible body, he cannot receive salvation, because it is impossible in such a vile shell. Soon, Archbishop Manuel heard human words. Someone addressed him and said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. It was the same guy who had recently attacked Elizabeth. He said that Manuel had to do something for him. His past comrades have become magnificent victims, so now a rift can be opened that will allow the army to escape the dungeon. That's why the wizard came here to Manuel, because he wants to bring even more chaos to this world. The guy understands human psychology and understands that Manuel wants the second coming of the king. And he is not the only one who wants this. Manuel wanted to refuse, but the magician, who had not shown his face or said anything before, said that he was not going to take his opinion into account. They will take Manuel with them to Korea. He will submit to their will and do whatever they want. Meanwhile, the comet has become really popular, but using it as a model is too much. Controlling a doppelganger is quite difficult, which is why, as compensation, Hiram helps Lee choose a gift. He asked Hiram for help in choosing a gift for Cyrus. It would be a surprise and she shouldn't find out anything. Lee doesn't know what Kira likes, so he completely trusts Hiram because girls know about such things. He came here without a single idea in mind, but if you start with familiar brands, ideas can emerge. The system informed me that the special quest had been updated, Sora's third misfortune had begun, so now was not the best time to choose gifts. Lee must immediately save Elizabeth. If he doesn't, Sora will suffer, and that can't be allowed. Lee immediately remembered what Elizabeth had told him during their last meeting, that she was afraid that the next good fortune for Sora would be linked to her death. He told Hiram that he had to go home very urgently and that he apologized for all the inconvenience. At this moment, the connection disappeared. The guy was unable to call anyone and felt the approach of dark energy. They quickly realized that they needed to get their weapons and get ready for the worst, because it felt like they were in a dungeon. The system reported that they had entered an unfamiliar location. There was no time to think now. They needed to finish this task as quickly as possible. The world quest begins, but this is not like a regular dungeon at all. It is something completely different. They didn't fall into a gorge or a rift. On the contrary, the dungeon invaded Korea, and this is a completely different level of danger. A huge ravine has released dark energy into Seoul. Soon monsters will appear there and war will begin. People are already used to such disasters and know how to behave during emergencies. Understanding the rules of behavior is important. But when you see huge monsters with your own eyes, you forget about any rules. You will have to stop the monsters, distract their attention from ordinary people so that everyone has the opportunity to hide. It's hard to believe that the dungeons were turned not into a building, or even into a district, but into a whole. This is a new reality that you need to get used to. It had seemed impossible before, but Lee had expected something like this, because before his return, starting with Korea, many countries around the world had turned into dungeons. Because of what happened, humanity had to give up part of its territory to the monsters, and it took 3 years for people to come to their senses. This should have happened much later. Turning the country into a dungeon before a global update of the personal system takes place is nonsense. Such premature events create chaos and can lead humanity to destruction. But this does not mean that we should give up. Hiram looked at her friend and realized that with each meeting he was getting stronger. This guy was truly special. Lee wanted to leave immediately, but Hiram assured him that her family was in the vault now and she could go with him to help. She said she had something better than a car, and soon they were riding around on a motorcycle she had bought last winter. Lee was not prepared for such speed, but sometimes you have to be able to adapt to new surroundings. A global update of your personal system has begun, and there are many tasks to complete while it continues. Lee saw a huge winged monster near his house. The guy hopes that none of his family members were hurt. The monster turned around, saw a new victim, and prepared to attack. Lee immediately realized that now he would have to fight. At that moment, unknown hands appeared from the window. This person called Lee and Hiram weaklings and activated magic skills. Within a few seconds, the huge winged monster turned into an ice statue and no longer threatened anyone. Hiram thought that only Lee's daughter could do such a thing, but so far there is no confirmation of this. Even Luke Sinclair isn't that incapable. Maybe it's because of the message they received on the way here. Only now did Lee learn that his personal system had been updated. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The guy immediately ran to the house without even calling Hiram with him. The global update happened, but it seems that this is a problem. If all the hunters, including Sora, received a personal system, then the girl would receive a specialization, and this would begin the process of her misfortune. If Sora becomes the same as before the regression, her entire life path will repeat itself, and a global catastrophe will begin. Up to this point, Lee hasn't had any misfortune. Maybe this will affect Sora's specialization and everything will change. Because he acted completely differently, he is now following a different path of development. Perhaps all of this happened because of the global butterfly effect, and new events have already begun to affect Sora. As soon as he saw that Kira and Sora were doing well, he immediately activated the insight skill to analyze her system indicators. He was very upset when he saw the result. Her specialization is the same as in her past life. She is a witch. He couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed like everything he had done in the last months of his new life had been in vain. He fell to his knees and looked incredibly sad, wondering if he would be unable to change his daughter's life. He cannot allow everything that happened in his past life to happen again. Humanity must get a new chance. His daughter must get a new chance. He thought that by going back in time he could change something, but maybe Sora's path would always be this way, regardless of his actions. The girl saw her father and ran to greet him. Looking at his despair, she also became sad and could not understand what was happening. Soon she hugged him and said that she and her mother were fine and safe, so her father could smile. Lee promised himself that nothing was over yet. Even if her specialization hadn't changed, the situation was still different from the past. He can still do something. He must continue to act according to the plan and stop all the misfortunes of his daughter. He decided to immediately find the nearest evacuation point because it was dangerous to be in the house. He ordered Cyrus to take Sora in his arms, find Hiram below, and be the first to go to safety. Now he must complete his quest, find and save Elizabeth's life because Sora's future depends on it. So Elizabeth is in danger. It could be related to the monsters he saw in his memories. They must have been constantly chasing the witch. He needs to save Elizabeth, not protect her from death. There is a very big difference between these goals. Perhaps it is related to the disaster or the kidnapping. At the beginning, we need to understand where Elizabeth is. She hasn't appeared or been in touch for several days. The guy hoped to find some clues at home, but he couldn't do it. He doesn't know where it is, so it's almost impossible to find it. That's what it seemed like before he heard the sounds of Casey the cat, which completely turned the situation upside down. Now he had his chance, and he had to grab it tightly. As soon as he got Casey out of the rubble, the door to the room opened and an unknown guy in a hood entered. This is the same wizard we saw before. He was the one who captured Elizabeth, so his skills are pretty serious. He said he came here to pick up Casey. He doesn't want to have a debate and suggests not starting a conflict. He said that he needed this particular cat, at which point Lee realized that in front of him was a person who was connected to a witch. He immediately ordered to tell about Elizabeth's location, otherwise this sorcerer would be left without his teeth. The hooded guy was sure that with the help of his magic tricks, he would easily stop the hunter and take the cat with him. He probably overestimated Lee too much because even though this guy doesn't know how to control magic, he's still extremely dangerous. As soon as Lee grabbed him, the sorcerer immediately disappeared and began the process of destroying the building they were in. I had to immediately jump out the window to save myself and Casey. There was no other available exit from the house. This sorcerer was not a monster from memories. He was an ordinary person, and there is no doubt about that. In which case, it is not at all clear who kidnapped Elizabeth. Meanwhile, our beloved witch came to her senses and tried to understand where she was and what to expect next. The last thing she remembered was an unknown boy attacking her and activating some unknown spell. Surprisingly, they imprisoned her with a chain. Although it's obvious that a real witch can't be held back by an iron chain, maybe she was captured by some fools. She tried to free herself, but her magic didn't work at all. It was the first time something like this had happened in her life. She can't use her strengths, even though she needs to calm down now. But the panic in her head starts screaming. If you can't free yourself with magic, then curses should be fine. They should work on any creature, for example, on its enemies. When they get here, she will immediately activate the curse and make them regret what they did. As soon as the door opened, she immediately began attacking the enemy. But it turned out to be a stone golem. He brought her food, but after she attacked him, it crumbled into small pieces. The golem is an ordinary stone, so all this makes no sense. It is unclear why all this happened right after she remembered the past. In this environment, she feels the same as in the underground tower before the execution, with terrifying flashbacks. After that, she saw what kind of dish this stone warrior had brought her. It was a really delicious dinner. It seems like she's a princess locked in a tower waiting for a prince, but the problem is that she's not a princess at all, but a witch. Moving on to the evacuation point, Kira got here with her daughter without any problems, and they are now safe. 4 days had passed since they had met with Lee, and Elizabeth had not appeared once in all that time. Lee said that they used to talk to the witch through the cat, and now Kira feels less calm every day. She wanted to help and be useful, and it was at this moment that her system notified her of an invitation to a conversation. This voice seemed familiar, and within a few seconds she saw herself again in an unknown space opposite her copy. So they met again, just like last time. Her double is not very happy about this meeting. She was called in for a conversation because the double has an interesting offer. She knows where Elizabeth is, and she is ready to tell her about it. The witch is now locked in an unknown tower and has lost almost all of her powers. She has not been physically attacked, but she still has problems. Elizabeth is currently experiencing symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, and she is feeling pretty bad, to say the least. The double has a proposal. If she tells where Elizabeth is, then Kira must not use the teleportation skill for a while. Such information cannot be easily transmitted from the very beginning. For this, the double will take control of Cyrus's body and play the role of an assistant. There will be appropriate punishment for passing on information, but that shouldn't deter Cyrus because Elizabeth has always done only the best for them. The girl is fed everything to save Elizabeth. This witch is very important to her, so the decision is made. Then the double started talking about Cyrus's memories. For this, you need to go back in time and look at something. These events are related to the day she first came to her university. Also, these events are related to school, childhood, and the day she became a mother. The problem is that Kira can't remember all these memories. It feels like someone pulled them out of her head. She can't remember anything at all, although she always thought she had a pretty good memory. At the hospital, she was told that the amnesia occurred for unknown reasons, and all that was known was that her parents died during the financial market crash. The double said that Kira must find Elizabeth. If she succeeds, she will be able to find the answers to all these questions. As soon as Kira opened her eyes, she immediately intuitively understood where the witch was, and first she decided to talk to Lee about it. Elizabeth is currently in the city of Busan. This city has suffered more than others. It has the largest number of monsters due to the large number of faults. The situation is extremely serious. In such cases, a big boss often appears who only doubles the problems. Hiram is ready for new adventures. She doesn't even want to hear that her young parents are going to go to Busan without her. This is too reckless an idea. It would be more correct to move after the situation stabilizes and the association or the state gives clear instructions, but this is impossible. There is a person there who needs to be found right now because he is in mortal danger. In a situation where the entire country was overrun by monsters, Lee decided to go into the monster's lair alone for the sake of one person. He's crazy, but that's exactly why we love him. This person is incredibly important to him now. Hiram isn't going to talk for long, she's going to go with him. To begin with, you need to do at least two important things. First, gather all the members of the Spectrum Guild. Also, in order to find Darren, you will have to go to the House of the Holy Sword in any case, which means you can ask the legendary hunter for help. As soon as Lee arrived at the Holy Sword's house, he immediately met with the owner and told him everything he was going to do. The Holy Sword very quickly refused this offer. It was unclear why he didn't want to help. There must be some reason. The man explained that after the dungeon appeared, packs of monsters began to gather around the house. In addition, over time they become stronger. His guard is not up to its duties and cannot contain such a large number of demons. In a situation like this, his long absence could become a problem for the house, so he can't go with the Spectrum. So, if the monsters disappear, he will agree to go with them, which means that Lee has a plan in mind. He found Darren, and together with her went in search of monsters to clean up. He wants to kill all the monsters that are in this area. He has already managed to tell that an important person has been taken to Busan, so he is gathering his team to save this person. This is the first time Darren has seen this guy talk about anyone other than his family, but as always, she is ready to help him. She was going to go with him regardless of her grandfather's decision, and they hadn't seen each other in a long time, so she was going to fight monsters with her friends for a while. We must not forget that Darren knows how to recognize strong hunters. She knows that Lee is an outstanding master and is ready to learn from him. 2 days later, the master of the Holy Sword was informed that the entire western and eastern territory of his domain had been completely cleared of monsters. With every minute, there are fewer of them. Members of the Spectrum Guild have also joined the cleanup. At this rate, the territory will be completely cleared, and there will be no threat left to the House of the Holy Sword. Remembering this guy, the master thought that he had underestimated him too much. He had had doubts even during the hunter exam. This guy really turned out to be very talented. So the master of the Holy Sword began preparations for the trip to Busan. The clearing continued on his territory. Daejo was also there and found a boy who had been injured after a monster attack. The iron-fisted hunter tried to help and, if necessary, provide first aid. This unknown guy has already heard about the king of fistfighting who destroys monsters with his bare hands. He is pleased to meet a living legend. This guy gave his name. His name is Puck, and he is the same wizard who created a lot of problems for this world. Kira and her daughter were in a safe place. They were not in danger, But their life was not happy. They were constantly in a confined space, unable to leave the shelter because there was too much danger in the city. Of course, no one likes to live like in prison, especially if you're a little child who constantly wants to go out. Lately, Sora has been having frequent nightmares, as if she's seeing memories from her past life. The girl said that she had slept for too long until the teacher woke her up. She started asking where Elizabeth was now. Kira didn't immediately understand what her daughter was talking about, but it seemed Elizabeth was able to get in touch with Sora. Things weren't going well for the witch now. She was starting to lose her mind due to her constant stay in this luxury prison. Elizabeth cannot understand how much longer she needs to be here. This uncertainty makes her suffer even more. She hopes that Lee will come and save her, but since she can't contact him, it will be difficult for him to find out where she is. Maybe he will never find her, and then death will await her again, just like at the end of her last life. And the reluctance to die was too great. She was destroying everything around her and constantly screaming like a madwoman. All this aggression was a consequence of ordinary fear. She was scared and lonely. Just yesterday, the strong and self-confident witch turned into a scared girl. Soon someone entered her room. Perhaps now her future would become clearer. Looking more closely, she was frightened. Elizabeth could not believe that she was seeing this creature in front of her again. Meanwhile, Lee had new problems. He couldn't find Daeho. No one had seen this guy for a long time, and he wasn't answering his phone calls. Radio waves don't pass through the dungeon, so there's no way to contact him. You have to come up with something original. The Holy Sword has already begun to help them. If they refuse its help now, they will no longer be able to count on it. Hiram is sure that Daeho will be able to protect himself without their help. They should do their job, and only then understand what happened to him. At this moment, Kira entered the room and said that she would also go with them. After her words, Lee's breathing stopped for a while. He didn't know that Kira had come to him, and didn't even feel her presence. She had completely hidden her inner energy. Thus, it can be understood that her skills have become stronger. She wants to go to Busan, but then who will stay with Sora? When Kira said her daughter would be coming with them, Lee completely lost control and started screaming. He thinks it would be better for her to stay in the vault and stay safe if she wasn't strong, but Busan is too dangerous a place for a little girl. Kira understands this, but without Sora they won't be able to find Elizabeth. There's no doubt about that. It's not entirely clear how it works, but Kira seems to feel a connection with Elizabeth, subtly sensing her presence and the direction she needs to go. She is confident that she will be able to find the witch, and when Sora is near her, these feelings intensify. It's unclear how this happened, but now Kira is becoming an important part of the team. Before that, even Lee didn't understand how to find Elizabeth in the huge city. After that, Kira told him what she had heard about Sora's misfortune, and now Lee really started to worry. This situation shocked him. For a while he was as if hypnotized and could not move. His hands began to tremble, and a cold sweat appeared on his face. The last time he had been so nervous was during his first kiss with Cyrus. No one knew about this except him and Elizabeth. Maybe Elizabeth told everything. In any case, it is unclear how much Kira knows about Sora's misfortune. Maybe she even knows about the regression. Maybe she even guesses what he was like in the past, and then she will start to hate Lee. Kira understands that if Elizabeth is not saved, her daughter will be in danger, and it seems to her that Lee knew about it all along. He was afraid to say unnecessary words because he didn't understand how much information Kira knew. The main thing now was not to worsen his situation. He admitted that he knew about it and said that he wanted to solve all these problems himself and not get Kira into trouble. But she was offended because he didn't trust her. Each of them should have apologized to each other. Lee should have trusted the mother of his child, and Kira should not have pressured him. Now they can't leave Sora behind. It will be harder to find Elizabeth without her, so they will have to take her with them. Kira is sure that her father will be able to protect her daughter. She is very determined and reminds her that a lot depends on this. Soon the decision was made, the Spectrum team was fully formed, and the helicopter was ready to fly. He did not get in touch and did not appear at the gathering place. The Holy Sword will replace him, and the little witch Sora will also fly with them. They set off for the city of Busan, where they will encounter a huge number of monsters and constant dangers, so only a miracle will help them return alive. As we've seen before, miracles happen, so we shouldn't bury our main characters prematurely. During the flight, Kira tried to activate her skill in order to find Elizabeth's location. This took a lot of strength and energy from her. She began to moan in pain, but she didn't want to stop the process. Soon she told the approximate location of the witch. Now we must hurry and save her from danger. At first, everything was under control, but then something started happening to the helicopter. It turned out that when approaching the desired territory, they came too close to an unknown energy ball. Some functions of the helicopter immediately failed. You will have to jump to stay alive. Soon, the entire Spectrum team was in the air. They were ready for any turn of fate, so they did not get confused and acted decisively. Everyone successfully landed on the ground and prepared to go in search of Elizabeth. If they had stayed in the helicopter, they would have turned into fried chicken by now. The ball of energy, and at the same time, fire came from nowhere. The attacker acted without warning. It soon became clear that a huge disaster boss emerged from this ball. He decided to attack at the same moment as the Spectrum arrived in Busan. It is unlikely to be a coincidence. Lee wasn't sure who the boss would be here, because before his regression, the main monster in Korea was Sora, who destroyed everyone single-handedly. The Holy Sword was able to understand where this fireball came from. His experience could come in handy today. He said that this could cause problems because the bullet came from the same direction they need to look for Elizabeth, which is another very strange coincidence. Did the boss really attack Elizabeth and now wants to destroy them all? If this really happened, then Sora's misfortune is now unavoidable. The monsters heard loud explosions and immediately arrived at this area. There are too many of them, but there is no point in retreating. First, they need to clear the way to Elizabeth. It is unknown if they will be able to do this, but there is no choice. In order to break through an army of monsters, you will have to use the lunge technique or trust someone else. It was this opportunity that the Holy Sword had been waiting for. He had long wanted to show his talents and help the youth complete the task. He was called the Holy Sword after his sword technique reached the heavens. He defeated Asinus and became a living legend. Today, we had the happy opportunity to see with our own eyes how this hero who saved humanity fights. He doesn't care about the number of opponents, their weight and height, because if he has a sword in his hands, he will always find a way to win. In addition to all this, he has a skill that even a deaf person has heard of, a legendary technique called execution. In an instant, he destroyed all the monsters standing on the front line. This is the power of the Holy Sword that others talk about so much. Now the path to Elizabeth is clear. You can hurry up and find the witches. The wreckage of the helicopter blocked the road. This delays the monsters for a while and will give you the opportunity to break away from them. When they arrived at the desired area, they saw that there were almost no demons around. Probably the boss had destroyed everyone nearby. The small creatures ran away from him. This sometimes happens. So you could say they were lucky today. Lee realized that now was a good opportunity to ask his daughter for help. She has a great sense of mana, so she knows how many monsters are nearby. The girl tensed up and soon told me that there was only one big demon behind this house, but he was very dangerous. Lee explained that the boss was nearby, so everyone should prepare for potential danger and not lose concentration. They need to move as quietly and silently as possible, in which case they will be lucky not to wake this large creature. This giant is the boss, and if the hunters wake him up and anger him, it could lead to big problems. Such dragons are not joking. If they see an opponent in front of them, they will not leave even a wet spot from him. Under this huge monster is some kind of giant abyss. Hardly anyone would want to fall there. If this giant dragon wakes up, they all risk dying immediately. It turned out that Elizabeth, most likely under the dragon, had not received such bad news for a long time. Although, given the dragon's size, it most likely has low perception, especially since it's sleeping, so it might not notice small people. For it, they're just insects. If they want to go unnoticed, they have a very good opportunity to do so now, so the team moved forward. The closer they got to the dragon, the louder their hearts beat. It was impossible to hold their breath because the adrenaline was at its highest level. As they approached the abyss, they saw that there were stairs there, the first great news in a while. They began to descend calmly, and so far had not attracted any attention from the giant boss. Below the iron is an even larger dungeon. Going there without preparation is a bad idea, and returning will be even more dangerous. We need to get the witch out of there and disappear using disembarkation magic. Lee was the author of this idea, so he stepped forward to take full responsibility. In such dangerous moments, leadership qualities always manifest themselves. Only true heroes take full responsibility. They expected to see something different, but a huge door appeared in front of them, and now they need to figure out how to get inside. Little Sora started to panic. She almost cried and said she didn't want to go through that door. I had to calm the girl down and explain that the teacher was there. Although it seemed like she felt like there was a huge monster there. Father promised to be careful, and at that moment the door opened. It was incredibly cold inside, like Alaska. A special quest has begun. They have entered a hidden dungeon and must now attack the witch's house. They immediately felt the mana jolt stop. It was a strange sensation, perhaps because they were in a strange place. Before entering, Sora said that the creature couldn't move, probably meaning the creature that was in this dungeon. Only a little later did Lee guess that she didn't mean a monster at all, but a mana, so everyone should immediately retreat. They need to get out, but the door is locked and now they can't get out of this cold place. Soon a huge creature appeared there, a monster similar to a golem, but slightly different from its classic appearance. He didn't come alone, but with a support group. To defeat these giants, it would take a huge amount of effort. Without their mana, any hunter is no more than a well-trained person. They fight monsters because they know how to distribute mana throughout their body and weapons. At this moment, the warriors remembered that there are weapons that do not require strengthening with mana. Lee looked at his friend Hiram and ordered her to start shooting immediately. Today was her day. The girl immediately took out her gun and began attacking the monsters. She had always dreamed of becoming the savior of the entire team, and today she has such an opportunity. The bullets pierced the monsters through and through. Although these creatures are very large, the titanium shells are stronger than their defenses. Thus, the matter was settled. The first danger was repelled in a few minutes. Hiram gave each team member a gun. She would even teach them how to shoot if necessary. They passed the first test much faster than expected. There were enough weapons, and the opponents were too easy. Now they will have to move to another territory where they will face even greater evil. It is unknown what kind of creature will be their next opponent. Perhaps it is the huge octopus kraken, or perhaps an immortal vampire. In any case, it feels like someone very dangerous is waiting for them. But this once again confirms that Elizabeth is right there. They tried calling her, but no one answered. First, they had to figure out how to open the door to get inside. There were various suggestions to blow up the door or try to dig a tunnel under it, but soon Sora intervened in the conversation and said that she was ready to help. They immediately decided to give her a chance. The girl looked confident, and no one doubted that she could do it. At first, her mother was against the idea, but Sora assured her that she would keep her power under control and that she shouldn't worry about it. She confidently walked forward into the darkness. Sometimes children become fearless, even in the face of death. This phenomenon is difficult to explain. No one could pass through this dark energy, but Sora held his breath and continued moving forward. Soon she was able to open the door and the Spectrum team got a chance to find Elizabeth. They went inside and saw the witch there. For some reason, Elizabeth did not celebrate or rejoice at her release. When she raised her head and looked at her friends, it became apparent that something had happened to her eyes. There was blood on her lips, which made Lee think he was seeing an illusion or another hallucination. Elizabeth started screaming and ordered the boy to disappear immediately because she was not going to believe his tales anymore. The guy was scared. He had seen something like this before. She looked the same as during the meeting in the training tower. He knelt down, approached Elizabeth, and assured her that he had not come here to do anything bad to her. He remembers how this little girl was afraid of him when they first met, and he knows how to get past this protective barrier of her soul. The guy has done it before and can do it now. The main thing is to be patient, not make sudden movements and act calmly. Lee explained once again that he came here to save her. He is a friend who is on her side. He gave her his hand and said that they were both in danger, but if they joined forces, they would save their souls. She looked intently into his eyes and trusted him more and more with every second. This time, everything was different. Now there was a person who came to her aid. Elizabeth decided to trust him and go with Lee and his friends, and they immediately began questioning her about the kidnapping. She said that the last time she saw a guy named Pac, a third force intervened in their affairs that didn't exist before. Oddly enough, the witch began to fear that what she saw was not her illusion at all, and everything was really happening. Hiram began to worry that there were no monsters in this dungeon. Before there were always a bunch of demons in such places. Now that they are gone, it is worrying. The team captain agreed that it looked suspicious and suggested that they speed up in order to leave the place faster. The mana in this dungeon doesn't move at all, and they need Elizabeth's spatial magic to get back. The door opened very easily, but the system immediately notified that the dungeon of the witch's lair had been expanded. Whatever this means, it is likely that new dangers await the Spectrum Guild now. When it seems like everything is going perfectly, something terrible happens, and today is exactly that case. They looked at the mountain and saw that a huge dragon had woken up. Now it was impossible to remain calm, because this creature wanted to eat. His eyes immediately made it clear that the hunters would not be able to pass peacefully and return home. A new battle awaited them, a battle not for life, but for death. After how many seconds did this dragon prepare a gift for his guests? Although they are unlikely to be happy to meet a fireball. Everything possible must be done to ensure that Elizabeth immediately uses spatial magic to escape. She explained that in order to move everyone, she needed time, at least 3 minutes. Maybe in a normal situation, 3 minutes seems like something very quick, but now 3 minutes will seem like an eternity. Even 10 seconds is enough for a dragon to fry you like meat on a grill. In 3 minutes, he can kill an entire army. Strange events followed. Instead of saving Casey, Elizabeth ordered her cat to eat the flames. Almost immediately after that, the cat turned into some kind of black tar and began to absorb all this fire. Even Lee had never seen anything like this before, even though he was living his second life. After that, Casey returned to her normal state and began to rest after hard work. She won't be able to repeat this trick right away, so she needs to immediately block the dragon's attack again. It is not yet clear how they intend to contain him for 3 minutes. Perhaps a strategy will be devised during the battle. Each of the warriors prepared themselves and immediately began attacking the monster, with Kira and Hiram being especially active, their weapons ideal for long-range attacks. It's unlikely that this will be enough to pierce the armor of a huge dragon, but at least it will be able to hold it off for a while. It turned out that the monster, on the contrary, got angry and started attacking with some unknown magic that even the most prominent sorcerers had not heard of. In the dungeon, everything around changed. The ground began to glow in different colors, and an extraordinary energy was felt around. The scale of this magic is extraordinary. It has spread all around, and if it is activated, everyone inside the dungeon will die. In such cases, there is nowhere to run. You just have to try to reduce the magical power by attacking, which is what Lee is doing. He wanted to get close to the monster and use a lunge strike. He knows how to activate a protective barrier. Sora was downstairs watching her father. She saw the dragon using protective magic and began to think about how she could help her family. The flow of mana moves like dust in the air, but in this dungeon everything is different because all the mana particles are frozen. They cannot be attracted to you or repelled, so you will have to come up with another way. After a moment of thought, Sora touched the magic beneath her feet and tried to do something. It is not known where she learned these tricks, but from the very beginning it did not work. Now Elizabeth and Casey can't help. Sora is the only one who can use magic and she has to do everything herself, despite her young age. Meanwhile, the Holy Sword was helping Lee. He also tried to break through the protective barrier and hit the dragon. He had to use his legendary execution technique. That was enough to break through the barrier, which is probably why this man is a legend. While Father and Grandpa Santa Claus distract the dragon, it gives Sora the opportunity to do his best. Time is short, but the girl makes incredible efforts to help. After a few seconds, her magic completely absorbed the dragon's magic. Everything around her changed color. After that, the magic dissipated. The hunters could not understand what happened. Only Kira saw that Sora was trying to help. The little young lady was happy. She managed to do it, and now she can be considered a full part of the Spectrum team. Lee said that this trick wouldn't work the second time, so we had to escape immediately while we still had the chance. They were able to buy time, and Elizabeth took advantage of this opportunity to open a portal to safety. She did it in a hurry, so I won't be able to hold it for long. I have to hurry. When everyone went inside, Elizabeth stopped, and looking into her eyes, Lee began to guess that she would not go with them. She apologized and said she couldn't go with them. If Lee was paying attention, he should have noticed that she had changed. For many days in a row, she suffered from a stream of hallucinations. Yes, then Lee came and turned out to be real. He helped and saved her. The problem is that by that point, she had seen too many bad hallucinations, and now she needed to check something out. She apologized and closed the portal behind her. The last thing she asked for was to take care of Sora. At this very second, the system reported that Lee was unable to stop Sora's third misfortune, and the special quest would be updated. Elizabeth returned to the city center and decided to have a little talk with the monster. The dragon was surprised that she didn't run away and began to suspect that she had some cunning plan. Now he is sure that she will regret her choice because he is not going to leave her alive and wants to kill her. At this moment, the monster was stopped. Some unknown creature broke through its defenses everywhere. It was only through magic that such a large and powerful boss was destroyed. Oddly enough, he was killed using ice crystals, something we've seen before. Soon, she appeared, Sora in her adult form. So Elizabeth was right, and it turned out to be an illusion. Meanwhile, the Spectrum team was trying to understand why Elizabeth refused to go with them. She must have really lost her mind. The witch said that she needed to check whether what she saw was a hallucination, or if it was really happening. The system reported that the special quest was completed. Their help in capturing the dungeon was insignificant, so the reward would also be small. It seems that dragon was not the boss of the dungeon at all, or the hidden dungeon itself. Then they were very wrong. The hunters tried to figure out who exactly killed the dragon, but in the meantime it lost its strength and fell to the ground. He retained all his memories of his life before the regression. He tried to enter the magic tower to save his daughter, but he was captured and expelled from there. After that, the Dungeon of Korea was opened. He worked in the lower ranks of the Legion, a guild that belonged to Hiram. By chance, he was noticed by a holy sword and began to teach. He trained until he was completely exhausted and mastered the skill of lunging like a pro. When he decided to return to the Legion, the whole world was already calling his daughter a monster. It was hard to watch. The reason for this was the murder of Sehun and the destruction of the magic tower. One day, Sora appeared and did all this in one day. Most likely she did it out of a personal grudge, but that's another problem. Sehun and the guild members who protected him, as well as the hunters worthy of the Holy Sword, and the guardians of the magic tower, all died at the hands of Sora. This led to his daughter being persecuted for many years, becoming persona non grata throughout the world. It was believed that she had reasons to do so, and Lee even tried to meet his daughter several times. The girl was hiding from everyone. It was practically impossible to find her, so the last option remained. He had to join the search party, which is how Lee ended up on the witch hunting team. Meanwhile, Sora continued to grow up and hide from the world. One evening, she saw Albert next to her. The girl had not been happy to see anyone for a long time. She smiled upon meeting her old friend, something that rarely happened because the hunters constantly caused her problems and injured her body. The girl remembered her mother and cried. She was left all alone. It was incredibly difficult for her. Also at this moment, she remembered Elizabeth, her teacher asking her to find her father. It was her last request. Sora set off and soon almost found her father's guild hideout, the meeting with him approaching. She wanted to meet her father and fulfill Elizabeth's last request. Maybe it would really help her. She had heard that safe zones had been created after the opening of the global dungeons, but she had not thought that these zones would be so peaceful and cozy. Her strong magic was felt by other hunters. One of those boys was Diho. She recognized the king of fist fighting and was scared because he was a member of the witch hunter team. The girl wanted to run away while she still had the chance until she suddenly saw something that scared her. Her father bowed before Darren and spoke to her about something important. Overhearing the conversation, Sora guessed that her father was training with the Holy Sword, but he was accepted into this team because he was Sora's father. His daughter killed Darren's parents during the battle in the Wizard's Tower, so Darren hates Lee with all his heart. Sora listened to all this and tried to understand what it could mean for her. She was afraid to intervene because there were too many dangers around. Elizabeth always reminded him that no matter what happened, the hunter would always remain the closest person to Sora. It turns out that her father really has been looking for her all this time, but whether he can stand by her side is the question. The father assured Darren that he had no personal feelings for his daughter, and he still wanted to find her. Sora thought he didn't love her anymore, but in reality, Hunter Lee was using a unique lying skill that was inherent in his system. He said he wanted to kill his daughter and clear his name. It was a lie, but Sora didn't know that. She couldn't understand why everyone around her wanted her dead so badly. It felt like it was some kind of nightmare that would never end. The people around her don't even want to listen to her. They don't want to know what the bad guys from the Sorcerer's Tower did to her. She couldn't understand why she had to die, and that made her even angrier, and she completely lost control of herself. If this world wants her dead as much as the person she trusted, then she won't leave anything alive in this world. At this moment, Lee opened his eyes and we understand that he is in a safe place. While he was sleeping, the system showed him all these memories of his daughter again. Remembering everything he saw, it becomes clear why his Sora has changed so much and why she decided to destroy the world. The emotions from the memories are clear. Sora's feelings of sadness and loneliness are incredibly strong. He can't stand it. At that moment, Kira approached him. She had been waiting for him to wake up for a long time. The girl explained that he had lost consciousness, and they returned to the vault. Darren and her grandfather returned to their own. Lee firmly stated that Kira should call Hiram and Sora here and prepare to leave for the Seongbok area. There they will set up a hunter's den, although he can barely stand on his feet. But there is no time, because the third quest has been failed. The only positive point is that Elizabeth didn't die, but Sora's next misfortune will soon begin. Up until this point, new memories had become harbingers of misfortune, so the daughter's fourth misfortune was related to the witch hunt. We need to finish our preparations before everything starts. We will have to give it our all. Meanwhile, let's return to Elizabeth and watch her conversation with the older version of Sora. This is the exact same girl she knew, the exact same girl she taught magic to and was friends with. It turned out that the same guy in the hood was her assistant, and all of this was done for her. She apologized for being rude to her teacher and explained that she was trying to protect Elizabeth because there was no other option. Even though Elizabeth assured her not to worry about it, she felt strange. She could see that not everything was well with Sora's mana, but in such a situation it was surprising that the body didn't fall apart. Maybe she spent too much energy going through another dimension because she did it alone. She did this to correct the mistakes of the past, although it is not entirely clear what that means. Sora said that she knows about her father's regression, and her return is related to it. In that world, all the people she loved died, her parents, Elizabeth, but in this world, her family seems incredibly happy. For her, seeing something like this is too horrible, it makes her suffer, and she wants to stop it. Elizabeth tried to explain that her father realized his mistakes and sincerely wanted to correct the future. Sora isn't going to believe this whole sentence, the stupid hypocrite lives happily as if nothing happened. It doesn't look like remorse. Sora understands that Elizabeth has always protected him, but this time she wants to personally understand whose side the teacher is on. These words shocked the witch. Now she needs to choose a side, although all this time it seemed that Sora and her father were on the same side. Elizabeth replied that she was on Sora's side. There was no other option for her. How can she choose hers? Because no one but her can understand Elizabeth. If she turns her back on Sora now, this talented witch will completely lose herself. Hearing these pleasant words, Sora was pleased and asked for help. This was due to little Sora. This young lady lives a happy life and is completely unaware of the problems Sora faced in her past life. She believes that this shouldn't be the case. She shouldn't have received all this, and therefore the situation needs to be corrected. Let's take a moment to get away from this delusional sociopath from the past and return to the new version of Sora. This little girl really doesn't know so many problems, and she lives in love and feels the support of her parents. And that's how it should be. 5 months ago, they left the vault, and a lot has changed since then. At first, Kira didn't understand what Lee was talking about, but then everything happened exactly as he had predicted. He gathered together hunters and people capable of fighting and then completely cleared out the monsters in the Songbok area. With the help of support class hunters, the squad quickly began and completed construction. This created a safety zone, a space where people feel comfortable and cozy. There are rumors that in other regions people have created areas similar to this zone. Now Kira respects that Lee can see the future. Lee was at the office of the Songbok district representative, where he received an invitation from the Blue House security area. Hiram explained that with the advent of safe zones, things have become calmer, and it seems the authorities want to hold meetings with representatives of each zone. Lee will leave their zone with Hiram, formerly her father, and she run the safe zone, but in fact Lee invented it all. In addition, the reason for the gathering is the situation that occurred in the city of Busan, so this may interest Lee. Many hunters believed that the boss would appear there, but upon inspection it turned out that the dragon was not the boss. This means that the Korean boss will be at least stronger, so to stop the disaster they are going to find the boss's location in advance. We need to discuss a plan to combat the monster, so this meeting can be beneficial for all parties involved in the process. Lee was a little worried. Nothing like this had happened in his past life, so it was a new experience for him. Maybe he'll see familiar faces there, and this will lead to unexpected plot twists. Soon, a person was found in the Seongbok safe zone, and this person turned out to be the long-missing Daeho. He immediately fell to his knees and said that he needed Lee. He had an urgent message for him, and all the Spectrum participants. He also said that the area of Suso Station was too strange. Perhaps a war would break out between the safe zones. In parallel with these events, a gathering began in the Blue House. The organizer of the gathering thanked all the participants of the gathering for taking the time to come here to talk. They all gathered here to figure out who would be the boss of Korea and discuss capturing his dungeon. The people around have remained inactive since the dungeon opened, but it's time to change that. When their help was needed, they hid, and now they have started gathering, and it looks strange. 5 months ago, the Spectrum team, along with the Holy Sword, went to Busan to fight a huge dragon. It turned out that the dragon was the boss of a completely different dungeon, although it seemed that this was not the case. Based on this information, we can conclude that the Korean boy is located in a different location. He said that this conclusion was too hasty, they didn't check several places, and no one sent other investigation teams to Busan. The organizer of the meeting said that there was a person sitting here who could confirm all the guesses. It turns out that this is the boss of the Suso zone, a guy named Park, who is also the assistant of the adult Sora. Before starting his story, he would like to show one interesting video. He demonstrated how a little girl attacks a monster with magic and destroys it in a matter of seconds. The video clearly showed that it was little Sora, so Park was trying to demonstrate that she was a witch. He said that this girl is the daughter of Hunter Lee, and her level of magic is at a very high level. He believes that she is the boss of Korea, and that she is the main threat to the country. As soon as Lee heard these words, he immediately ran towards Park to cut off his head. The guard immediately drew his weapon and prepared to kill Lee at the first opportunity. We will have to accept the rules of this game and calm down. Otherwise, it will all be over. Lee can't believe that his child is considered the boss of Korea and compared to the monster Asinus. He needs to calm down. If he continues to act crazy now, the situation will only get worse. It will be quite difficult to logically explain Sora's strength, but you will have to protect the girl despite the words of this scumbag. The pact has not yet produced any children who can use magic. But if the evidence is not enough, the pact can demonstrate something else. He is ready to demonstrate his skills as a prophet and show a part of the human future. The people in the room immediately saw Sora grow and transform into a terrifying monster that destroyed a huge number of people. They were shocked and could not believe that such a future really awaited them. We already know that Lee can see the system of other players. He saw that Park really can't see the future, but is only trying to deceive people. He's cursed, but there's no additional information about it. Later, he said that this is not the future at all, but memories of the past. Now all history can repeat itself if Sora is not killed. The people in the room suddenly felt sick. They all saw Sora kill them in the future, and now they don't even know what to think. Although they understand that this may not be true, everything looks so realistic that it becomes difficult to assess the situation. Most people might believe all this nonsense. People like Darren are too easily manipulated. Park said that everyone must decide for themselves whether to trust little Sora, but to avoid disaster, he suggests starting a witch hunt. They are not going to attack her if the father gives up his daughter. If that doesn't happen, they will have to use force. The appearance of this guy really changes the situation completely. Now Sora's misfortune is getting closer and closer. Lee looks incredibly angry and completely loses control. He will not give his daughter to anyone and will soon make Park suffer. The special quest has been updated. Sora's fourth misfortune begins. You need to protect the girl from the witch hunt. Soon, Lee teamed up with Hiram and set off in an unknown direction on a motorcycle. Park said he would have to use force, which means he is starting a war in the Shongbok area. If they don't give him the witch, he'll start something terrible, so they need to come up with a plan of action. Pak planned everything from the beginning. He chose the perfect moment for his attack. If Sora is given away, the Songbok area will instantly lose the support of ordinary people. People will immediately think that if they gave up a child in such a situation, then they can do the same to them in the future. Even if they give Sora away, Sionbok will still be destroyed. Now they have no choice, so it's better to return to Sionbok. Kira was spending time with her daughter and had no idea that a real natural disaster was looming over them. Guests came to visit them, and Kira immediately felt that this meeting could be dangerous. She wasn't expecting anyone at this time and asked her daughter to go to her own room for a while. Taking out her weapon, she decided to open the door and saw a guy in a bird mask. He looked tall and strong and wasn't going to talk because he came here to act. Realizing that the situation required action, Kira immediately began beating the man. It seems to her that he didn't come alone, but at such moments it becomes unimportant. The main thing is to get a weapon and defend your home. While she was distracted by this guy, another masked intruder entered the room. There really were two of them. Now Kira can't do anything. She's been captured and her daughter is in danger. The mother tried to scream and did everything to free herself, at which point all her instincts were strained to the limit. A strange effect occurred. After she started screaming, the attacker felt an incredible pain in the heart area. He lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Even Kira didn't understand how she managed to do it. She paid no attention to him and immediately ran to look for her daughter. But little Sora was already under the bandits' control. Kira immediately got scared and raised her hands up. She's afraid that something will happen to her daughter, and she can be understood. The attacker said that both girls should go with him. He wouldn't do anything wrong if they didn't make any sudden movements. Cyrus has no reason to trust this man. She has no guarantees, but she also has no choice. Little Sora started crying. She was very scared and hoped that her parents would save her life. At this moment, Kira lost touch with reality again. Even despite her daughter's mortal danger, she began to scream. Kira ordered the bandit to immediately release her daughter, at which point the room became dark. Instantly, she approached the man and struck him with such a powerful blow that all the bones in his face were broken. Sora loves watching TV, but even in superhero movies, women can't hit as hard as her mother. After that, Kira immediately hugged her daughter and almost cried. She was very scared. Without warning, Daeho ran into the apartment. He was scared and afraid that he had not had time to save the girls. He came here to tell me something urgent. The guy was looking for Lee, but he went to another city. It seemed that the worst was behind her, but at some point blood flowed from Kira's nose and she began to lose consciousness. Within seconds, she fell to the floor and showed no signs of life, probably because she had expended too much energy on the attack. At this moment, Kira found herself in an unknown space again. The system notified her that she had been invited to a conversation. Such conversations have become something normal and everyday. They no longer scare Kira at all. The girl has not seen her clone for a long time. The last time Kira learned about Elizabeth's location, but was unable to save her. It was the witch's choice, so there was no regret about what happened. Today, they would be talking about something completely different. To start, they will talk about the power that Kira used today. It is her unique skill. It's not entirely clear how it works, but at such moments, Kira gains extraordinary energy and strength. Her doppelganger asked her not to use this power. In her current state, it would take too much strength, so it's risky. This time, the opponent was weak, so she simply lost consciousness. But if he had been strong, she would not have survived. Her doppelganger's second request was to save Sora. Perhaps she is referring to the adult witch from the past. Let's move on to the day after the general meeting and see what happens to Lee. Seongbok held an internal meeting regarding the war in the Suso area. It was necessary. Of course, some people were against it, but Hiram was able to convince them she had great talent as a speaker. Most people didn't like the fact that they were trying to make a devil out of a child, so Seongbok decided to protect Sora. They were very lucky that Cyrus only had a little dizziness and no serious health problems. After Lear told her about the conversation with Pak, the girl began to worry very much. She did not understand why her daughter was hated so much. Kira panicked, which is understandable because she has no idea what Sora will be capable of in the future. The Seongbok and Su's zones entered into full-scale confrontation with each other, and war became only a matter of time. People on the street started discussing this problem, and everyone already knew that Sora was causing the conflict. The girl could not help but hear these conversations. Doubts and worries crept into her little body. Daeho met with Lee and told about how he first saw Park in front of him. He saved him from the monster and told him about the safe zone. In the future, they went to this zone together. When he arrived in the safe zone, he realized that all the people around him were somehow abnormal. They wear bird-like masks and shout that there is only one real witch, and the fake one must be killed. Hearing the words about bird masks, Lee remembered that before his return, this was a sign of witch hunters. Daeho also told one important little thing. All the people in that safe zone worship the witch and obey Pak's orders. He wasn't released, so it was very difficult to get selected from there. But after a while, he managed to do it. If everyone around worships the witch, then why is Park trying to kill Sora? He should understand that she is a real witch. Lee also started to worry after hearing the words about the real witch. It might be somehow related to Sora. A little girl came to her father to understand why everyone around her hated her so much. Her parents tried to hide the truth from her, but now the girl feels that something terrible is happening. Sora also believes that her mother was injured because of her, but her father assured her that this was not the case at all. He decided to tell her a secret that even her mother doesn't know, and said that her father came from the future. This made Sora think that her mother was an alien monster and her father was a space warrior, but that's not entirely true. He knows better than anyone that people really hate her, and soon this problem will be solved. In the future, they will live happily ever after and enjoy life, and everything will be fine with their family. Even if the situation was different before the regression, this time he will do everything possible to prevent that horror from happening again. Lee will definitely make all his words come true and save his daughter from a terrible future. He will have to try very hard because there are a large number of people who want to prevent his plans from coming true. They prepared to enter the middle of the portal in order to see another rift there. Pak has the skills of a provocateur and knows how to make people do what he needs. He easily made others trust him and the witch and granted them salvation from all suffering. For 4 days, the guards had not seen any signs of an escalation of the conflict. They await the arrival of their rivals, but even after declaring war, no battle has yet taken place. To get here, the rivals will have to go through a large number of monsters. Now, winter and snow complicate this task. During this conversation, the guards heard a loud sound in the sky. They turned around and saw the formation of a new rift. Huge monsters immediately appeared from this portal, so the danger came from a completely different direction. No one has ever seen such a creature. It is even difficult to describe this demon. Hiram was talking to Lee. She had just learned about the rift in the safe zone and was incredibly annoyed. Nothing like this had happened before, and the safety zones, including Seongbok, were built to anticipate the occurrence of faults. Because of this, people could live peacefully and enjoy life. It was enough to build strong walls and destroy the monsters around. Today, everything has changed because a new fault has appeared inside the zone, and a huge number of people have died during rescue attempts. Hiram is sure that this situation happened because of Suso's actions. These pathetic worms have been planning something terrible for a long time. If you think about it, that guy from the Sora video was set on starting a war back then, so it's strange that he waited so long to do it. If this is true, then their situation is really bad. In the event of an attack from the middle, their defense will not hold. People will start to change their minds very quickly. Right now, most are ready to defend Sora, but that's for now. When a knife is held to their throat, they will very quickly change their position and curse the witch. Very quickly, Lee came up with a plan. They couldn't sit around and wait for the next attack, so they had to act immediately. He has already heard where the entrance to the Suso zone is. Daeho told him about it. And he wants to go there and kill the main bandit named Pak. Meanwhile, Pa was very surprised because his opponents turned out to be much more docile than he had thought. Elizabeth asked him to shut up and reminded him that she wasn't doing all this for him. She doesn't consider them friends, and the idea of forcing people into the Seonbok safe zone seems terrifying to her. The human body is not capable of enduring the transition through the rift without protection. It is an unusual portal, a transition between dimensions. When a person enters there, a curse immediately begins to affect them. Anyone who enters this portal immediately becomes a monster. Pak pretended not to know about it and said he wanted to make the attack as effective as possible. He has already been cursed this way, and Elizabeth knows he is not human at all. People who are pulled into the rift will not be able to emerge from it as comatose as they were before. Although Puck says he is only following the witch's orders, Elizabeth is sure that Sora did not give such orders. In reality, the adult Sora wants her little copy dead, and even Elizabeth couldn't change her mind. There were a lot of guards in this area, but you can barely see anything in the dark because of those stupid masks. If you act carefully and don't make unnecessary noise, you can approach the guard unnoticed. This is exactly the plan Lee chose. He took the guard's mask and now wants to go inside. In this form, no one should stop him, so our hero will easily get acquainted with this safe zone. All this time, he thought that Pa was just an assistant to the real boss, although in reality it seemed that he was the one in charge of the process. If an important person like him disappears, then Suso will immediately plunge into chaos, or his real boss will emerge from the darkness. There were a huge number of prepared people wearing masks around, which is hardly a good sign. Lee didn't understand where they were going and decided to follow these people. Thus he saw Puck, this guy promising them salvation if they completed the most important mission in human history. They must do this for the witch, go through the portal and fulfill her instructions. Through this gorge they must enter the Songbok safe zone. So now all of Park's plans have become known. Lee couldn't understand what would happen to these people. Would they become dinner for monsters? Or would they turn into monsters themselves? He needs this guy named Pa. Everything else doesn't matter right now, so he needs to get close. As soon as it was Lee's turn to enter the portal, he immediately took out his knife and prepared to attack. He did so and hit the carotid artery. The blow was strong and sufficient to kill his opponent. It turned out that Pa had been expecting their meeting and was not at all surprised by this attack. He replied that people who truly believe do not die but live forever. He has long since given up being human and is now preparing to show his true, ugly face. He just gave the order to the monsters to attack Seongbok. Soon there will be nothing left of this safe zone. Now the people in Seongbok must change their minds, because from the very beginning they were thinking about morality and protecting the child. It is unlikely that they will be able to retain all their beliefs after they meet their death. Each of them will begin to wonder whether to give up this little child and end all their suffering. When people are driven into a dead end, they can no longer think rationally. Now Park wonders if Lee returns as a monster, how his own daughter will greet him. When Lee had no doubt that his opponent was cursed, he immediately activated his weapon. Pak surrounded himself with curses, but there's nothing special about him. If you attack from a long distance, you can easily defeat him. The main thing is not to get too close, but it turned out that even from a long distance it would be difficult to kill this creature. Pak learned to open a portal at will, so soon Lee's spear disappeared in an unknown direction. Now he only has one weapon left, but killing such a strong opponent with a dagger will not be easy. Now it seems that Lee is playing this guy's game. He succumbed to his provocation and found himself at a disadvantage. You will have to engage in close combat with the dagger. Then it will be cursed, but you cannot retreat. He must save not only Elizabeth, but also his own daughter, so he cannot even think about defeat. As long as this terrible creature is alive, Sora will always be in danger. There is no doubt about that now. All these thoughts made Lee even more angry. He decided to kill Pak while there was still a chance. Even if he became a cursed monster, Park was surprised when Lee approached him. He was sure the boy was afraid of the curse. It turned out that Lee was even willing to go to hell just to protect his daughter from death and a terrible fate. He doesn't care if he becomes a monster. The main thing is that he kills Puck because that's the most important thing. Apart from cursing, Pa is incapable of anything. All his tricks seem cheap. He can only scare children with them. If he's a monster, then he must have a core. Lee has already hit the neck, heart, and leg. There's only one area left that he hasn't attacked. At this moment, Pa covered his face and began to scream loudly. Strangely enough, he was asking for rescue. He said that it was too early for him to die, and he had not yet finished his mission as a righteous man. He must lead all these people to the true God. At such moments, Lee never lost his concentration. He replied that there was no God, and delivered the decisive blow. It was the end. The end for the guy who had so actively tried to make life difficult for others. Justice had prevailed. Lee is sure that if God really existed, he would not have treated his daughter so cruelly. Elizabeth heard loud noises and decided to go outside. She felt that something important was happening. After Pa did his thing, the city became empty. There was almost no one on the streets. She wanted to find this guy and kill him, but instead she saw Lee, who was cursed. She approached him and tried to understand how he ended up in this safe zone, but saw that now he couldn't hear anything. She tolerated all of Park's actions because of Sora's request, but it can't go on like this anymore. Sora hasn't been seen for several days, and it's unclear what Park has done in the Songbuk safe zone. You can no longer sit idly in your room. You must act and protect good from evil. Park must have forgotten that Suso has a witch teacher who can change the course of history. Elizabeth decided to help Lee and go with him to the city of Songbuk, which is where Kira is now. She looked out the window and saw an unknown woman, and upon closer inspection, she thought it was Sora. It's strange because her child is now nearby and she is much smaller than the woman on the street. At that moment, a portal in this house was opened, and Elizabeth and Lee appeared from it. Lee had only just learned that there was a curse on him, but now Elizabeth had cured him of the dark energy. Remembering what had happened during the recent events, Lee regained full control of his mind. Now they need to prepare because Suso will soon begin his attack. This time they will send all their forces here. If everyone he saw there comes to this safe zone, then Songbuk will have no chance and will turn into ruins. In order to reduce the threat, Lee will have to ask for his daughter's help. Today, he needs her again. At first, the city was quiet and peaceful. It seemed that another night would pass without incident, but it turned out that this was not entirely true. Very quickly, cracks appeared in the sky around this city, and a huge number of monsters were ready to attack the helpless people. As soon as the city's residents learned about this, the evacuation of people immediately began. Hiram led the process. She ordered all the soldiers to prepare for battle. It seemed that the next attack would not be similar to the first battle, but this time there is no doubt that the opponents are set for a full-scale offensive. A little later, when the army was ready for battle, everyone noticed an interesting fact. All the monsters were moving in the same direction. Looking closer, you could see that they were trying to catch up with a young father with a little girl on his back. These horrible creatures are trying to kill Sora. They came here precisely for her, and she is their main target. While Lee was under the curse, he had only one goal in mind: to kill Sora, just like the other monsters. Now he needs to go with his daughter and lure the monsters out of the safe zone, thus saving a huge number of people. He ordered the guards to open the gate immediately. If they didn't do it in time, he would be trapped. At first, it was unclear whether Lee was able to get outside the city, but in any case, the monsters failed. Hiram continued to give orders, her first order being to attack the monsters that remained in the middle of the city. Most of these demons are leaving the city, so those who remain must die their own deaths and never bother humanity again. After that, Hiram wants to go to help his friend. The main thing is that it's not too late. Lee tried to remain calm and think rationally. He understood that there were a large number of enemies behind him, but this was no reason to panic. With his strategy, he divided the monsters, and now the people in the safe zone will be able to stop this attack. The curse was lifted very recently, and now his body is weaker than usual. He feels tired and loses strength too quickly. At this difficult moment, Sora offered help. She said that if her father was having a hard time, she could destroy the monsters. Let's return for a while to the church where Park, who caused too many problems for Lee, died not so long ago. It seemed that we would never hear from him again, but a monster appeared next to him and decided to use his body as a vessel. Meanwhile, Lee learned that Kira is not afraid of anything at all because together with her father, they are a great duo. He couldn't even imagine that they would be pursued by a pack of monsters. But the main thing was that everything was fine with Sora. She felt her own power and significance long before her father did, although she is still very young, but she is already quite smart. Up until this point, Lee had tried not to use his daughter. He wanted her to grow up in peace and believed that she would always need his protection. This idea was hardly possible. One day, children leave their parents' home and become independent, and this also applies to his special daughter. He won't be able to be there and protect her all the time. Sooner or later, he'll have to give Sora the opportunity to show his talents. And I'm sure it's too dangerous to use attacking magic, but Sora can still defend himself from bad demons. He wants to make her understand that if she is careful with her powers, there is nothing wrong with using magic. We must learn to use our power correctly, and then Sora will be able to become the savior of humanity. He gave Sora the opportunity to show her talent and completely trusted her. Very quickly, the girl showed why she was considered a true genius. With the help of her ice magic, she stopped a large group of monsters. Now you can feel a little calmer. This young lady could organize ice sculpture exhibitions every day and become very wealthy because of it. Her parents should think about it. Soon, Levi heard the presence of another person. He turned around and saw a familiar face in front of him. She had been watching him and Sora for a long time and guessed that on that very day, she had indeed seen the future that Park had spoken of. After these words, Darren immediately took out her sword and began attacking her friend. It seemed like she had completely lost her mind. Lee managed to defend himself and immediately started talking to Darren. He wanted her to calm down and tell him what the problem was. The girl explained that she came here to meet Sora and check something. There is no doubt that Darren is now in a state of madness. She can no longer be trusted. It seems she realized that in the future, Sora could kill her parents, as well as all the guild members. When Darren saw this imaginary future, her feelings were so real that she can't forget them now. Lee is sure that all this was just an illusion. Now everything is fine with her parents and there is no need to worry. Words are too few to stop such a mad woman. She believes that this will happen in the future, and therefore she is not going to stop. Her attacks are seriously different from normal attacks, as if she had become a witch hunter, just like before the regression. She doesn't understand that Sora is just a child who has the right to a second chance and to correct his mistakes. In the illusion that Darren saw, Sora looked like a creature that didn't look like a human at all, and it made a big impression. She is sure that this child is no different from a bomb, but she doesn't understand that it wasn't Sora's choice, because she is a victim of circumstance. Any of them can become the same enemy of humanity, so you can't kill every person out of fear of the future. Little Sora has a future in which she can grow and develop and not become a witch who will destroy the world. Darren must understand this. When Sora grows up, he will be able to fully control his power, just like Sophia or the Holy Sword. These two legendary warriors are also dangerous, but they know how to control themselves and therefore act for the benefit of humanity. Darren is not sure that all this will happen. There are too many doubts in her heart because she understands that Sora can destroy the entire world. Lee tried to explain that now his daughter is not alone at all. There are enough people around her who love her, thereby making her future completely different. Sora has parents, a grandfather, family friends, and Elizabeth, all of whom influence the girl and change her future every day. If you raise it in such conditions, the result will be completely different. And this is the duty of parents and adults. After hearing all this, Darren could no longer hold her sword in her hands. She decided to give this little witch a chance. She has completely lost her mind and is now apologizing to Sora. Let's hope it's sincere sympathy. This sentimental moment was interrupted by a bright light behind the protagonist, something like a fire. If you look closely, you can see that Seongbok is in danger, so you need to forget about the future and return to reality. We can't afford to miss the important dialogue that took place in a large and dark tower surrounded by monsters. This conversation was between two horrible creatures, monsters that resemble humans. The king said that they had failed to summon the witch's spirit, that the curse could not be lifted by magic or even divine power. The only way to escape this curse is to summon a witch and force her to help. But the witch's soul has left this place. Now she is not in Midheim at all, but in some other dimension, although this seems impossible. The head of the magic tower said that souls can be moved in space, but moving to another dimension along with the body is not easy at all. If you create a rift between dimensions, only then can you travel to the place where the witch is currently located. Rumor has it that even dragons can't pass through rifts, so these monsters need extra strength, and the king knows it. He is ready to do it all on his own, to sacrifice himself and open the rift himself. Then his assistant must find the witch and do everything himself, because the king will no longer be able to help. I think everyone has already guessed that this assistant to the king is our old acquaintance. His name is Bishop Manuel. He said that in Midheim they only worship the sun god, but when he read about the curse, he also learned about the moon goddess. In the past, the moon goddess was equal in power to the sun god, who created all life, but she was responsible for the process of death. Out of jealousy of the sun god, whom all living people worshipped, she tried to kill him and become the most powerful in the world. The war between the two gods lasted a very long time, but in the end, the sun god was able to win. The goddess of the moon, during the last seconds of her life, cursed her opponent and promised to return one day and take revenge. Those were her last words, a terrible story that doesn't seem very important at first glance. The king said that if the sun god did not help them, then they would have to find the moon goddess and ask her for help. On the day the answer comes, they must find salvation, for they have waited too long for it. For now, residents of the Seongbok safe zone are thinking about rescue, especially after they saw what happened to Park. Although many people didn't like this guy, in his past form he was much more pleasant than he is now. It turned out that this monster was possessed by the spirit of Bishop Manuel, and he immediately greeted the witch, whom he had not seen for a long time. Many years ago, they had already become enemies for each other. Now nothing has changed. The witch explained that now Manuel is more connected to people, among them, because he is the boss of Korea. Elizabeth tried to understand what had happened. Manuel had previously been imprisoned, but somehow managed to escape. The monster himself decided to tell this story, and stated that for him it was 5 months of shame. The witch was right in front of him, but there was nothing he could do, and only now would he finally pass sentence on her. The king sacrificed himself to open the rift. The monsters are sure that the witch will be able to lift the curse from them. Only Manuel disagrees with these thoughts. He is sure that only God can grant them salvation. No witch in the world is capable of this, so she must pay for her sins with her own death, even if Elizabeth does not agree with it. Manuel had already spoken to God and learned that God was suffering because he had turned them into monsters. For a long time, he could not understand why God did not answer his calling, and he also tried to understand what he needed to do to deserve salvation. Only at the very end did he finally understand how to act in this situation. He read that monsters can rise from the dead if they burn their bodies together with a believer, and this is the path to salvation. They are confident that they will be able to be resurrected with divine talent and change their fate, as strange as it may sound. Only now, as an adult, did Sora realize that Manuel killed Puck and escaped from his prison, although now it doesn't matter at all. For the witch, the main thing is that her mother and teacher are protected, so she is ready to give Manuel a chance to do everything with her own hands. She wants him to kill little Sora along with her father, but he's unlikely to succeed. Monsters began falling from the sky and attacking people. The weather forecasters had not warned of such a drastic change in the weather. Daeho immediately guessed that he needed to kill the main monster, and then the situation would improve. He jumped onto the building and used his hellish blow against Bishop Manuel. He hoped that this blow would be enough to tear off the monster's head, but Manuel wasn't even injured. It was a hit to the head that didn't lead to anything, and now Daejo could have problems. At the last moment, when it seemed that the fiery monster would fall right on him, some unknown force intervened. It turns out that Sora is already participating in this battle and helping others using his magic. Darren also joined the Spectrum team, and now they can fight together again, like in the good old days. Lee immediately explained that the monster that Daeho fought was the new boss of Korea, and that he needed to be destroyed urgently. He was locked up in Suso, but took Pak's body and came here to start the disaster, and asked his team members to fully focus on killing the monsters in the sky. Meanwhile, he took out his weapon and prepared to meet the boss. This battle was inevitable. He immediately began attacking Manuel, but defeating this monster will not be as easy as it seems. Although he does not have the huge size and other qualities of a boss, Manuel is considered one of the strongest opponents. All his wounds heal instantly, his regeneration is at the highest level, and therefore defeating this demon will be very difficult. Elizabeth called Kira. She said that she urgently needed help because Lee was unlikely to be able to win. Although he wants to personally bring humanity victory in this battle, his opponent is too powerful. Lee was always considered a hardy warrior, but his energy may have nearly run out, his strength drained by the constant fighting. Manuel was an archbishop. He can use holy power and constantly regenerate, so that's his main power. Lee will be the first to tire and be defeated, which is why Kira must intervene in the battle and pierce Manuel's heart. Divine power is concentrated precisely in the heart. In fact, this is its core, which must be destroyed. Of course, Elizabeth understands that it is difficult to attack and not hit Lee, but it is possible if you are focused and attentive. Elizabeth is sure that everything will work out for Kira. She is Sora's mother, which means she is a special person. The archer decided to trust the witch and try to destroy the boss, even considering the threat to Lee. She completely concentrated on her strength and tried to forget about everything happening around her. Looking closely, she felt the energy of Manuel's heart. Now all that remained was to shoot accurately. A lot will depend on this attack. If the arrow flies a little to the left, then Lee will leave this world forever. Fortunately, it turned out that Kira was an extremely accurate archer. Her arrow broke Manuel's heart, destroying his inner core. At first, he couldn't understand what was happening, fell to his knees and started screaming in pain. It seemed impossible to him because he had received an answer from the sun god. And now, at the most crucial moment, he must leave this world. He cannot die like this because he came here to kill the witch and therefore orders all believers to continue his mission. All the monsters from the sky started falling to the ground and destroying the city. Now it all looks like a kamikaze drone attack. Songbok can turn into a scorched earth in a matter of minutes. Everything is happening too fast, but it's not too late to change everything. Sora saw with her own eyes how burning monsters fell and destroyed the city. Maybe her strength would be enough to change everything. People couldn't figure out how to stop this madness. There were too many monsters. If you killed them one by one, it would take a long time. At that moment, Sora forgot all her doubts and realized that she had to try to help. Her mother was scared, but Elizabeth assured her that she should give the little girl a chance to change the course of this war. No matter how young she is, now only she can stop this apocalypse and restore normal life. And the inner energy finally manifested itself to its full extent. The ice technique is perfect for stopping the fire. After just a few seconds, it was clear that Sora had stopped the monsters who had lost their minds because of their faith. She created something like a huge ice tree that protected the entire city. The system immediately reported that the Dungeon of Korea had been conquered for the first time. Even Lee had never seen anything like it in his life. The world quest is complete. The sun has risen again over the safe zone and a new day has begun. Sora's fourth misfortune was stopped, strangely enough, but this time the girl herself helped stop her misfortune. She is doing well and is happy that she was able to help her father and all the members of the Seonbok safe zone. They started hugging her and calling her incredible. If it weren't for Sora's help, everyone would have been in mortal danger. The girl deserved all this support and words of gratitude. She finally became a full member of the Spectrum team. The distribution of rewards has begun. As always, everything is distributed depending on the contribution of each participant. Kira was extremely surprised when she learned that she was receiving a new weapon called the Celestial Estate, the Cursed Yggdrasil. Hiram was able to discover a unique technique, just like Darren and the Boxing King Daejo. The Celestial Estate is created from a destroyed tree. This weapon is cursed and cannot use its powers. The bow is created for killing. It seems everyone got good rewards. Lee didn't land the final blow, but he also fought the boss, so he hopes he'll get something valuable. So far, the system is silent and is not going to reward him. Perhaps he does not deserve gifts today. Lee is so used to being rewarded by the system that now it's the end of the world for him. A little later, he remembered that the most important thing was family, and that everything was fine with his daughter. At this time, the adult witch Sora was watching these events. Hatred and rage could immediately be read on her face. She remembered the moment when her father said he had no personal feelings and only wanted to kill his daughter. At the very end, her father behaves horribly, which causes the witch to rage and prepare to attack. She could no longer hide her presence and decided to intervene in this perfect situation in order to bring chaos. When Lee saw the adult Sora, he couldn't believe his eyes. He thought again that he had fallen asleep and was having a nightmare. The father saw his adult daughter. She was right in front of him, and there was no doubt that this was reality, although he did not understand how this was possible. The adult witch couldn't understand why he was trying so desperately to protect this child. He had never done anything like that in his past life. She also couldn't understand why one witch was being protected, while the whole world was uniting against another. Her father could have treated her the same way, but he was cruel and paid no attention to her. It would have been easier if he had left her and run away, but now she was sick of looking at this perfect family and she wanted to end this fairy tale right now. At this point, Elizabeth decided to intervene. She said that Sora should stop because she had already crossed all the boundaries of what was permitted. At that moment, the adult Sora pretended not to hear anything and focused all her attention on her father. She tried to understand why he didn't save her, that is, to find answers to the questions that had worried her so much her whole life. Now she can't keep it to herself anymore and wants to openly declare that she hates Lee. She is tired of this and wants to end this perfect scene. But Elizabeth has a completely different idea. All this time she was sure that Elizabeth was on her side, and when she learned that the teacher was now protecting Lee, she decided to attack decisively. At the last moment, Elizabeth was able to protect herself with a magical barrier. But that's just the beginning. Adult Sora perceives all this as a betrayal. Even the teacher abandoned her. Now there is no one on her side. She really doesn't want to kill her little copy out of jealousy. She actually wants to do it because if little Sora doesn't die, she will. No two people are the same in the same world, so someone must remain alone. If little Sora lives, the adult version will soon cease to exist. The fact that all these people are defending little Sora means that they are openly opposing the adult copy. The adult witch said that she didn't want anyone else to try to interfere in this battle and started attacking again. Sora's last misfortune has begun. Everything around him begins to resemble his past life, but the ending must be completely different. This is the quintessence of this whole story. The witch's dungeon of horror is opened. Everyone has disappeared and little Sora is left all alone. She soon realized that an adult witch was approaching her. A meeting of two versions of the same person before our eyes. Little Sora thought she was looking at her sister. She had to explain to her that they were both one and the same person. The father always taught his daughter that you shouldn't kill people, especially if they are close to each other. The adult Sora replied that Lee could not be called a father. He was a terrible person without feelings. I had to remind this little witch that they couldn't exist in the same world together. Plus, she doesn't like watching her younger self defend Lee, because this man doesn't deserve any support. Although little Sora hasn't learned magic 100%, she has some advantages over her adult version. She lived in love and support, which completely changes a person's potential and provides significant benefits. Perhaps the girl has not yet mastered some knowledge, but her heart is much more whole than the heart of her adult counterpart. At a crucial moment, this can play an important role and change the course of history. The problem is that the adult version of Sora is much more experienced and knows a greater number of powerful spells. With her experience, she will be able to repel any attacks and hunt down her prey like an experienced hunter. Meanwhile, the entire Spectrum squad was in another location and trying to find Sora. It seems they are inside the memories that Park showed them, the place where the last battle between the witch hunters and Sora took place, a destroyed soul. While Lee tried to figure out where his daughter was, Kira looked around, upset and unable to even move. She saw the adult version of her daughter and tried to understand what was happening, but up until that point, no one had explained anything to her. I had to tell Kira and all my friends that this was their daughter, whom he couldn't save in the future. There's no point in hiding the obvious anymore. Lee revealed that he came from the future to correct all his mistakes. He died at the hand of the Holy Sword, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw that he had returned to the day when Kira came to him with her daughter. He wants to apologize because before his regression, he didn't accept his family, and as a result, Kira died and Sora turned into a monster. Kira decided to approach him and say that there was no point in apologizing for the past. Everything was fine now, and everything else didn't matter. His reaction to the unexpected visit of a girl with a child was obvious in a past life, so she is not going to be offended by it. Kira could not have become part of the Knights because of whom she died, so it was her choice, and Lee is not to blame for anything. Kira is sure that if you look at this situation objectively, then she herself is to blame for what happened. She should honestly tell about Sora's birth and not join the Knights Guild. Then the future would be completely different. They are both to blame for what happened, meaning Kira doesn't blame Lee for all of his problems, so he shouldn't even think about it. She is sure that in a past life, she did not blame her husband either. When she died, she was sure that she was also to blame for all these problems. It was incredibly important for Lee to hear these words. He felt his soul become much lighter. Then, Elizabeth decided to tell more about all this. She explained that with the help of magic, Sora from the future traveled through space and time. Because of all this, a failure appeared in the system. Recently, it was possible to see how it seemed to dissolve in the air. Jumping in time is always a difficult task. Even overcoming time or space takes a lot of strength. Sora from the future went beyond the dimensions, all of which required a huge amount of energy. The outside world now is different from what it was in the past. It's like a parallel universe. Infinite parallel universes do not exist because the world in the universe moves in a straight line. From the very beginning, the unified world was split due to Lee's return to the past. The world was divided into two parts, and much changed in itself. Two universes were created, the world destroyed by Sora and the world in which they are now. When Lee returned to the past, everything else ceased to exist. The past report has been completely destroyed, and the last surviving part is Sora. Lee felt that everything he had done in this life no longer had any impact on the future and would not save Sora. Elizabeth was very sorry to admit it, but she confirmed his suspicions. Sora has spent too much energy moving through space and time, and in the changing world, Sora from the future cannot exist. Her existence here is becoming unstable. Now she cannot use even 1% of her original strength. In the past, Sora only used the Eternal Winter skill once, and that was enough to plunge the entire planet into an ice age. Sora initially wanted to compensate for the chaos within herself and create it around her, which is how she had lived up to this point. The transformation of this world into a dungeon would have happened anyway, but because of the adult Sora, it all happened earlier. Of all the people, she wants to leave only two people alive, Elizabeth and Kira. Everyone else must die. If she kills her current self and leaves both personas, then she will destroy the world as she did in the past. Lee must make a choice. He will have to fight his daughter from the future, Only in this way can he save the world and himself. He yelled at Sora during their last meeting because he couldn't understand why she was destroying the world. He shouldn't have behaved like that with his daughter. He should have apologized and listened to her. He asked his friends to give him a chance to apologize and convince the adult Sora that he had truly changed and was ashamed. Lee is ready to take responsibility because he failed the task of fatherhood in a past life. This is probably why she hates him the most, so he wants to apologize to her and get a second chance. Hearing loud sounds, the hunters guessed that the two versions of Sora had met and began to rush to help. Although Lee wants to talk to his daughter from the future, it is unlikely to help. He may have to choose only one of them. The guy said he would choose both, but even Elizabeth doesn't understand what he means. A paternal instinct has awakened in him. He feels that both daughters are very important to him and he cannot choose just one. Soon they saw witch hunters. These people do not look friendly. It's strange that they appeared here at all. The fourth calamity is over. So this is all just an illusion, that is, created monsters. This is Sora's dungeon from the future. It's called the Witch's Horror. So the dungeon creates its own monsters because in the past they hunted a witch. The dungeon is created based on Sora's memories. These creatures are created with strong mana and are aggressive towards living creatures. Lee is very lucky that he has good friends. They are ready to stop the monsters so that he can talk to his daughter. In addition, Hiram has gained a unique skill in weapon control and can now perform miracles. She has long wanted to experience how this skill works, and now she has the perfect opportunity to do so. It's time to get these pathetic worms out of the way. Let's see how they can stop thousands of bullets fired simultaneously. Daejo is also not going to stand aside. He has prepared his fists and started to help. His unique skill is the final round. It's unclear what that means, but he looks very confident. Here is the true power of two people who, before regression, were called the King of Fist Fighting and the Queen of War. The unique final round skill allows the boxer to use all of his strength in the last round. Hiram's skill is limited to telekinesis, but she uses it, creating an incredibly powerful attack. The two of them will be able to stop these dungeon monsters, so everyone else can continue their search. Elizabeth announced that in order to stop Sora, they would have to use Darren's unique skill. Back to the battle between different versions of the same witch. So far, both versions of Sora are alive. If help doesn't arrive in time, little Sora could die. Her opponent is too experienced and strong. They fight like true titans of magic. Even despite the age difference, little Sora tries to attack and go ahead. Some spells are unknown to her, but intuition helps her make the right decisions in a critical situation. She demonstrated her full potential and did everything possible to stop her opponent. After a huge explosion, it turned out that even this was not enough. The adult Sora is much stronger. It seemed that nothing would stop the adult Sora from achieving her goal. She prepared to kill her little copy and finally remain the only Ice Queen in this world. In such a situation, only some unique skill can help. Little Sora is lucky because Darren recently received a new technique from the system. At the most crucial moment, she came to save the child and try to defeat the monster from the future. These iron chains make you feel like your heart is being torn apart. This technique is called the Sword Vow. The moment Darren encircles his target with chains, the opponent can only attack her, so it's a special technique. Now Darren must divert all the witch's attention to herself and give her friends the opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity. Kira is trying to be inconspicuous. Maybe she has some kind of plan, as well as a mission that she must fulfill. Elizabeth also doesn't stand aside. She helps Darren stay unharmed and fight Sora. At critical moments, it is enough to turn on the teleportation technique to escape from the ice swords. Adult Sora is completely unhappy that her teacher is fighting on the other side. For her, it is a betrayal. Elizabeth, on the other hand, looks at this situation completely differently. She asks Sora from the future to stop and understand that all this is madness. She always said she was on her side, but she can't support Sora after he wants to kill all living things. Sora from the future not only has magic, but he has a power that doesn't require a high mana reserve to use. This is a special witch power that only Elizabeth knows about, because she was the one who taught it to Sora. Elizabeth tried to calm her student and asked her not to jump to conclusions, because there was always a way for both of them to survive in versions of the same creature. Surely if Sora from the future had counted on this, she wouldn't have gone this far, so it's too late to try to stop her. Her mind was completely clouded by dark energy. Even her teacher didn't think it would go too far. While Elizabeth was trying to help little Sora, something strange happened. Lee looked closely at Kira and asked her who she was, as if he were a completely different person. He felt that her body had been taken over by another person, as all of her unique skills and specialization were now hidden. Kira replied that she wasn't going to meet him. She asked for help from Kira from the past and got the chance to use her body. She is not going to offend anyone or do anything bad. Kira has given her control of her body and is now resting. Lee got angry very quickly. He wants to make sure that everything is fine with his beloved woman and talk to her in person. At that moment, something changed in the girl's mind, and Kira returned from this world to her body. She was scared because she had never been yelled at so much before. The girl was confused and didn't know what to do. She tried to explain who had actually been using her body a few minutes ago, but Lee couldn't believe it. He has a skill for checking other people's personal information. It's called the perceptive technique. For some reason, he can't see Kira's personal system. Even now, her system window is distorted. The reason is definitely not that Kira is stronger than him. If that were the case, he wouldn't have seen Sora's system. Perhaps the reason is that Cyrus's personal system is deliberately trying to hide something from him. Her incredible strength allowed her to block Sora's attack with a weapon, which already seems strange. Only now did Lee realize that it was a system. After the faults appeared, all the hunters heard the same message in a female voice. It turns out that Kira is a system, but this is absurd, although it is difficult to find another explanation for this phenomenon. Lee was surprised because it was his first time seeing the system, but Kira is sure that her other side has always helped her use useful skills. The system is a mechanism that always remains neutral. No one has ever heard of the system helping anyone, but now it has started to act. Her motives are hard to understand. The situation is really complicated, but now the parents have a much more serious problem. Elizabeth brought in the body of little Sora in her arms, seriously injured after a battle with her older version. The girl has been under the curse of her rival for too long. Elizabeth tries to help, but her strength is not enough. A curse is closer to a prayer than an attack. So the promise of the sword didn't work and everything didn't go according to plan. If nothing changes and no solution is found to this problem, little Sora will die in half an hour. The parents began to beg the witch to lift the curse, but now she does not have the skills or strength to do so. There are only two ways. Either the witch who cast the curse must remove it, or the source of the curse must be killed. So in order to save little Sora, you will have to kill her copy from the future. All Elizabeth can do now is help Lee get closer to Sora from the future. Kira was afraid and said that she didn't know what to do if their daughter died, and these words made Lee feel cold in his soul. His hands began to tremble, but now he had no right to lose self-control. He had to be strong and determined. Only in this way could he find a way out. He asked Elizabeth to help him get inside this damned ball. Now all that remains is to wait for the results of his actions. Kira hopes that Lee will be able to save their daughter. They can only believe in him. Elizabeth will help them withstand part of the curse, so they still have time. Kira decided to take this opportunity and talk to Elizabeth. Perhaps the witch remembers her from the future. That's exactly what it turned out to be. They were acquaintances. But for some reason, Elizabeth hid this fact. She wants to talk about it another time. Knowledge has a much greater impact than it seems. If she had told about all this, then events could have taken a completely different path. She believed she could be the reincarnation of Elizabeth, because when they were looking for her in Busan, she felt a strong connection between them. Elizabeth replied that this was a misconception. If that were the case, Kira would have turned into a witch after Elizabeth's death, and she wouldn't be sitting here right now. Besides, she's not sure that reincarnation is possible. It all seems too amazing. Before the regression, Elizabeth went through a memory transfer, and judging by her memories after death, she found herself in a completely different place. Memory transfer is not regression at all. She did not relive the future, but only looked at some memories of it. At that moment, Sora woke up and started crying. She asked her mother to help her and said that she was in pain. It hurt very much. Kira tried to calm her daughter and promised that everything would be fine. But deep down, she wasn't sure of these words. Elizabeth spent all her mana on moving Lee. She did everything so that he could get to Sora from the future. She is not confident in her abilities, but wants to try to help little Sora with another method. This is the same one that Sora from the future was able to curse his little copy of, without requiring the use of mana. Right now, Elizabeth is trying to share the curse with little Sora. It was a very difficult way to help the girl, but it seemed to work. Kira couldn't understand what happened, but Elizabeth fell to the ground and lost consciousness, so she succeeded. I immediately remembered the very moment when, a second before her death, she called the king and all his subordinates monsters. After these words, Elizabeth literally lost her head, but as it turned out later, she got a chance at a new life. At first, she was in a lot of pain and was sure she was dead, but then her witch soul woke up. She was summoned to him by a large man she had never seen before. She thought that right now she was meeting God, because everyone in the world was constantly talking about the presence of God. The woman was angry because he was the one who came up with this whole prophecy that led to her being beheaded. She expected it to look better, but there's nothing special about it. Not a single drop of grandeur. He asked her to calm down because he understood her anger, but he couldn't help her in any way. It was hard for him to interfere in such a small world. It doesn't matter at all because, while she was dead, the king of Midheim opened a passage between dimensions. He did this to find Elizabeth, creating rifts in the city called Planet Earth. Very soon the monsters of Midheim will come there, but Elizabeth pretends as if she is not interested, that it does not concern her. It was at this moment that God called Lee's name. She immediately began to listen to him and realized that this hunter was on planet Earth. God even showed her what this guy was doing now. She had been trying to find him her whole life, but only now did she get the opportunity. They still haven't met. He's incredibly young now, because on planet Earth, time follows completely different rules. If everything is left as it is, he will soon be killed by a monster from Midheim, and the story of Hunter Lee will end. Planet Earth has good technology, but there is no mana, so monsters will take over the world very quickly. This divine being decided to tell this whole story because only Elizabeth, with the help of her power, will be able to save Lee. And she will have to make a choice, and if she really wants to thank this guy, she must decide on the ground. We must not forget that Lee became her only ray of light at a time when it seemed that darkness had completely surrounded the witch from all sides. He could die because of the curse it has placed on a completely different world, and Elizabeth cannot let that happen. She asked God for advice. Everything that happened next is history. Now Lee finds himself in a city where almost nothing is visible, but he must find the right path. In front of him, he saw a fragment of horror, a death squad created based on the witch's memories. These creatures were created with strong mana and are very hostile to all living things. Lee must pass through them. He doesn't have time to kill them individually, so the boy decided to use the king's ring and absorb all the dead souls inside it. He prepared to show these pitiful remnants of the past what a hunter from planet Earth was capable of. Meanwhile, Sora from the future was all alone and looked sad. She remembered her father's last words as he tried to understand why she had treated this world so cruelly. Could he really not understand the answer to all these questions? Could her motivation really not be obvious to him? After his mother's death, Lee might have thought he was hiding it well. But little Sora immediately understood everything. Every time he looked at her, his eyes were filled with pity and pain. He looked at her, but his eyes reflected not his daughter at all, but the wife who had left him. Every time Sora saw how hard it was for her father, it seemed to the girl that her presence only hurt him. In the evenings, she cried and thought about her mother. She really missed having a full-fledged family. One day, Sora thought that if death took her mother, then perhaps with the help of magic she could bring everything back. At that moment, Lee was in his room working. He heard strange sounds and decided to see what was happening. When he entered his daughter's room, he saw that a real jungle had formed around her, and the girl was using magic. She was holding her mother's weapon in her hands, and he immediately started yelling at her and reminded her that he had forbidden the use of magic. At these moments, he was too unconscious. Lee was an inexperienced father who took out all his anger on his daughter. He took the bow that belonged to Cyrus and left his daughter to cry alone. It seemed that he despised Sora, pushed him away and abandoned him, and then drowned in belated memories and regret. Very quickly, the representatives of the Sorcerer's Tower saw that an extremely high level of mana was registered in Seoul. William Taylor felt a taste of success. From the very beginning, he wanted to find the owner of such a high mana indicator and take him to his place. Together with his team, he flew to Korea and did all the dirty work. In less than a week, little Sora, one of the most talented representatives of the wizarding world, was already at their disposal. The girl hoped that everything would be fine, that her father would come and save her from these evil and incomprehensible people. It's strange because no matter how much she waited, he never showed up. And it was then that the girl realized that he had betrayed her because he hated her. The father abandoned his daughter and only came at the very end when his help was no longer needed. He sided with her during the final battle, but by then Sora's heart had already changed color and turned black. Then nothing could be fixed. Sora didn't understand her father, even if she really wanted to. She didn't understand his return to her side at the last moment, nor did she understand his return to his past and happy life with her copy. It all seems a little strange. Even now she feels that it is also her fault. Sora feels like a thief. She would like everything around her to disappear. When he died, she was overcome by incredible anger. Now it's more like despair. Her thoughts were interrupted by Lee's approach. He was able to get past all those dungeon monsters and finally reached his destination. He came to talk, although Lee is holding a weapon in his hands, but he hopes he won't need it. He came to say a lot about what he had done wrong, and about how everything was not as it seemed at first glance. He always wanted to save her, and standing in front of her now, he is choking on guilt. He asked his father to forgive him, because he was sorry that everything turned out this way. He was too inexperienced and young. Lee has very little time left, and he can't choose one Sora because they are both his daughters and he loves them equally. He explained that he wanted to save her, so he tried to change the whole past so that a terrible future would not come. It turns out that he won't be able to save Sora from the future. He doesn't want to choose between them, and even now he feels incredibly weak. Until the very end, he points his spear at her. Just that is enough to break an already broken heart. Elizabeth said there were only two ways: either kill the witch who cast the curse or force her to lift the curse. Lee was wrong from the very beginning. Now it's time to admit his mistake and back up his words with real actions. He should never have pointed his spear at his daughter. He himself is a threat because all of this happened because of him. The curse will be lifted when Sora gets what she wants. Now she is trying to kill her copy, but in reality she came because of her father's regression. She did all this to kill the man she hates. Any of his words and actions are just excuses that are worthless. Lee tries to explain that Sora shouldn't kill all the people here because she doesn't really care about them. Elizabeth and Kira will do everything they can to ensure that she continues to live in this world. And if only he disappears, she will be able to be happy and forget about revenge. He asks her to take only him. He asks her to forgive her terrible father. He was never able to make the choice Elizabeth talked about, honestly. He refused to even think about this choice. The moment Lee prepared for death, his spear was stopped by icy energy. Of course Sora did it. Tears appeared in her eyes and she said that she hated her father. It's terribly unpleasant for her to realize that he is constantly making mistakes and then asking for forgiveness. It's hard for her that he goes back in time and pretends to be a good father, as if nothing happened. The fact that she and her mother are now in a wonderful relationship, the fact that little Sora is constantly with her parents, all this hurts her. Elizabeth also helps them. Many friends have gathered around this family, and they are all happy. Sora is sure that her father should not be happy. He did not deserve it because of all his mistakes in the past. Lee calmly, slowly lowered his head and tried to understand what he needed to do to make her feel at least a little better. Sora replied that he should regret his actions. Think about it for the rest of his life. This should become a curse for him, because only in this way will he at least somewhat atone for his guilt. At that moment, the curse around him began to dissipate, as if Sora had cancelled his own intentions. As we remember, Elizabeth was cursed. She took part of the curse from the little girl. Now her condition has completely normalized. It seems that now she is not threatened with a terrible death. She stood up and saw that the curse had completely dispelled, and guessed that it was her daughter. As we know, this is not entirely true, but in any case, he found the right words to resolve the conflict. As a result, he was never able to make the difficult choice. The butterfly effect will be enough to change the world. At least that's what God thinks. He smiled and said that now he could come into this world on his own terms. It's not known what that means, but it's a bad sign. In a past life, everything ended in tragedy. There were a lot of dead bodies and blood around. Sora destroyed all of his rivals and also personally killed his main enemy, the Holy Sword. After that, she sat next to her father and watched as the life left his body. Suddenly, she heard someone's voice. It was the same God who appeared and said that Lee was not dead. Looking more closely, Sora became angry. She didn't understand how this person had approached her unnoticed. The man replied that she was just as tough as her mother, and he immediately showed that he was not afraid of her at all. The man said that it didn't matter who he was. The main thing was that Lee didn't die, but returned to the past. It seems that the cunning slave was able to defeat his creator, but God himself is to blame for what happened. Sora is angry and doesn't want to believe anything, so I had to show her that the past is starting to change. Of course she was shocked. Her father, who had never paid any attention to her, had changed and become almost perfect, and it was painful to watch. Sora realized that now Lee lives happily and has almost no problems. He has completely ignored her existence. She was so hurt that she even started attacking the god, even though she didn't understand who he was at all. Even if Lee changes the future, it doesn't concern her because at this point, everything has already happened. God continued to speak in her head, hinting at the sheer injustice and cruelty of fate. He wanted to show that little Sora would receive parental love in the past, unlike the current version of the witch. She looked at her dead father and tried to understand if he had really returned to the past. If this is really the case, she will go crazy. Sora realized that she could not let this happen. After the curse was lifted, Elizabeth, Kira, and little Sora waited and hoped to see Lee again. They soon got that opportunity, but things turned out completely differently than expected. He came with the adult Sora, Although it was strange, Elizabeth was happy and immediately decided to make sure that no one was injured. She was afraid that Lee would have to make a difficult choice and kill her daughter from the past, and was happy that everything turned out completely differently. Only Kira remained calm and even upset. Lee looked at her carefully and tried to understand what was going on in her head. It was at this very second that Kira had her internal dialogue with her copy again. The same table and the same space. She looked at her copy and tried to understand whether the system was really sitting in front of her. It turned out that this was true, but it was unclear why she had hidden it for so long and not told the truth. The system turned out to be the cause of Lee's regression, because it was she who sent him into the past to change the future. The system is not a god or a deity, but it is part of this world, so it can intervene in the fate of people to a limited extent. Kira can't understand the system and knows much more about the past than anyone else, but she hides it. Perhaps the real reason for all these mysteries is the butterfly effect, which can be too dangerous. Information has a huge impact, and the fate of humanity has changed dramatically after recent events. This could lead to divine intervention, and upon realizing this, the system ordered her to immediately be granted the right to use Cyrus's body. It turned out that it was too late to intervene in the situation, because in those few minutes, everything in the real world had turned upside down. God still intervened. He took out his sword and did what no one expected of him. He killed Elizabeth. Her body was pierced through and through by a fiery sword, and the witch immediately began to spit blood and lose her vitality. Divine intervention is sometimes not quite what people imagine it to be. And today, we have a good example of such a situation. This man, who calls himself a god, believes that the world cannot be ruled the way he wants, which is why Elizabeth must die. She was a good witch, but sometimes the time comes to pay for all her mistakes. Kira looked at all this with hatred. Perhaps it was in these seconds that she handed her body over to the system's control. The hunters from the Spectrum Guild had completed their tasks and were now waiting to meet their friends. So far, they don't know what happened to Lee and the other team members. Everything is too unpredictable, so the outcome could be anything. Suddenly, Darren stopped. Her friends tried to understand what had happened, and she replied that her sword vow had changed. She can't change this skill at will, which is strange, so maybe something happened in the system, or the dungeon. Meanwhile, Daeho looked at the sky and noticed that the sun had become much closer to the earth, which was hardly a coincidence. Meanwhile, God thought that Elizabeth's soul had moved into Cyrus's body, and he began to talk to her. God smiled because he was not at all surprised that a witch could share her soul. She changed fate so much that the butterfly effect went beyond all possible limits. Of course, the butterfly effect couldn't have had such an impact that even a god appeared on Earth, so there were other nuances here. Seeing what had happened, Lee didn't think or speak. He immediately prepared his spear and took action. The hunter attacked the enemy and tried to kill him, but it turned out that this man was much stronger than all the dungeon bosses combined. God doesn't understand how an ordinary person can interfere in a deity's conversation, which is why he wants to punish Lee. At this point, Kira began to scream loudly and ordered everyone to stop immediately because she was surrendering. Elizabeth is already dead, so if she comes back, there shouldn't be any problems. But the problem is that this sun god is never going to listen. He hit Lee so hard that the guy almost broke all his ribs when he hit the wall. Now God is ready to talk. He said that a new contract needs to be concluded so that she cannot do whatever she wants on Earth. All this is strange. The god looked at Sora and said that he did not expect to see her child here. The system tried to calm the man down. She said that she shouldn't touch Sora. Although she has power, it's not the power of a deity. He started laughing and said that this witch was being protected too much. Maybe they should make her suffer in order to show her strength. After these words, Sora couldn't hold it in. Too many events had happened in the past few minutes, and her emotions were out of control. She decided to activate all her powers and show why she was considered the main catastrophe of humanity. The sun god smiled. He finally met the moon child, and he likes this cold. Although the system wanted to calm the situation, it had to shut her mouth so that she wouldn't get in the way. The sun god wants to do everything so that she no longer has a reason to come down to Earth. He wants to show why he is considered the main one. Sora finally got a worthy opponent. He is more powerful and experienced, but this is no guarantee of victory. The system was not going to sit back and watch. It also knows what to do. Lee realized that things were happening that he could not influence, so he grabbed his daughter and tried to protect her from danger. At this moment, there was a huge flash of light that ended in an explosion. It was pure energy capable of destroying a star. What happened next could be considered history. These two extremely powerful beings fighting each other not for life, but for death. The system reported that no ordinary person could survive the battle between these two beings, so they had to be separated into another space. The system apologized for having to cancel the sword promise that was placed on Sora from the future, so she did it herself. Lee tried to understand what was happening. It was the first time he had seen this man, and he didn't understand who he was or what his motives were. He also doesn't understand why this sun god named the system Elizabeth. It's all too confusing, so it's time to hear the answers to the questions. She said that up until this point she had been hiding herself to prevent the sun god from interfering in the affairs of planet Earth, but now there was no need for that. The explanation will be quite long, but it is necessary now. You just need to understand the most important thing. The being who fights Sora from the future is called the sun god. Previously, the system had the same divinity as him. She was called the goddess of the moon. We already remember how Bishop Manuel told about the battle of these two gods. This war lasted for many years until it ended with the victory of the sun god. Many people make the mistake of believing that all deities are omnipotent, but they also have a beginning and an end, and they also cannot escape death. The sun god thought many times that he too could be killed, but he was sure that only the moon goddess could do it. He is the god of life and the sun, and she is the goddess of death and the moon, so he has always feared only her. That's why he decided to kill her before she did, and he's sure she had similar thoughts and plans. The goddess of death will soon die. There is some irony in this, but this does not mean that she will disappear, because this deity will haunt the sun god his entire life. This pursuit will end in revenge, but for now it must be acknowledged that he has won this battle. She spoiled his mood before she died, but her soul is immortal. After this entire legendary and rather long war ended, the sun god thought for a long time about her last words. He kept remembering how the goddess admitted her defeat, but said she would not disappear. She said that she would haunt him for the rest of her life, and as a result, she would definitely kill him and take revenge. He couldn't calm down and was in a difficult psychological state all the time, unable to sleep, eat, or think about anything else. He tried to find answers to the questions because he always believed that as soon as he killed the moon goddess, he would immediately rid himself of the anxious feeling. It seemed impossible to him that she would actually come for him, because he had killed the goddess with his own hands and her body had turned to ash. He tried to assure himself that she would never come back, that it was all just a death throes. As it turned out, the moon goddess found a way to return, even though it seemed impossible. Soon the sun god learned about all this. His intuition did not lie, so she really did not die and found a way to be reborn. The sun god is sure that no one who can kill her should exist, so he must finish his work. We need to do everything completely differently so that the moon goddess no longer has the opportunity to be reborn again. This time he found her very quickly. He was lucky. But next time she might be reborn in another world where he won't find her. If that happens, he will only see her when she comes for him, and that cannot be allowed. He ordered all these tales to be told about how the witch Elizabeth could destroy the world. And that's why she's so dangerous. He did everything possible to put her fate in his hands. And everything went exactly according to his insidious plan. That's why, when she took on a new form and was killed on the planet Midheim, he greeted Elizabeth and said that she should become part of planet Earth. He smiled and said he was ready to share his strength with her in order to help. She is dead and cannot influence the physical world, but becoming a part of it will change everything for her. She must share her power, but one person is not enough. The world will not recognize such a perforation. Her friend Lee's body cannot withstand such an incredible source. So Elizabeth must share her power with all the people on Earth. Those who accept her mana will be able to fight the monsters of Midheim, and she will guide and aid them. In this way, Elizabeth will be able to stop planet Earth from total destruction and save her friend Lee. Elizabeth immediately guessed that the sun god had his own conditions. It was unlikely that he was helping her on his own initiative. It turned out that as a reward he wanted to receive her feelings, because if she became part of the world, she wouldn't need feelings. He believes that there is nothing good in them, so Elizabeth should not be afraid of losing them. The girl immediately remembered that she had always felt hurt and sad. The feelings seemed absurd to her and made no sense. That was until she met Lee. Then her life changed and she felt warmth in her heart. The sun god knew how to manipulate consciousness. He constantly reminded that Lee was in danger of death, and if Elizabeth did not agree, she would not be able to protect her friend. It was unpleasant for her to hear his words, as if he knew everything that would happen in the future. But she had to agree to these conditions. At that very moment, Elizabeth got a chance to become part of the world. Now it will be called the system. He wished the system good luck, and of course didn't tell anyone that it was all just his cunning plan. After the contract was signed, it was time to laugh at Elizabeth, because now she had to find out the truth. He no longer calls her the moon goddess, because now she is a system, and everything is completely different. Elizabeth was left without feelings, or she agreed to the contract only because of one person. Now she is forever connected to him and has no right to even think about any revenge because they are together forever. The sun god ordered them to return to work and complete all their tasks. Although he spoke as if he knew everything about her, this man nevertheless turned out to be not very intelligent. Perhaps the reason lies in his prediction. Before her death, Elizabeth repeatedly found herself embroiled in endless conspiracies and betrayals. That's why she learned to always have a backup plan with her to have a way out of any situation. She divided her soul, and now there are two of them, but they are both real. The moon goddess asked Elizabeth to help Lee instead of her. She is already bound to the sun god and cannot act freely. They are part of the same being, so even without additional words, they understand each other. Elizabeth agreed to come down to Earth and help, which is how she was able to deceive the sun god. Although the witch is dead, she can be brought back to life because she has the seal of the moon's curse on her. She is dead, but at the same time alive. You don't have to worry about her because the main problem now is Sora from the future. It may seem that they are equally strong, but this is not entirely true. If this battle continues, then at the moment of instability the balance will be upset. Lee is sure that he must help his daughter from the future because that is what he came here for. He looked at this entire battle of the gods and tried to understand how exactly he could help, what exactly he could influence. It is unclear how to fight such a great force. If it weren't for the system, it would have been reduced to ashes long ago. The system decided to remind him that he had not yet completed his special quest, and he should not forget the reasons for returning to the past. His daughter's 4 misfortunes have been stopped, but now the 5th misfortune is underway. He must save Sora from an evil fate. Meanwhile, his daughter from the future continued to fight the sun god, although he did not strain himself at all. She was angry and sure that she could destroy him with her strength, but this guy was also powerful, no less than her. He admitted that her strength was immense. Even his fire attacks were not helping. Sora was born with incredible strength but is in a weak body, and this is her problem. Her life was turbulent, and she had to think about various issues sooner or later. Any ability has its own purpose and reason. For some reason it was born special, and there must be a meaning to it as well. Without this power, she could have been an ordinary person and lived a happy life like everyone else, but that didn't happen. He can tell you all these reasons, it's no secret because it's all her mother's fault. These words were enough to make Sora lose focus and forget about everything else going on in the world. At that moment, the sun god attacked her with a powerful blow and hit her exactly on target. Then he told her that her mother was a witch. The child had no choice, because a child always inherits cursed blood and fate. Sora refused to believe it and called these words delusional. Only she and her teacher have the witch specialization. She doesn't want to believe that her mother could be a witch and considers the sun god a liar. Now her power is so powerful that it can change space. Sora was able to reach a new level. It seems like she doesn't understand what's happening at all, which is why the sun god thinks it would be better if she died. He attacks her without warning and does it with lightning speed. This man is not used to playing with fire. Her crystal spear was broken. Her primary weapon could no longer help in this battle. Perhaps in moments when Sora is in danger, the father should step in and save his daughter. He failed his mission in a past life. Lee was a terrible father. But this time, it's time to change everything. In response, the sun god just laughed. Probably Lee had forgotten that he was still an ordinary person. His skills are not enough to defeat such a powerful enemy. If Lee was able to defeat huge monsters, it doesn't mean he can defeat a deity. The guy understood all this very quickly, but even now he is not going to back down. His wound healed immediately with the help of crystal ice. It's always nice to watch a family come together and fight on the same side. We've never seen anything like this before. Without the protection of the crystalline ice, he would have died instantly. Sora saved him, but that's not the end. Although Lee is an ordinary person, the sun god hates him because he was the one who ruined all the cards he drew. He is ready to tell the hunter something interesting, because his appearance here depended entirely on Lee. The sun god is grateful to the boy for not giving up and trying to save his 2 children. The problem is that the future had to be changed carefully, because even the system couldn't handle the butterfly effect. Elizabeth kept talking about this effect, but after Lee decided to save both versions of Sora, the world went completely crazy. A huge number of consequences allowed the sun god to come into this world and begin to act according to his own will, because it's Lee's fault for what happened, for Elizabeth's death, and for the fact that Kira and Sora will soon die. The sun god prepared to send this boy to the world of the dead, but at the last moment his hands were found tied. In critical moments, friends should always come to the rescue because it is at this moment that true friendship manifests itself. Sora has forgiven her father and is ready to fight on his side, as are the members and her spectrum. Deho, Hiram, and Darren had long been waiting for the opportunity to show off their fighting skills. The sun god said that even that wasn't enough to entertain him, but at least they had bought some time. It now becomes clear that even the best warriors in the world are incapable of anything in battle against a deity. It is impossible to kill him in the usual way, but there is no doubt that there is a way to victory. He is the god of the sun and life. An ordinary person cannot kill the one who is responsible for life, but the goddess of the moon can do it. Lee is not ready to give up. He doesn't care who he fights. He won't leave alone the one who tried to kill his daughter. Lee will not let this man even touch Sora with a finger, and is ready to give his own life for this. The sun god activated the power of fire and prepared to end this romantic series. He's not going to put up with all these rude words directed at him and playing with these little insects anymore. He had already killed part of the moon goddess. The only thing he was interested in here was the power of her daughter. The time has come to end this whole mess, but Lee couldn't let it happen because he feels obligated to stop this disaster. At that moment, he saw little Sora approach him. She looked scared and had tears in her eyes. This girl will not give anyone the opportunity to insult her father. Seeing how he suffers, she could not stand it. My icy energy completely extinguished the fire that was around. Even the sun god didn't expect that. He looked at what was happening and could not understand where this extraordinary power came from. So much has been said about Sora from the future before, and we completely forgot about the talented little girl who grows up with love and support. She was able to freeze the fireball, but the sun god is still sure that the child is unable to stop him. The ice ball began to fall. Sora felt panic and fear, but at that moment her adult counterpart appeared, deciding to support the girl. Sora from the future asked his sister to calm down and explained that trying to lift the ice ball was ineffective. It's also impossible to destroy. The fragments are too big, so they will definitely kill someone if they fall. We need to move this ice ball into space correctly, but little Sora doesn't know how to use movement magic. Her older sister told her that it was possible. She would help control this process. The main thing is to think only about mana. Together they were able to do the impossible and transport it into space in this huge ball. The sun god watched all this with a surprised expression on his face. It was clear that he had not expected such power from the witches. This blow was intended to destroy everyone, and after Sora was able to defend herself, there is no doubt that she has divine power. The sun god looks at these two sorcerers and realizes that they are incredibly dangerous. If left unattended, one day they will kill him. This means that now he must kill them first, just like the moon goddess, because his life depends on it. The system is not ready to accept its defeat. On the contrary, it feels that it can find a chance for victory. 10 minutes ago, the conversation with the system continued in Kira's mind. The system asked Kira for cooperation. She is ready to tell the truth, but in return, it is important to help Lee and Sora. To begin with, she will show their past. That is, the erased memories that are important in this story. After it became a system, monsters from Midheim came to Earth and began to attack humanity and pose a threat. The system understood that all this would cause people to panic, but with its help, and another Elizabeth, the world would quickly return to normal. In this way, they managed to stop the destruction of the land, but she does not feel the satisfaction of having paid back her debt. After she becomes a system, Elizabeth feels nothing at all. She just does her job, feeling neither joy nor sadness. She lives without emotions and only watches the hunter for whom she does this. Lee lives a quiet life. All his most dangerous adventures lie ahead. Seeing that he survived, Elizabeth was pleased. At that moment, she felt her heart begin to beat faster. This is strange, because before she was sure that she had lost absolutely all her emotions. Maybe this is just an echo of old feelings. She decided to check all this in real life and therefore came to Earth in a different form. Elizabeth wants to meet Lee in person, and to do this, use Cyrus's body and understand what that feeling is like. That's when they first met. Lee was late for class and asked to sit next to Kira. He said he was incredibly tired and hadn't slept at all that night, so he asked the girl to wake him up when the teacher came. At that time, rumors about a new student had already begun to circulate among university students. They said that this girl was incredibly beautiful, but she was strange because her face looked like a mask. She doesn't smile at all and doesn't show aggression, which is why it's even scary to approach her, as if she were a robot. Only Lee was the only student who saw her smile, or at least try to smile. Elizabeth was sure it was impossible, but this guy really made her heart beat faster. He thanked her for her help during the lesson and bought her a sweet drink. And that's how their story began. After that, she asked another Elizabeth to replace her and remained in the image of Cyrus for some time. She went to classes with Lee and just had fun, while her feelings grew stronger every day. This went on until she realized that it was love, but it didn't last long. Her world became much brighter when she was next to him. At that moment, nothing else mattered. This could not continue for long because the system began to have problems. The sun god sensed danger. He could no longer delay and had to return. The system couldn't believe that it would have to return and be left without Lee. She didn't want to do this. She didn't want to leave and disappear, because she always thought only about staying close to her loved ones. Even if only half, she wants to be with him, because that is her goal. The system decided to divide its soul once again and erase all memories that seemed unimportant, so that the sun god wouldn't notice anything. Only the moon goddess can kill the sun god, but she is currently under his control and cannot attack. Elizabeth, with whom she shared her soul, is dead. So if this continues, Lee will have no chance of winning. There is one person left who can stop the sun god, and now that person is in front of the system. The soul of the moon is divided into 3 parts, not 2. And the sun god doesn't even know about all this. That's why he didn't suspect anything. But it was time to decide, because only a third of the moon's soul could kill this scoundrel. The third part of the soul is Kira. She has prepared her weapon, her heavenly estate, and it seems that she has already made a choice. This weapon is created from a destroyed tree. The bow cannot use its powers due to a curse. The system always said that this weapon was designed to kill, but it was never clear who exactly the arrow fired from this bow was supposed to kill. It turned out that this target would be the sun god. Because this arrow can pierce the sky, the effect cannot be blocked. God is a being who stands above the elements of the world, so the hunter's attacks or their skills cannot hurt him at all. The new weapon is made from wood, which is the cause and effect of the world, so this effect will affect even a god. Kira is not the goddess of the moon, she is only a part of it, so she does not have enough power, but she can create the necessary conditions for the death of the sun god. At this point, Kira is trying to figure out who she really is, an extension of Elizabeth, or just part of the moon goddess. Once she was Elizabeth, then she became the system, but now Kira is herself. She has found her story and felt a calling in her soul. She felt calm. She finally answered all her inner questions and felt relieved. Now there is no feeling of anxiety, she breathes evenly, and has no doubts at all about the correctness of her actions. Soon, an arrow was fired from the legendary cursed weapon. Now this arrow must find its target, for that is why the curse was placed on this weapon. On the afternoon when Kira was attacked by witch hunters, the system informed her of a unique skill. This skill is called intervention, the ability to enter another person's personal system and control their will. When an arrow hits the sun god, one must interfere with his personal system. Even small changes are enough to destroy his divinity. These changes may seem insignificant, but they will be the beginning of his death and the end of his story. After being hit by an arrow, the sun god received his personal system. Now he obeys the laws of this world, and the last quest has begun. The last quest is quite simple. You need to defeat the sun god and finally end human suffering. The sun god said that this was all just a delusion. He could not be the final boss and did not believe in these tales. Quests are created to clear the territory. Now he obeys the laws of the land and is appointed its boss. The sun god is no longer a powerful deity. He is now a monster. The hunt for whom will now begin. While he was asking Cyrus to shut up and stop talking all this nonsense, Lee prepared his spear and began to act. It turned out that even the god was bleeding, and it seemed that he was in a lot of pain from this blow. The sun god became angry and began to respond. He still couldn't believe that he had lost his divinity. The other members of the Spectrum team immediately supported their leader. The 2 witches activated their magic. The sun god couldn't believe that he had actually just felt pain. You already remember how he panicked when he found out that the moon goddess had returned. Now he is experiencing similar feelings. All the Anthem Spectrum hunters were given a single order. They must immediately attack the sun god. He can be killed. He has lost his aura of invincibility and immortality. This made him even more furious. But at some points, aggression can only do harm. Even after he began to obey earthly laws, he is still dangerous and ready to fight to the last drop of blood. It was for this reason that this creature called upon the Avengers in white suits to help it. Hiram has been waiting for a moment to use her special technique for a long time, and finally she has such a chance. Darren doesn't like it when her friend takes on all the dirty work. She also wants to work with a sword. Deho activated the final round skill, approached the sun god, and delivered a powerful blow. This won't be enough to win, but all these hits add up and can then lead to serious problems. Teleportation magic constantly attacks the sun god. The witches are not going to forgive him for his cruel treatment of their father. Now all his rivals have united, but he is ready to destroy the most dangerous of them and only then kill all the others. Sora and her older version have joined forces and are not afraid of any monster on this planet. No matter what happens, their magic is ready to withstand any attack, even an attack from the sun god. Meanwhile, Lee felt that his body had reached its limit, darkness before his eyes, his legs completely refusing to obey his commands. Even the power of the king's ring is unlikely to help, so if all this continues, he will lose himself. He had to use a special skill and deceive the limits of his body using the liar's technique. Now he will be able to continue. Sora from the future used her body to protect your little copy. Just yesterday, she tried to kill her younger sister, and today she is ready to give her life for her. Even now, she doesn't understand why her motivation has changed so much. Has she really forgotten that little Sora must die for her to stay alive? Maybe there's no need for the killing, but in any case, it doesn't matter now, because the sun god wants to kill the fragments of the moon goddess. He wants them to disappear forever, but at the last moment, a large spear attacks his right hand. It was Lee. He found the strength and intervened to protect his children. Until the very end, he tries to hinder this terrible deity, and he succeeds. At this moment, the sun god decided to give Lee something special, to show what his behavior had led to. As the glow began to fade, Lee opened his eyes and saw something terrifying. He found it hard to believe that this was really happening, because his children had died after the sun god's attack. The older Sora began to disappear from this world, and the younger version of her lay in her own blood. To the sun god, they are all just helpless creatures, their bodies no different from ordinary jelly. The sun god has already said that all these deaths happened because of Lee, and now he repeats his words again. It's hard to accept, and after seeing this with my own eyes, it's even hard to stay sane. It feels like everything around us is about to explode. It feels like this is the end of our story. In fact, the technique that is currently happening is the Light of Despair. This skill lures the opponent into a terrifying illusion. If Lee stays there, his soul will break very quickly and he will turn into a vegetable. On the other hand, one should not underestimate Lee. He has already managed to injure the sun god twice, although he should have died long ago. For him, his daughter is an incredibly important person, so Lee becomes much more dangerous to the sun god than anyone else. At the moment when the sun god prepared to deliver the final blow, it turned out that the sword's vow skill was activated. Darren lacks the strength to use this power, but she still needs to stop the enemy. Sensing that things were not going according to plan, Kira used her interference skill to interfere with the sword vow technique. Thus, the sword's vow was forcibly activated, as the sun could temporarily not attack anyone except Darren. Sensing the perfect moment to attack, Hiram readied her weapon at full readiness. Darren won't be able to use her technique for long. Her powers are leaving her body and her heart is about to burst. The sun god sensed his opponent's weakness and began to look at her like a predator at its prey. Daejo will not allow anyone to insult the girls he calls friends. He prepared his attack for a long time, but waited for the perfect moment. When the effect of the final round wears off, he will also fall to the ground feeling incredibly tired. So you need to have time to do everything. In theory, the sun god can attack someone alone while activating the sword vow skill. He decided to circumvent these rules and make all his opponents die at the same time. Now the faces of the members of the spectrum show real fear of death, something they definitely did not expect. The sun god is a real psycho. He was going to make a thermonuclear bomb with his bare hands. This explosion would be enough to blow up the entire country. Everything will be over as soon as he uses the skill, so we need to immediately find someone who can stop him. Sora ordered Daeho to wake Lee up immediately. They needed him right now. Little Sora also wanted to take part in the battle, but her older sister assured her that it was too dangerous. They could both die. The little princess didn't want to hear anything like that. This time, she definitely had to protect her parents. Now both sisters must do everything they can to stop this terrible creature. Their unique skill is Eternal Winter, and by combining their efforts, they can double the power of this technique. Meanwhile, Lee found himself in an unknown space and felt quite healthy. He saw all his close relatives and friends and realized that none of them had died. The sun god and everything else was just an illusion. Little Sora appeared next to him and asked him not to go anywhere else. He promised his daughter that he would never leave her, and now they would always be together. At that moment, he heard strange sounds. A dirty and injured Daeho appeared and said that he needed to wake up immediately because they needed him. Lee's mind deceives itself through the skill of mental despair. All of this is done through the technique of a liar. Daejo didn't stop and tried to explain to his friend that this was all just an illusion, and he had to return to the real world. He reminded him that there were many people he had to protect, And if he stayed here, all of those people would die. All of Daeho's words began to affect the reality surrounding our main character. He had heard similar words in the past, which was why it all affected him so much. Then he asked his friends to talk to his daughter one last time and try to give her an ultimatum. No one believed that a cruel monster named Sora would listen to his father. This Suicide Squad no longer believes in fairy tales. Even the Holy Sword believes that Sora is no longer human, so it's over for her. At that moment, the king of fistfighting, a legendary hunter named Daeho, intervened in the conversation. He reminded everyone else that Lee and Sora are father and daughter, so there's no point in stopping Lee because he's doing a good deed anyway. Perhaps there was something human left in the witch. After hearing these words, the Holy Sword allowed Lee to talk to his daughter. If he fails to convince Sora, they will immediately engage in battle and kill her. It turned out that Daeho decided to help because he understood Lee's feelings. He understood that the guy was trying to protect his daughter. He gave him the opportunity to do whatever he wanted. It may seem like a small thing, but for Lee, it cost him his whole life. Now he remembered all those moments, remembered what happened after that conversation, remembered what happened in his new life. This imaginary space shattered into millions of pieces. This entire illusion disappeared. He has something to protect. He has no right to waste a single second and must immediately go into battle for his friends and humanity. An incredible battle was taking place in the real world. A battle of good against evil. A battle of fire against cold. When two elements meet, there is no doubt that everything around will suffer terrible destruction, and that is exactly what happened. The two sources of mana mix and disappear. This happens because both witches are trying to repel the monster's attack. It is almost impossible to completely repel this attack. The forces are completely unequal, so Kira realized that she must also intervene. With the help of the system's skills, it can change the surrounding reality. Although this is only a limited impact, but this may be enough. There was a huge explosion and a flash of red flame. With the help of Cyrus's intervention, none of the Spectrum team were harmed. The Sun God can't kill the witches because the Sword Vow skill is still ongoing, so he can't attack anyone but Darren. He tries to kill his enemies, but the system constantly informs him of an error, probably because he forgot that he now obeys the laws of this world. It seemed that this skill might be enough to hold back the Sun God for a long time, but it turned out that the hunters had problems. Due to the use of heavy equipment, Darren's strength and mana reserves have been completely depleted. She can no longer continue. At this difficult moment, and finally opening his eyes and returning to reality, he must now save the world. Sword Vow is a powerful skill that binds opponents, preventing them from attacking anyone other than each other. This is a great power but also a great risk, because the skill cannot be cancelled until one of the opponents dies. Sora was only able to pull off this technique recently because the system intervened. If the technique is cancelled now, both witches will be in mortal danger because the Sun God is constantly attacking. At this moment, the spirit of Elizabeth appeared. This girl said that the technique should be cancelled and she would take care of everything else. The three parts of the moon goddess's soul have united, all working for a common goal, victory over evil. Soon the Sword Vow technique was cancelled. Now both Sora are in mortal danger. It seemed that nothing could help them anymore, because they were faced with a too powerful and strong opponent. Lee's body felt like it was falling apart, and due to constant dizziness, he couldn't even think or analyze the situation. Even if his body can't stand it, he will lose his mind. For the sake of the daughter he couldn't save, and for the sake of the child he must save, Lee must make it. The system has calculated compensation for all past trials. Now Lee's lunge technique will receive maximum power. All of his skills have now been doubled due to a personal system upgrade. He even received a new spear. This weapon is called the Spear of Longinus. Approaching the boss of Korea, he saw the Soul Core. As we know, every monster has this core. Lee crossed the boundaries of time and space and changed the future. He rewrote the fate that was written for this world. That is, he did the impossible several times. Now, after all this, the system has given him a special ability. Now he can kill a god. All this time, the Sun God constantly mocked ordinary people. They seemed like small insects to him. Today, everything will change. Today, he will understand that these small insects are capable of changing the world. But for him, it will be too late. Lee's daughters watched their father's actions with tears in their eyes, worried, and believing that he would be able to protect them. He came here for exactly this reason, to do what he must, to fulfill his parental duty. Putting all his strength into this blow, Hunter Lee pierced through the Sun God and his inner core. The cursed spear of the last minute of the month has fulfilled its role. Now the spear will take the form of a changer. When the flash of blue light dissipated, It turned out that Lee still couldn't stop. He wanted to pierce the sun god's head through. Seeing this, Kira intervened and stopped him. Lee can calm down because he did it. Everything is fine, his children are fine, and nothing is threatening them anymore. His friends are also safe, although they are all seriously injured, especially Darren, but they will be fine. They did it. Despite the fact that it seemed impossible, despite all the laws of the universe, good triumphed. It turned out that the sun god was still breathing. He said that he always thought he would die at the hands of the moon goddess, but everything always went wrong. Even if the witch who changed fate gets a new life, he will still kill her. After these words, the sun god disappeared. The last boss of planet Earth died, and the witch's dungeon of horror was traversed for the first time. The last quest is complete. It seems like everything ended happily, but maybe it's not the end yet. There is one last task left. Little Sora is feeling very bad. If she's not helped, she may die. The system reported that Sora must be saved from her bad fate. This is the 5th misfortune of this witch. It seemed that this curse should disappear, but it did not. This probably refers to the influence of the sun god, because there is no one equal to this deity. Twisted fate cannot disappear. Lee did everything he had to. He did everything to save his daughter. The guy doesn't understand why the result is still unsatisfactory. He doesn't want to watch his little daughter die in his arms. If this is the end that awaits him, then it is unclear why the sun god had to be killed. The system is sure that it is impossible to lift the curse, but if Lee asks to give him a reward, then it is ready to listen to him. After these words, he asked the system to give him a reward for completing the last and most important quest. Everything around has lost its colors. It seems as if something big is going to happen soon. It is impossible to ask to lift the curse from the daughter, because the system cannot provide a reward equivalent to the death of a god. It seems that saving Sora is possible, but the system cannot directly tell you about it. The price for saving his daughter is enormous. Lee soon learned that changing her specialization wouldn't help either. The world had already recognized her as a witch who had escaped her fate. Every witch must destroy the world in which she was born. This is the result of the sun god's intervention in the arrangement of the world. That's why you can't remove a witch that the world has already recognized. Sora escaped her fate, so she must continue to exist. The witch who escaped her fate is little Sora, from the current time. It was previously known that the year also changed fate. The system reported that he had the strength to do it again. She can't do it on her own, which makes the guy angry because he can't think of any other alternatives. He has the power to change fate, but he cannot use it. It would be better if he died, not his daughter. At that moment, he realized something. The system cannot change fate, but he can. Every witch must destroy the world in which she was born. A witch must exist because the world has already recognized the existence of a witch who escaped her fate. It turns out that it's not Sora at all. This witch might not be her. It doesn't matter, because even another person can become a witch. The recipe for saving the little witch is quite simple. You need to transfer her specialization to another person. The system said it was difficult to do, but possible, and began the process of exchanging specialization. For Lee, this is the best reward. He will take on his daughter's curse and save her life. Kira watched all this with tears in her eyes. She wanted her daughter to be saved, but not at such a price. The system began the update process, and soon the reward was received. The hunter Lee's specialization changed. Now he became a witch. Because of this, he received the final curse of the sun god, his future in great question. Meanwhile, little Sora has woken up. The curse no longer bothers her, and she is fine. She looked at everyone else and couldn't figure out where her dad had gone. The special quest was successfully completed. All 5 of Sora's misfortunes were stopped, and the father saved his daughter.